Please like and share the video, and follow the YouTube channel Cultivation Audiobooks, and leave a comment with the novel you want to hear. I will upload it soon based on your request. Chapter 66 Feng Qi Sha, Yan Po Jun and Shui Tan Lang led their team and killed hundreds of low-level demons like tigers in a flock of sheep. They quickly returned. City Mistress Fallen Flowers noticed that Yue Yang did not lead his team forward. She looked at him meaningfully. She had already discovered the hidden enemies long ago. She did not warn Feng Qi Sha and the others that there were strong enemies lurking in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. This was also a test. On the cruel battlefield, other than courage and strength, one also needed a clear mind and sharp senses. In Tong Tian Tower, there would never be a lack of challenges and dangers. The person with the strongest battle power might not necessarily be the one who lived the best. To become a ranker at the peak, one must live longer than anyone else, and experience more difficulties than anyone else. Among humans, there had never been a lack of geniuses. There were always countless geniuses emerging in the soaring dragon continent, but most of them were like shooting stars, only flashing for a moment before disappearing forever. City Mistress Fallen Flowers did not deny that Feng Qi Sha, Yan Po Jun and Shui Tan Lang were super geniuses. Even among the geniuses, they were extremely rare leaders. But in her heart, City Mistress Fallen Flowers had more expectations for Yue Yang, this unknown little thief. He was the only young man she could not see through. You have already obtained the glory, return to Tong Tian Tower immediately. Feng Qi Sha, Yan Po Jun and Shui Tan Lang, stay behind. City Mistress Fallen Flowers waved her hand and ordered the golden armored guards to enter the teleportation gate and return to Tong Tian Tower. She did not care about Feng Qi Sha and the other two. She only turned to look at Yue Yang and asked softly, "There are more than 100,000 enemies, but they did not attack fiercely. What do you think is the reason?" Feng Qi Sha and the other two were shocked when they heard City Mistress Fallen Flowers ask Yue Yang. In their hearts, City Mistress Fallen Flowers was the most intelligent person among the human rankers. Why would she ask the Trash Yu clan third young master? Could it be that this trash was not as trash as others said, but was actually a super smart guy? City Mistress Fallen Flowers was not related to him at all. Why would she give him pointers? For a moment, Yan Po Jun and the other two felt sour in their hearts. Castellan Fallen Flowers was such an outstanding expert. She usually ignored everyone, but now she didn't even look at him in a new light. Instead, she favored this good-for-nothing. Even in front of the 10 Wanmo ghosts, she insisted on personally guiding him to think. The minds of the three of them spun rapidly. If it were them, how would they answer? In the current situation, why would the enemy do this? Although City Mistress Fallen Flowers did not ask them, Shui Tan Lang and the rest were unwilling to admit defeat and started to ponder, hoping to come up with a better answer than Yue Yang. 100,000 low-level evil spirits are nothing to be afraid of. If the enemy's strength far exceeds ours, you wouldn't have led us to counterattack the demonic abyss. Hearing Yue Yang's words, although Shui Tan Lang and the others did not want to admit it, they also felt that this brat's words made sense. Thinking about it carefully, if there were countless strong enemies waiting behind the teleportation gate of the demon abyss, why would City Mistress Fallen Flowers bring everyone here to die? Since she dared to bring everyone here, it proved that she had a certain level of confidence. When they looked at Yue Yang again, the expression in their eyes had already changed. It was no longer disregard or anger, but surprise. This good-for-nothing, not only was he not as bad as the rumors said, he was even a little outstanding. At least in front of 10 Wanmo ghosts, he could still think so calmly. This was not something a good-for-nothing could do. Then why do you think they're not in a hurry to attack now? City Mistress Fallen Flowers seemed to have expected Yue Yang to say that, and asked another question. I'm guessing that there must be an extremely cunning commander among the demons. After the teleportation gate opened, it did not rush out of the teleportation gate. Instead, it hid here and observed the battle situation. If we don't counterattack, then it might have some other tricks up its sleeve. If we attack, it will suspect that we have an ambush, so it won't dare to act rashly. As long as we show any signs of weakness, I believe it will immediately launch a sneak attack on us. This cunning demon ranker is probably a demon king. When Yue Yang said this, it gave Shui Tan Lang and the others a big fright. Demon King, Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others were so scared that they trembled all over. What kind of existence was a demon king? Anyone below level 6 elder would be instantly killed by a demon king. With just these people, they might not even be enough to fill the gaps between its teeth. It's not a demon king. City Mistress Fallen Flowers waved her hands lightly. He's the Baron of Hell Mo Yun, a super strong ranker who transformed from a human into a demon 1,000 years ago. He's extremely cunning, and knows how to make use of people's weaknesses. For example, Ying Shiming's fall was probably due to his enticement. His worshippers always look for warriors who thirst for power but have weak wills in the lower levels of Tong Tian Tower or remote towns in the Soaring Dragon continent, using their power to lure them to fall step by step. Shen Tu and the others might be the targets that Ying Shiming is looking for the Baron of Hell Mo Yun. Why did Ying Shiming kidnap Yu Bing? A thought flashed through Yue Yang's mind. Could this be related to the Baron of Hell Mo Yun? Plant-type beasts are the nemesis of all hell-type demons. Ying Shiming wanted to harm your sister in order to prevent the growth of human plant-type warriors. To human warriors, plant-type beasts are not that important to your sister, but to demons, plant-type beasts are very scary. I suspect that Shen Tu and the others suppressing her previously was also Ying Shiming's instigation. City Mistress Fallen Flowers revealed a little secret. When the others heard this, they didn't have any reaction. This was because they weren't proficient in plant-type beasts, and had never thought of using plant-type beasts. However, Yue Yang's heart palpitated. No wonder the Thorny Flower Fairy could single-handedly slaughter the entire demon army and 3 demon kings from 3,000 years ago. It turned out that not only was the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen powerful, she was also the nemesis of hell-type demons. Now that humans were getting weaker and weaker, being suppressed by demons, it probably had something to do with human warriors abandoning plant-type beasts. Without their nemesis, if they were to fight again, it would definitely be unbearable. If he could nurture the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen, wouldn't he be able to sweep through the demon army like the Thorny Flower Fairy? What do you think we should do next? City Mistress Fallen Flowers asked Yue Yang again. Everyone knew that City Mistress Fallen Flowers already had a plan in her heart. The reason why she asked Yue Yang was to give him a chance to display his intelligence independently. Yanpo Jun and the others were extremely jealous. They couldn't wait to take away City Mistress Fallen Flowers' favoritism from Yue Yang. Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others were extremely excited. Their entire bodies trembled as they stared at Yue Yang with their eyes wide open, their hearts filled with anticipation. The longer we stay here, the more suspicious the Baron of Hell Mo Yun will be. We'd better take the initiative to attack and challenge him. Otherwise, he will definitely play some tricks behind our backs. I don't know what tricks he can play, but it's definitely not a good thing. The sense of danger in Yue Yang's heart grew stronger and stronger. He guessed that the Baron of Hell Mo Yun was definitely playing tricks in the dark. Well said, you're very accurate. He's currently making a sacrifice. These low-level demons aren't used to attack us, they're used as sacrifices. With such a large-scale sacrifice, he can play many tricks. It's precisely because you're all human elites that I'm so strict with you. Make your decision now. If you're willing to leave safely, then go through the teleportation gate. If you're willing to challenge yourselves, then go and challenge a demon general. After killing the enemy, you can use a teleportation scroll to return to the Warriors Guild. As for the Baron of Hell Mo Yun, I'll personally defeat him. City Mistress Fallen Flowers smiled proudly. The Baron of Hell wanted to play some tricks. He wanted to keep all the human elites that she was leading, using 100,000 low-level demons as sacrifices. However, would she let him do as he wished? A sacrifice of 10 Wan Mo demons. She already had a plan to deal with it, so what? City Mistress Fallen Flowers looked at the densely packed low-level demons outside, screaming as they fell to the ground. One by one, they exploded and died. In the end, their corpses piled up like a mountain, and their blood flowed like a river. The sneer on her lips became even stronger. With such a large sacrifice, Mo Yun would only waste his efforts. It was completely useless to her. The only thing that worried her was whether Feng Qixia, Yanpo Jun, Shui Tan Lang and the others could defeat the demon general and safely return to the first floor of Tong Tian Tower. She looked at Yue Yang. Although on the surface, his strength was the weakest. Other than carrying his unconscious sister, he was also carrying a few teammates whose strength were simply too horrible to look at. However, in her heart, she had the most confidence in him. This kind of confidence, there was no way to explain it, but she really had this kind of strange feeling. Who dares to fight with me, Yanpo Jun? Yanpo Jun and the others were incomparably heroic, loudly inviting the demon general in front of them to fight. You guys fight slowly. I'm a little hungry. I'll go back and eat some supper first. Yue Yang spread his legs, preparing to slip away. This fellow's shameless escape not only made Shui Tan Lang and the others embarrassed, even the demons in front of them could not stand it. A demon general wielding a pair of crescent blades flew through the air and threw something in the air. It landed in the space between Fatty Hai and Yue Yang, and a jet-black pillar of light rose from the ground. Yue Yang realized that it was actually a teleportation pillar. In his heart, he scolded Fatty Hai and the others for being idiots. Why did they come to the demon abyss to die? Looking at City Mistress Fallen Flowers' expression that seemed like a smile yet not a smile, he clenched his teeth and rushed into the fading jet-black pillar of light to save Fatty Hai and the others. In an instant, he was teleported to a blood-red space. The area was not big, it was estimated to be about the size of a football field. Welcome to the deathmatch between the demon race and the human race. On my battle monument, you will be the 1365th human warrior killed by me. The demon general who used the twin crescent blades laughed heartily. At his feet, Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the Li brothers were already lying in a pool of blood. Luckily, they had not died, they were only unconscious due to their heavy injuries. Yue Yang cried out involuntarily, "It can't be. You guys dare to attack the demon abyss with just this level of skill? I'm really speechless. Demon General, did you sneak attack them?" The demon general crossed his blades in front of his chest and proudly said, "It can't be said to be a sneak attack, it's just that their reactions were too slow." Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly realized that Yue Yang's fist had already landed on his nose. Boom! The demon general was sent flying into the air, and fell down heavily. In the end, he jumped up awkwardly and shouted at Yue Yang, "You're too despicable, you actually took the opportunity to sneak attack me while I was talking." Yue Yang arrogantly imitated his opponent's movements. He took out two small daggers and crossed them in front of his chest. Raising his head proudly, he arrogantly said, "It can't be said to be a sneak attack, it's just that your reactions were too slow." Chapter 67 Yue Yang's actions made the demon general mad with anger. However, this fellow was not an idiot. Even in his extreme anger, he did not lose his rationality. He understood that this human who could punch him in the nose without him reacting was not someone to be trifled with. He was definitely not as weak as the other four. Being able to punch him while carrying a girl on his back, he was definitely not a simple opponent. The demon general brandished his dual blades and retreated 30 meters away before taking out a crystal to summon his beast. Seeing that this demon general did not have a summoning grimoire, Yue Yang heaved a sigh of relief. He hated opponents with summoning grimoires the most. An eggshell-like defensive shield was too annoying. Not only was it unbreakable, it was also easy for the enemy to escape. Fortunately, this fellow did not have a summoning grimoire and only had two crescent demon weapons that looked like eggswords. If there were no accidents, this fellow's eggswords would be his. Although the shape of the demon general's crescent blades was different from the legendary eggswords, it was not as curved, and it was more focused on one side in order to deal the most damage. However, Yue Yang did not mind. He even drooled at the sight of this pair of magic blades. He was certain that this was the Demon Abyss version of the eggswords. Other than the Death Knights, Frostmourne, his eggswords were the coolest and most eye-catching weapons. As the saying goes, once the eggswords are out, the brothers are all gone. It could be seen how popular the eggswords were. Since he had come to the Demon Abyss, if he did not bring back these two eggswords, how could he face himself? Wei Tai Lang, what are you waiting for? Go. Following Yue Yang's order, Wei Tai Lang immediately obeyed and moved out. On the other side, the demon general's strengthening summoning had just begun, when Wei Tai Lang pounced on him. The demon general did not think that Yue Yang would be so shameless. Not only did he charge at him, he even released the dog. Yue Yang did not think this way. Releasing the dog was a great tradition in wuxia. Back then, if Erlang Shen did not release the howling celestial dog, he might not even have been able to defeat Sun Wukong. That's why releasing the dog was very important. The demon general's mood was extremely gloomy. The strengthening of his summoned beast was not complete. It would probably be able to unleash its full power in 2 or 3 seconds, but the fusion had stopped. His body and beast were bound by an invisible force, unable to move at all. Unfortunately, this damned human martial artist was a fool who didn't form a contract with a summoned beast and only focused on cultivating battle techniques. He was beaten until he was dizzy and seeing stars. The thing that drove the demon general crazy the most was that after this guy snatched the twin blades from his hands, he was even more proficient in using them than he was. Chopping left and cutting right, slicing up and down, turning, spinning, slashing, there was nothing he wasn't proficient in. It was as if this pair of crescent blades was made for him. With great difficulty, the demon general was able to endure this brat's storm-like attacks. When he crawled back up, he discovered that there was not a single part of his body that was not injured. Your egg blade is not bad, but it's a pity that its quality is a little low. You are a demon general, how can you use a bronze-ranked demon weapon? Yue Yang expressed his dissatisfaction. Human, you've completely angered me. Although the human martial artist in front of him was very strong, he didn't have a contracted beast. This would be his fatal weakness. Although the bronze-ranked level 4 Ironback demon wolf was strong, it was only a wild beast. There was nothing to fear. As a level 5 ranker, the demon general didn't think that a human who didn't have a contracted beast and only cultivated battle techniques and a slightly higher level wild wolf could defeat him. Could it be that this human thought that he could win by using the crescent blades to cut him? This was really ridiculous. Could it be that he didn't know that the demon race dominated the 3 realms with their strong bodies? As long as his heart wasn't pierced, as long as his head wasn't chopped off, then he could continue fighting. His battle power wouldn't be affected at all. The twin crescent blades were only a support. His strongest point was his strong body. The demon general took a deep breath and completely fused with his summoned beast, the demon lizard. His entire body slowly changed shape. The curved horns on his head grew longer, turning from thick to sharp. His 10 fingernails also turned into sharp claws that could split gold and stone. The muscles on his body bulged, and his skin was covered with a layer of thick scales. Behind him, his tail became thicker and longer. Sharp barbs grew out from the tail end. A pair of thin, fleshy wings grew out from both sides of his body, greatly increasing his gliding speed when he leapt forward. Yue Yang saw the demon general's freely retracting toenails scratch the ground, and actually left a few deep scratches on the black stone-paved ground. Immediately, his face revealed a very shocked expression. Right now, my body, strength and speed have all increased by 5 times. Tremble and weep, weak and useless human. The demon general laughed loudly. He leapt up and pounced towards Yue Yang in the air. Yue Yang used his crescent blades to meet the slash, but it was easily blocked by the demon general's palm. The sharp crescent blades couldn't even cut through the hard scales of the demon general's claws, and could only leave a faint mark. The demon general raised his other hand, and his sharp claws slashed downwards as if they could tear the heavens and split the earth. Yue Yang hurriedly turned his body, and used his other crescent blade to block the attack. The demon general laughed loudly, and pressed down with his strength, forcing Yue Yang's body to the ground. Suddenly, a tail full of barbs appeared in front of Yue Yang's face like a poisonous snake. Pung! Yue Yang somersaulted backwards, narrowly dodging the attack. On the ground, the barbed tail split the ground into pieces, and gravel flew everywhere. At this time, Yue Yang's face revealed a very shocked expression. He looked just like a country bumpkin who had just come from the countryside to the big city and saw an airplane. Tremble, weak human. The demon general once again summoned a ball of flame, letting it burn on his claws. Originally, this was supposed to be used on the crescent blades, but since the demon weapon had been snatched away by Yue Yang, he could only use it on his claws. However, its power didn't decrease at all. As long as the human in front of him was scratched by the claws, the demon fire beast would burn him to ashes. Seeing Yue Yang retreat, the demon general laughed loudly, extremely pleased with himself. Immediately after, he chased after him like lightning, raising both of his blazing claws and clawing towards Yue Yang's head. The binding force that the demon general couldn't understand previously appeared again. At the same time, he felt as if the world was spinning around him. When the demon general finally reacted, he discovered that his entire body had already fallen onto the ground. There was a tall and big ox-head warrior looking down at him. Those eyes were as red as fire. The demon fire beast in his arms separated from his body with a bang. It turned into a ball of demonic fire, rolling on the ground. The demon general didn't even have time to understand what was going on. He suddenly saw a huge cow's hoof stomping heavily on his face. Wei Tai Lang waited for a long time. Seeing that the demon fire beast was instantly killed by the barbarian cow shadows, Doom's eyes, he immediately rushed forward and swallowed the demon fire beast's corpse into his stomach. You squandering lowly dog, you eat everything. Do you think you are a government official? You will eat wherever you go. Yue Yang discovered that after Wei Tai Lang swallowed the demon fire beast's corpse, a burst of flames appeared all over his body. His skin burned fiercely, and another head strangely popped out from his neck. In less than 2 minutes, he had completely merged with the demon fire beast's energy and officially leveled up to become a bronze rank level 5 two-headed demon wolf. Wei Tai Lang was obviously not used to having 2 heads after evolving. He walked a little awkwardly, and when his 2 heads looked at each other, they both had a frightened expression on their faces. In the end, after observing for a while and confirming that he had an extra head, Wei Tai Lang's 4 eyes rolled back and he fainted. Yue Yang was speechless. He reckoned that Wei Tai Lang was the first beast in the history of the wolf clan, or even the whole beast world, to be scared unconscious by him. With this little bit of courage, it would be difficult for him to have a bright future in the future. On the other side, the barbarian cow Shadow, who didn't know what fear was ruthlessly trampling on the demon general who had been unlucky for 18 lifetimes. Under her brute force, the demon general had no chance of resisting. Even if he could resist, it would be completely useless, because there was still little Wen Li who was blinking her big eyes and watching the fun. However, the real reason why the demon general couldn't get up was because of Yue Yang's sword chi. Yue Yang only used 1 sword chi and easily pierced through the demon general's weakest point, his heart. With my everything, I dedicate it to the great demon king Baruth. Long live the demon king. The demon general was in despair. He shouted loudly, and following that, his muscles started to change shape strangely. His stomach bulged out, and the demonic aura around his body quickly condensed into a ball. Please calm down, I'm thinking about what trembling is. The demon general might want to self-destruct, but Yue Yang didn't have the time to care about him. On the other hand, little Wen Li who had been watching the fun from the side couldn't stand it anymore. She summoned the stone element Medusa, and with a single arrow, the stone element Medusa petrified the demon general who was about to self-destruct after being stomped on by the barbarian cow Shadow for a long time. The barbarian cow Shadow stomped on him a few more times, and the demon general became a complete tragedy, turning into a pile of broken stones. Should I contract it immediately, or should I snatch a gold grimoire first before contracting it? Why didn't Ying Shi Ming give me a gold grimoire? A silver grimoire's level is too low. The insatiable Yue Yang had completely forgotten that his own summoning grimoire was only bronze-ranked intermediate. It was 2 ranks lower than this intermediate silver grimoire. If he contracted a secondary grimoire, would he be able to obtain an inherent skill in a guardian beast? Chapter 68. Yue Yang took out the silver grimoire that had dimmed a little. There was a silent summon in his mind again. Rather than waiting to snatch a gold, platinum or diamond grimoire in the future to contract, it would be better to contract this silver grimoire now. If he used it to fight often, it would probably have already risen to gold or platinum by then. Thinking of this, Yue Yang threw away the burden of his thoughts and stretched out his hand, gently placing it on the silver grimoire. When the information appeared in his mind, he made a clear and definite affirmation. Contract. Between his fingers, bursts of golden light flowed out. At first it was gentle, but it gradually became intense. In the end, the entire silver grimoire flashed with an extremely dazzling golden light. The golden light filled the surroundings. Even the unconscious Yi Kong and the others were dyed with a layer of golden light. A brilliant pillar of light rose from the silver grimoire. Yue Yang looked up and found that the pillar of light was extremely high. It went straight to the 9 heavens, and he couldn't see the top at all. While he was still in shock, Yue Yang found that a special message appeared in his mind. Looking down, he discovered that the intermediate silver grimoire was dropping in rank, turning into a beginner-level silver grimoire. Not only that, it kept dropping in rank, turning into advanced level, intermediate level, and finally reverted to a beginner-level bronze grimoire. Yue Yang sweated profusely. It turned out that no matter what rank the grimoire was, once it was contracted, it would become a beginner bronze grimoire. It turned out that everything that belonged to the grimoire owner would disappear, and everything would start anew. If he had known this earlier, why would he have hesitated? It wasn't too much of a pity for a silver grimoire to drop in rank, but if he obtained a diamond grimoire and dropped back to a bronze grimoire, he would really cry. However, how did little Wen Li's grimoire turn out to be a diamond grimoire? Just as this thought surfaced in Yue Yang's mind, he suddenly heard a heavenly cry from the depths of his soul. It was so beautiful that his entire soul trembled. The mysterious energy that had been dormant in his body was now active again. It seemed like it was going to break out of his body. This made Yue Yang's heart suddenly jump. Could it be the heavenly sword goddess? She's leaving. His right hand, which was lightly holding onto the silver grimoire that had reverted back to bronze grimoire, felt waves of pain. His skin had split open and drops of fresh blood seeped out of his palm, dyeing the entire grimoire red. At the same time, Yue Yang discovered that the spiritual qi in his body was surging towards the grimoire crazily. It was even more ferocious than Queen Vivian Li's absorption. His entire body suddenly fell into a state of weakness due to excessive blood loss and spiritual qi consumption. Originally, Yue Yang wanted to pull his hand back, but he couldn't control his hand at that moment. He could only watch as the blood seeped out of his palm and seeped into the grimoire. Suddenly, there was a burst of rainbow light. It formed an extremely beautiful halo that resembled a wheel, a ring, or a moon. It radiated from Yue Yang's fingers, back of his hand, wrist, and arm. A kind of indescribably wonderful fragrance and an indescribable heavenly cry appeared at the same time. Yue Yang seemed to see two bright and dazzling eastern immortal phoenixes flying around his arms, finally entering the grimoire. Before he could see clearly, a boom sounded in his mind, and his consciousness disappeared. He fainted and fell to the ground. Blood Moon Demon Palace. In the Demon Abyss Blood Prison Continent, the leader of the three great demon kings, Baruth, was currently studying the God's runes with a frown. However, this kind of profound and special summoning runes made the great demon king Baruth's brain hurt. After 3 days and 3 nights of research, there was no progress at all. At this moment, a demon commander who was usually calm and composed knocked aside a demon palace guard and rushed into Baruth's living room in panic and anxiety. Du Lan, what's the matter? The great demon king Baruth looked at his most trusted subordinate in surprise. Your Majesty Demon King, the crystal ceiling pillar has shattered. We need to seal it again immediately. I mean, we have used almost all of our country's strength to capture that unknown holy beast in the 7th floor of Tong Tian Tower. It has awakened and its strength has shattered the crystal ceiling pillar. The demon marshal called Du Lan hurriedly reported. Hasn't it been sleeping for 300 years? When the great demon king Baruth heard this, his head hurt even more. That unknown holy beast was extremely powerful, but no one could contract it. It would be dangerous to keep it, but it would be a pity to let it go. He really didn't know what to do with it. That's right, it had been quietly sleeping in the seal barrier for 300 years. However, today, it suddenly reacted and woke up from its slumber. It continuously roared towards the southeast, as if something had awakened it, or it was asking for help from its companions. I couldn't understand what it meant, so I could only increase the strength of the seal and force it to fall back into slumber. Although that unknown holy beast has fallen back into slumber, our seal formation has also reached its limit. Out of 10 crystal ceiling pillars, 6 have been broken. Demon Marshal Du Lan explained the situation worriedly. Southeast. Send someone to investigate. See what happened in our southeast. When the great demon king Baruth opened his mouth, Demon Marshal Du Lan immediately shook his head. There's no need to investigate, Your Majesty Demon King. Other than a dozen human warriors attacking from the teleportation gate and causing a ruckus for a while, nothing else happened. Those were only from the first floor of Tong Tian Tower. They weren't famous human warriors. Other than a little human girl called Fallen Flowers who had a bit of fame, the others were all human children. I don't think that those people have the ability to awaken and contract holy beasts. If they want to contract holy beasts and divine beasts, they must have a divine grimoire. Furthermore, that place is too far away from us. Even if Demon Marshal Du Lan couldn't find the reason, he didn't think that the main reason for the holy beast's awakening was the humans' counterattack. Then what exactly is the reason? The great demon king Baruth was also puzzled, and habitually frowned. Battlefield of Death. When Yue Yang woke up again, he discovered that there was a grimoire surrounded by rainbows floating quietly in front of him. It was as resplendent as a diamond, sparkling and translucent, like a flawless crystal. It was so perfect that it made people gasp in admiration. Divine Grimoire. When Yue Yang saw the words on it, he was immediately dumbfounded. From what he knew, there were only bronze, silver, gold, platinum and diamond grimoires. He had never heard of a divine grimoire before. In fact, the highest level of summoning grimoire that he had seen until now was Little Wen Li's diamond grimoire. And the grimoire that he had just contracted was intermediate silver. After contracting, it dropped to beginner bronze. How did it become a beginner divine grimoire now? What was a divine grimoire? At this moment, a scene suddenly flashed in Yue Yang's mind. Before Queen Vivian Li went into hibernation, she had once conjured a huge summoning grimoire. It was faintly similar to his divine grimoire, but that one was several times bigger than this one. Could it be that at extremely high realms, those peak rankers did not use normal bronze or silver grimoires, but divine grimoires? Yue Yang's eyes were filled with disbelief as he carefully observed his own divine grimoire. It was a meter long, half a meter wide, and very thick. He estimated that there were more than 10 pages in total. No matter if it was the cover or the details, they were all engraved with extremely beautiful and mysterious runes. Those rune patterns were complex, beautiful, mysterious and ingenious. Yue Yang was mesmerized by it. He pinched himself fiercely and found that he was not dreaming. His heart rate immediately increased to 300 and his blood vessels almost burst. With a flash of colorful light, little Wen Li floated out from Yue Yang's body. She summoned her diamond grimoire and held it with a smile on her face. Then, she floated into the divine grimoire. Yue Yang was dumbstruck. This little girl could actually move on her own. Previously, she did not want to stay in the bronze grimoire because it was too low-leveled. Now that there was a divine grimoire, this little girl immediately moved in. Yue Yang hurriedly wanted to open the divine grimoire to see if he had obtained a new inherent skill in guardian beast. But when he stretched out his hand, the information that appeared in his mind made him sweat to death. Innate level and spiritual chi were insufficient, unable to open the divine grimoire. There was actually a matter where he could not open his own summoning grimoire. Yue Yang felt as if his heart was being scratched by a cat. He really wanted to see what was inside the mysterious divine grimoire, but he just could not open it. After a while, he saw the little Lamia loli floating out with a face full of smiles. Her 6 small arms hugged Yue Yang's thighs, intimately acting coquettishly towards him. She seemed to be very satisfied with this new home. But, what was inside the divine grimoire? Little baby, can you tell me what's in there? What is my new inherent skill in guardian beast? Yue Yang asked anxiously. Chapter 69. Little Wen Li blinked her big eyes cutely, not saying a word. She was probably too young to speak yet. The current Yue Yang felt like he was standing at the entrance of a treasure house, but he didn't have the key to open the door. He felt an indescribable pain in his heart. Even in his dreams, he would never have thought that there would be such a change. It was too magical, too surprising, too inconceivable. So even now, he was still in a daze of happiness, unable to completely wake up. There's something good in the divine grimoire, right? Yue Yang asked tentatively. Little Wen Li nodded her head cutely. There's a fairy sister inside. Yue Yang asked again. Little Wen Li shook her head cutely. What's inside? Draw a picture. I'll see if your drawing is beautiful. If it's beautiful, I'll bring you to eat sweet glutinous rice balls. Yue Yang thought of a plan, but little Wen Li didn't even know how to speak, let alone know how to draw. She took out her dual icicle blades and scratched on the ground. Yue Yang lay on the ground and looked for a long time, but he still couldn't see what it was. The only thing he could be sure of was that there was definitely a new guardian beast in the divine grimoire, but it wasn't the heavenly sword goddess. Forget it. Although he couldn't open the divine grimoire now, it didn't mean that he wouldn't be able to open it in the future. As long as he trained diligently, he would definitely be able to open it when he met the requirements. As for why this summoning grimoire that had dropped from silver to bronze, Yue Yang couldn't understand why it had leveled up to become a divine grimoire. Of course, he was too lazy to think about it. There were countless weird things in this world, and this divine grimoire wouldn't make a difference. His heart moved, and he asked, above bronze, silver, gold, platinum and diamond, is there a divine grimoire? Is Queen Vivian Li's grimoire a divine grimoire? When Yue Yang asked this, little Wen Li nodded her head cutely again. He didn't know if she was answering his first or second question. Yue Yang wanted to ask more questions, but Yu Bing moved slightly behind him, as if she was about to wake up. He hurriedly kept the divine grimoire. However, little Wen Li didn't enter the divine grimoire. Instead, she did what she usually did, transforming into a light rainbow light and floated into Yue Yang's body to rest. Although she had moved, it seemed like she still liked to stay in Yue Yang's body. After the Yu Bing put it down, she groaned in pain, as if she could feel discomfort even in her dreams. She did not wake up. Her body moved slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. Her breathing was gentle as she continued to sleep. Yue Yang gently called her a few times, but seeing that she didn't wake up, he didn't call her anymore. He just gently brushed aside a few strands of messy hair on her forehead. On the other hand, Yi Kong was like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. He slowly woke up when Yue Yang was collecting his spoils of war. He climbed up strenuously. First, he reached into Fatty Hai's bosom and took out a healing stone. He crushed it forcefully, allowing the white light that had the ability to heal to envelop himself, Fatty Hai and the Li brothers. Although the four of them were not lightly injured, their vitality was close to that of cockroach-like creatures. Once they were healed, their injuries quickly recovered and they woke up one after another. Fatty Hai and the others woke up one after another. They blankly looked at the strange space in the battlefield of death. They seemed to be puzzled by the fact that they were in this place. Yue Yang sweated profusely. He felt that even if these fellows died, they would still be muddle-headed ghosts. With their muddle-headedness, dying in the demon abyss was not an injustice at all. After a long while, Fatty Hai rubbed the back of his head and muttered to himself, "Where are we? Didn't we already return to the Warriors Guild? I was clearly drinking with you guys just now. I remember that Yi Kong, that skinny monkey, even snatched my drumstick. Was that a dream? Come to think of it, I really do have some impression of it. Just now, it seemed like someone had heavily punched the back of my head. What exactly happened? Congratulations, because of your outstanding performance, you have won this year's Most Muddle-Headed Award." Yue Yang congratulated him. This is the Demon General. How did Wei Tai Lang become like this? Yi Kong looked at Wei Tai Lang, who had turned into a two-headed demon wolf, in astonishment. Then, he looked at the Demon General who had turned into a pile of rubble. His mind was in a knot as he asked Yue Yang in puzzlement, what exactly happened? About this, now, it was time for Yue Yang to lie again. Looking at the four people who were full of curiosity and waiting for an answer, Yue Yang said in a deadpan manner, "Because the Demon General threw a teleportation scroll, we were dragged into this battlefield of death. You guys were all ambushed and fell to the ground one by one without any sense of loyalty. Only I was left, and I had to fight the fiendish Demon General alone. You guys all know that I am a loyal supporter of pacifism. Fighting and killing is really harmful to the harmony of the world. Hence, I decided to have a literary competition with the Demon General. He gave me a question to test me, and I also gave him a question to test him. In the end, as we were doing it, he suddenly went crazy. He fiercely struck his own head with his palm, committing suicide. As for how he turned into a pile of rubble, I am still researching it for now." When he opened his mouth, Yi Kong and the Li brothers fell to the ground, almost fainting. They had seen liars before, but they had never seen a liar like this. He believed that as long as it was a child over 6 years old, no one would believe his words. However, Fatty Hai did not doubt him at all. He patted his plump chest and boasted loudly, "What kind of question did you give? Is it really that difficult? Quickly tell me. With me, the problem-solving prince, here, there are no difficult problems in this world." When Yi Kong heard this, he suddenly had the urge to use a sharp dagger to pierce through this Fatty Hai's heart and let him bleed. He had seen gullible people before, but he had never seen someone so gullible. This Fatty Hai's intelligence was infinitely close to zero. If he was compared to a gorilla, even a gorilla would feel a strong sense of superiority. Although this fellow had a human form, he obviously had a pig's head. He actually believed these kinds of words, and he even took it seriously. Heavens, how did this fellow survive until now? Shouldn't he have died a long time ago due to his stupidity? The question is actually very simple. Yue Yang revealed a smile. I told the Demon General that A is a number, B, C and D are also different numbers. Then, can I ask if A, B, C plus C plus C plus D equals A, B, C, D, then what is A, B, C, D equal to? When Fatty Hai heard this, his mouth opened so wide that a toad could be stuffed inside. Yi Kong and the Li brothers were even more petrified. With this kind of question, it was no wonder that the Demon General could not take it and went crazy and committed suicide. Fatty Hai stared blankly for a long time before he said with a flushed face, "There's no problem with the question just now. It's just that it's complicated to calculate and requires some time. Come up with a simpler question." Yue Yang nodded. The smile on his face was as bright as the sun. "All right, I'll come up with a question related to beasts. It's very simple. There are 18 insect-type beasts, including spiders, dragonflies and cicadas. They have a total of 118 legs and 20 pairs of wings. How many of these 3 types of beasts are there? Ah, Fatty Hai immediately fainted. Yi Kong and the Li brothers discovered that there were countless dragonflies and cicadas flying in front of them. Spiders were also crawling all over their bodies, pulling out large and small spider webs. Only after a long time did they realize that it was all an illusion. Looking at Yue Yang again, they discovered that his smile was even scarier than a demon's. They couldn't help but shiver. Fortunately, the demon general had committed suicide quickly. Otherwise, if he continued to calculate, he would probably die an even uglier death. Such a difficult question, bringing it out to compete, wasn't this clearly bullying the demon race's intelligence? What kind of abnormal genius was the Yu clan's 3rd young master who was called trash by the world? What kind of brain did he have to be able to think of such a terrifying question? Of course, this had nothing to do with being a genius. The main thing was that Yue Yang had a good relationship with Baidu's mother before he was transported to this world. He more or less knew a few difficult mathematical questions. Moreover, compared to real difficult numbers, these questions were child's play. Moreover, even if his relationship with Baidu's mother was average, as long as he had read YY novels on Kidian, wouldn't these questions be at his fingertips? We better hurry back. Yi Kong wiped off his cold sweat. In front of the Warriors Guild, City Mistress Fallen Flowers was waiting for Yue Yang and the others with her 3-tailed snow fox. Seeing that Yue Yang and the others had returned safely, a smile appeared on her face. Yue Yang was curious. This girl had also returned. Why was she waiting for him here? Chapter 70. City Mistress Fallen Flowers waved her hand, signaling Yue Yang to come over. She first looked at Yue Yang curiously, then looked at the demon general's crescent blade and Wei Tai Lang who had turned into a 2-headed demon wolf. She laughed lightly. Why did everyone come back injured from a fight, but you look like you just came back from a holiday? I'm a supporter of pacifism. Yue Yang repeatedly emphasized this point. The problem is, the demons in the abyss don't know that you're a supporter of pacifism. Don't tell me that you picked up this crescent blade. City Mistress Fallen Flowers laughed loudly. Laughter. This was City Mistress Fallen Flowers' specialty. Normal girls would always laugh in a reserved manner, especially those from noble families. When they laughed, they would not show their teeth. They were particular about manners, inner qualities, upbringing, etiquette and so on. But she was different. She would laugh whenever she wanted to, regardless of her manners. Her laughter was exceptionally bold, brilliant like a flower. Her voice was like a bell, resounding through the heart. She had an indescribable true temperament, giving people a feeling that she was heroic and natural. Originally, Yue Yang didn't want to have any ill intentions towards her, but seeing this girl's moving smile, he couldn't help but have a wolf's desire in his heart. He teased, "No, how could this be picked up? This thing is a demon weapon, how could it be picked up? This is a gift from a demoness. I think she has taken a fancy to me." Yi Kong and Fatty Hai did not dare to speak, nor did they dare to laugh. They tried their best to hold it in. "A witch gave it to you." City Mistress Fallen Flowers laughed even louder. "The bloody witch gave it to you. Why did she only give you a crescent blade and not anything else?" "No, the bloody witch is such a low level. Little demon, how could she know that I have a shocking talent? She is a demon queen with a hot body and unique eyes. At that time, she used this pair of crescent blades to press against my neck, wanting to kill me. At 0.01 second, I decided to show off my talent, to let her understand that killing me would be the greatest loss to the 3 realms. You don't know, I just softly recited a poem, and her pair of crescent blades fell to the ground with a clang. The beautiful infernal queen's tears flowed endlessly. She cried so hard that she nearly died. It took me a lot of effort to comfort her. In the end, she gave me the pair of infernal weapons that had a meaningful meaning to her. She even said to me with teary eyes, my tears flowed down my face, I regret not being able to meet you before we were married. Her grief was truly shocking. Ouch, who hit me? Just as Yue Yang was feeling proud of himself, someone suddenly rushed out from the crowd and sent him flying with a punch. You shameless fellow, you're here to deceive people again. Everyone, don't listen to him, this brat's poems are all plagiarized. The person who rushed out from the crowd was the bright-eyed thief who had been teased by Yue Yang previously. It doesn't matter if this is plagiarism or not, but it sounds pretty good. Luo Hua City's mistress laughed and praised Yue Yang a little. Following that, she looked at the bright-eyed thief and asked curiously, Yi, Inan, why are you dressed like this? Do you know him? Without waiting for the bright-eyed thief to speak, Yue Yang hugged her shoulders and laughed. Of course, Brother Inan is my partner. I'm prepared to write a book on picking up girls with Brother Inan, to benefit the entire human race and save all the lost youths. Our great friendship is not built on spending the night in the merry forest, but because we are like-minded. You definitely don't know, but Brother Inan and I have the same dream, and that is to pick up all the beauties in the world, Brother Inan. Fatty Hai had the urge to commit suicide. How did this Inan look like a brother at all? Yi Kong also realized that the Yu clan's third young master was not only useless in terms of contracting beasts, but also in terms of judging people. Previously, when he heard that he had broken off his engagement with Miss Shui, Yi Kong did not really believe it. Someone would actually give up on such a good girl like Miss Shui. Now Yi Kong understood a little. This Yu clan's third young master did not know how to look at women at all. He was simply a blind man. How could there be such a handsome brother like this Inan, with such a perfect body and such a fragrant brother? You better die a little further away. The bright-eyed thief, who was addressed as Inan, by City Mistress Fallen Flowers, hit Yue Yang's ribs with her elbow. She grabbed his collar and was about to hit him again when she suddenly saw Yu Bing behind Yue Yang. She immediately stopped and asked, "Who is she?" Cough, cough, Brother Inan, this is Yue Bing, third young master's sister. Yi Kong felt that he needed to relieve Yue Yang of his embarrassment. Otherwise, the vinegar jar would be broken. This was a misunderstanding that could be cleared up with just a few words. Don't let it turn into a tragedy. As expected, the bright-eyed Inan's attitude immediately changed when she heard it. She wanted to untie Yue Bing and complain to Yue Yang, "Why are you carrying her on your back? What's wrong with her? Did she overuse her spirit? I have a way, you wait here. Princess Fallen Flowers, Inan will go and save her first. I'll talk to you when I'm free." When Yue Yang heard this, he asked curiously, "Aren't you the city mistress? How did you level up to become a princess?" City mistress. Fallen Flowers couldn't stop laughing. She waved her hands and said, "Looks like you don't know anything. A princess is just a status. It means that I'm someone else's daughter. It's useless. Do you know how many princesses and princes there are in the Soaring Dragon continent? How many princesses? There are more than 200 of them. Other than the 3 great royal families, the princesses and princesses of other small countries aren't worth much. The city mistress is different. That's the proof of strength. You have to be at least level 6 to be the city mistress of a region. So, you can just call me City Mistress Fallen Flowers. I like this title, but princess sounds cuter." Yue Yang paused and changed the question, "Can every level 6 ranker be the city mistress?" In theory, yes. However, some people only have martial prowess and don't have the ability to govern. They wouldn't be able to be the city mistress even if they were given a city. Most of them would just be a general with nothing to do. Actually, once you reach level 5, you can enter the army and become a general with nothing to do. Other than defending against the invasion of the demon abyss, you would be free most of the time. Oh right, my city is still lacking a guard captain. Do you want to try? City Mistress Fallen Flowers asked with a smile. As the saying goes, a soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier. I've decided not to be a guard captain. I'll be a general in the future. Yue Yang rejected immediately. I just think that your words are funny. If it was someone else, I wouldn't even care. City Mistress Fallen Flowers didn't mind Yue Yang's rejection at all. She even seemed to have guessed that he would reply like this. She lightly tossed a silver-ranked card to Yue Yang and said with a smile, "This is my reward for your team. As for the rewards, achievements and glory that the Warriors Guild gives you, you can go in and collect them yourself. I still have things to do, so I'll take my leave first." City Mistress Fallen Flowers, who was dressed in embroidered clothes, smiled and waved her hand. She brought along her 3-tailed snow fox and floated away with a wave of fragrance. Yue Yang noticed that City Mistress Fallen Flowers' clothes were slightly torn. It was obvious that the battle process wasn't that easy. It seemed that her opponent was really hard to deal with. Fortunately, she wasn't injured. Yue Yang felt that this girl was quite powerful for daring to counterattack the demon abyss with only a few juniors. If it was someone else, even if they had 10 times the strength, they still wouldn't dare to do that. Come back to your senses, your eyeballs fell to the ground. Quickly pick them up. It was unknown when the bright-eyed Inan had returned. She gave Yue Yang a punch on his chest. Her cotton-like little fist made Yue Yang feel very comfortable. I also have the great dream of getting all the beauties in the world. Fatty Hai laughed so hard that his fat jiggled. He also wanted to join in the fun. You even have the hobby of being abused. Yi Kong couldn't stand this guy anymore. He picked up a stick and ruthlessly smashed it on the back of Fatty Hai's head, knocking him down. Then, he and the Li brothers rushed up and gave Fatty Hai a good beating. The two of them had reunited after a long time. Why did this damn fatty want to join in the fun? If this wasn't looking for a beating, then what was it? Them. The bright-eyed Inen was a little curious. How did Yue Yang get to know these friends? Don't care about them. They are in the impatient phase of their youth. They usually accumulate too much energy. It's not good if they don't vent it out. Brother Inen, you don't know how worried I've been these days. Yue Yang extended his hands intimately, wanting to hug Inen's soft shoulders. Nonsense, I'm fine, why are you worried about me? Hearing this, Inen blushed, but quickly returned to normal. She lowered her shoulders and dodged Yue Yang's shameless hands. I know you're still a virgin. You're introverted and shy, you're curious about women, but you don't dare to make a move. It's hard for you to hold it in normally. If you continue like this, you'll easily get sick from holding it in. So, as your brother, I definitely can't let you continue like this. I want to help you, Inen. As long as you break your first time, you'll understand what a man is. With your charming little face, you might even become my rival in love. Don't tell me you know bedroom techniques. Don't worry, I'll teach you. Yue Yang was very enthusiastic. He was prepared to drag Inen to a room and break his first time. Yi Kong and the others were speechless, but they pretended not to hear. Fatty Hai, who was lying on the ground, cried loudly. This idiot, what was he trying to do? He could bring anyone to pick up girls, but he just had to bring Inen. The bright-eyed Inen was so angry that her face turned red. She sent Yue Yang flying with a punch and shouted angrily, "Go and die. I hate people like you the most, big pervert." Yue Yang pretended to be confused. He pointed at Inen's back and asked, "Inen, what's going on? Why are you angry?" When Fatty Hai heard this, he couldn't take it anymore. He cried loudly, "Don't ask me, just let me die. I hate you too, you idiot, you've wasted your chance." Chapter 71. At the side of the Warriors Guild, there was a medical center. However, not everyone could enter this place. It was not because the medical center was a forbidden area, but because the medical fees here were 100 times higher than outside of Tong Tian Tower. Normal mercenaries, unless they were seriously injured or unconscious, would not come here even if their limbs were broken. Normally, they wouldn't buy healing stones here. Instead, they would buy them from the street vendors. Although the effects of those medium and low-grade healing stones made from special-type healing beasts were average and extremely expensive, their prices were at least 10 times cheaper than the medium and high-grade healing stones sold in the medical center. It was said that the medical center's high price was the result of a discussion between the 5 revered martial artists who founded the Warriors Guild thousands of years ago. Of course, the goal was not to earn money, but to remind the later generations to use their brains in battle and avoid getting injured. Yue Yang felt that this medical center was much better than the hospitals in the Celestial Empire. At least there were no fake medicines or fake professors. Although it was expensive, it was genuine at a fair price. There was also another point, it was relatively fair. There was no special treatment. Princes would pay the same price, commoners would also pay the same price. After Yu Bing was sent here for treatment, she recovered very quickly. When Yue Yang entered, she had already woken up. Seeing Yue Yang's appearance, she was very emotional. She rushed up and hugged Yue Yang, choking with sobs as she cried, "Third brother." The little girl must have suffered a lot. At this moment, her tears flowed out. After Yue Yang comforted her for a long time, Yu Bing's sobs gradually calmed down. After wiping away her tears, she immediately pulled the black veil over her face and looked at Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others behind Yue Yang with vigilance. Because she had experienced the betrayal and attack of her teammates, Yu Bing had developed a kind of distrust towards strangers. I am Yi Kong, third young master's guide. Yi Kong quickly introduced himself. My name is Hai Da Fu, but everyone calls me Young Master Hai. I have always kept a low profile. Even though I have a summoning grimoire and a bronze rank level 2 iron rhinoceros, I have never boasted about it to others. I am not that kind of person. Little Yu Bing, just call me boss like everyone else. Although your brother is the leader, I am his boss. Don't worry, if anything happens in the future, I'll protect you. I guarantee that with me, Young Master Hai, around, no one will dare to bully you. Look at my arm, it's not fat, it's full of muscles, Aiya. Before Fatty Hai could finish his sentence, he had already been beaten to the ground by Yi Kong and the Li brothers. He cried out in pain as if he was a pig being slaughtered. "Third brother, why have you come to Skysplit Tower?" Yu Bing calmed herself down and looked at her brother again. She realized that after not seeing him for a few months, he seemed different. Her brother seemed to have become heroic and unparalleled. He had a faint aura that gave people a sense of security like a mountain. "Fourth mother is worried about you, so she sent me to bring you back." Yu Yang stretched out his hand and caressed Yu Bing's soft hair, smiling slightly. "I also want to go back, but I haven't finished my training yet. Without the heart of oak to level up, my Treeman warrior is not their match." Yu Bing was talking about the New Year's tournament that the clan used to test the strength of the younger generation. Yu Bing was determined to help her parents and brother, so she came to Skysplit Tower to train. If she went back now, she reckoned that she would not be able to defeat Yu Tian and Yu Yan, who were heavily trained by the clan. Although the Treeman warrior had already leveled up to bronze rank level 3, its speed was still too slow. Furthermore, Yu Tian and Yu Yan both had fire-type beasts that could restrain the Treeman warrior. They were the clan's focus on training, so they had strong puppet beasts. Even if they sent their puppet beasts to fight against the Treeman warrior, they would not be at a disadvantage. "Don't worry, I'll accompany you to complete your training in these 2 days. After that, we'll go home." Yu Yang patted Yu Bing's head pitifully. The fourth branch had always relied on this little girl to support them. The pitiful guy originally had the heart but was powerless. These few years, she had suffered a lot. Yes, Yu Bing was very touched when she heard this. She finally had a brother that she could rely on. Although he had just contracted a summoning grimoire not long ago and was still a beginner apprentice, he only had a thorny flower and couldn't even summon his guardian beast. However, for a hidden genius like him, as long as he persevered and trained hard, there would be a day where he would stand out. At this moment, Yu Bing made up her mind to help Yu Yang increase his strength. She decided to buy a good beast for her brother and bring him to train. She wanted him to show his face in the clan's New Year's tournament and show off his hidden talent. She wanted to give the clan a shocking response that he was definitely not a trash, but a genius. At the same time, she wanted to give her parents a big surprise. Wei Tai Lang listened for a long time and realized that he had been completely ignored. He immediately walked to Yu Yang's feet and rubbed against them. He wagged his tail in a flattering manner as if he was saying, "I'm also here to welcome the mistress of the house." Its appearance gave Yu Bing a shock. She stared dumbfoundedly at the two-headed Wei Tai Lang in front of her. Its nose was spewing smoke and its body was covered in black flames from time to time. "This is a bronze rank level 5 two-headed demon wolf. How could it be so intimate with her brother? Strange, this was obviously a wild wolf that had not been contracted before. Brother, it. Yu Bing saw that Yu Yang had kicked away the two-headed demon wolf that was trying to flatter him. She was even more flabbergasted. "Don't mention it, I get angry when you mention it." Whenever Yu Yang remembered that Wei Tai Lang had swallowed the smoke monster and the demonic fire beast, his heart would burn with anger. Those were bronze rank level 3 magic crystals, yet it ate them without his consent. This fellow Wei Tai Lang was already like this in front of him. If it were to carry him behind his back, wouldn't it turn the heavens upside down? Previously, he didn't have the time to care about it. Now that he thought about it, if he didn't give it a good beating, it would really be letting it off lightly. This two-headed demon wolf is brother's beast. Yu Bing's cute eyes widened. She couldn't believe it at all. "You can say that. It's called Wei Tai Lang. It's a gluttonous, lowly dog. It's born to be beaten." Yu Yang nodded. "Woof." Wei Tai Lang ran over eagerly, wagging its tail. Its level had increased very quickly, but it was a pity that its foreign language level could not keep up. It was still a little short of a standard dog's bark. "Brother, how did you get it?" Yu Bing didn't think that there would be any beast shop that would sell a bronze rank level 5 two-headed demon wolf. Even if there was, it wouldn't be tamed like this. How could there be a bronze rank beast that people could kick? If a bronze rank level 5 two-headed demon wolf was beaten like this by others, its loyalty would probably drop to rock bottom and it would defect before the battle even started. "It's like this." Yu Yang started to bluff the little girl again. He vividly described how he found a batch of beast eggs worth 5 coppers in a corner of a beast shop. They were covered in dust and nobody cared about them at all. This Wei Tai Lang had been casually bought from that batch of beast eggs that were worth 5 copper coins. When it hatched, it was the weakest level 2 iron-clawed wolf. It was unknown if it ate a fire-breathing pepper or something, but it suddenly evolved into a bronze-ranked level 3 iron-backed demon wolf. Then, it entered Tong Tian Tower and ate the smoke monster and the demonic fire beast, finally turning into this ugly monster. In the end, Yue Yang expressed his dissatisfaction that Wei Tai Lang was a troublemaker and a glutton. It was not a good beast at all. These words, let alone Yu Bing, even the medical staff at the side were petrified. Who was he bluffing? Every beast egg in the beast shop had to go through at least 10 tests. The information about the beast would only be sold when it could not be more accurate. Moreover, they had never heard of a beast egg being bought for 5 coppers. This wasn't an egg. Where's that beast shop? Let's go and buy that batch of 5 coppers worth of beast eggs. Maybe there's a second Wei Tai Lang. The only person present who believed in what Yue Yang said was Fatty Hai. Yi Kong covered his face. He was worried that this damned fatty's retardation would be contagious if they stayed together for too long. He was now sure that this Fatty Hai would die from stupidity in the future. There wouldn't be a second way to die. If he believed that he could buy a bronze-ranked level 5 Wei Tai Lang for 5 coppers in a beast shop, then he might as well daydream. He imagined that there would be a super strong mythical beast that would run to him and insist on signing a contract with him no matter what. Was this possible? Absolutely not. If it was possible, there would be meat pies falling from the sky. He had seen silly and naive people before, but he had never seen a pig head as silly and naive as Fatty Hai. Spending 5 coppers to buy a Wei Tai Lang, how could he even think of it? No matter what, it's a good thing that brother has a strong beast. Yu Bing was happy for her brother. With a bronze-ranked level 5 Wei Tai Lang, everyone in the Yu clan castle would probably be shocked by her brother's performance in the New Year's tournament. There was no need to mention how happy her parents would be. Are you guys going to the Black Stone Labyrinth to do the Oak Tree's Heart quest? I'm going too. The bright-eyed Inan had arrived at some point in time. Brother Inan, could it be that you have some clues on how to clear the stage? Yue Yang asked while grinning. When Yu Bing heard Yue Yang mention Inan, she immediately felt dizzy for her brother's taste. She thought to herself, it seems like it's not good to not go out. Her brother was so nerdy that he couldn't even differentiate between a man and a woman. I have a chain quest, and one of them is the Oak Tree's Heart. My aunt said that if you can complete this chain quest excellently, you can get at least 1 gold-ranked beast weapon or accessory. If the completion rate is extremely good, then you can even slightly increase the intelligence of 1 or 2 beasts. Do you guys want to team up with me and try? Although the bright-eyed Inan was still a little angry with Yue Yang, she did not forget to invite him for a chain quest. Chain quest? Yi Kong was about to go crazy. One had to at least be a level 5 Grandmaster to be able to complete chain quests. Could it be that this brother Inan had already reached level 5? Increase the intelligence of beasts. Fatty Hai opened his mouth wide, and a stream of saliva flowed down like a waterfall. Chapter 72 inches. You guys should get a good beast first. Inan's words brought everyone to the beast shop. Yi Kong didn't have a beast, and the Li brothers' sickle beasts were trash. If they didn't get a good beast, they wouldn't even be able to pass the Black Stone Labyrinths, Heart of Oak Tree, let alone the chain quest. Originally, Yue Yang only hired them to look for Yu Bing. Now that the mission was completed, if it was someone else, they would probably pay the reward and go their separate ways. However, Yue Yang felt that Yi Kong and the others might not be of much help in battle, but in terms of survival experience in the first floor of Tong Tian Tower, they far surpassed Yu Bing and Inan. With their participation, completing the chain quest would be much smoother. Hence, Yue Yang decided to keep Yi Kong and the others. Even if they took a step back, Yi Kong was still a genius who had passed his prime. If he didn't lose his beast, how would he have fallen to such an unlucky state? The Li brothers' beasts were low-leveled, and the strength they provided after strengthening and fusing was limited. However, the Li brothers' combat skills were not bad, and their vitality was strong enough. They could compete with Wei Tai Lang, the cockroach. Of course, they couldn't be independent, but they were quite qualified to be laborers. As for Fatty Hai, who had a summoning grimoire, his evaluation in Yue Yang's heart was the worst. This guy didn't have any experience, and was purely a burden. Fatty Hai's only advantage was that he was a scapegoat. If Yue Yang needed someone to block attacks from the open and hidden, Fatty Hai would undoubtedly be the best fat shield. After receiving the 100 gold coins reward from the Warriors Guild, Yue Yang, Yu Bing, Inan, Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others went to the 100 Roaring Beasts beast shop. Upon entering, the bronze-ranked level 5 Wei Tai Lang scared all the adult beasts in the shop to the ground. It was only now that Yue Yang realized that a bronze-ranked level 5 beast was already the limit of a normal warrior's pursuit. We'll give you 500 as a deposit first. If you accept, you and your friends will forever be our shop's VIP customers. You'll always enjoy a 20% discount when you shop. Furthermore, we'll give you a bronze-ranked 4-star beast egg for free to make up for your loss. Your friends can choose a beast for free. As long as our people successfully sign a contract with this 2-headed demon wolf, we will immediately pay you another 500 gold. That fair and plump steward tried his best to persuade Yue Yang to sell Wei Tai Lang to him. His eyes were sharp and shrewd. He could tell that Wei Tai Lang was at least a 5-star and above top-ranked beast. He kept pestering Yue Yang, insisting on buying it no matter what. Head manager, you are too naive. You think you can take down a psychic 2-headed demon wolf with just 1,000 gold? Inan sneered. The price is negotiable. We can sit down and discuss it slowly. The chief manager smiled. I'm not selling it no matter how much it costs. Yu Bing rejected flatly. You have to understand that we came here to buy beasts, not to sell them. If you don't want to do business, then let's change to another beast shop. Although Yue Yang didn't want to sign a contract with Wei Tai Lang, he felt that his life would be more interesting with this greedy and obedient dog by his side. Without a punching bag like this to vent his anger, what would he do in the future? Furthermore, this was a beast that he had raised himself. How could he sell it to others? Yue Yang didn't say it, but he would never sell Wei Tai Lang in his heart. The chief manager had no choice but to remind him repeatedly that if Yue Yang wanted to sell Wei Tai Lang, he could look for him at any time. At that time, he would be hugging a beauty in the middle of the night, preparing to study bedroom techniques, so he wasn't afraid of disturbing him. In the 100 Roaring Beast shop, all beasts were level 3 and below. Even level 4 beasts were rare, not to mention bronze-ranked beasts. Inan and Yu Bing looked for a long time, but they didn't like any of them. Yi Kong and the others also felt that there weren't any good beasts here, but in reality, they didn't dare to ask for too much. It's not bad to have a level 3 big baboon. Furthermore, it's a strengthening type beast, just like my golden ape king. Yi Kong's heart turned sour. If his golden ape king was still here, why would it look at this level 3 big baboon? This big baboon had already matured completely, and probably wouldn't be able to level up for the rest of its life. Although level 3 wasn't considered low, being unable to level up for the rest of its life made people feel despair. Could it be that he was destined to be a mediocre and useless guide for the rest of his life? His dreams when he was young, his parents' expectations, we'll take those 2 wind wolves. We have the whimsical ferret to strengthen us, and with the help of 2 wind wolves, our strength will increase by quite a bit. Li Qi and Li Jie, on the other hand, were much more realistic. They felt that having these 2 wind wolves was already a great blessing. If they didn't get to know Yue Yang, they wouldn't have anything at all. Right now, they were at least honorary warriors who had gone on an expedition to the demon abyss. Although they hadn't killed a single demon, at least they had gone to the demon abyss. How many mercenaries in this world would have the chance to counterattack the demon abyss? The Li brothers felt that they wouldn't be able to accomplish anything great in this lifetime. It would be better for them to be honest and hardworking mercenaries. That was the most down-to-earth life. For a man like Yue Yang, who could even kill a demon general by himself, would he need mercenaries other than hard labor? Hearing Yi Kong and the Li brothers' words, Yue Yang frowned slightly. He turned towards the manager and asked, "Do you have any good quality beast eggs here?" The manager had been staring at Wei Tai Lang without blinking. When he heard Yue Yang's words, he had an idea. "You can take a look at our beast eggs, look at them as you please. Everyone can pick one, all free of charge. As long as you're willing to sell Wei Tai Lang to us, you can do whatever you want. Please remove the last part of your sentence. We only need beast eggs, do you understand? Thank you." Inan was almost speechless at the manager's behavior. All right, the manager was very regretful. His appearance was as sad as if his wife had run away with someone else after emptying their family property. Although beast eggs were better than adult beasts, the price was still 10 times more expensive. Yi Kong was quite satisfied. He had his eyes on a beast egg that had a lot of potential. After it hatched, its growth wouldn't be much worse than the golden ape king. It would probably be a level 4 iron arm demon ape. As for the 2 bronze-ranked beast eggs that could hatch a howling wind tiger and a shadow wolf, their price had already exceeded 100 gold coins. This was not something he could even imagine. The reward for the expedition to the demon abyss was only 100 gold coins. Furthermore, he and the Li brothers hadn't done anything, they had only followed along to take a look. Being able to obtain an iron arm demon ape was already their biggest wish. Yue Yang still shook his head. They're all trash. Do you have any other beast eggs? The manager almost choked. He thought to himself, it's easy for you to say that. You have a bronze-ranked level 5 two-headed demon wolf, of course you would think that it's trash. But if it were other warriors, they wouldn't be able to get a bronze-ranked shadow wolf and howling wind tiger even if they drooled. However, since it was a distinguished guest, the manager still used his best service attitude. With a smiling face, he took out the shop's treasure for Yue Yang to see. The shop's treasure, priced at 500 gold coins. It was a lightning demon leopard, a bronze-ranked beast egg. After 20 tests, the result was the same, 4 stars. The authoritative beast appraisal master believed that this lightning demon leopard's final evolution level would probably be bronze-ranked level 4. If it was fed with a lot of electric-type magic crystals for a long period of time, it could even rise to bronze-ranked level 5. The only flaw was that it would take a long time to mature. It would probably take at least 3 years. Furthermore, it was too stable. The probability of it evolving into a silver-ranked beast was extremely low, although this beast egg was nothing much to the entire 100 Roaring Beast shop. In this shop on the first floor, it was the shop's treasure. No, it's trash. Yue Yang used his divine vision to see through this beast egg. Not to mention Wei Tai Lang, even compared to the beast egg he obtained from the Ares Temple's energy cauldron, the difference was like heaven and earth. His beast's egg was evaluated to be 5 stars. This lightning demon leopard, which was known as a 4-star beast, was actually only 3.5 stars. It had not reached the standard of a 4-star beast. It was only because it did not have 3.5 stars that it was evaluated to be 4 stars. It could be said that in the evaluation of all the 4-star beasts, this 4-star lightning demon leopard would be the weakest of all the 4-star beasts. The manager was about to vomit blood. Young master, how can you say that it's trash? It's a 4-star beast. You said 5 stars. Who would bring a 5-star beast egg to a beast shop to sell? If there really was, the country would have priority to buy it. All the big clans would also spend a lot of money to buy it. If you want a 5-star beast egg, you have to at least reach the 3rd floor of Tong Tian Tower. How many stars does this beast egg in your hand have? Let me use a crystal tester to test it. Heavens, 5 stars. I'm going to faint. Yue Yang's original intention was to find a good beast for Yu Bing, but after looking at it, he realized that they were all trash beasts. He steeled his heart and directly took out the 5-star beast egg from his bosom and gave it to Yu Bing. The manager of the Roaring 100 Beasts enthusiastically tested it, but in the end, he fainted from fright. Why did this brat only bring a bronze-ranked level 5 two-headed demon wolf with him? How could he casually take out a 5-star beast egg? Even a prince wouldn't be this arrogant, right? Who exactly was he? 3rd brother, you keep it. I'm not good at beasts other than plant-type beasts. I don't want it, you keep it. Yu Bing hurriedly stuffed the beast egg back into Yue Yang's bosom. I'm going to faint too. Fatty Hai drooled again. Why don't we bet on our luck? Yi Kong, you guys choose a beast egg and a chaos egg. Let's see what the reaction will be after the fusion. If it's not good, then accept your fate. What Inan said was a terrifying gamble. Mercenaries normally wouldn't dare to use it. Usually, some of the elite soldiers in the army would use this kind of extreme method to gamble on their own lives when they were eager to stand out from the crowd. A chaos egg was a kind of primitive egg without an embryo. No one knew what its attributes were, and no one knew what the reaction would be after the fusion with the beast. There was a 50% chance that the two would repel each other, and the fusion between the chaos egg and the beast would fail, and the beast would die on the spot. There was a 30% chance that the beast's abilities would be affected by the chaos egg, and its strength would be weakened. There was a 15% chance that the beast would not change, and the chaos egg would not affect the beast at all. There was a small 5% chance that the chaos egg and the beast would successfully fuse, and the beast's strength would increase or mutate to a different degree. It was said that there was a 1 in 10,000 chance that the chaos egg and the beast would fuse perfectly. After the fusion, the beast would immediately mutate and level up, and could even mutate from a normal rank to a bronze rank. For thousands of years, countless people had tried to fuse countless times. Other than a few lucky ones, almost everyone's fusion had ended in tragedy. A 1 in 10,000 chance was enough to make people despair. For example, in the 100 Roaring Beast shop, no one had successfully mutated for more than 50 years. It was recorded on the wall that a lucky one had done it 50 years ago. All bet. Yi Kong's hands trembled, but he gratefully nodded towards Inan. This was his last chance to turn things around. Without enough money, he would bet on his luck. Since he was already a cripple, as long as there was a sliver of hope, he would bet until the end. If the iron-armed demon ape that he chose could level up to bronze rank, then everything would come back. The dreams of his youth, the expectations of his parents, all of these could be realized, as long as the heavens didn't abandon him, and gave him enough luck. Yue Yang was curious, so there was actually such a way to gamble. If that was really the case, then would his divine vision, inherent skill be of use? Seeing the manager's respectful but secretly mocking expression, Yue Yang's heart was filled with anger. Are you arrogant? I'll just have to find a suitable one to anger you to death. Yi Kong was so nervous that his whole body was trembling. He held the iron-armed demon ape's beast egg and looked at the row of chaos eggs, not knowing which one to choose. There was only one chance. This was a gamble. Even if the beast died, it had to take up 2 summoning slots. If he chose wrongly, then his life would be completely over. Is it that hard to choose? I think this one is not bad. Yue Yang casually picked up a chaos egg and passed it to Yi Kong. His attitude was indifferent, as if he was picking up a bean from the ground. Everyone was shocked by his action. This was not a joke. He had to be extremely cautious. This was because once the chaos egg fused with the beast, there would be no possibility of reneging. The beast's life or death, crippled or good, all depended on this gamble. No one knew that Yue Yang had a level 2 divine vision inherent skill. Actually, when everyone was choosing, he had already found the chaos egg that was the most compatible with the iron-armed demon ape. On the surface, his actions were indifferent, but in reality, he was purposely trying to deceive the cunning manager. If this fellow knew that this chaos egg was the most compatible, it would be strange if he didn't take the opportunity to threaten Wei Tai Lang or raise the price by 100 times. Third young master, I believe you. Yi Kong saw the brilliant smile on Yue Yang's face and was enlightened. Gritting his teeth, he decided to believe in Yue Yang. He bit his finger hard and used his trembling fingers to draw the same contract pattern on the 2 beast eggs. In the end, he suppressed the fear in his heart and closed his eyes, contracting with the 2 beast eggs at the same time. The result would be decided in a second. The 2 beast eggs would fuse into one. Whether it would die or become crippled, whether it would be strengthened or mutated, would immediately appear in front of his eyes. A burst of golden light appeared between Yi Kong's fingers. The manager's mouth opened wide, so wide that a battle Kodo beast could be stuffed inside. He had not seen a miracle for more than 50 years. Today, it was actually miraculously born in front of his eyes. All of this came from the young man in front of him casually grabbing it. The mutation was successful. It's a bronze-ranked gold steel demon ape. Third young master, Yi Kong's life was saved by you. Yi Kong immediately knelt down in front of Yi Kong's feet and hugged his legs. He was so emotional that he couldn't hold back his tears. The gamble was successful. From this moment onwards, the crippled Yi Kong would obtain a new life. The dreams of the past, the expectations of his parents, everything, could all be returned. Now, he finally had the face to go back and kowtow to his parents. Finally, he wouldn't have to look at their despairing eyes. Now, he had obtained a new life that was equivalent to a second one. The corner of Yue Yang's lips curled into a smile. This was only the beginning. He wanted to use his divine vision to see through more. Although a suitable chaos egg was very difficult to find, Yi Kong's chaos egg was just a coincidence. However, with his divine vision, as long as he spent time searching, would he still be afraid that he wouldn't be able to find a suitable one? His sister Yu Bing and Inan both needed strong beasts. Why didn't he use this kind of gamble method and choose a good beast egg to give to them? Yue Yang, who had already made up his mind, had just helped Yi Kong up and was about to comfort him when he suddenly discovered that the chaos egg in Fatty Hai's hands had an indescribable strange reaction. This chaos egg was strange. It was very different from other chaos eggs. What kind of beast egg was it? What use would it have? Chapter 73. In order not to attract the manager's attention, Yue Yang casually bought another 10 chaos eggs, practically grabbing them with his eyes closed. Just as Yue Yang had imagined, in order to show off, Fatty Hai insisted on putting the chaos egg in Yue Yang's hands. I have a premonition that this chaos egg is definitely a good egg. Let's buy it. What? Don't want it, manager? We've bought so many beasts and so many chaos eggs. If you don't give this one to me, I won't come again in the future. If you give me one, I'll even put in a good word for you. Maybe that brat will be moved and sell Wei Tai Lang to you. That's right, that's the right way to do business. This one is free, give me a 10% discount card. Don't worry, I'll definitely persuade that brat to sell Wei Tai Lang to you. You don't know that I'm his boss, he listens to everything I say. Wait a minute, put my chaos egg in the bag too. If Fatty Hai wasn't so greedy, Yue Yang would have also used his miracle hands empty-handed to steal away this mysterious chaos egg. Of course, no matter how good this egg was, he must never let the manager know. Otherwise, it would be weird if he was willing to sell it. If the manager knew that this egg had a mysterious power, then it would be too easy for him. Why did you buy so many chaos eggs? Inen couldn't understand, but if Yue Yang wanted to do this, she wouldn't oppose it. She faintly felt that this brat had some ulterior motive. Just now in the 100 Roaring Beast store, Inen resisted asking, but after coming out, she couldn't help but be curious. Third brother definitely has his reasons for doing this. Yu Bing thought that Yue Yang really had a concealment inherent skill, and could know the hidden attributes of beasts. Could it be that the chaos egg that matched perfectly just now wasn't a stroke of luck? Inen was shocked. This brat had this kind of ability. Yi Kong and the Li brothers didn't speak, only looking deeply at Yue Yang. They didn't say it out loud, but their gratitude was in their hearts. In the eyes of others, perhaps Yue Yang was a selfish man who never cared about others. Not only did he like to lie, but he was also extremely shameless. However, those who had truly interacted with Yue Yang had a completely different feeling in their hearts. Although this Yu clan third young master did not say it out loud, it did not mean that he did not care about others. For example, how many people could travel thousands of miles to find his sister Yue Bing? When Yue Bing woke up, he didn't say anything about his sister. He didn't. However, he was a brother who insisted on carrying his sister on his back even if he had to go to the demonic abyss. He would never abandon his sister. Facing the 10 Wan Mo ghosts, he did not use his companions as meat shields in exchange for his merit points. He had never abandoned his family or his companions, even if they were just some trash or poor people who were about to starve to death. When he saw that his comrade had been sucked into the dimension of duel by the powerful demon general, he did not say a single word and rushed forward to rescue them without a care for his own safety. How many men like him were there in this world? I have a premonition. Really, I feel that that chaos egg is of the highest quality. It might even be a giant dragon's chaos egg. You guys don't know that I was born into this world to identify chaos eggs. I messed it up. Which chaos egg was the one I picked? When Fatty Hai said this, everyone secretly laughed. This fellow did not even know how to look and only spoke nonsense. If they believed him, they would be in big trouble. Only Yue Yang knew that Fatty Hai's greedy action this time had really hit the jackpot. The chaos egg that Fatty Hai had picked was indeed of the highest quality. Of course, he would not say it out loud. He only casually passed the other completely useless chaos egg to Fatty Hai. Cook this one and eat it. Maybe you will mutate into a bronze-ranked wild boar. When Inen and Yue Bing heard this, they covered their small mouths and snickered. However, Fatty Hai's skin was especially thick and he did not care. He took it and boasted proudly, "If I want to mutate, I will also mutate into a giant dragon." Yi Kong and the Li brothers were really confused. They thought to themselves, Fatty Hai said that you are fat, and you are still panting. After finding a warrior's dojo to stay in, Yue Yang took out the 5-star beast egg in his bosom and placed it together with the chaos egg with the mysterious power. This action almost made everyone's heart break. It was a 5-star beast egg. If it was not fused, it would be destroyed. Even if it was not fused, it would still be a 5-star beast. Why take such a risk and gamble? Not to mention Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others, even Yue Bing and Inen who supported Yue Yang the most, were against Yue Yang doing this. They felt that even if there was a 1% chance of failure, they should not gamble with a 5-star beast egg. The probability of a beast egg and chaos egg being compatible was really very low. If Yi Kong was originally a cripple, it would be worth it to take the risk and gamble. However, with the current Yue Yang, was there really a need for him to take the risk? Seventh sister, you do the contract. Yue Yang's attitude made Yu Bing and Inan feel incredulous. Everyone understood that if Yue Yang did not have the confidence, he would definitely not let his sister Yue Bing do the contract. Now that he had asked Yue Bing to do the contract, didn't that mean that the fusion this time would definitely succeed? Yue Bing looked at Yue Yang anxiously. After a long time, she asked with a trembling voice, "Brother, what beast is this? Is it plant type?" Yue Yang was shocked in his heart. Could it be that Yue Bing could only use plant-type beasts? I've tested it in the academy. Plant-type beasts can display more than 120% of their power, but for other types, the highest they can display is less than 50%. I'm the most unorthodox student, I'm only good at plant-type beasts. If it's not a plant-type beast, and brother really has the confidence, then let brother Inan contract it. Yue Bing felt that it would be a waste if she couldn't use the contract. Rather than that, she might as well give it to Inan, her future sister-in-law. Anyway, her brother's engagement had been broken off. Wouldn't it be better to use this beast to get closer to her? No, I can't accept such a precious beast egg. Inan hurriedly shook her head and waved her hands. If the fusion was really successful and it evolved, wouldn't it be a 6-star beast egg? Inan felt that she didn't have any relationship with this brat at all. They had only met by chance, how could she accept such a precious gift from him? Towards Inan, Yue Yang actually felt a little apologetic in his heart. That day in Merry Forest, when he fought with Wu Yi and Xie Huo, Inan didn't know that he was an expert. She didn't run away, but stayed behind to fight with Wu Yi and Xie Huo. In the end, the hallucinatory butterfly and shadow leopard died because he had hidden his strength. Inan suffered a mental backlash in the process of protecting him, and even fainted. If he gave this beast egg to her, it could be considered as making up for the loss of the hallucinatory butterfly and shadow leopard. Seeing that her brother didn't object, Yue Bing's heart moved. She pulled Inan's hand. "Inan, brother Inan, why don't you give something to my third brother as well? We can exchange it, that would be enough." Hearing her words, Inan thought of something. Maybe that legendary thing would be useful to him. Inan took a strange necklace with a light purple gem from her snow-white neck and gave it to Yue Yang. "Since it's like this, let's exchange." Yue Yang took the strange necklace with Inan's body fragrance. Suddenly, he felt a great shock in his heart. A soundless roar sounded from the bottom of his heart. It seemed to be angry, but also seemed to be happy. It was more like a summoning, a calling. What was this? Could it be that inside this gem, there was a strong spirit living inside? What kind of level was this spirit? When Yue Yang curiously used his innate chi to explore it, he was shocked to find that the light purple gem was frantically absorbing his innate chi. He felt a great pain in his fingers, and there was actually blood flowing out, seeping into the light purple gem. Yi Kong and the others watched dumbfoundedly as a brilliant golden light emerged from the gem in Yue Yang's hand. In an instant, the whole house was dyed gold. Even the strong bronze rank level 5 Wei Tai Lang was frightened by this brilliant golden light, its legs trembling, reflected in the golden light on the wall. A creature that no one had seen before appeared. It had golden eyes, sharp teeth, scales, horns, 4 claws and a pair of wings. In just a second, the level 3 winged wolf that had just been bought and had been following the Li brothers all this while fainted from fright. Is this a giant dragon? Fatty Hai's mouth opened so wide that it could easily fit a mammoth inside. Oh my god, Yi Kong also felt like fainting. The mercenaries outside did not know what was going on, but the beasts with sharp senses immediately reacted. Around the martial arts school, countless beasts were so scared that they peed their pants and lay on the ground. Some beasts that were further away were so scared that they ran away. Even their masters couldn't stop them. A few bird-type beasts that were flying in the sky were so scared that they fell to the ground. None of them could fly normally, especially the flying beasts that had just flown over the martial arts school. They were so scared that they lost control and fainted. Their eyes turned white as they fell to the ground with a thud. The light purple gem in Yue Yang's hand shattered and a golden light shot towards his chest. This gave Yue Yang a fright and he hurriedly used his hand to block it. Unexpectedly, the golden light bypassed his fingers as if it had a mind of its own, passing through the gaps between his fingers and entering his chest. Yue Yang cried out loudly and hurriedly took off his shirt. However, he discovered that the mysterious metal fragment that was originally in his bosom was melting in the golden light. In the end, Under everyone's gaze, it turned into a ball of liquid metal. It turned out that after the mysterious black metal fragment had turned into a ball of liquid, it was continuously being purified. The black residue dripped onto the ground and finally, it turned into a clean silver-white color. About 3 seconds later, the floating ball of liquid metal turned into a small golden beast that no one could recognize. It had a silver body with golden stripes, purple eyes and red claws, a round head and a long tail, and wings on its back. It looked extremely cute. This thing's appearance was completely different from what Yue Yang and the others had imagined. Everyone had thought that it would turn into a small golden dragon. Who would have thought that it would turn into this strange appearance that no one could recognize? This silver-white gold beast with mysterious golden lines all over its body jumped onto the table nimbly, and pounced straight towards the dark green snake crystal that Yue Yang had obtained from the three-headed chimera at the Ares temple after he cut off its head. Yue Yang's eyes and hands were quick, and before it opened its mouth to bite, he hurriedly kept the dark green snake crystal. The silver-white golden beast was like a greedy cat as it jumped around, wanting to snatch the dark green snake crystal from Yue Yang's hands. It wanted to eat it no matter what. Everyone felt dizzy. What was this thing? Was it a living creature? Or a metal puppet? It looked like it had intelligence, but it still looked like a child. It was obviously a small golden beast, but it wanted to eat, and it even wanted to eat magic crystals. What was going on? Yu Bing, Inan, Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the Li brothers all looked at Yue Yang in confusion, hoping that he could explain. This mysterious golden beast, what exactly was it? Chapter 74. Yue Yang picked up the mysterious golden beast and used his divine vision to examine it. In the end, he was shocked to find that this little thing could not be seen through with his level 2 divine vision. The strangest thing was that this mysterious golden beast had automatically contracted with him. Yue Yang had only encountered this kind of situation once before, and that was with the Lamia lowly little Wen Li. Could it be that this mysterious golden beast was also a diamond-ranked existence? What was that image from before? It looked like a Chinese dragon god, but it had wings. After it merged with the metal, it turned into this strange appearance. It was really hard to understand. Hey, it's melting. Fatty Hai shouted. As Yue Yang held the mysterious golden beast and examined it, he suddenly realized that the surface of the golden beast's body had started to melt. It turned back into a ball of liquid and wrapped around the dark green snake crystal that Yue Yang refused to let it eat. It then attached itself to Yue Yang's wrist and gradually transformed into a strange wrist guard. In the middle of the wrist guard, the dark green snake crystal slightly revealed a sharp edge. Yue Yang could feel that this golden beast was slowly absorbing the energy of the dark green snake crystal. At the same time, it was slowly expelling the turbid demonic energy that it did not need through the sharp edge. When he connected with it with his mind, he could see that this little thing was sleeping comfortably. It did not look like a golden beast at all. It looked more like a living creature, but its body was made of metal. This was really strange. Facing such a strange beast, Yue Yang really could not understand. In the end, he looked at Inan with a questioning gaze. I don't know either. Inan also waved her hands in puzzlement. She paused for a while and explained softly, I've only heard of a legend. A long time ago, my ancestor was an extremely strong warrior. When he was training in the 8th floor of Tong Tian Tower, he was attacked by a few demon abyss rankers. His life was in danger, but he was saved by a magical beast that was passing by. Those few demon abyss rankers were no match for it, so they found even more helpers and joined forces to summon the terrifying Bone Dragon, Ice Demon King, Spirit Behemoth and Hell Black Dragon King to attack that beast together. A great battle that could destroy heaven and earth erupted between the two sides. The sun and moon lost their radiance, sand and stones flew everywhere. The distant ancestor could no longer approach the battlefield, so he could only temporarily escape. 3 days later, when he returned to the battlefield, he discovered that the mountains and rivers had become abysses, the earth had collapsed, and the entire battlefield was a mess. The distant ancestor didn't know how the battle situation was, and he couldn't find any useful clues. In the end, he only found that gem fragment. In fact, that necklace had been accidentally lost a few hundred years ago, and it was only found more than 100 years ago. My aunt had once taken it to be tested, and discovered that the energy stored within it was very little, and there were no signs of living things at all. She even suspected that it was a fake, and that the real one had long been swapped by someone else. Now that I think about it, the distant ancestral legend is most likely true. This could be the crystal core left behind by that powerful beast, but even I don't know what kind of beast it is. No matter what it is, it's fine as long as it's real. Yue Bing was happy for her brother from the bottom of her heart. With this mysterious golden beast, her brother was undoubtedly like a tiger that had grown wings. We must strictly keep this a secret, we must not let anyone find out, otherwise a great disaster will befall us. When Ye Kong said this, everyone looked at Fatty Hai. Why are you all looking at me? Could it be that you all think that I'm a gossipy person? You all don't understand me at all. My greatest strength is that I can keep a secret, and then I'm low-key. Look at me, I have a summoning grimoire and a bronze rank level 2 iron rhinoceros. Have I ever boasted about it to anyone? I'm not that kind of person. It would have been better if Fatty Hai didn't explain himself. Once he did, everyone felt that this fatty wouldn't be able to keep a secret. The best way was to kill him to keep his mouth shut. Everyone's gaze scared Fatty Hai to death. He hurriedly swore that he would keep the secret, and only then did everyone let him go. Regarding the mysterious golden beast, no one could make heads or tails of it. However, after the 5-star beast egg that Yue Yang gave to Inan, and the chaos egg that had a mysterious power fused with it, everyone could clearly see that it was a small silver Pegasus. Inan was overjoyed and beamed with joy. She hugged Yue Bing and jumped up and down, extremely excited. When Ye Kong and the others heard Inan talk about the silver Pegasus, their jaws all dropped to the ground. This newly contracted silver Pegasus was still a cub, but it was already a silver rank level 2 existence. Inan estimated that this silver Pegasus could at least be rated as a 6-star beast, and it was extremely likely that it would mutate into a gold rank beast. In short, Inan was extremely happy. She reckoned that even if she was given a gold rank lion, she wouldn't exchange it, because girls naturally had a preference for beautiful things. The silver Pegasus's entire body was snow white, and its small and exquisite wings were incomparably tender. Right now, it could only stand, and couldn't fly. However, when it grew up, it would definitely become a girl's favorite and most compatible flying mount. I'm your boss, it's only a bronze rank level 2 iron rhinoceros, you can't just leave me in the lurch. Give me an entire beast as well. I don't ask for much, just any gold rank beast will do. Before Fatty Hai could finish speaking, Ye Kong had already kicked him to the ground, and even stomped on his round toad-like belly with all his might. Did this fatty's brain get flooded with water? Gold ranked, since when could gold ranked beasts be everywhere? However, Yue Yang really had the heart to help the Li brothers. And Fatty Hai get a bronze rank beast. After all, their strength was too weak, and they would be a burden. It would be disadvantageous for them to team up and train in the future. Yue Yang would rarely say things that he didn't do. He only nodded towards the Li brothers. Li Qi and Li Jie felt a surge of warmth in their hearts. They already knew that Yue Yang wouldn't ignore them, but now that they saw him nodding his head, silently confirming it, they couldn't help but feel an indescribable emotion in their hearts. Becoming a ranker was the dream of every warrior in the Soaring Dragon continent. The Li brothers had the self-awareness of being a laborer, but it didn't mean that they didn't desire to become stronger. Yue Bing, let's go buy some things. Later, we'll go to the infirmary for a checkup. If there are no problems, then we'll go to the Blackstone Labyrinth. Inan kept her little silver Pegasus and pulled Yue Bing away. When she reached the door, she turned around and said, "Liar third young master, you and Fatty should also get ready. Leave it to us, we'll pick you up at the entrance of the infirmary later." Ye Kong didn't need Yue Yang to buy daily necessities, and brought the Li brothers out. They were also preparing to go to the Warriors Guild to send a message to Wen Yu Mo, He Ziyun and Qin Yang, telling them that Yue Bing had been found. At the same time, they would also send them some money, so that they wouldn't starve to death while waiting. Ye Kong and the others hurried out, but Yue Yang had nothing to do. He picked up the egg knife and started to study it. Originally, he wanted to study the mysterious golden beast, but Fatty Hai shamelessly insisted on staying and refused to return to his room. Yue Yang could only temporarily suppress his curiosity of studying the golden beast. Fatty Hai had been encouraging Yue Yang to study at his school next year. He even said that he, as the boss, would definitely protect Yue Yang. Yue Yang wasn't too interested in going to school. He didn't know what he could learn at school, so he might as well come to Tong Tian Tower to train. Seeing Yue Yang's attitude, Fatty Hai hurriedly used his silver tongue to persuade him, "Do you know what our school has the most? That's beauties. Isn't the school with the most beauties Shangjing School?" Yue Yang was curious. Although he hadn't been there before, Yue Yang had heard about it before. Da Sha Kingdom's Shangjing School and Tian Luo Kingdom's Fragrance Academy were known as the two most beautiful schools in the world. They were famous for their large number of beauties. As for the other big country, Zijin Kingdom's Grey Wolf Academy, it was known as the Desert of Beauties, the home of barbarians. Fortunately, Fatty Hai didn't invite Yue Yang to Grey Wolf Academy. Otherwise, Yue Yang would have kicked him out of the door immediately. Fatty Hai didn't expect that Yue Yang, a blind otaku who didn't even leave his house and couldn't even recognize beauties, would actually know about this gossip. Fatty Hai's skin was thick enough that he didn't even blush. He immediately laughed and said, although there are many beauties in Shangjing School, our Ivy Academy isn't that bad either. You don't know, our Ivy Academy is just opposite Shangjing School. Although we aren't that famous, our facilities are not bad. We also have a long history. We were founded at the same time as Shangjing School and have a history of 3,000 years. The most important thing is that there aren't many male students, so there won't be any vicious competition. Think about it again, we are from the Ivy Academy. If we go to Shangjing School to pick up girls and conquer the beauties of the neighboring school, wouldn't that be more fulfilling? How many beauties have you conquered? When Yue Yang asked, Fatty Hai had the urge to bang his head against the wall. Of course, there are many. After those school beauties graduated, they still cried and couldn't bear to leave me, in the Ivy Academy, who doesn't know me, the passionate little prince who has never touched a single leaf, who has been surrounded by hundreds of flowers. Let me tell you, I was born into this world to pick up girls. Fatty Hai endured the pain in his heart and patted his trembling fat chest. You've already picked up all the beauties, why would I still want to go? Yue Yang rejected him flatly. Don't say it like that. There are still a few iceberg beauties, the best of the best. I, your boss, haven't conquered them yet. At that time, the two of us brothers will join hands and conquer them in one go. I, your boss, will suffer a loss, and you can pick the leftovers, then it'll be my turn. Fatty Hai felt that he wasn't persuasive enough, so he added another sentence. Our Ivy Academy not only have beautiful students, we also have beautiful teachers. There's a top-grade royal sister. Furthermore, she teaches rune summoning techniques. If we can conquer her, it'll be the same as conquering the entire God's ruins. When Yue Yang heard royal sister, runes and treasures, his heart suddenly moved. He asked, what is the God's ruins? Fatty Hai purposely lowered his voice and said mysteriously, the God's ruins. It's the most mysterious place in the entire Soaring Dragon continent other than Tong Tian Tower. It's a dream country for warriors. Everyone wants to enter and obtain its treasures. Legend has it that there are countless treasures, magic crystals, divine weapons, ancient summoned beasts, and even martial spirits inside. Martial spirits? Yue Yang had never heard of this before. Legend has it that thousands of years ago, many incredibly powerful ultimate warriors emerged in the Soaring Dragon continent. They fought with each other, and the ultimate warriors who died in battle had their bodies destroyed. However, the remnants of their will were not extinguished, and that was their martial spirit. As long as a warrior obtained it, he would be able to obtain the experience and strength of the ultimate warrior. After cultivating, it's very likely that he would become a new generation of ultimate warriors. The beautiful teacher in our academy is one of the 3 great sages who knows rune summoning techniques. In other words, she holds a key to open the ancient door outside the God's ruins. Think about it, if we can conquer her, wouldn't we be able to get both the person and the treasure? Fatty Hai smiled lewdly, his saliva forming a long line. The God's ruins, Yue Yang had obtained a treasure map from the Ares Temple's energy cauldron. It seemed to be able to confirm Fatty Hai's words. Fatty Hai was about to add oil to the fire to persuade him when suddenly Yi Kong and the Li brothers rushed upstairs. They pushed the door open and said anxiously, the warrior auction house is preparing to auction the wisdom fruit in the branch of the tree of life. Both of them are extremely helpful to Yu Bing's treeman warrior. When Yue Yang heard this, he immediately jumped up, find Yu Bing, let's go to the auction house immediately. Chapter 75. When Yue Yang rushed to the infirmary, Inan had just accompanied Yu Bing out of the re-examination. Speaking of the wisdom fruit and the lustrous branch of the tree of life, Yu Bing couldn't help but be moved. However, she also knew that these two things were worth thousands of gold, especially the wisdom fruit, that could increase a beast's intelligence. In the past, it could be sold for more than 2,000 or even 3,000 gold every time. This kind of expensive thing was not something that she could ask for. As for the lustrous branch of the Tree of Life, it was extremely beneficial for the tree ant warrior. However, it was the same as the wisdom fruit, it was also an important ingredient for elixirs. For example, the Spirit Beast Awakening Knowledge Pill, that was bought with thousands of gold required the wisdom fruit in the lustrous branch of the Tree of Life. Brother, forget it, the best items in the auction are all the targets of the 4 great sects and the 3 great royal families. We can't compete with them. Yu Bing said it tactfully. Actually, the 4 great clans were also the main competitors in the auction. However, Yu Yang and Yu Bing were the 4th branch, so the Yu clan didn't care about them at all. It was impossible for them to spend thousands of gold to buy a wisdom fruit in a lustrous branch of the Tree of Life for them. If it was Yu Tian, Yu Yan or the newly famous Yu Feng, the Yu clan's elders would probably agree to nurture them. Let's go and take a look. Yu Yang also knew that he didn't have money, but he didn't plan to use money to bid. He wanted to see who would win the auction and then rob them from behind. For his sister Yu Bing's future, Yu Yang didn't care about being a robber. In Yu Yang's eyes, strangers were NPCs that dropped treasures. Why couldn't he rob them? While they were talking, 3 people came out of the infirmary's infirmary. Yu Yang saw that they were familiar people, the 3 great killing stars. It seemed that they had also successfully defeated the demon general and returned victorious in the expedition to the abyss. However, Feng Qisha, Yan Po Jun and Shui Tan Lang didn't look as majestic as before. Feng Qisha's armor was broken and cracked. He seemed to have been severely injured. Although he had recovered from his injuries, he was still a little dispirited. Both of Yan Po Jun's arms were bandaged up, and in his hand was a healing stone that was emitting a white light. It seemed that his wounds had not fully recovered yet. Only Shui Tan Lang was in a better condition. There were no injuries on his body, and he seemed to be in good spirits. He still had the, "I am an ice cube man, and no one should come near me," look. The only difference was that the clothes on his body were tattered like a beggar's. Although they returned victorious, Yu Yang could see that they had paid a heavy price. They were not like him, who had killed a demon general without suffering any losses. When Feng Qisha and the others saw that Yu Yang and the others had all returned alive, they couldn't help but be startled. Looking at Yu Yang's bright smile, the 3 of them were even more puzzled. It was not strange that the Yu clan's 3rd young master, this shameless man, could escape, but how did his entire team of trash come back alive? Could it be that the demon generals that their team faced were all made of tofu? That was a demon general. It would be very strenuous for him to fight against them. How could a few trash like them escape unscathed? When the ice cube man Shui Tan Lang saw that Yu Yang had no injuries on his body, as if he was on a vacation, and even brought back 2 demon egg knives, he couldn't help but snort coldly. He rushed in front of Yu Yang and stared intently into Yu Yang's eyes, saying, "Let's have a life and death duel. The time and place are up to you." After saying that, he didn't wait for Yu Yang to open his mouth to object. He coolly turned around and left. With regards to this ice cube man, Yu Yang really didn't know what to do with him. This was obviously a misunderstanding. If that Miss Shui really wanted to marry him, she could have just sat on the big red sedan chair and married him. Then, they could have bowed to each other and entered the bridal chamber to enjoy a blissful sexual life. Wouldn't that be it? What duel would there be? If she didn't want to marry him, that would be even better. Once they broke off the engagement, regardless of who was right or wrong, this marriage would be ruined. Then she would regain her freedom. Feng Qisha was also preparing to leave when he suddenly realized that Wei Tai Lang had turned into a 2-headed demon wolf. His face was filled with shock. A bronze rank level 5 2-headed demon wolf. It was obviously a bronze rank level 4 iron-backed demon wolf when they were fighting in the demon abyss. How long had it been? Not even half a day had passed and it had already evolved into a bronze rank level 5 2-headed demon wolf. Wasn't this leveling speed too terrifying? Evolving and leveling up at the same time. What kind of tonic did this demon wolf eat? He walked over, as if he wanted to ask about Wei Tai Lang's evolution process. However, Yu Yang pretended not to see him. Yi Kong and the others also followed suit. If they weren't looking up at the stars, they would be looking down at the ants. Fatty Hai even whistled as if there was no one else around. Nonsense, a beast's evolution was a big secret. Who would be so idiotic as to tell him? Yu Bing and Inan naturally recognized Feng Qisha and the other 2 great killing stars. However, They weren't love-struck fools who would scream with all their might when they saw the three great killing stars. Seeing that they didn't see eye to eye with Yue Yang, the two of them didn't bother with them and only talked softly. Feng Qisha seemed to have realized that he had gone overboard. He was a little embarrassed, but he still maintained his poise. He nodded slightly towards Yue Yang and pretended to be at ease as he strode away. After walking for quite a distance, he even turned his head to look at Wei Tai Lang, as if he was extremely interested in Wei Tai Lang. "Hello, Yu Bing." Yan Po Jun first greeted Yu Bing, but his eyes were fixed on Yue Yang. A bright smile appeared on his face. "So the most outstanding youth in the Yu clan isn't the eldest young master Yu Tian or the fourth young master Yu Yan, but the third young master. I'm so happy to be able to fight in the demon abyss with such an outstanding comrade like you. Here, let me introduce myself. I'm called Yan Po Jun, the president of Shangjing Academy's Golden Star Elite Student Union. Third young master, I sincerely invite you to join our Shangjing Academy and our Golden Star Elite Student Union. I'm really sorry, but my family is poor. We only have 4 walls in our house, so we don't have any money to go to school. Looks like I can only thank President Yan Po Jun for his good intentions." Yue Yang almost said that he was a poor child who had to cut pigweed every day and didn't even have a meal of dumplings to eat during the new year. Inen rolled her eyes when she heard this. How could he come up with such a lousy excuse? Hee. Yu Bing was happy. She smiled, her small face smiling. Third young master must be joking. Going to school is not a problem at all. Our Golden Star Elite Student Union can make an exception to enroll elite students. Not only are they free of charge, they can also receive scholarships. If third young master lacks money, you can just tell us. Yan Po Jun's face twitched slightly. He really wanted to strangle this shameless fellow in front of him to death. Didn't he just want money? If the Yu clan of the 4 great clans had only 4 walls in their house, would there still be any rich people in this world? Of course, with Yan Po Jun's eyesight, he could naturally see that this Yu clan third young master in front of him, the trash that the world laughed at, was actually a shameless man who pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger. This brat definitely had strength, it was just that he was hiding it deeply. If he didn't have strength, why would City Mistress Fallen Flowers let him lead a team to conquer the abyss? If he didn't have strength, how could he return unscathed? Furthermore, he even seized the crescent blade from the demon general's hands. If he didn't have strength, why would that ice-like Shui Tan Lang invite him to a duel? In short, whoever believed that this shameless guy was trash, that guy would probably be out of luck. Yan Po Jun felt that with this kind of strength and scheming guy, no matter how much he endured, sooner or later he would shake the world. Hence, it was better to rope him in as soon as possible. Furthermore, helping this shameless Yu clan third young master to rise up would be a form of suppression to Yu Tian and Yu Yan, the 2 rivals who had been chasing after him. Even a deaf person would have heard of the conflicts within the Yu clan. If this Yu clan third young master rose up in the clan, he would definitely not let Yu Tian and Yu Yan, his 2 cousins, have an easy time. Cough cough. Actually, he has to listen to me, the boss, wherever he goes to study. Fatty Hai suddenly stood up and snorted arrogantly. He is my little brother. Wherever I, the boss, go, would he dare to not obediently follow me? Who are you? Yan Po Jun looked at him as if he was looking at a fat ant. What, you really don't know me? In the first floor of Tong Tian Tower, you can go to a deserted place and ask around. Who doesn't know me, young Master Hai? Although I usually keep a low profile, even if I have a summoning grimoire and a bronze-ranked level 2 iron rhinoceros, I wouldn't flaunt it everywhere, but with my strength, it's impossible for me to not be famous. Fatty Hai's expression was very surprised. He started to dance with joy exaggeratedly, spittle flying everywhere. I, young Master Hai, am the strongest ranker in the Ivy Academy. I had once led a group of experts to fight their way into the top 100 of the 100 Schools Elite Tournament. You actually don't know me. The expression on Fatty Hai's face was that of, it's your loss that you don't know me. Yan Po Jun, on the other hand, frowned and thought for a long time. Finally, he remembered, I remember now. Aren't you the fatty that was defeated by my little brother in one move during the outer ring elimination last year? You are indeed quite famous. You broke the record of the 100 Schools Elite Tournament, losing in less than 10 seconds. That's because I wasn't prepared. Moreover, I was kind-hearted, I was afraid that I would hurt your little brother. When Fatty Hai said this, Yan Po Jun almost vomited blood. Really, Then I really have to thank you for showing mercy. Yanpo Jun realized that this fatty was 100 times more thick-skinned than he had imagined. You're welcome. My biggest strength is that I am kind. Being low-key can only be considered as my second biggest strength. Before Fatty Hai finished speaking, the Lee brothers couldn't take it anymore. They immediately found a place to vomit. Third young master, are you going to the Ivy Academy next year? Yanpo Jun ignored the proud Fatty Hai and turned to ask Yue Yang with a smile. Trash like me can't do without a boss. Whatever boss says, I will do. If he sends me to the east, I won't dare to go to the west. Yue Yang smiled slightly. We are all Da Sha warriors. Actually, it doesn't matter which school we go to. I just hope that we can form a team and train together. Yanpo Jun also knew that his relationship with Yu Tian and Yu Yan was too close. Previously, he had also supported Shen Tu Hao to suppress Yu Bing. It was unrealistic to want to rope in this Yu clan's third young master. However, he was not anxious. As long as he made use of the Yu clan's conflict and let the three brothers fight each other, he would eventually succeed in suppressing the Yu clan. He smiled apologetically at Yu Bing, hoping that it would be able to relieve the little girl's resentment. He also took the initiative to shake hands with Yi Kong and the others, and then left in a carefree manner. When he left, Yi Kong's face immediately darkened. This fellow is not simple. Inen couldn't help but laugh. Aren't you talking nonsense? He is the leader of the three great killing stars. Not only is he strong, his maturity far surpasses the martial addict Feng Qi Sha and the cold and arrogant Shui Tan Lang. As one of the three great killing stars, he was given the cold shoulder and made things difficult for you, yet he still talked to you with a smile on his face. Is this something a normal person can do? In his eyes, you guys are probably insignificant people, but he still took the initiative to shake hands with you. If you were him, would you be able to do this? Yu Bing also nodded. I have heard my grandfather's evaluation. Among the three great killing stars, the one who will be the hardest to deal with in the future is this Yanpo Jun. Yu Yang, who had the divine vision that could see through most of Yanpo Jun's strength, was a little disdainful. Yanpo Jun's schemes were not bad, but the truly awesome one was still that cool ice cube guy, Shui Tan Lang. However, he maintained his silence and did not say what he had seen with his divine vision. When they rushed to the warrior auction house, they found out that it was filled with disappointed mercenaries. After asking around, they found out that the Windstorm mercenary group, who owned the Fruit of Wisdom and Lustrous Branch, had decided to postpone the auction for 3 days because they had not agreed on the starting price in the package auction. The conditions that they requested were extremely strange. They wanted to prioritize exchanging and not auctioning. The Windstorm mercenary group hoped that others would use a strong bronze-ranked beast that was evaluated at least 5 stars and above to exchange for the Fruit of Wisdom and the Lustrous Branch. Furthermore, they wanted it to be a young beast, not a beast egg. I have an idea. Let's go. We will immediately go to the Black Stone Labyrinth to do the Oak Tree's Heart quest. Yu Yang felt that if it was an exchange, then there was still hope. Does this matter? Inen was stunned when she heard this. Yes. Yu Yang did not dare to say it first, afraid that he would scare Yu Bing and Inen. This time, not only did they complete the Oak Tree's Heart quest, they also had to capture a young 9-headed monster. This crazy action might not be easy to achieve, but Yu Yang still felt that he could use his little brain. Chapter 76 Blackstone Labyrinth. Yu Yang did not advance with everyone as Fatty Hai had imagined. Instead, Yu Yang split the team into 2 groups. Yi Kong, bring them to the north. Remember, in the process of training, use your brain more. This is not only to obtain the heart of the oak tree, it is also a training process. In the process of training, see more and think more. Otherwise, just walking to the destination will be useless. Yu Yang looked at Fatty Hai again. Although this fellow had a summoning grimoire and a bronze-ranked level 2 iron rhinoceros, Yu Yang reckoned that Fatty Hai's experience was close to 0. Hence, he hinted to Yi Kong to watch him closely, lest he be bitten to death by poisonous snakes or demon insects. Don't worry, I'm here. I'll take care of them. No matter what, I'm still a boss. Fatty Hai patted his chest loudly, his fat jiggling. Yi Kong rolled his eyes. Who's taking care of who? Yi Kong reckoned that if he brought Fatty Hai along, the difficulty of training would increase by at least 3 times. If not for the fact that he had a new beast, he wouldn't be able to guarantee the safety of this stupid pig. Yu Yang brought Yu Bing and Inen to the South Fork that they had walked through previously. On the way, he kept telling Yue Bing about his experience in clearing the checkpoints. Inan felt a little strange. Let's talk about it when we reach the checkpoints. It's still early. I'll go first. You two walk slowly. Yue Bing, be especially careful of poisonous snakes and demon insects. Try not to walk in the dark. I'll wait for you under the 10,000-year ancient oak tree. If you don't see me in 3 days, use a teleportation scroll. I'll be waiting for you at the entrance of the Warriors Guild. Yue Yang couldn't bring them to kill a 9-headed monster. With Yue Bing and Inan's current strength, killing a 9-headed monster would be suicide. Moreover, there was more than one 9-headed monster in the demon's blood swamp. Brother, you have to be careful too. Yue Bing already knew that Yue Yang would go first. Ever since they came out of the auction house, she felt that Yue Yang was planning to take a risk. She couldn't guess what Yue Yang's plan was, but she felt that it must be very difficult and dangerous. Yue Bing had thought of dissuading Yue Yang, but she remembered that he was her brother. No matter what he did, she should support him 100%. Furthermore, he wasn't an impulsive person, so he probably wouldn't act rashly. Most importantly, when she saw that Yue Yang's aura was like a mountain, her confidence inexplicably increased, and she felt that he would definitely succeed. Therefore, Yue Bing decided not to be a burden to her brother. Yue Yang suddenly put his arm around Inan's shoulder and warned softly, "Brother Inan, I'm a little worried about leaving Yue Bing in your care. She's not grown up yet, and she's still a big loli. You can't have any bad thoughts about her, understand? You can also be considered as her brother, so you should take good care of her. At most, I'll introduce you to a beautiful girl next time." What nonsense are you talking about? Inan's body softened a little when he hugged her, but when she heard Yue Yang's words, she immediately fainted. "Brother Inan, I trust you the most. You can't let me down." Yue Yang even patted Inan's shoulder earnestly, almost driving Inan crazy. Yue Bing was also sweating profusely. This brother of hers was good at everything, except his eyesight. Why didn't he recognize that Sister Inan was a girl? When Yue Yang brought Wei Tai Lang away, Inan sighed, "Yue Bing, your brother is really a big idiot." Yue Bing nodded in agreement, "Sister Inan, there's no other way. My brother has been cooped up at home for too long." They didn't know that Yue Yang was doing this on purpose. No matter what, he was just pretending not to recognize Inan. Otherwise, why would she let him hug her shoulders like this? There was a difference between men and women. Once that mysterious veil was removed, it would be hard for Yue Yang to touch her and take advantage of her. The way things were now was pretty good. He could hug her whenever he wanted, and touch her whenever he wanted. The first time he passed through the Blackstone Labyrinth, Yue Yang, who had the seeking gold mice, only used 6 hours to complete the journey that others would need at least 3 days. This time, he didn't need the seeking gold mice to advance easily. He flew forward at full speed. In 3 hours, Yue Yang arrived at the foot of the 10,000-year ancient oak tree. He didn't immediately go to the demon's blood swamp to kill the 9-headed monster. Instead, he climbed up the tree and rested for a while. He borrowed the spiritual energy of the 10,000-year ancient oak tree to improve himself, allowing himself to reach his peak condition. Going to the demon's blood swamp wasn't to kill a 9-headed monster, but to capture a young 9-headed monster and use it alive to exchange for the fruit of wisdom and the lustrous branch of the tree of life. This level of difficulty was something that even Yue Yang, who had reached the innate realm, had a headache over. The 9-headed monster wasn't a normal monster. As long as it was an adult, it would at least be a bronze-ranked level 7 demon beast. In addition to its huge body, fierce poison, and its 9 heads attacking one after another, it was impossible to defend against. If this Blackstone Labyrinth didn't have any restrictions, Yue Yang, who had the innate invisible sword chi, wouldn't need to be so nervous. But in the star's domain, Yue Yang could only protect himself and couldn't attack. Using Little Wen Li, the barbarian cow shadow, and Wei Tai Lang to kill the entire 9-headed monster family and then capture the young 9-headed monster was not realistic, nor was it a smart move. Therefore, he had to think of a good way to capture a young 9-headed monster while still being able to escape unscathed. Before he came to the Blackstone Labyrinth, Yue Yang had thought of a good idea. But it was extremely dangerous. If he wasn't careful, he might lose his life. This method was to use a teleportation scroll to lure a young 9-headed monster out of the demon swamp and then use the teleportation scroll. If the teleportation was successful, the 9-headed monster would return to the warrior guild with him, or the teleportation location that he had secretly set up when he was conquering the demon's abyss. Before returning to the warrior guild, although he could use force personally, it would be extremely easy to expose his identity as an innate ranker. There might even be greedy warriors and mercenaries who would try to snatch it. If someone were to die or get injured in the chaos, the ancient law would very likely blame it on him. If the ancient law determined that he was the cause of all the deaths and injuries, he would very likely be punished by the ancient law like xianxia, exploding to death. He didn't understand the ancient code at all. If it was stubborn and wanted whoever caused the massacre to be responsible, then he would be in deep trouble. The second possibility was to teleport to the ancient battlefield in the demon's abyss. There might be 10 Wanmo ghosts waiting for an opportunity to attack the soaring dragon continent or Tong Tian Tower. If he teleported there, he would most likely be surrounded by 10 Wanmo ghosts. I will succeed, I will definitely succeed. Yue Yang encouraged himself from the bottom of his heart. Since he was a real man, he should be fearless and move forward bravely. Compared to the ancient code that he didn't understand and couldn't control, Yue Yang would rather choose the demon's abyss. Even if he had to face 10 Wanmo ghosts, it was still better than watching his body explode and die. At least, in the demon's abyss, he could still use his own hands to fight his way out. He had the innate invisible sword Qi, 2 summoning grimoires, the Lamia lowly little Wen Li and the barbarian cow shadow, the mysterious golden beast and the golden thorny flower, and even the golden seeking mouse and Wei Tai Lang. Would the journey to the demon's abyss really be a path of no return? No, Yue Yang had confidence in himself. As long as he didn't meet a demon king level enemy, even if there were demon generals fighting one after another, he wouldn't be afraid. Leaving the shadow of the 10,000-year ancient oak tree, he looked at the sky full of stars. Yue Yang felt that he was so close to the sky, as if he could pluck the stars with just a stretch of his hand. When he looked again, he felt that it was so far away. Little bits of weak starlight, he didn't know how many millions of light years it came from. The universe, encompassing heaven and earth, encompassing all things, it was too mysterious. When his heart naturally emitted this kind of sigh, Yue Yang suddenly discovered that his spirit had entered a very strange and wonderful state. It was as if his heart had become extremely open, expanding infinitely, extending to the furthest reaches of the world. His body gradually disappeared, leaving only his soul, flying freely in the sky, expanding continuously, like a giant overlooking the myriad of rivers and mountains in the world. He was also like the Creator overlooking all things on earth, looking at the flowers, grass and trees swaying in the wind, looking at the birds and beasts moving back and forth, looking at all kinds of incomparably huge life forms, forming an incomparably wonderful circle of life, circulating continuously. Yue Yang felt that after going through this kind of wonderful scenery of nature, he seemed to have understood some kind of indescribable mystery. But more than that, he was at a loss. He discovered that the more he understood, the more he realized that what he originally knew was just a drop in the ocean. And compared to the power of nature of all things in the world, he, who originally seemed to be very strong, seemed to be such an insignificant existence. Compared to the whole universe, he was just a small molecule in the millions of planets, like a drop of water in the ocean, nothing at all. A ray of light of wisdom rose up from his soul. In an instant, something formed in his body, like energy condensing into a ball, but it was different from the innate sword Qi. When the 10,000-year-old ancient oak tree emitted waves of faint green light, it resonated with the ball of energy condensed in Yue Yang's body. Only then did Yue Yang realize that he had actually comprehended the heart of nature that he had been unable to touch before. The innate rankers of the world were definitely people who were most compatible with nature. Because, only by controlling the world, could one control everything. Comprehending the heart of nature, this was equivalent to opening a door for Yue Yang on the innate great Tao. This was also a sign of a realm. When Yue Yang's heart of nature resonated with the light of the 10,000-year-old ancient oak tree, he was surprised to find that the formless existence of the ancient laws, on his body, had lessened a lot. Yue Yang quietly cultivated under the 10,000-year-old ancient oak tree for another day. Then he came to the blood-water demon swamp. After comprehending the heart of nature, Yue Yang had more confidence in his heart. This time, Yue Yang did not send out Wei Tai Lang, but let a phantom float into the devil's swamp, preparing to attack a young hydra. The female hydra that had lost an egg became very vigilant. Almost as soon as the phantom appeared, it immediately discovered it. The female hydra drilled out of the swamp and roared angrily. Immediately, the entire Hydra family was in an uproar. When they discovered Yue Yang on the shore, they immediately surrounded and attacked him fiercely. "Welcome, I wish everyone a happy trip to the Devil's Abyss." Yue Yang first opened up a small teleportation scroll, then used a buff scroll worth 10 gold to make the entire teleportation light door 10 times bigger in 30 seconds. All the hydras that charged into the teleportation light door would immediately be teleported to the Devil's Abyss, landing at the original location that Yue Yang had secretly marked. A second later, Yue Yang, a mature male hydra, 2 half-mature hydra, and 2 young hydra were teleported to the ancient martial field of the Devil's Abyss at the same time. Yue Yang raised his head, and suddenly discovered that there were a number of Wanmo ghosts, led by more than 10 demon generals, staring at him in shock. Chapter 77. Only an idiot would fight against more than 10 demon generals. Moreover, there were still tens of thousands of monsters behind them. Yue Yang immediately rushed towards the nearest hydra whelp. He was prepared to hug one to his death, then summon his bronze grimoire. Under the protection of the shield, he would use a teleportation scroll to escape back to the 10,000-year ancient oak tree. In a situation where he could not attack, fighting a mature hydra alone was very strenuous. However, taking down a hydra whelp was not a problem. However, would the demon generals let Yue Yang leave as he wished? Almost as soon as Yue Yang moved, all the demon generals moved. Yue Yang discovered that the teleportation items in the demon abyss were different from those in the soaring dragon continent. The warriors in the soaring dragon continent mainly used teleportation scrolls, which needed to be unfolded and summoned with spiritual energy. Last time, he was busy running away, so he did not see it clearly. This time, Yue Yang saw it clearly. The black items that more than 10 demon generals threw at him at the same time were actually small black balls the size of a fist. Before it could even touch a body, it would shatter soundlessly, turning into a black pillar of light. Within the range of the black pillar of light, all targets would be instantly teleported to the designated location. If Yue Yang was not greedy and insisted on hugging the hydra whelp, then with his skills, it would be very difficult for those small teleportation balls to hit him. However, now, Yue Yang, who was tightly hugging the hydra whelp that was still struggling and unwilling to surrender, found himself teleported to the battlefield of death again. Moreover, this time, he did not need to face just one enemy, but 5 demon generals. After the 5 demon generals entered the battlefield of death, their hearts calmed down. They expected that this human male would not be able to leave alive, so they started to discuss how to trample on Yue Yang. Yue Yang could not understand the language of the demon abyss. Moreover, even if he could understand it, he did not have the time to care. The hydra whelp in his arms struggled with all its might. Although it was a whelp and only had 3 heads, the body of the hydra whelp was still bigger than a bull. Its 3 long necks were comparable to a giant python. The little hydra's head was even bigger than the giant python's head. On top of it, there were even strange horns and cheek fins. Its mouth was full of razor-sharp teeth, biting randomly, causing Yue Yang to be flustered. Ha ha ha! When the 5 demon generals saw such a comical scene, they all held their bellies and laughed. They suddenly felt that this young human male wasn't attacking the demon abyss, but was instead being chased by the 9-headed monster all the way here. The only thing he didn't understand was how this kid had the teleportation scroll to the ancient battlefield. Could it be that he had come to the ancient battlefield before? The 5 demon generals even suspected that if they just stood by and watched, completely ignoring this young human, he probably would not be able to survive. Instead, he would be swallowed alive by the 9-headed monster. Among all the humans who had entered the demonic abyss, this brat was the weakest and most laughable one. He had never seen such a fool among the human martial artists. Yue Yang used his brute force and punched 108 times. With great difficulty, he finally knocked out all 3 of the little hydra's heads. On the other side, the demon general was laughing so hard that he couldn't stand up straight. Human, are you trying to make us die of laughter? Compared to your strength, perhaps this method of making us die of laughter would be more effective. The tallest demon general stood up. He spoke the soaring dragon continent's common language fluently. When he opened his mouth, the other 4 demon generals laughed uncontrollably again. Can I surrender? When Yue Yang asked, the demon general opposite him burst into laughter, tears flowing down his face. Did this brat think that this was a tavern? In the battlefield of death, only one side could leave after death. Otherwise, even the demon king wouldn't be able to leave. The ancient law was supreme. The shortest and strongest demon general nodded his head seriously and said, I allow you to surrender, but before you die, ha ha ha. Seeing that there was no other way, Yue Yang thought that the soaring dragon continent and the demon abyss were really mortal enemies. It was impossible for them to coexist peacefully. In a second, Yue Yang turned from a supporter of pacifism to a battle maniac. His philosophy had always been that if he could avoid fighting, he would avoid fighting. If he fought, he would take the opponent's life. Yue Yang summoned his bronze grimoire and summoned the thorny flower that was still digesting the demon King Ha Shin's arm, letting it take root on the ground. Apprentice, thorny flower. The 5 demon generals opposite him were dumbfounded. It was as if they had seen a lunatic. A novice apprentice actually dared to fight in the demon abyss. You can slowly prepare. When you are ready, then tell us. The tallest demon general said very generously. You can even choose the method of death. Dismemberment, hanging, drowning, burning. You can choose any one of them. Or you can think of a new and unique method of death. There won't be any problems. That's right. How should I write your epitaph? Right. Be careful, my idiocy is contagious. Is that okay? The shortest and strongest demon general also had a serious look on his face. Honestly speaking, you are the first opponent that I have defeated without any sense of glory, the winged demon general couldn't help but sigh. I'm going to sleep for a while. Call me after you guys kill him. The demon general that was as fat as a demon worm simply lay down. Since you guys don't want to make a move, then let me do it. Towards humans, I have never been lenient. The demon general that was the thinnest and the only one that didn't wear a demon armor, but a strange tight-fitting black robe, stepped out from the crowd. A black aura rose from his withered face, and a red light flashed in his eyes. His demonic claws waved continuously, summoning a silver grimoire that was faintly emitting black aura. Then, he summoned a ball of red light from the silver grimoire. He muttered to himself. After a long time, the ball of red light let out a monstrous hissing sound, causing people's hair to stand on end. Yue Yang's eyes turned cold. He could feel the energy of this ball of red light exploding 1,000 times. If Wei Tai-lang pounced into the center of this ball of red light, he would definitely be blasted into pieces. Luckily, Yue Yang knew that the journey to the demon abyss was dangerous, so he didn't bring Wei Tai-lang to the demonic blood abyss. Instead, he left it under the 10,000-year ancient oak tree, letting it wait for Yu Bing and Inan. At the same time, he hoped that it could become a hidden chess piece for him. If anything went wrong by setting the teleportation target on the ground, then he would never be able to return to the demon abyss. So, for double insurance, Yue Yang also recorded a teleportation target on Wei Tai-lang's body. The red light exploded with a rumble, and a scorching hot gale spread rapidly. The shockwave shook Yue Yang's halo shield, causing it to tremble. From this, it could be seen how powerful it was. The ground cracked, and red lava gushed out from the ground. The black-robed demon general's skinny claws pressed lightly on the silver grimoire, and he chanted a summoning spell. A ball of fire was thrown onto the ground where the lava was gushing out, and immediately, a raging fire started to burn. The place where the lava was gushing out was not big, it was only 10 meters or so. But with the support of the fire, it quickly expanded, and in the end, it became a small stream of flames, flowing everywhere. An elemental-type summon beast. It actually had such power. Yue Yang couldn't help but frown. A demon general with a summoning grimoire was indeed difficult to deal with. Luckily, it seemed that the only demon general with a summoning grimoire was this skinny guy, the other 4 didn't. This black-robed demon general in front of him was a real enemy. Even if he showed weakness again and again, he still didn't look down on him. It seemed that this fellow would be a formidable opponent, and would be the hardest to deal with among the 5 demon generals. Through the demon general's attacks, Yue Yang could discover a lot of things. These demon generals understood the weaknesses of human beasts very well. Human beasts were mainly beast-type or bird-type beasts. In this lava stream and raging fire on the ground, it was impossible for them to survive, let alone fight. If he brought Wei Tai-lang along, it would probably only be a decoration. On the contrary, many monsters in the demon abyss weren't afraid of fire at all, especially the monsters from the Hell Clan. Not only would the burning fire not kill them, it would instead make them feel like fish in water, and would only increase their battle power. Let's go up and play too. Sometimes, it's quite interesting to tease the little bugs. The tallest demon general summoned a ball of black flames onto his greatsword, and walked out unafraid. He took big strides into the raging fire, and was not injured at all, only leaving a trail of burning footsteps. I hope this brat won't die too quickly. The shortest and strongest demon general waved his sharp axe, summoning a skull to strengthen the axe. At an extremely fast speed, that axe transformed into a terrifying skull axe. Its demonic eyes flashed with a green light, and a swarm of black dots that looked like flies continuously revolved around the skull axe. It looked disgusting and strange. The winged and bug-like demon generals behind him didn't move, and only watched the battle with smiles on their faces. They didn't think that this young human in front of them could defeat the 3 demon generals together. Furthermore, he was supported by the elemental beasts lava, and prison flame. A novice apprentice could only summon 1 beast. That brat had already summoned a thorny flower, so it was impossible for him to summon a second beast. Although the thorny flower was a plant-type beast that could restrain the demon abyss creatures, and it was a gold-ranked thorny flower, the thorny flower's level was too low. It looked like it couldn't be higher than level 2, and it was still in the process of growing. What use was this? Summoning the thorny flower was basically a deathbed struggle. Looks like I have to be careful. The thorny flower's spit has always been quite powerful. The tallest demon general laughed mockingly. I say, old friend, look carefully. It's impossible for this thorny flower to spit, it's still digesting. I'm really curious, what did it eat? Why hasn't it finished digesting when the battle is about to start? The shortest and strongest demon general cooperated with the tallest demon general and attacked from all sides. Their original intention was to use their flame sword and skeleton axe to madly hack at Yue Yang's shield, intimidate his mind, and use this as a pretext to tease him. As for the thorny flower's attack power, they completely ignored it. Seeing these 2 fellows walking over carelessly with their swords and axes on their shoulders, with a condescending look, Yue Yang's lips suddenly curved into a mysterious smile. The black-robed demon general had been paying attention to Yue Yang's expression all along. He felt that this young human's performance was very clumsy, but he didn't reveal any fear or despair from beginning to end. This was too abnormal. Could it be that he was pretending to be weak on purpose? This thought flashed past the black-robed demon general's mind. Especially when he saw the mysterious smile on Yue Yang's face, it was as if he had been struck by lightning. Without waiting for him to shout to warn his companions, Yue Yang had already dodged and flew out from the halo shield. Streaking across like a meteor, no one could see Yue Yang's movements and figure clearly. When he appeared again, the 2 demon generals behind him had already fallen to the ground. What a good fertilizer! Yue Yang bent down and dragged the 2 demon generals, who had been stabbed in the heart and were bleeding profusely, into the halo shield. He quickly summoned 2 gold thorny flowers branches. The gold thorny flowers branches opened their huge mouths and forcefully swallowed the 2 demon generals, who were still struggling, along with the burning greatsword and the skeleton axe. The branches then extended their long roots and connected tightly with the main body, continuously transferring the energy obtained from the digestion to the main body. This unforeseen event was like a bolt from the blue, shocking the remaining 3 demon generals until they were dumbstruck. Those were 2 demon generals. How could they be swallowed by the thorny flower without any ability to resist? What exactly was going on? What did that young human do just now? Chapter 78. If he fought recklessly, it would not be easy for Yue Yang to take down a demon general. However, a demon general with a strong body had a fatal weakness. That was, if their heart was heavily injured, they would immediately fall to the ground. Of course, in comparison, humans had more weaknesses. Their head, heart, abdomen, lower body, spine, any place that received a strong blow would cause them to lose their battle strength. The demon generals only had one weakness, which was their heart, which was already very powerful. A small number of the insect clan's demon generals, even if their heads were chopped off, they could still continue to fight. Their regenerative abilities were extremely terrifying. The only weakness was the demon heart that supplied energy to their entire body, which could not be heavily injured. The 2 demon generals did not encounter Yue Yang, who possessed the innate invisible sword chi. They relied on their strong bodies and the extremely powerful defense of their demon armors. Even if they battled until their bodies were covered with cuts and bruises, and their limbs were broken, their battle power would not be reduced at all. And their lives would not be in danger. Meeting an abnormal person like Yue Yang was their bad luck. Who would have thought that an apprentice would actually be an innate ranker? Yue Yang's innate invisible sword chi could easily pierce through magic armors and injure their hearts that were protected by muscles. Its power was extremely tyrannical. No one below level 6 could withstand an innate ranker's innate chi attack. The only regret was that Yue Yang could only unleash 3 strikes of innate chi. If Yue Yang could be like the heavenly sword goddess and release thousands of sword chi, why would he still need to pretend to be a weakling? He would purposely act weak to lure the 2 demon generals forward, and take advantage of the moment when they were immensely pleased with themselves to launch a sneak attack. If he could unleash 10 strikes of innate chi, he would have already rushed forward and killed these 5 demon generals. 2 strikes of innate chi killed 2 careless demon generals. The result was outstanding. The most important thing was that Yue Yang had also added the best fertilizer for his thorny flower to level up. Where else could he find fertilizer like a demon general? If it completely digested these 2 demon generals, the thorny flower would probably evolve into a thorny flower demoness. After digesting Demon King Ha Shin's arm, it might evolve again. Cultivating a golden crown thorny flower queen was not easy. It required a large amount of fertilizer. Moreover, it needed more and more high-leveled rankers as fertilizer. The demon general was undoubtedly the best choice. Now, not only could he kill his opponent, he could also nurture his thorny flower, he could also level up his summoning grimoire, and he could even obtain battle achievements and contribution points to the country after victory. This was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. There's only one type of person who could pierce through the demonic armor and destroy the demonic heart so easily: inborn experts. The black-robed demon general was the fastest to react. With a sinister expression, he roared loudly, "So you are an innate ranker. No wonder you dared to charge into our demon abyss alone. This is a conspiracy. Although I had my suspicions long ago, a normal thief would not be able to possess a teleportation scroll to the demon abyss ancient dojo, and even more so would not have a demon general's crescent blade. However, your disguise was too brilliant. I had caused the 9-headed monsters, the bronze grimoire and the thorny flower that had chased me into the demon abyss to trigger an illusion. It's a pity that I discovered it too late. Otherwise, they wouldn't have died so tragically. A human martial artist who wanted to use us to train, an innate ranker who pretended to be a weak thief. Do you still want to leave the battlefield of death? No, 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 let us perish together in this battlefield of death. Your Majesty Lich King Grun, I want to sacrifice everything to you. Please bestow me with power." The black-robed demon general's words made Yue Yang's heart sink. A bad premonition flashed through his mind. This guy was going to risk his life. Moreover, it was that kind of crazy sacrifice of his life. Yue Yang picked up the twin crescent blades and flew out from the light barrier, shooting towards the black-robed demon general. This guy was a formidable opponent. He had to be killed as soon as possible. Although this black-robed demon general had a light barrier protecting his body, his close combat abilities should not be strong. As long as he killed his summoned beasts, the light barrier would disappear. At that time, he would definitely not be able to receive a fatal blow from Yue Yang. Right now, he had to find out where his summoned beasts were as soon as possible. He had to kill the 2 hidden summoned beasts and break that hateful barrier. Even if it was an element-type summoned beast, it would definitely have a body. At the very least, it would have an energy core. As long as that energy core was destroyed, the element-type summoned beast would immediately die. However, where did those 2 element-type summoned beasts hide? Roar! The demon general that was as fat as a demon insect shouted and rushed forward. When he rushed in front of Yue Yang, he had already completed his summoning technique. The fat on his body combined with the summoned beasts, turning into black demon insects that surged towards Yue Yang like a tide. In Yulong Valley, Yue Yang had seen this kind of flesh-eating demon insects before. They were completely unafraid of fire and loved to eat human flesh. Their hard teeth could even easily bite through the bones of wild cows. The flesh-eating demon insects in Yulong Valley were only level 1. However, the demon insects that this demon general summoned and combined with his body were all bronze-ranked level 3 demon insects. Looking at the flesh-devouring demon insects with sharp teeth, horns, and spikes all over their heads, looking at the black torrent that was crawling through the flames like a tide without any harm, even the most daring person would feel a chill run down his spine. In the sky, the demon general with wings on his back summoned numerous crow-like summoned beasts. He let them attach themselves to the arrows, turning them into black arrows that emitted smoke. Once they were shot, they would all automatically fly around. Drawing an arc, they strangely attacked the back of Yue Yang's head. So it's here. Found it. Yue Yang's figure flashed. At the same time he dodged the black arrow rain, he flew past the group of flesh-eating demon insects and rushed towards the most inconspicuous corner of the battlefield of certain death like lightning. When Yue Yang's figure was still leaping in midair, the crazy black-robed demon general had already cruelly cut open his own chest and abdomen. Using the blade of his blade, he randomly cut it. Instantly, his internal organs were smashed, his intestines were severed, and all kinds of internal organs splattered out along with his blood. A large amount of black blood that was so disgusting that it made people want to vomit was thrown out. Before the blood splattered onto the ground, a crimson teleportation door appeared above. It quickly expanded, and then shrunk. Within a few seconds, a bone dragon, whose entire body was made up of bones, with dark black eyes and 4 claws that emitted black smoke, flapped its wings and flew out of the crimson teleportation door. Just barely. Before the teleportation door closed and disappeared, its entire body came out. The bone dragon's long tail, which was not completely brought out, was forcefully cut off by the closing space, soundlessly cutting off a part of it. The bone dragon opened its bone wings that were made up of bones and rotten skin, flapping them with all its might, and dove towards Yue Yang, bronze rank level 7 bones. Yue Yang's divine vision saw through the bone dragon's information in an instant. This made his heart tremble. The bone dragon in front of him was perhaps similar to an adult 9-headed monster. In some aspects, it might even be superior. Yue Yang could no longer care about eliminating the hidden lava monster and hellfire beast. With a spin of the crescent blade, he dodged the bone dragon's bite. At the same time, he fiercely slashed down on the bone dragon's seemingly fragile bone wings. Clang! A burst of sparks flew. Between the crescent blade and the bone wings, there was an ear-piercing sound of metal clashing. This bone dragon's bones were actually harder than metal. It was really abnormal. When Yue Yang saw that the crescent blade in his hand was broken, but the bone dragon was not injured at all, he felt a chill in his heart. The bronze rank level 7 bone dragon and the bronze rank level 5 Wei Tai Lang were only 2 levels apart, but the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. It seemed that level 6 was indeed the dividing line between first rate and second rate. Below level 6, no matter if it was a human, demon or monster, no matter how strong they were only second rate. It was difficult to achieve anything. Only by surpassing level 6 could they truly be called first rate. This bronze rank level 7 bone dragon could not be killed with just these 2 crescent blades. He had to think of a way to shatter the demonized dragon crystal in its skull. Otherwise, he would not be able to do anything to this skeleton that was not afraid of being chopped. Your Majesty Lich King Grun, please listen to your subordinate's prayer. Send out a strong beast to destroy the enemy in front of me. The black-robed demon general's halo barrier suddenly shattered and disappeared. The summoning grimoire also fell to the ground with a thud. Yue Yang understood what was going on. This guy had summoned the bone dragon from the demon abyss to help him, breaking the ancient code of the dimension of duel. He was not far from death, and his body was probably going to explode soon. However, this crazy black-robed demon general did not seem to fear death at all. Instead, he looked at Yue Yang and laughed evilly, as if he had completed the proudest thing in his life. In the midst of that terrifying laughter, a huge and skinny black hand stretched out from the black-robed demon general's tattered abdomen. 5 jet black, long, and sharp fingernails condensed a green-blue electric current, crackling loudly. A ball of purple flame quickly condensed in the palm of his hand. Although the Lich King could not come out and only stretched out one hand, the purple flame that this hand carried had the power to destroy heaven and earth. Yue Yang's heart was filled with danger. He shouted loudly, prepared to use everything he had to stop this Lich King's actions. Yue Yang was like a bird, flying at an extreme speed, sweeping across a long distance. The 2 crescent blades were like wheels, chopping towards the Lich King's skinny black demon hand. However, Yue Yang's attack was still too late. The Lich King's skinny demon hand had already quickly retracted, leaving behind that ball of flame, which he threw towards the lava and the raging flames. Rumble! There was a deafening sound, followed by an earth-shattering explosion. Although Yue Yang used his chi to resist, his body was still sent flying by the spreading shockwave. He discovered that the ball of purple flame had actually crazily swallowed the crystal cores of the lava monster and prison flame beast, instantly absorbing all the fire energy. In the end, it grew, turning into a 6-meter-tall flaming giant. This flaming giant's entire body was composed of rocks and lava. Its upper body was somewhat humanoid, while its lower body was completely made of flames. It waved both of its arms, and raging flames soared into the sky. Even the bone dragon that had previously given Yue Yang a headache was flying high in the flames, hurriedly dodging, not daring to face the destructive flame energy with its body. Boom! The black-robed demon general, amidst his maniacal laughter, exploded into pieces. He died very miserably. Under the destruction of the power of the law, not even a bit of his body was left. Even his soul was completely destroyed. Yue Yang already knew that this fellow was definitely going to die, but he also felt a headache from his madness. Not only did he summon the bronze-ranked level 7 bone dragon, this fellow was also afraid that he would not die, so he summoned the Lich King. Although the Lich King could not enter, the Lich King was very powerful. He used a few seconds to throw a silver-ranked level 7 Flame Lord into the battlefield of death. If Wei Tai-lang was here and met this Flame Lord, it would probably be killed in an instant. Now, he had to face the silver-ranked level 7 Flame Lord, bronze-ranked level 7 Bone Dragon, and 2 demon generals that had at least the strength of a level 5 Grandmaster. How should he fight this battle? The most terrifying thing was that this was still the battlefield of death. He could not escape, he had to kill all the enemies before he could leave. What should he do to defeat these enemies that were so strong that he could not possibly defeat them? Chapter 79. The Flame Lord charged fiercely towards Yue Yang with a ball of raging flames. Before it even got close, it sent a heavy blow forward. The flames that it sent out were like a fire dragon roaring towards Yue Yang. Yue Yang did not retreat, but instead advanced. He aimed at the molten core, hidden in the Flame Lord's chest, and used his innate chi to break open the stone-like chest armor. The crescent blade pierced through like lightning. The soft and weak piercing sound, as well as the scorching temperature, caused Yue Yang's heart to sink. The Flame Lord's figure flashed as it brandished its fists. Its fists were covered with raging flames as it smashed downwards, covering the sky and covering the earth. Its power was extremely great. Yue Yang immediately gave up the crescent blade in his hands that had already pierced into the Flame Lord's body and retreated backwards. The Flame Lord did not chase after him. It only slowly pulled out the crescent blade that had already melted into the bright red molten metal. The hard moon blade had already turned red, and was as soft as paper. The wound on the Flame Lord's chest emitted a burst of hot liquid and recovered in the blink of an eye. It opened its huge mouth that was filled with liquid and swallowed the crescent blade like a snack. Yue Yang did not expect the crescent blade to harm the Flame Lord. However, seeing that the attack did not have any effect, he could not help but sigh. A silver-ranked level 7 demon was too terrifying. Its entire body was covered in raging flames. Lava as its body, fire liquid as its blood, raging flames as its form, and purple flames as its heart. How could he defeat it? Of the innate invisible sword chi, there was only one sword left. If it did not work, then what should he do? Furthermore, there was still a bone dragon eyeing him like a tiger watching its prey. Seeing that the Flame Lord was chasing after him, Yue Yang immediately retreated back into the light barrier. The Flame Lord seemed to have some intelligence. It did not foolishly charge forward and attack the light barrier protecting Yue Yang. Instead, it set fire to the entire battlefield of death, changing it into a battlefield that was suitable for it to unleash its flames. The 2 demon generals hid in a corner far away. They did not need to attack anymore. They only needed to wait for the Flame Lord and the Bone Dragon to kill off Yue Yang. Persimmons were always picked from the softest. The Flame Lord was too strong, and the Bone Dragon's bones were too hard. Yue Yang decided to take down these 2 demon generals first. This was exactly what the 2 demon generals wanted. As long as they could delay this brat, then when the Bone Dragon and the Flame Lord arrived, he would definitely die. As expected, when the 2 demon generals assumed a defensive stance, the Bone Dragon in the sky immediately flew down. Opening its mouth full of sharp teeth, it bit towards Yue Yang. In front of them was a large number of demon insects, and on the left and right were automatic tracking black arrows. The most terrifying thing was that the Flame Lord was about to arrive. Yue Yang's plan of attack had failed. The 2 demon generals that he had expected to scatter in different directions did not appear. Instead, they took on Yue Yang with an unyielding attitude. This caused Yue Yang, who had an advantage in speed, to be unable to display his greatest advantage in attacking the lone demon general. Yue Yang stomped on the ground and leapt up agilely. Like a white horse galloping through a crack, it passed through the narrow space filled with numerous attacks. It was mysterious and miraculous as it dodged all of the attacks. Before the Lord of Fire could swing its fist, Kieran somersaulted 3 times in the air and landed on the ground like fallen leaves. The crescent blade protected Yue Yang's body, slashing away the black arrows that were chasing after him. The bone dragon smashed with its long tail. Yue Yang tilted his upper body backwards to avoid it. He then used the crescent blade to borrow the strength of the bone dragon's wings to retreat quickly, once again returning to the shield. If it was any other human warrior who did not have the ability to enter and exit the shield freely, they would probably be dead even if they had 10 lives. The 2 demon generals were dumbstruck. This young human warrior was more inconceivable than anyone else they had seen before. He was obviously very young, but he was an innate ranker. Not only was his speed extremely fast, he could even enter and exit the grimoire's shield freely. They had never heard of this kind of thing before. All the grimoire owners, as long as they left the shield would disappear. How could he enter and exit it freely? However, no matter how miraculous or inconceivable it was useless. After 10 minutes, the shield would automatically disappear. In the end, it was impossible for him to have a second place to hide. Under the combined attack of the Bone Dragon and the Flame Lord, these 2 terrifying monsters, he would definitely not survive. The 2 demon generals could also see that this young innate ranker was not as strong as other human innates. He seemed to be slightly weaker. The most important thing was that his summoned beasts were not strong. Other human innates would either bring along mythical beasts or holy beasts. Their bodies were strong, and the power of their beasts was even more invincible. Even the weakest innate ranker would bring along diamond-ranked or platinum-ranked beasts. Other than this brat, where else would there be an innate ranker with a gold-ranked thorny flower? They really did not know what was going on with this brat. Maybe he was not a real innate, or maybe they had seen wrongly. The 2 demon generals looked at each other and nodded. They were prepared to search Yue Yang's body after they killed him, to see if they could find any treasures. The 2 demon generals, Demon Worm and Demon Wing, suspected that this young human did not rely on his own strength at all. Instead, he relied on some kind of treasure to kill their companions. It was also because of this that people mistakenly thought that he was an innate ranker. In the 3 realms, how could there be such a weak innate ranker? Looks like I can only use my strongest attack. Yue Yang could release the barbaric cow shadow, but its level and strength were too far apart. Whether it was the barbaric cow shadow fighting against the Flame Lord or the Bone Dragon that could fly, it was not an easy fight. Yue Yang still needed the barbaric cow shadow as a surprise attack, so he could not expose her for the time being. Just when Yue Yang was having a headache, little Wen Li turned into a rainbow light and floated out. She first used her big eyes to look at the Flame Lord, then looked at Yue Yang. Her cute little face seemed to be asking, "You don't even know how to fight such a simple monster." Although the little loli didn't say it out loud, Yue Yang could tell what she meant from her big, expressive eyes. He was very embarrassed at first, and squatted down to draw circles on the ground, but soon after, he was very happy. Sigh, even if he couldn't defeat this fire monster, it didn't mean that the little loli couldn't do anything. At this crucial moment, it was time for his precious daughter to show off her power. When the little loli saw Yue Yang giving her a thumbs up to praise herself, her little face smiled like a flower. It was especially pure and sweet. She used her little hand that was like a white orchid to summon the exquisite diamond grimoire. Seeing that little Wen Li had summoned a diamond grimoire, the 2 demon generals were so scared that they almost peed in their pants. Who was this little thing? A diamond grimoire? What kind of powerful existence could possess such a grimoire? In the demon abyss, forget about demon generals and demon commanders, even demon marshals who were 2 levels higher could not possess a diamond grimoire. A diamond grimoire was not something that could be obtained by leveling up the grimoire. If a warrior did not have enough innate talent and could not step into the innate realm, then a platinum grimoire would be the limit for all non-innate rankers. A diamond grimoire could only be an existence that all warriors yearned for but could not reach. But now, this little thing actually had a diamond grimoire. What was even more inconceivable was that she seemed to be the beast that this brat had summoned. How could this be? How could a beast have a summoning grimoire? The 2 demon generals felt that they had gone crazy, to actually have this kind of hallucination. The Flame Lord seemed to feel that the little loli was a threat to it. It roared crazily and fiercely pounced on her. However, the little loli stood under the protection of the bronze grimoire and diamond grimoire. With the double protection, she could completely ignore the Flame Lord. In reality, Little Wen Li did not seem to put the silver rank level 7 Flame Lord in her eyes at all. Yue Yang saw this and was flabbergasted. Could it be that diamond rank level 1 was really that powerful? It could ignore such a huge difference in levels. Little Wen Li was diamond rank level 1, but the Flame Lord was silver rank level 7. Furthermore, Little Wen Li was still a newborn child. Could she really defeat the Flame Lord? A burst of golden light first lit up in the little Loli's palm, and then continuously appeared on the page of the diamond grimoire. Following that, there was a rainbow that spread like a flower. It was different from summoning the stone element Medusa. This time, the summoning time was slightly longer, and the target was not the Medusa with a head full of snake hair. This time, what was summoned was a girl that was covered with water vapor. Her golden hair was like a waterfall, her jade arms were like lotus roots, and her snow-white and flawless body. Other than a pink scallop covering her chest, there was not a single piece of clothing on the rest of her body. Below her beautiful waist was an elegant golden fishtail. When Yue Yang saw this summoned beast, he almost drooled. A mermaid. The one that the little Loli summoned this time was a mermaid with a snow-white body, jade arms, golden hair, and a long tail. Could it be that she wanted to use this mermaid that did not seem to have any combat power to defeat the Flame Lord and Bone Dragon, these two strong enemies? How was this possible? Not to mention Yue Yang, even the two demon generals did not believe it. Mermaids were usually special type support type beasts that did not have any combat power. If it was a mermaid warrior that wielded the Poseidon's halberd, then it would barely pass. However, this mermaid was obviously not a battle type beast, ha 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 ha. The two demon generals were first shocked by the little Loli. In order to cover up their loss of composure, they started to laugh out loud. Hoo-hoo. When the silver rank level 7 Flame Lord saw the appearance of the mermaid, it immediately turned around and ran away. The bone dragon in the sky also seemed to be a little panicked. It did not dare to fly too high, instead, it quickly descended to the ground and used its bone wings to tightly wrap around its tattered body. That's not right. What was going on? Little Wen Li pointed with her jade finger, and that elegant golden mermaid immediately nodded. She took out a snow-white conch shell with red patterns from an unknown place and blew it lightly. In an instant, countless dark clouds appeared in the entire battlefield of death. The weather changed, and the dark clouds accumulated. Then, a gust of violent wind blew from an unknown place, like a demon's claw, smashing the entire battlefield of death. Rumble, rumble, streaks of lightning exploded in the dark clouds. Numerous tornadoes descended from the clouds like giant dragons sucking in water. The entire battlefield of death turned into a tornado. Violent wind, torrential rain, lightning, exploding thunder. Yue Yang was dumbfounded. This was too awesome, wasn't it? He really couldn't believe that an unarmed mermaid, with just a conch shell, could summon a storm and turn the entire battlefield of death into the eye of the storm. A thought flashed through Yue Yang's mind. That's right, little Wen Li had 4 guardian beasts. One was the stone element Medusa, and the other was this storm mermaid. He didn't pay much attention to it at that time, but he never would have thought that this storm mermaid could summon such a terrifying storm. No wonder she looked down on the silver rank level 7 Flame Lord. No matter how awesome this Flame Lord was, it was destined to meet a tragic end when it met the storm mermaid. Countless raindrops poured down on the Flame Lord's body. At first, the Flame Lord could still resist tenaciously, evaporating the rainwater and forming countless white vapors that rose into the air. However, after being struck by a few lightning strikes, it couldn't take it anymore. Lava flowed out. The violent wind carried the rainwater on the ground and smashed onto its body. The Flame Lord struggled with all its might in pain, but it was completely useless. Water counters fire. The Flame Lord, who was originally so aggressive and arrogant, became the most tragic existence in the world in front of the rainwater. Its entire body gradually solidified into stone. The scorching lava quickly solidified and hardened. Another lightning strike struck down, smashing half of its head into pieces. Black rocks flew everywhere, revealing a large amount of scarlet lava in its body. Following the conch's horn, another wave of even bigger rainwater pounced on it. Before its death, the Lord of the Flames did something strange. It reached its hardening hand into its cracked skull, pulled out something burning with red flames, and threw it on the ground. Then, its huge body quickly turned into black rocks under the impact of the rainwater. With a loud bang, it collapsed on the ground, shattering into a puddle. In the blink of an eye, it was blown Away by the violent wind. There's a treasure. Yue Yang's eyes were sharp. When he saw that the Flame Lord was going to throw out that red object even if it died, he guessed that it was the most important treasure. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. He was prepared to brave the rain and rush out to retrieve the treasure. Its speed was even faster than his. The golden beast that was originally a wrist guard quickly changed back to its original form and dashed towards the red object. It looked like it was preparing to snatch the treasure from Yue Yang. Yue Yang was furious. With a kick, he sent the golden beast flying into the sky. As a summoned beast, not only did it not help its master, it even dared to snatch the treasure from its master. It must have learned this bad habit from Wei Tai Lang. The demon generals on the other side were struck by lightning and immediately fainted. Their bodies were blown around by the violent wind. However, the bone dragon was different. It had suffered a few lightning strikes, but other than its skull being a little charred and a few broken bones, the majority of its body was still intact. It was not a fire-type beast, and it was also a skeleton. The violent wind and rainwater did not have any destructive power towards it. It was just that it suffered a few lightning strikes, which made it feel unbearable pain. Fortunately, the storm mermaid had summoned a storm and not lightning. Yue Yang reckoned that if little Wen Li had summoned a thunder naga instead of the storm mermaid, this bone dragon would definitely not be able to walk away unscathed. Yue Yang's hands were fast. He quickly picked up the red object that the Flame Lord had thrown out before it died. Before he could use his divine vision to take a closer look, he suddenly discovered that the golden beast, who was extremely fanatical about treasures and magic crystals, had pounced onto the bone dragon's skull. It ignored the bone dragon's struggles and continued to chew on the bone dragon's indestructible skull. It looked like it wanted to eat the bone dragon's demonized dragon crystal as well. My dragon crystal. Yue Yang was extremely anxious. This prodigal was 1,000 times, 10,000 times more wasteful than Wei Tai Lang. It could eat anything, but it loved dragon crystals. This dragon crystal was something that others could only dream of. Now, this prodigal golden beast wanted to chew it like a cucumber salad. Chapter 80. With its head bitten, the bone dragon clawed wildly with its claws. From time to time, it would fly up high and hit its head on the ground. The golden beast was deformed by the bone dragon's huge strength, but it quickly recovered and was not affected at all. On the contrary, it stuck close to the bone dragon's head like a maggot, taking big bites out of the bone dragon's skull. Its small body burrowed into the skull and absorbed the energy of the demonized dragon crystal in a frenzy. The bone dragon looked as if it was drunk, swaying unsteadily. It flew up and kept falling down from the sky. It also staggered as it walked. It could not use its claws to grab the golden beast out. Instead, while it struggled, it allowed the golden beast to absorb more energy. Yue Yang rushed over, but he could not get close. The bone dragon suddenly seemed to have lost all its support. Its entire skeleton started to fall apart, its spine broke, its wings turned into black smoke and disappeared, its legs were broken, and its claws and nails fell to the ground. In the end, only a huge dragon skull was left, and it fell to the ground with a loud bang. Just as Yue Yang was about to reach out and grab the golden beast, the bone dragon's skull exploded with a bang. A black ball of light shot towards Yue Yang like a meteor. Yue Yang was about to use his innate sword chi to destroy it, but he suddenly realized that the black ball had turned around and entered the red object in his hand like a meteor. A burst of black smoke rose, and the originally dark red strange object gradually turned dark purple, and at the same time, it gradually changed shape. Under Yue Yang's gaze, the red object that originally looked like a full moon turned into a broken crescent blade. In the place where it was broken, there was an additional purple flame-like ball. The other half of the broken crescent blade had a bone spur filled with demonic energy. On top of it, there was also a black ball that looked like a skull, embedded in the crescent blade. At this time, the broken crescent blade had turned dark purple, and the patterns on it were complicated and mysterious. Around the two small balls, there was a strange existence that looked like blood vessels. It gave Yue Yang the illusion that the broken crescent blade had a life of its own. Using his divine vision, Yue Yang discovered that the purple flame ball with the largest amount of energy was the core of the Flame Lord. In order to protect the energy core from being destroyed, it had chosen to attach itself to the crescent blade that had been melted and reconstructed. The other smaller skull ball was a part of the demonized dragon crystal in the skull of the bone dragon. In order to survive, the bone dragon also chose to attach itself to the incomplete moon blade, completely abandoning its original bone dragon body. In fact, If the bone dragon had not escaped fast enough, it would have been sucked dry by the golden beast in less than a minute. The golden beast looked like it was drooling as it stared at the incomplete crescent blade in Yue Yang's hand. Yue Yang sent it flying with a kick. Now, after the fusion of the Flame Lord's molten core and the Bone Dragon's skull crystal with the demonic dragon crystal, the broken moon blade had been reborn into a magic blade that had life. Because the molten core and the demonic dragon crystal were both severely damaged, they needed a large amount of energy to replenish themselves. If it could absorb more energy, the quality and power of this magic blade could probably increase. Just now, the incomplete crescent blade had already evolved to become a silver-ranked demonic weapon. Yue Yang thought that if he allowed the molten flame core and the demon dragon's crystal to absorb enough energy to restore them to their original state, or if he added in a strong demonic beast's inner crystal, would it be possible for the incomplete crescent blade to become a gold-ranked demonic weapon? After the fusion, although the magic blade was only one level lower than the original, its quality was more than 10 times better than the original. With a light slash of the blade, a small piece of the originally incomparably hard back of the egg blade was cut off like rotten wood. Through this comparison, Yue Yang could feel the true power of the demon blade in his hands. It was practically a different world's version of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. Although the grade is still a little low, it is still a mutated loot. I'll use it as a weapon for the time being. After 3 seconds of consideration, Yue Yang gave the magic blade a name like Wei Jin. It could not be denied that Yue Yang had a tendency to make fun of people. This Wei Jin magic blade was much smaller than the original egg blade. Although it had been repaired, it was still a third smaller than the original. If Yue Yang had bought a metal belt with a buckle, he could have hung Wei Jin on his waist. The remaining egg blade was too big and too long, so he could only carry it on his back. After defeating a strong enemy, his bronze grimoire leveled up again. In the whole of the Soaring Dragon continent, there was probably no one like Yue Yang, leveling up his grimoire by 1 rank after a big battle. After his grimoire leveled up, the storage space that Yue Yang longed for did not appear. Yue Yang had heard of this secret from Inan before. After some people leveled up their grimoire, they would obtain a blank page that could store items. Everyone's spiritual chi was different, so the number of items that could be stored would also be different. Normally, there would not be more than 5 items, and the space would be smaller. It was only suitable to store some valuable small items on the blank page. Towards this kind of blank page that could be used for storage, Yue Yang had drooled over it, but he still could not obtain it. It must be known that there were dimensional storage rings in the Soaring Dragon continent, but those were holy rank treasures. They were so rare that even the Da Sha Emperor, Zheng Wuyu, could not obtain one. The storage space did not appear, but the ancient code had given Yue Yang's guardian beast, Phantom Shadow, a second special ability, Reconstruction. Reconstruction. After Phantom Shadow has taken over a beast's body, it can absorb the same beast's body and energy to reconstruct its body. The target must be a living body. The success rate is related to the target's strength and willpower. Yue Yang still did not understand the function of this reconstruction. Could it be that it was only used to adjust his body's appearance? The barbarian cow Shadow was a hard worker in battle, so she did not need to be beautiful. Reconstructing her body seemed a little useless. Of course, if the barbarian cow Shadow could become more beautiful, Yue Yang would not object. The 2 demon generals who were still unconscious, the demon insect and the demon wing, entered the stomach of the gold-ranked thorny flower, becoming nutritious fertilizer. Yue Yang reckoned that even if the gold-ranked thorny flower did not finish digesting the demon king Ha Shin's arm, it would still be able to level up to become a thorny flower demoness within 3 days. With 4 demon generals who were level 5 and above as fertilizer, it would be hard for the thorny flower not to level up and mutate. It was just that Yue Yang still did not know how a thorny flower demoness would look like after changing into a humanoid form. Could it be that she would be as ugly as the barbarian cow Shadow? Little Wen Li was still the same as before. She turned into a rainbow and floated back into Yue Yang's body to rest. On the other hand, the golden beast was different. It realized that Yue Yang would not let it eat the ashes no matter what, so it turned back into a wrist guard. It was unknown whether it was because it had absorbed the energy from the bone dragon's magic crystal or something else, but this time, the golden beast's transformation ability had greatly improved. The wrist guard that it had turned into before was incomparably exquisite and full of energy. With one look, one could tell that it was not an ordinary item. Now, the wrist guard that it had turned into was nothing special. It was no different from a normal mercenary's wrist guard. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, Yue Yang would not have believed that it was the golden beast. Yue Yang opened a teleportation scroll and returned to the warriors' guild with the hydra in his arms. Because he had gone through a huge battle and was drenched in a rainstorm, Yue Yang's entire body was drenched. Furthermore, he was carrying a hydra that was even bigger than a calf. He was simply too eye-catching. Some mercenaries were curious as to why a water ghost would teleport back. After taking a closer look, they pointed at the hydra and cried out in surprise, This is a cat." Yue Yang was the best at lying through his teeth. The mercenaries who heard him fell to the ground one after another. Who didn't know about the hydra? If this was a cat, then the mammoths and elephants of the world would be mice. Yue Yang did not care about these idlers who sat in front of the warriors' guild all day drinking and chatting. He carried the hydra and ran all the way to the warriors' guild hall in front of the auction house. He immediately found the Storm Mercenary Group's leader and prepared to exchange the hydra with him. The Storm Mercenary Group's leader was a 25 or 26-year-old man. According to the Soaring Dragon Continent's puberty and long lifespan, he was still considered a young man who had just reached adulthood. He was about the same as a 17 or 18-year-old youth on Earth. In reality, if a man in the Soaring Dragon Continent married at 30 years old, it would still be considered early. Many men from ordinary families would only marry at 35, 36, or even 40 years old. Only girls would marry a little earlier. This Storm Mercenary Group's leader's face was very young, but he purposely kept a full beard to show that he was mature and heroic. His words and actions also pretended to be a 30 or 40-year-old adult. When Yue Yang looked at him, why did he feel that this brat looked like a child pretending to be an adult? Of course, how others dressed up had nothing to do with him. As long as he could exchange for the fruit of wisdom and the lustrous branch of the tree of life, it would be fine. I'm sorry, the fruit of wisdom has already been given to someone else, so I can only use the lustrous branch to exchange for it. If you feel that it's not suitable, how about I compensate you with another 300 gold coins? This leader called Feng Rui really liked the hydra that Yue Yang had brought, but towards Yue Yang's conditions, he felt a little awkward. Why would I want money? Yue Yang was furious. He had risked his life to catch the hydra, but he never thought that the fruit of wisdom would already be gone. Actually, Yue Yang was really short of money right now. The teleportation scrolls and buying beast eggs for Yi Kong and the others had already used up the 100 gold reward and his previous savings. However, compared to the fruit of wisdom that was worth thousands of gold coins, compensating 300 gold coins was simply a big joke. Without gold coins, Yue Yang could slowly earn it, but the fruit of wisdom was not easy to get. No matter how much money he had, he couldn't buy it. If Yu Bing's tree ant warrior had the fruit of wisdom and the lustrous branch, he believed that its strength would immediately increase by several times. Adding the heart of the oak tree, it might even be able to level up from bronze rank level 3 to bronze rank level 5. Moreover, the most important thing for a beast was its intelligence. Hence, this fruit of wisdom must be obtained no matter what. It must be one of the conditions for the exchange. Brother, this hydra is so ugly, let's not have it. I have a classmate who bought a winged rabbit egg. If it hatches and the cute little winged rabbit eats the lustrous branch's green leaf of life, it might level up. So let's not exchange it. A big loli who was about the same age as Yu Bing stood behind the door and gave her brother an idea. Don't cause trouble. Hearing this, Feng Rui's forehead was filled with black lines. Not exchanging for the hydra, but using the lustrous branch's green leaf to feed the winged rabbit that had no combat power. Accompanying him was an awe-inspiring giant man. He was probably Feng Rui's guard captain. He advised, "Friend, the fruit of wisdom has already been given to someone. No matter what, you can't get it back. I think it's better not to give up on the exchange. We don't have that much money to compensate you right now, but we can owe you a portion first. We are the descendants of the Feng clan, the head of the 4 major clans, so we definitely won't renege on our debt. Now, you should accept this lustrous branch first. When we get the fruit of wisdom next time, we will compensate you. Of course, if you want gold coins, we can pay you no less than 2,000 gold coins. However, this can only be done at the end of the year. We don't have that much money at the moment. If you are willing, then we can go to the Warriors Guild and sign a notarized agreement." Who did you give the fruit of wisdom to? Yue Yang couldn't get the fruit of wisdom, so he started to have crooked thoughts of murdering people and stealing their treasures. You gave it to me. How about it? Do you want it? At this time, an imperial swordswoman with a full body of armor and a giant sword on her back walked in from outside the door. When she appeared, the giant man immediately shrank into a corner and turned into a kitten. Even Feng Rui, who was pretending to be mature, was so scared that he swallowed his saliva, not daring to make a sound. Yue Yang really didn't understand. Who was this girl? Why was she so arrogant? Could it be that she was a royal princess? Chapter 81. The royal swordswoman and Yue Yang looked at each other. Both of them couldn't help but let out a sound, their faces showing an extremely shocked expression. What surprised Yue Yang was that he had never seen anyone like him in the Soaring Dragon continent who mainly trained in combat skills. There was only this short-haired royal swordswoman in front of him. In the Soaring Dragon continent, combat skills were the worst of the worst. Other than the mercenaries who did hard labor, there was almost no one else who trained in combat skills. Among the disciples of the clan, other than the pitiful guy who secretly trained in combat skills before he contracted a summoning grimoire, Yue Yang had never seen a disciple who mainly trained in combat skills. This girl, why would she give up on developing her summoning skills and choose to train in combat skills instead? This royal swordswoman had sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes. Her black eyes were bright and full of expression. When she looked at people, there would be an illusion that her sharp gaze could see through them, as if she could see straight into their hearts. She was extremely tall. Although she was a woman, she was taller than a normal man by a head. Her height was similar to Yue Yang's. Although her entire body was covered in armor, it could not hide the beauty of her waist. If this heavy armor was taken off, who knows what kind of perfect and delicate body would be wrapped inside. Her pair of slender legs were incomparably elegant, as if she was dancing, as if she was a white crane treading on the snow. If City Mistress Fallen Flowers used her summoned beast to defeat this royal swordswoman from a distance, Yue Yang did not doubt that it would happen. However, if it was a close combat battle, this royal swordswoman gave Yue Yang a feeling that even Feng Qixia, who was known to be invincible in close combat, might not be her opponent. Yue Yang could tell from her aura, walking, breathing and other minute details that this royal swordswoman was a ranker who purely used martial skills. He did not know what material the black greatsword on her back was made of. Even with Yue Yang's level 2 divine vision, he was unable to see through that huge sword's level and quality. From this, it could be seen that this sword was at least a gold-ranked treasure. Faintly, Yue Yang could use his divine vision to see a little. This girl's body's special characteristics, as well as the unknown beast that she had been hiding in her body, were extremely suitable to train in combat skills. Most importantly, this girl's combat skills were obviously very high-leveled, probably above the Yu clan's spear technique. However, Yue Yang had never seen any high-leveled combat skills that were ranked higher than the Yu clan's spear technique, so he was unable to determine what kind of combat skill she had trained in. The royal swordswoman looked at Yue Yang with the same astonishment. She realized that Yue Yang was a very strange man. Although there were all kinds of people in the world, she had never seen anyone like her who majored in combat techniques. What surprised the royal swordswoman the most was the sense of threat that the man in front of her gave her. This was the first time in her life that she felt this way from someone of the same generation. If it wasn't for her 6 records inherent skill, she might have been deceived by this man who looked like a thief on the surface. Looking again, she suddenly realized that he was carrying an uncontracted little hydra, and was about to exchange it with Feng Rui. In her heart, she was very curious. Where did he get this little hydra from? Yes, I gave the wisdom fruit to Sister Xianxia. Feng Rui's tone was like a little wife who had been bullied, almost crying. I didn't steal it from you. You owed me a wisdom fruit in the past. Can't I take it back now? The royal swordswoman's sword-like eyebrows straightened. Her heroic eyes shot out a sharp light as she glared at Feng Rui. This time, Feng Rui was so scared that he shrank into a corner like a kitten, not daring to make a sound anymore. Yue Yang felt that this girl was not simple. To be able to scare a disciple of the 4 great clans like a kitten, she was definitely not a descendant of an ordinary family. What's your name? The royal swordswoman ignored Feng Rui and went straight to ask Yue Yang. Tai Tan. Yue Yang lied without blinking or blushing, as if his name was born to be Tai Tan. That's not right. You didn't tell me the truth. Forget it, this isn't important. What do you want the wisdom fruit for? The royal swordswoman had an extremely strong 6 records. Her senses were 10 times better than a normal person's. She could tell that Yue Yang wasn't speaking the truth with just one listen. Of course the wisdom fruit is for eating. It can increase one's intelligence. Yue Yang was shocked. Could it be that this girl had the ability to distinguish between voices? No wonder Feng Rui and the others were like quails in front of her, not daring to speak. They were afraid that she would see through their lies. He had met his match this time. He was an expert in lying. If she saw through his lies easily, then he would be in a very passive position. The people of the Soaring Dragon continent were really abnormal. They had all kinds of inherent skills. They even had the ability to distinguish between truth and lies through hearing. Nonsense, I think you're just an idiot. You don't even know how to lie. The royal swordswoman widened her big eyes and stared at Yue Yang with a gaze as sharp as a sword. The wisdom fruit can only be fed to beasts. If a normal warrior ate it, they would become as stupid as a beast. Do you understand, or are you purposely spouting nonsense? The wisdom fruit can only be fed to beasts. Yue Yang was shocked. He had heard of the wisdom fruit before, but he didn't know that humans couldn't eat it. Don't tell me that you've trained so hard that your brain is just muscles. The royal swordswoman realized that this brat was speaking the truth. She was sweating profusely at his basic knowledge. He didn't even know such a basic thing. How did he grow up? It was probably because this brat was infatuated with combat skills that he didn't care about beasts at all. That's why he didn't even know this kind of basic knowledge that an 8-year-old child would know. But the strange thing was that there weren't many people in the Soaring Dragon continent who could train their combat skills to his level. This brat felt even more dangerous than Feng Qisha. It was impossible for a person like him to be raised by a normal family. If he came from a big family, how could he not even understand this kind of knowledge that even an idiot would know? The royal swordswoman was at a loss. The brat in front of her was acting too contradictory. He didn't seem like a normal person at all. He seemed more like an abnormal person with astonishing strength but no basic knowledge. I can give you my wisdom fruit, but you have to promise me a favor. The royal swordswoman turned around and stared at Feng Rui. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and take out the lustrous branch. I've seen stupid people, but I've never seen someone as stupid as you. Bringing the wisdom fruit and the lustrous branch to the auction house to be auctioned, has your brain turned into tofu dregs? Also, why aren't you peeling off this ugly beard on your face? Don't you know that not only does it not look good, it also looks very stupid? Luckily you're my brother-in-law. If you were my fiancé, I would have killed you with 2 slashes. Don't be angry, I'll give it to you, alright. Feng Rui peeled off the beard in a flurry and quickly took out a brocade box from his bosom. The royal swordswoman snatched it and stared at him again. You should reflect on yourself. You're already an adult, yet you're not even a little serious. You even formed the Windstorm mercenary group with a kid. I think you must have eaten your fill and have nothing better to do. The big loli who was hiding behind the door cutely stuck out half of her head and argued softly. Sister Xianxia, we formed the Windstorm mercenary group to prove ourselves. However, when the royal swordswoman glared at her, she immediately shrunk to the corner of the door and turned into a kitten. Yue Yang was dumbstruck. Amazing, as expected of the invincible royal swordswoman. He didn't have time to react before the royal swordswoman glared at him with her sharp eyes again. Why are you standing there like a fool? Put down the little hydra and come with me. Yue Yang was stunned in his heart. Why did this girl even care about him? Where to? Yue Yang knew that following this girl wasn't a good thing, but the fruit of wisdom and the lustrous branch were both in her hands. You're a little weird, I have some things I want to ask you. Don't worry, I'll give you the fruit of wisdom and the lustrous branch after I finish my questions. The royal swordswoman threw down these words and walked out the door. The huge sword on her back clanged against her armor as she walked. Give me the lustrous branch first. With it in my hands, my heart will be at ease and my answers will be smooth too. Yue Yang hurriedly chased after her. He thought to himself that as long as he got the lustrous branch, he would immediately run away. He would run far away from this dangerous royal swordswoman. He had to think of another way to get the fruit of wisdom. Otherwise, if he was interrogated by her, she might even reveal his secrets. If she was a normal person, then it would be fine. However, she was a royal swordswoman who knew how to discern the truth from hearing. If he couldn't lie to her, then it would be easy for his secrets to be exposed. Before Yue Yang could finish his words, he suddenly realized that the royal swordswoman was standing less than 3 inches away from him. She was staring at him with her jade black, rouge tiger eyes. He immediately felt a pang of guilt. This royal swordswoman was too scary. She had the ability to discern the truth from hearing, which was his nemesis. If he couldn't lie, or if everything he said was misunderstood by the other party, then this kind of life would be too tragic. He could only hear the royal swordswoman snorting, "Liar. You never speak a single word of truth. Do you think I can't tell? You're preparing to run away. I won't give you the lustrous branch and the fruit of wisdom, unless you answer my questions honestly." Yes, I guarantee that I'll be even more honest than Honest Zhang, who always sells coffins at a 20% discount in Black Rock City. Yue Yang felt sweat forming on his forehead. "You're lying again. There's no such person in Black Rock City." The royal swordswoman suddenly laughed. Her laughter was like a blossoming flower on a sunny day, like the sun breaking through the dawn. "How do you know?" Yue Yang was surprised. Could it be that he really couldn't lie in front of this girl? "That's because there's no coffin shop in Black Rock City. Their custom is not to bury the dead, but to cremate them." The royal swordswoman gave Yue Yang affirmation. "It's not as good as what you say sometimes. Although none of your words are true, they're quite amusing. Do you often use these words to coax other girls?" "Forget it, these are not important. I just want to know, which family did you come from?" "I'm not a descendant of a family, but a farmer. My 18 generations of ancestors were all grassroots farmers. They wore plain clothes and wore white clothes. I've never been an official before." Yue Yang gave another example to prove, "Just look at my pale face, you can tell that I'm malnourished. My daily life is hard, and I don't eat much meat. Then look at my calloused hands, you can tell that I usually work hard in the fields. I work hard just to eat 2 meals a day. I'm exposed to the sun and drenched in the rain. If you don't believe me, I can even write a poem to prove it. Listen carefully. Hoeing rice at noon, sweat dripping onto the soil. Who would know that every grain on the plate is hard work? Tell me, if I'm not a farmer, how would I have such a deep understanding of the hardships of farming?" The royal swordswoman listened quietly, and couldn't help but frown. Yue Yang had done it on purpose. He had talked for a long time and even recited a poem. His goal was to disturb this girl's listening ability. If she was attracted by the poem, then her attention would naturally be diverted. As long as her curiosity was aroused, he believed that he could fool her however he wanted. Yue Yang was immensely pleased with himself in his heart. He didn't expect the royal swordswoman's words to make him fall to the ground. "I'm very surprised. I thought you were some family's rice worm. I didn't expect you to know about these things. There are farmers in this world. Did you plagiarize someone else's poem? The poem is not bad, but you don't have any feelings when you read it. You can't empathize with the farmers. In the 4 great families, there's almost no one I don't know, but why haven't I seen you before? As for those small families, it's impossible for them to have good combat skills. It's even more impossible for them to nurture you to this level. What's your name?" "Titan." Yue Yang definitely couldn't tell her his real name. This girl was definitely not someone to be trifled with. It was better to stay far away from her. If it wasn't for the fact that she also had a set of combat skills, it wouldn't be easy for her to snatch it away. Yue Yang would have already snatched the brocade box that contained the lustrous branch long ago and escaped without a trace. Yue Yang was thinking about how to snatch the brocade box, but the royal swordswoman seemed to be able to see through his thoughts. She immediately kept the brocade box into her bosom. Yue Yang was just about to find a place with no one around to rape this girl before killing her. Suddenly, a girl from the Warriors Guild ran over and intimately hugged onto Yue Yang's arm, shouting excitedly, "It's really you, Xiao-san. Why did you also come to Tong Tian Tower?" When Yue Yang heard this, his mind went blank. Oh no, he didn't even know her. Who was this girl? Based on her tone and actions, it seemed like her relationship with the pitiful guy wasn't shallow. Could she be the Miss Shui who broke off the engagement? Or was she the pitiful guy's secret lover? But the pitiful guy's diary didn't mention such a girl at all. Who was this girl? Chapter 82. The royal swordswoman was also very surprised. Looking at the girl who was hugging Yue Yang, she asked, "Sister Yue, do you know him?" That pretty girl with bright eyes and white teeth stretched out her white orchid hands and caressed Yue Yang's head lovingly, revealing an incomparably joyful expression. "Xianxia, this is our family's Xiao-san. He usually stays at home and doesn't go out at all. I never thought that I would be able to meet him here today. Xiao-san, this is Princess Sissy." Yue Yang was suddenly enlightened when he heard the introduction of this soft-spoken, gentle-looking girl. She was not a secret lover at all. This gentle girl was his cousin, Yu. Luckily she took the initiative to come out and greet Yue Yang. Otherwise, the guy from another world would definitely not recognize her, and he might even reveal some flaws. Hearing that it was his cousin, Yue Yang heaved a sigh of relief. His cousin was fine, but what he was most afraid of was the pitiful guy's secret lover, the kind who had sworn undying love and called him Xiao Tian under the moonlight. If he didn't recognize her, then it would be over. As for this royal swordswoman, Yue Yang also secretly thought that it was a close shave. This girl's listening ability was indeed terrifying, but luckily she didn't have the ability to see through the depths of one's heart or to resonate with one's thoughts. She could only tell if he was telling the truth or not. As long as he insisted on not telling the truth, he would be a big con and a small con, and she wouldn't be able to do anything to him. At the very least, he still had the right to speak. It wouldn't be that easy for her to use words to probe his secrets. Now, the one who had to be careful was this cousin of his. He definitely couldn't reveal anything about his family. Princess Sissy. Hearing his cousin Yu's introduction, Yue Yang knew that he didn't know this royal swordswoman. His heart calmed down. Luckily she wasn't the Shui family's miss, otherwise he would be sweating to death. So this royal swordswoman was really a princess of the royal family. He just didn't know which royal princess she was from, Da Sha, Tian Luo or Zijin. You don't know Princess Sissy. This time, even cousin Yu was surprised. Among the same generation, there was actually someone who didn't know Princess Sissy. As expected of the Yu clan's third young master who never stepped out of his house. So you are that trash of the Yu clan, that third young master. Before this, the royal swordswoman was extremely puzzled about Yue Yang. After hearing Yu's introduction, she immediately felt as if all her doubts had been answered. No wonder this brat was called trash by his family in the world. A fellow who majored in combat skills like him and not in summoning, it would be strange if he wasn't called trash by others. Furthermore, his basic knowledge towards summoned beasts was simply rubbish. He didn't even know that the wisdom fruit could only be fed to beasts and that humans would become idiots after eating it. It was no wonder that his family members were so disappointed in him and thought that he was trash. However, was this brat really trash? Based on his sixth sense, this brat's hidden strength was probably not below his own. If he combined it with an outstanding beast, he would definitely be able to climb to the peak of the realm of a warrior. Thinking about it again, it made sense. His father, Yu Chu, had climbed up to a level 7 overlord before he was 40 and was already close to the innate realm. How could his son be trash? This Yu clan's third young master definitely had a super ranker guiding him from behind. It was just like how she had received her master's teachings. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have such shocking strength. His low profile was probably something his master had purposely told him to do. The royal swordswoman looked at the crescent blade on Yue Yang's back and Wei Jin on his waist, and was even more certain of her guess. Although she faintly felt that this brat should have more secrets, the royal swordswoman did not intend to investigate further. She knew that super rankers all had some strange habits. Maybe the Yu clan's third young master's master had purposely told him to keep a low profile, and then amaze the world with a single brilliant feat at the right time. It was just like how her own master forbade her from showing her summoned beast to anyone, even her father. If it wasn't like that, how could this trash third young master hide in his house for more than 10 years? If it wasn't because he purposely kept a low profile, how could he be willing to be called trash and not show his strength to the world? My name is Jun Yuan, Jun Wu Yu's 18th daughter. I don't like people calling me princess. My friends usually call me by my nickname Xianxia. As for you, your situation is a little special. You have a glib tongue. I will only consider letting you call me that after you tell me the truth for the first time. After the royal swordswoman finished speaking, she turned to Yu and complained, Sister Yu, this little brother of yours doesn't even speak a single word of truth. Talking to him gives me a headache. Yu hurriedly comforted her softly, Xian, everyone has the awareness to protect themselves. Little San usually stays at home and has never seen the world. Maybe he is afraid of you, so he doesn't dare to speak the truth. Little San apologized to Princess Xian. What Princess Xian hated the most was hearing other people's mouths full of lies, because once she heard it, she would have a headache. Friends must be sincere, there was no need to hide. Furthermore, if you have any little secrets, Princess Sissy won't take the initiative to find out about them. If you don't speak a single word of truth, it's not a good habit. Yes, I promise to speak the truth and do the real thing. I promise to be truer than pearls. Yue Yang's face was serious, but his heart was blooming with joy. Speaking the truth to a girl. That was courting death. Now that he knew that this girl couldn't listen to lies, it was really good news. In the future, he would only speak lies and give her a splitting headache. In the future, she would have a headache whenever she saw him. This way, he would be safe. Yue Yang, who had bad intentions, finally found out the royal swordswoman's weakness with great difficulty. He felt as if he had occupied a nameless high ground on the battlefield. He suddenly had the mentality to turn the tide of the battle. The pressure that the royal swordswoman brought was swept away, and he even had the urge to tease the royal swordswoman. Now, let's test it. Where did you get this crescent blade? When the royal swordswoman heard that this brat was lying, she sweated profusely in her heart. However, she still decided to give him a chance to speak the truth. I picked it up. When Yue Yang lied, his face did not even blush or blink. Where did you pick it up? The royal swordswoman continued to ask. In front of my house. Yue Yang replied. Is the battle skill that you practice the Yu clan spear technique or the mystical weapon? The royal swordswoman almost fell to the ground. There was even a demon general's weapon in front of her house. However, she couldn't do anything to this shameless brat, so she could only change her question. I practice the beheading iron blade technique. When Yue Yang said this, the royal swordswoman and Yu both fell to the ground. The beheading iron blade technique was trash to the point that even mercenaries didn't want to practice it. If there was a ranking of the worst battle skills in the world, then the beheading iron blade technique would definitely be a strong contender for first place. The royal swordswoman paused for a moment, then asked again, where did you get your little hydra from? Yue Yang acted as if he was saying, my name is Zhang Lao Shi, and replied very seriously, I stole it. The royal swordswoman didn't give Yue Yang a chance to think, and continued to ask, who did you steal it from? Who knew that Yue Yang didn't even need to think when he lied? He opened his mouth and said, xianxia. At first, Yue thought that he was lying, but when she heard that he had a name and surname, she thought that he was telling the truth. She couldn't help but be shocked. Xiao-san, how could you steal other people's things? What's more, it's a good beast like the Hydra. Hurry up and give it back to someone else. The royal swordswoman was sweating profusely in her heart. Forget about the existence of a person like xianxia, how could a Hydra be stolen? However, she was a little impressed by this Yu clan's third young master's ability to lie without blinking. This brat was a natural-born liar. He wouldn't even pay for it with his life. Do you think you're a handsome guy or an ugly guy? The royal swordswoman was prepared to use facts to prove his lies. As long as he opened his mouth, she would be able to expose him. I actually look very ordinary. I'm only a little more handsome than Feng Qixia, Yan Po Jun and Shui Tan Lang. Yue Yang was very modest. How much is a little? The royal swordswoman asked. A little is 99,999 times. When Yue Yang said this, the dizzy Yu collapsed. Why aren't you 100,000 times more handsome? The royal swordswoman was curious. If they were disfigured, then it would be 100,000 times more handsome. When Yue Yang said this, the royal swordswoman also felt dizzy, as if she was about to collapse. You mean, compared to you, there's no difference between them and disfigured? Seeing this brat's serious expression, the royal swordswoman sighed in her heart. What a shameless person, how could that be? Yan Po Jun and the others are much better than disfigured people. Yue Yang shook his head in disagreement. When the royal swordswoman heard this, she was completely speechless. Seeing Yue Yang's radiant smile, she suddenly had the urge to punch him and send him flying. She had seen shameless people before, but she had never seen such a shameless person before. How could there be someone in this world who didn't even speak a single word of truth? If being low-key was his master's request, then this shameless personality was definitely innate to him. It had nothing to do with his master's teachings. Yue knew that if she asked this way, she wouldn't be able to get a single word of truth out of him even if she asked 10,000 times. This naughty brother of hers was purposely teasing Princess Sissy. She hurriedly changed the topic and asked, Xiao-san, do you have a team to train in Tong Tian Tower? How about you form a team with us? These words gave Yue Yang a big fright. If he formed a team with Yue, what if she asked about his family? Furthermore, there was still this royal swordswoman who could distinguish truth from falsehood. He had to be careful with every word he said. This kind of life was too tragic. It was still better to train with Yi Kong, Fatty and the others. Furthermore, there was still in that little girl waiting for him to tease. His blissful life had just begun. Thinking about this, Yue Yang hurriedly shook his head. Fourth mother told me to find little sister Yu Bing. Now I'm planning to bring her back. This Princess Sissy forcefully snatched a commoner girl. No, she forcefully snatched my wisdom fruit and lustrous branch. Those were gifts I gave to Yu Bing. After listening for so long, I finally heard a sentence of truth. Although there were still some half-truths, it's already very rare. The royal swordswoman suddenly let out a surprised sigh, as if the sky had suddenly cleared up after the continuous rain. She patted Yue Yang's shoulder. I couldn't tell that a shameless fellow like you was actually a good brother. A good brother should be holding the brocade box containing the lustrous branch and a wisdom fruit. Yue Yang reminded her that she had snatched his treasures. If she didn't quickly hand them over, he would have to kill her to get the treasures, rape her first before killing her, rape her again before killing her. I can give you the lustrous branch, seeing that you spoke the truth. The royal swordswoman passed the brocade box that still had the warmth and fragrance of a virgin to Yue Yang. Where's the wisdom fruit? Yue Yang spread out his hands and continued to ask for it. Chapter 83 inches. The wisdom fruit will only be taken out when you tell the other truth. The royal swordswoman's words made Yue Yang go crazy. If not for Yu being here, he would have used his Wei Jin magic blade to cut her down. Xiao San, the wisdom fruit is gone. Princess Sissy had brought it back for my Aquarius Moon Lady to eat. I didn't know that seventh sister wanted it, otherwise she wouldn't have wasted such a precious wisdom fruit. Don't worry, I will go to the third floor of Tong Tian Tower with Princess Sissy to complete the World Tree quest. I will definitely bring back a wisdom fruit for seventh sister. Yu felt very guilty after hearing this. She pulled Yue Yang's arm lightly and asked, where is seventh sister now? Why isn't she with you? She's training in the Blackstone Labyrinth. It's fine if we don't have the wisdom fruit, I'll think of another way. The wisdom fruit had already been eaten by Yu's beast. Yue Yang finally gave up, although he was more inclined to give it to his sister Yu Bing. But the royal swordswoman had already given it to his cousin Yu. Furthermore, it had already been eaten by that Aquarius Moon Lady. Even if he wanted it, he couldn't get it back. Yue Yang saw that the royal swordswoman was glaring at him with her tiger-like eyes, as if she wanted to see through him. He hurriedly thought about how he could slip away and escape. He didn't feel safe staying with this girl. It was better to leave as soon as possible. As for his cousin Yu, he shouldn't interact too much with her for the time being. It would be best if she didn't see through him. Speaking of which, our team is really lacking a little thief to scout the way. Bring Yu Bing with you. We'll go do the World Tree quest together. The royal swordswoman seemed to have made a decision. Your Highness, although obtaining the honor of being the royal family's pathfinder thief is the greatest honor of my life, please allow me to go to the toilet first. There was no way Yue Yang would team up with this dangerous royal swordswoman. He immediately used the excuse of urinating to escape. Before the royal swordswoman could catch him, he had already slipped away. Even if he didn't have the wisdom fruit, the lustrous branch of the Tree of Life was enough. When Yu Bing's tree ant warrior had leveled up, he would think of a way to bring her to the second floor of Tong Tian Tower, or even the third floor of Tong Tian Tower. Since he could obtain the wisdom fruit by completing the World Tree mission, it meant that there was still a way to obtain it. Team up with this royal swordswoman. He might as well fight it alone. With an outsider like her around, people like little Wen Li, the barbaric cow shadow and the golden thorny flower could not be exposed. How would Wei Tai Lang have any battle strength left? However, the third floor of Tong Tian Tower's World Tree's mission did not seem to be that simple. Yue Yang remembered that the pitiful guy's diary seemed to have recorded that the World Tree was an extremely long 36-round mission. The last round could only be completed by reaching the 6th floor of Tong Tian Tower. In the entire Yu clan, only the pitiful guy's father, Yu Chu, had completed it in 100 years. It could be said that the difficulty of the World Tree's chain mission was comparable to the 12 zodiac temples and the 3 world shrines in the 2nd floor of Tong Tian Tower. Seems like obtaining the wisdom fruit was not an easy task, no wonder the wisdom fruit was so precious. After the royal swordswoman saw Yue Yang leave, she sighed slightly. Sister Yu, do the elders in your clan really think that your brother is trash? Are they all dizzy from old age? Yu shook her head lightly. I don't know either. It seems like little San has changed from before. In the past, he was always quiet and low-key, but now he is very confident. His face is glowing and full of vigor. If I didn't meet him in Tong Tian Tower, I wouldn't believe that he had such a side to him. Maybe it's because he successfully contracted a grimoire. He finally contracted a grimoire and washed away the name of trash, so his whole person became lively. I don't understand either, but this is a good thing. I am also happy for him. Now that I see him like this, I don't have to worry about him jumping into the river to commit suicide anymore. The royal swordswoman frowned and thought for a long time before asking curiously, why would a person like him take the initiative to break off the engagement with the Shui clan's girl? Regarding this, Yu was also puzzled. I don't understand either. The strangest thing is that not long after he broke off the engagement, he jumped into the river to commit suicide. I feel that there must be something fishy about this. With her sixth senses, the royal swordswoman felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. When little San jumped into the river, I was in the middle of an exam. When I received this bad news, I almost fainted. I was about to rush over with Sister Yu Bing to see what happened, but before I could move, fourth uncle had already sent someone to bring news that he had been saved and survived. He even managed to contract a grimoire. Yu also felt that the whole thing was a little strange, but she was more happy that her brother had successfully contracted a grimoire. This brother who was looked down upon by others could finally wash away the name of trash. There's still something wrong. I feel that your brother has a lot of secrets. Maybe there is an innate rancor behind him teaching him combat skills. His situation is similar to mine. When the royal swordswoman said this, Yu was greatly surprised. It can't be. How could little San be like you? Yu knew that this Princess Sissy was the combat skill genius that the Jun family had been waiting for 1,000 years. If she wasn't a girl, but a man, she would definitely be the next emperor. Even in the Soaring Dragon continent where men were superior to women, Da Sha's Jun family, who were the most traditional, had been discussing whether they should change the laws set by their ancestors and let a woman take over as the regent or the regent, paving the way for Princess Xianxia to ascend to the throne and become the first female empress in 1,000 years. If it wasn't for the opposition of the ministers, and the fact that the current emperor of Da Sha, Zheng Wuyu, was healthy and in the prime of his life, with more than 20 princes to choose from, then Princess Sissy's path to becoming the empress would have been directly placed on the country's agenda. Since young, Princess Sissy not only received the guidance of the two heavenly imperial guardians, she also had an extremely mysterious master. She was also the only princess who could sit beside the emperor and have a meal. Not to mention the crown prince, even the imperial concubine Jiayu and other favored concubines could only be envious of that position. A peerless Princess Sissy who surpassed the 3 great killing stars and became a level 6 beginner elder, at the tender age of 20 actually said that her younger brother, who was laughed at by the whole world and seen as trash by the whole family, was the same as her. This was really unbelievable. Yu couldn't believe her ears at all. Is this true? I suspect that your third uncle didn't die in the battle that year. Maybe he was injured and hid behind the scenes, secretly teaching his son. How could a genius warrior like him, the most outstanding genius of the 4 great families, die in a battle? My old man has always believed that your third uncle didn't die. He told me this many times, and he also took out the battlefield records and analyzed them repeatedly. Although the situation at that time was extremely bad, your third uncle wasn't an ordinary martial artist. He definitely had a way to escape at the end. Sister Yu, your brother is definitely not trash. He just isn't as famous as your third uncle. I think he is just a little brat who hides behind people and keeps a low profile to train. The royal swordswoman made her deduction. I also hope that third uncle is still alive. His death made Grandpa grow old and Xiao San become an orphan. If not for fourth uncle and fourth mother's protection, I'm afraid he would have already been. Yu sighed softly. Sometimes, I wish Xiao San was trash. At least that way, he could live a good life, marry a wife and have children, living a normal life. Like third uncle, the family has always placed high hopes on him. In order to revitalize the Yu clan, he has been fighting non-stop. If Xiao San had the ability, I would rather he be low-key like he is now. He definitely wouldn't be like third uncle, whose name shook the world and was envied by millions of people. In the end, he was destroyed by others. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. The royal swordswoman smiled, then frowned slightly. However, I think we should go and see the Shui clan's girl and see what's going on with the annulment of the engagement. I feel that something is wrong with this matter. Xianxia, thank you. I was just about to go and talk to the Shui clan's sister. Yu looked at the direction where Yue Yang disappeared. I hope it's just a misunderstanding. Yue Yang originally wanted to teleport to the 10,000-year ancient oak tree to meet up with Inan and Yu Bing. However, he discovered that he had used up all the teleportation scrolls. In the end, there was only one left to teleport to Wei Tailang's side. However, Yue Yang didn't want to use it unless it was absolutely necessary. Setting up a teleportation circle on a living being's body could be said to be very simple. However, it could also be said to be extremely complicated. The first condition was that the targeted living being must have the same aura as the person who set up the teleportation circle. When the teleportation circle was activated, the targeted living being must use its spirit to guide the person who was teleporting. When setting up the teleportation circle, the requirement for spiritual energy was extremely high. Even though Yue Yang's spiritual energy had reached the innate realm, he still felt dizzy after setting up one. The third point was that the further the teleportation target was, the more barriers and spaces it had to pass through. The stronger the teleportation target was, the more energy it would consume to guide the living being. Yue Yang reckoned that if he used a teleportation scroll to escape to Wei Tailang's side in the demon abyss, Wei Tailang would definitely vomit blood and faint. If he teleported a demon king, Wei Tailang's body might even explode. Of course, Yue Yang still couldn't completely understand what this mysterious space law was like. He could only vaguely feel a little bit of it. Without the teleportation scroll, Yue Yang searched his body again. His money pouch was as clean as if it had been washed. The tens of gold he had saved up and the 100 gold he had received from the rewards had all been spent on buying beast eggs and teleportation scrolls. Without money, it would be difficult to move even an inch. Yue Yang decided to make some money. Of course, he wasn't planning to steal from them empty-handed. These mercenaries were mostly poor people, they only had money to buy cheap wine. Usually, they would drink wine, sleep when they were drunk, and then get drunk again. When they really had no money, they would go and accept some simple missions, exchange their money, and then come back to buy wine. Day after day, this was the life of a mercenary. Yue Yang thought for a while, and went straight to the third floor of the Warriors Guild. This place was practically a forbidden zone for mercenaries, because only those who had made special contributions to the country or had achieved great merits had the qualifications to come up here to hand over missions. Welcome, young brave warrior. May I ask if you are here to accept a mission, or have already completed a mission and are here to record your merits? The attendants in charge of welcoming the guests were not the same as the warriors in armor on the first and second floor below. Instead, they were two beautiful women wearing tight, sexy dresses that revealed a large portion of their snow-white breasts. Their attitudes were respectful and humble, and their voices were soft and sweet. Listening to them gave people a special sense of accomplishment, as if they were great heroes who had won a great battle and returned home. Can I exchange my military achievements for gold here? Yue Yang asked a question that probably no one had asked in the past 10 years. Ah, you want to exchange your military achievements for gold? When the two beauties heard this, they were shocked. They also had the urge to strangle this masked thief alive. I think I've seen it before. The reward for killing a demon general is 100 gold. Is that right? Yue Yang asked again. Yes, that's right. The two beauties almost fainted. Who would lack money for a ranker who could kill a demon general? Who would use military achievements to exchange for gold? That kind of dishonorable action was something that only boorish mercenaries would do. It was not easy to kill a demon general. This was an honor that brought glory to his ancestors, yet he wanted to use this honor to exchange for gold. Was there something wrong with this brat's brain? Then I'll have to trouble you to exchange for 500 gold for me. Yue Yang handed over a crystal card. Heavens! When the two beauties saw this, they immediately fainted. How could there be a poor bastard who used a crystal card in this world? Did this brat steal it? Chapter 84. Whether it was a bronze, silver, gold or crystal card, none of them could be counterfeited. The testing device was very simple. As long as one touched the achievement crystal pillar, it would be able to accurately display the relevant information. The two girls discovered that the crystal card was emitting a faint white light, and realized that it really was this brat's card. Immediately, they retracted their contempt. Those who could use the crystal card were definitely not ordinary people. They must be descendants of great clans or members of the royal family with boundless prospects. When they looked down again, they suddenly discovered that the record on the crystal card was, killed 6 demon generals. The 2 girls were so shocked that their eyeballs almost fell to the ground. Let alone killing a demon general, even killing a low-leveled green-skinned monster was enough for mercenaries to brag about for a few years. This brat had actually killed 6 demon generals in one go. What kind of god was he? His name was Titan. How come they had never heard of his existence before? Even the 3 great killing stars did not have this kind of achievement points. This little thief whose name had not even been registered for more than half a month had actually killed 6 demon generals. How was this possible? I also know that achievement points cannot all be exchanged for gold coins. Therefore, you only need to exchange them for the achievement points for killing 5 demon generals. Yue Yang had heard from Yi Kong before that mercenaries who exchanged all their achievement points for money to drink would be punished by their country once they were found out. In serious cases, their mercenary title might even be revoked and their mercenary rank would be lowered. But, if you don't exchange them and let us report it to the country, with this kind of glory, the warrior hall will definitely reward you handsomely. I dare say that it won't just be 500 gold coins. Why do you need to exchange them for gold coins? The slightly taller beauty hurriedly advised Yue Yang not to exchange them. If you are lacking money now, then I can lend you some. I don't dare to say that I have a lot, but I still have 10 gold coins. The slightly shorter beauty with fairer skin almost cried. Yue Yang was speechless when he heard this. At this moment, a man in a white robe swaggered out from the inner room. His bearing was like that of a famous scholar, leisurely, unhurried, and graceful. He waved the green sandalwood fan in his hand, and he had the appearance of a tranquil and aloof expert. The 2 beauties hurriedly rushed over, begging him to deal with Yue Yang. Most importantly, they wanted Yue Yang to not exchange his battle achievements. No matter what, he must not exchange his battle achievements. That was an absolute honor, and they shouldn't insult it. Even if money was tight right now, he definitely couldn't give up on his honor. When the scholarly white-robed man heard this, he raised his hand to stop the 2 women from arguing. He shook his fan and walked to Yue Yang. With his nose in the air, he was incomparably arrogant. The moment he opened his mouth, he lectured, "I say, young man, don't come here to show off just because you killed a green-skinned monster, okay? Actually, I understand you young people very well. You want to be famous, you want others to cheer for you, and you want beauties to scream because of your appearance. However, not everyone can become the 3 great killing stars, and not everyone can be so outstanding. The most important thing for a person is to be clear about himself and determine his own position. For example, if you are a thief, then you should do your job as a thief. Honestly, you should lead the way for others, or inquire about information. Don't be sensational, and don't come here to exchange some gold coins just because you killed a green-skinned monster. The green-skinned monster is only a level 1 monster. Killing one is only worth 50 copper coins. We can only exchange it for battle achievements that are higher than gold coins. No, we've never supported exchanging battle achievements. I've seen too many thieves like you who are so proud of killing a green-skinned creature. You can brag to your companions outside the warrior gathering. That's your honor, we won't oppose it. But it's not right for you to come here and show off. Although I am not a battle-type ranker, I have killed 5 long-horned demons in the past. Those were level 3 monsters. Have you seen me boasting to others? Never, I am not that kind of person. You have to be low-key, understand? Young man, Yue Yang thought that he had seen wrongly before. Why did this guy speak so much like Fatty Hai? Could it be that this guy was Fatty Hai's relative? The 2 beauties hurriedly reminded the white-robed man who looked like a scholar but was actually a talkative person, "Director, he did not kill a green-skinned monster." The white-robed man snorted disdainfully, "Then it is a yellow-skinned monster." Yellow-skinned monsters are the same as green-skinned monsters. They are both level 1 monsters. Although they can throw stones, it is nothing. No, it is not a yellow-skinned monster either. The 2 beauties prepared to explain in detail, but were stopped by the white-robed man. Even killing a level 2 long-toothed demon is nothing. I have killed many of these monsters in the past. I have killed 9 of them. I have never boasted to others, not even once. I am such a low-key person, who would know that I have killed 5 level 3 long-horned demons and 9 level 2 long-toothed demons. No one, I am just this low-key, indifferent to fame and fortune. The white-robed man who looked like a scholar immediately waved his green sandalwood fan. Yue Yang suddenly had the urge to beat the guy in front of him up. That is not it at all, Director. He did not kill a level 2 long-toothed demon. The two beauties lowered their heads in frustration. It was really embarrassing to have such a superior. Then it is a level 2 rotten zombie. The white-robed man revealed a face of confidence. Rotten zombies are easy to kill. Other than their huge size and endurance, they are useless. I have killed countless of them when I was in a team. If I had not forgotten to bring my card, I would have killed at least a dozen of them. It is not a level 2 zombie, nor a level 3 longhorn demon, but a demon. Before the two beauties could finish, the white-robed man waved his hand to stop them. Wait, you are talking about a level 3 demon hound. Hell demon hound. The white-robed man's face finally showed a little surprise. No, the two beauties were already powerless. Could he let them finish? That is a level 4 demon giant. The white-robed man was shocked. It is a level 5 demon general. The two beauties were sweating. They finally had the chance to tell the truth, but it seemed a little too late. This was because Yue Yang's expression was already very bad. He had the urge to beat someone up. Demon general, how is this possible? His small body is not even enough to withstand a slap from a demon general. After the white-robed man recovered from his shock, he expressed his serious doubts. He then turned his face to criticize the two beauties. Did you see wrongly? How could you let him get away with this kind of thing? You should be able to tell with a glance. How could a little thief like him kill a demon general? Do you think demon generals are made of tofu? Director, he did not kill one demon general, but 6. The slightly taller beauty powerlessly replied. Having such a superior was really too embarrassing. Wah, what, did I hear wrongly? The white-robed man felt as if the world was spinning. I don't know if you heard wrongly or not, but, we did not say wrongly. The slightly shorter beauty with fair skin replied with certainty. This is not possible, this is definitely not possible. The white-robed man felt as if he was still dreaming. Hey, it's finally my turn to say a few words. Please quickly exchange gold coins for me, I'm still in a hurry. Yue Yang had the urge to hack the fellow in front of him to death. It was a pity that killing was not allowed in the first and second floors of Tong Tian Tower. Otherwise, Yue Yang would definitely use his Wei Jin magic blade to cut him down. Yes, I'm sorry. The two beauties held back their tears as they exchanged gold coins for Yue Yang. They painfully erased the battle achievements recorded on the crystal card, only keeping the number of enemies killed. He used a crystal card. The white-robed man remained in a petrified state. Only after Yue Yang had left for a long time did he recover. He asked with a trembling voice, how could he have a crystal card? You two are being impudent. A ranker with a crystal card has graced us with his presence, yet you two have no manners at all. You've completely disgraced our honor level 3, hey, what did he come here for just now? Exchange his battle achievements for gold coins. The two beauties also wanted to use a very small knife to slowly stab this infuriating superior to death. How could you let him do this? Maybe he was just short of money at the moment. How could you let him exchange his battle achievements for gold coins? That's an honor. Do you know what honor is? That's something more important than life in a man's heart. That's a kind of supreme pride. That's right. How many battle achievements did he exchange for? What, 5 demon generals? Could it be that what I heard just now wasn't a dream? The white-robed man suddenly complained to the two beauties, why didn't you inform me? If it was me, I would definitely stop him. Do you know that you've ruined a man's honor? You've polluted the stink of money with your sacred battle achievements, Aya, who hit my head. The white-robed man turned around and saw Yue Yang standing behind him. He asked curiously, why did you come back? No, it's you. Do you have any instructions? Yue Yang smiled and said, lie down, raise your butt as much as possible. The white-robed man was stunned. He asked in confusion, why do you want to do this? Is there any special meaning in doing this? The smile on Yue Yang's face became even more radiant. He shook his head and waved his hands. There's no meaning, but it would be more convenient for me to kick your butt that way. You don't know. After walking out for so long, I still feel that if I don't beat you up, I'll be unhappy for the whole day. So, can I trouble you to lie down and raise your butt right now? FCK your lungs, I'm already very unhappy, and you're still cawing like a crow. Tell me, aren't you looking for a beating? Once Yue Yang's anger flared up, his expression changed faster than flipping a page, and he immediately made his move. The white-robed man was knocked down by his random punches. He didn't even have the time to beg for mercy or struggle. He was beaten up by Yue Yang until his teeth fell all over the floor. He was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. The two beauties were extremely excited as they clapped and cheered. Actually, they had also wanted to beat him up for a long time, but they never had the chance. Do you want to try? It feels pretty good. Yue Yang invited them enthusiastically. No, just the two of us will pass. The two girls started to decline, but they couldn't stand Yue Yang's strong encouragement. In the end, they also came up and kicked him a few times. They were so excited that their faces were red, and they were extremely excited. You guys take your time, I have something to do, so I'll be leaving first. Yue Yang felt extremely good after beating the other party up. He slipped down the stairs like a wisp of smoke. 10 minutes later, City Mistress Fallen Flowers came to the third floor of the honorary hall and asked what had happened. The two beautiful waitresses were scared out of their wits, and hurriedly told her everything that had happened. When City Mistress Fallen Flowers heard this, she flew into a rage and shouted at the white-robed man who was covered with cuts and bruises, "Lie down immediately and raise your butt. I order you, immediately." Why? The white-robed man was dumbfounded. Why did all rankers have this kind of request? Because I'm also very unhappy, and I also want to beat you up. City Mistress Fallen Flowers angrily kicked the white-robed man to the ground and beat him up. At the same time, she ordered the two beauties to beat him up for her. You guys beat him up for me first, I'll chase after him to take a look. Maybe this titan is that brat. Is he really short of money? Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. I'll just chase after him to take a look first. Chapter 85. Yue Yang stored his gold and bought various items. He was about to teleport to the Stars domain to continue the Blackstone Labyrinth quest. He guessed that Inan and Yu Bing had already reached the 10,000-year ancient oak tree and were probably doing the 10,000-year ancient oak tree quest. With Wei Tai-lang there, they would be at ease doing the quest while waiting for him. As for Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the others, Yue Yang guessed that they would only reach the 10,000-year ancient oak tree a day later. So if he rushed to meet them now, he would still have a lot of free time. Ah, so it's really you. City Mistress Fallen Flowers caught up from behind and stretched out her hand to pull Yue Yang's ear. Little thief, why do you want to run away when you see me? City Mistress, please have mercy. I didn't do anything bad. Yue Yang quickly dodged her slender fingers. Yue Yang saw that City Mistress Fallen Flowers could easily find him and was slightly surprised. But when he saw the cute three-tailed snow fox sniffing around City Mistress Fallen Flowers' ankle, he suddenly realized that this little spirit fox was not only good at fighting, it was also good at tracking. Yue Yang just didn't understand why City Mistress Fallen Flowers was looking for him. City Mistress Fallen Flowers frowned as she looked at the Wei Jin magic blade on Yue Yang's waist. She said with a hint of annoyance, "You idiot, how can you exchange your battle achievements for gold? Why didn't you look for me if you needed money? Even if I'm not very rich, I'm still a city mistress. I can still lend you a few hundred gold. Battle achievements have special uses. In the third floor, there are many places that require battle achievements. Without them, you can't enter even if you want to. Normally, there won't be so many demon generals for you to kill. In the third floor and above, the demon commanders and demon marshals above the demon generals often lead their teams. Those fellows have the advantage in numbers, 10 times that of human warriors. If you don't snipe them, it would be very difficult to kill them." Yue Yang sweated profusely. He didn't know, only the heavens knew that battle merits were so useful. This time, he had no choice but to come to the Warrior Guild's Honor Level 3 to exchange for it. He had money on him, so why would he listen to the nagging of that white-robed brother? That fellow was even more annoying than Fatty Hai. But then again, could he really be Fatty Hai's relative? When City Mistress Fallen Flowers saw Yue Yang's embarrassed expression, she suddenly stopped being angry and laughed out loud. She laughed so hard that her shoulders shook and her flowers trembled. Hearty laughter had always been her specialty. Seeing this girl's natural, bold, and sexy smile, Yue Yang's heart was filled with lust. If it wasn't for the mercenaries passing by occasionally, Yue Yang really wanted to push down City Mistress Fallen Flowers and force himself on her. Of course, this was only because of her sexy laughter, it had nothing to do with anything else. Speaking of feelings, Yue Yang might say that his heart was as hard as iron. He would treat any woman like an NPC in a game, but towards fourth mother, Yu Bing and the little girl, he couldn't deny it even if he wanted to. As for the bright-eyed Inan, if someone asked Yue Yang, he would definitely say that he didn't have any feelings for her. Yue Yang's counterfeit inherent skill would not let others see through his true feelings. If you're smart, then you're a swindler. Everyone has been fooled by you. If you're stupid, then you're also an idiot. You don't even know the basics of life. If you haven't heard of it, why don't you go and ask around? You have a crystal card, you can go to the warrior's gold bank to borrow money. Let alone the Da Sha Kingdom's gold bank manager, even Tian Luo and Zijin Kingdom's people wouldn't be stingy and miss the chance to curry favor with a strong warrior. I'm going to die from laughter, can you be more funny? City Mistress Fallen Flowers couldn't stop laughing. She patted Yue Yang's shoulder with her small hands, as if saying, I'm going to die from laughter, you'll have to take responsibility. Why is City Mistress looking for me? Yue Yang was very open-minded. Even if he didn't want to exchange it, it was useless to regret it. Furthermore, wasn't it just the battle achievements of 5 demon generals? If the demon generals didn't have summoning grimoires or eggshell-like protective shields, Yue Yang was still very confident that he could take them down. Yue Yang had never fought against the demon commanders and demon marshals above the demon generals, so he didn't know how strong they were. However, he had already fought against Demon King Ha Xin and Lich King Grun. Although Yue Yang was far from them, with little Wen Li's help, he was still able to escape unscathed and not get killed instantly. Yue Yang didn't think about fighting against a Demon King ranked ranker for now. The demon marshals were also high-leveled. Yue Yang felt that there was a 99% chance that the demon marshals would have a grimoire and wouldn't be able to chew through it. If there was a chance, fighting against the demon commanders was actually a small wish of Yue Yang's. City Mistress Fallen Flowers stopped her bold and sexy laughter. She hugged Yue Yang's shoulder like a brother, seeing that you are my future personal guard captain, if I have any benefits, of course I'll give it to you. I'm preparing to fight against a rather powerful demon, so I need a helper. Come, let's discuss tactics. I'm not going. Yue Yang rejected her flatly. Nonsense, with this girl's craziness, she wouldn't fight normal monsters. Fighting against a strong enemy, wouldn't that be looking for trouble? Furthermore, discussing tactics was not what Yue Yang liked. If City Mistress Fallen Flowers invited him to study bedroom techniques together, he would definitely agree. City Mistress Fallen Flowers seemed to have already expected Yue Yang to say this. She laughed without a care. Don't throw a tantrum like a child, I won't harm you. You can't go wrong listening to me. If you're obedient, I'll give you candies. Yue Yang's forehead was filled with black lines. He wanted to break free from City Mistress Fallen Flowers' arm that was hugging his shoulder and leave, but that soft and light touch was too wonderful, he was a little reluctant to part with it. The delicate fragrance of a virgin wafted from his side, refreshing his heart. Although Yue Yang looked serious on the surface, in reality, a certain place had already shamefully turned hard. City Mistress Fallen Flowers used her jade-like fingers to lift Yue Yang's chin, exhaling a fragrant breath. Little thief, do you want a beauty? A strong and beautiful beauty. Yes, Yue Yang thought to himself, isn't this nonsense? Among the men, other than Dongfang Bubai, who didn't like beauties? Could it be that his blissful sexual life had arrived? This City Mistress Fallen Flowers was empty and lonely, and urgently needed his comfort. However, this girl didn't look like the kind of woman who liked to go around seducing men or having one-night stands. Her body fragrance was similar to Inan's. It seemed like they were both virgins. How could she go to bed with him after only seeing him 2 or 3 times? I know a place where there's a strong and beautiful beauty. Let's go and take her down together. City Mistress Fallen Flowers tried her best to encourage Yue Yang's wolfish heart. You mean us? Yue Yang sweated profusely. Could it be that this City Mistress Fallen Flowers was a lily? If I don't make a move, do you think a little thief like you can take down the gold-ranked level 5 Bloody Queen? When City Mistress Fallen Flowers said this, Yue Yang fell to the ground with a thud. As expected, this girl didn't look for him to go to bed with him, nor to pick up girls. She only looked for him to do hard labor. Gold-ranked level 5, that monster's strength was about the same as the 3-headed chimera. Furthermore, just the name itself was terrifying enough. Bloody Queen, looks like it was a Gold King beast. If not, it would be a demonic abyss quasi-king ranked demon. With just Luo Hua's City Mistress and himself, it was hard to say if the Bloody Queen would be able to defeat them. Yue Yang immediately struggled free from City Mistress Fallen Flowers' arms and walked away. I'm not going, I don't have the hobby of being abused. City Mistress Fallen Flowers chased after him and tried to persuade him. Little thief, you don't have to fight the Bloody Queen head on. I'll be the main attacker, you just have to be in charge of restraining her. After you win, the Bloody Queen will belong to you. If you can sign a contract with her, think about it, a gold rank level 5 Bloody Queen, once you summon her, you won't even need to fight at all. I think you're lacking a strong summoned beast. Although the two-headed wolf has a bright future, it's a beast-type beast and can only fight on land. What if you meet a bird-type beast that can control the sky? Don't tell me that a small wind-breath seabird can defeat you. With the Bloody Queen, things would be different. She's an existence second only to a giant dragon. What does City Mistress want after you win? Yue Yang couldn't understand. Could it be that there was a Lei Feng in the soaring dragon continent? Nonsense, of course I want the best things. When City Mistress Fallen Flowers said this, Yue Yang secretly said, I knew it, in his heart. However, City Mistress Fallen Flowers added something else. Yue Yang was dumbfounded again, because City Mistress Fallen Flowers said, I want the Bloody Queen's demonic fragrant flower in the Sky Pavilion. You don't know, but I'm currently lacking a pot of demonic fragrant flower to decorate my window, deal. When Yue Yang heard this, he was afraid that City Mistress Fallen Flowers would regret her decision. He immediately held her hands tightly, and at the same time, he also took the opportunity to take advantage of her and take advantage of her. I knew that a little thief like you wouldn't be able to resist temptation. City Mistress Fallen Flowers seemed to have already predicted that Yue Yang would agree. She laughed out loud, you good for nothing, how could you believe other people's words so easily? Don't you know that liars don't discriminate between men and women? After being lectured by her, Yue Yang couldn't help but sweat profusely. She had said all the good and bad things alone. Don't worry, I won't lie to a silly little thief like you, because you are my future personal guard captain. City Mistress Fallen Flowers laughed lightly. This is just to remind you not to trust others so easily, no matter if it's a man or a woman. If you are busy, I'll give you half a day off to deal with it. No need. Yue Yang's heart moved slightly. It wouldn't be too late to go back and look for Yu Bing and Inan after he subdued the Bloody Queen first. Yu Bing and Inan weren't weak, so it would be very safe for them to train in the Black Stone Labyrinth. Furthermore, he could cultivate the Treeman Warrior and the Little Silver Pegasus while he was waiting. On the other hand, he was indeed lacking a strong flying beast. If he could use Phantom Shadow to take over the Bloody Queen's body and become an existence like the Barbarian Cow Shadow, his battle power would definitely increase. A gold-ranked level 5 Bloody Queen, not mentioning other things, her strength was already there. If he could really succeed, then when he returned to the Yu clan castle, he could ruthlessly trample on the Yu clan's first and second branch. He didn't even need to expose his innate invisible sword Qi and little Wen Li. He believed that he could easily help the beautiful woman vent her anger. Seeing Yue Yang shaking his head, City Mistress Fallen Flowers immediately pulled his big hand. Don't worry, we'll be back soon. Your sister's strength is not bad, it won't be a problem for her to train in the Black Stone Labyrinth. Furthermore, you can't just protect her all the time, you have to let her have a chance to be independent occasionally. Let's go, don't let those people from the Demon Abyss beat us to it. Demon Abyss? Yue Yang was stunned. What did this Bloody Queen have to do with the Demon Abyss? Could it be that the Bloody Fifth female lived in the Demon Abyss? The Bloody Queen is a newly promoted gold-ranked king beast. It's the easiest to fight now, but after a few more months, when it matures and rises to gold-ranked level 6, it would be troublesome. All monsters, after reaching level 6, would have their strength increased by more than 10 times from their original strength. However, once bronze-ranked, silver-ranked and gold-ranked monsters reach level 6, they wouldn't have the chance to mutate anymore. Platinum-ranked monsters can still mutate after reaching level 6, don't let the two-headed demon wolf of yours rise to bronze-ranked level 6. You have to let it evolve to silver-ranked, otherwise it would be destined to become a useless laborer. City Mistress Fallen Flowers pulled Yue Yang along as they ran. Yue Yang listened attentively. These secrets of cultivating beasts, if not from her, he really didn't know who else would tell him. If it rose to bronze-ranked level 6, Wei Tai Lang would probably be crippled. Luckily, Wei Tai Lang was only bronze-ranked level 5 now. There was still a chance for it to evolve to silver-ranked beast. How can a bronze-ranked two-headed demon wolf evolve to silver-ranked? Yue Yang couldn't resist the urge to seek knowledge in his heart. He knew that this was a secret among secrets, and others wouldn't easily tell him, but he still blurted it out and asked City Mistress Fallen Flowers. Chapter 86 Inches. If it was someone else, I definitely wouldn't say it, but you are a silly little thief. Forget it, I'll be your teacher again. City Mistress Fallen Flowers' words made Yue Yang stunned. This girl really said it. Could it be that this girl took a fancy to him? That didn't seem possible, right? People like her, who knew how many strong warriors she had seen, why would she take a fancy to an unknown young boy like him? Moreover, her eyes were not like Inan's, which was unwilling to reveal a bit of light, but similar to Yu Yu's concerned eyes. Could it be that this girl liked to pretend to be other people's older sister, and treated him as a younger brother? City Mistress Fallen Flowers passed on many secrets of cultivating beasts to Yue Yang along the way, amidst her unique laughter, allowing Yue Yang to benefit a lot. When they arrived at the teleportation circle, she took out a small token. After discussing with the old man in charge of guarding the teleportation circle for a while, she let Yue Yang also stand inside. Before teleporting, City Mistress Fallen Flowers warned Yue Yang seriously, "Little thief, I want to remind you, you must pay attention to your safety. At all times, you must put your life first, understand? Right now, the entire Soaring Dragon continent doesn't have any resurrection heavenly crystal. If you die in battle, I have no way to save you." Resurrection heavenly crystal. Yue Yang was stunned when he heard this. That is the magical crystal, brought back from the legendary heaven realm by human peak warriors. As long as a person has not died for long and the important parts of their body are still intact, they can use the magical energy stored in it to resurrect. Because of the frequent invasion of the demon abyss in the past 1,000 years, countless human genius warriors with hope died in battle. In order to preserve hope, the resurrection heavenly crystal was used to resurrect the most important and most promising genius warriors. As a result, the originally scarce resurrection heavenly crystal was used up 100 years ago. We must face the enemy seriously and take risks bravely, but we must also be careful, because we have no possibility of resurrection. City Mistress Fallen Flowers' expression was abnormally serious. Does the heaven realm really exist? Yue Yang thought to himself, they always talked about the three realms. Other than the Soaring Dragon continent and the demon abyss, could there really be a heaven realm? It should exist, but the peak warriors never mentioned it. They only said that when the younger generation stepped onto the 8th level of Tong Tian Tower, they would understand. I reckon that the heaven realm does exist, because every higher level of Tong Tian Tower, the space is 10 times bigger than the one below. After reaching the 8th level, I reckon that it is even bigger than the Soaring Dragon continent. If we go up to the 9th level, I reckon that even the demon abyss is far from it. Maybe the heaven realm exists in the outer realm of the higher levels of Tong Tian Tower. City Mistress Fallen Flowers was also not sure. Can't I get the heavenly recovery crystal from the heaven realm now? Yue Yang asked. It's said that the resurrection sky crystal was brought back from Tong Tian Tower's 10th floor and above. In the past 1,000 years, there hasn't been a single ranker in the Soaring Dragon continent who could enter the 10th floor. City Lord Fallen Flowers shook her head. Don't think about these useless things for now. We have to be careful of the next battle. While speaking, Yue Yang saw a white light flash, and he was already teleported to another place. His whole body tensed up, as if there was an invisible weight pressing down on him. His whole body became much heavier, as if his weight had doubled. The feeling of being as light as a swallow disappeared. A thought flashed through Yue Yang's mind, and he suddenly shouted, "Double gravity. Does the space here have double gravity?" City Lord Fallen Flowers looked at Yue Yang with a little amusement. It's the ancient code seal. The second floor of Tong Tian Tower started to gradually strengthen. However, if we use the term gravity to explain it, it seems that it can barely be explained. However, our weight didn't increase, it's just that our bodies were affected by the ancient code. You might not be used to it at first, so get used to it first. Later, we will teleport to the 3rd floor, where there are stronger seals. Wait, I'll give you the clearance certificate first. Yue Yang looked at City Lord Fallen Flowers with a little surprise as she jogged towards the old man in a long robe. It seemed that the double gravity didn't affect her much. Kong Yu Man's heart was filled with pride. He couldn't be worse than a girl. After calming down and adjusting his breath, Yue Yang slowly moved his body. He used innate qi to circulate throughout his body, raising his body to its best state. Gradually, the discomfort of the heavy pressure slowly weakened and finally disappeared. It seemed that the ancient code seal on the second floor of Tong Tian Tower was actually very weak. As long as a warrior's body reached its best state, it would almost have no effect. However, how many people in the world could use innate chi to adjust their body quickly like him? If Yi Kong and Fatty Hai came here, they probably wouldn't even need to fight. Just walking alone would make them fall down from exhaustion. When City Lord Fallen Flowers returned, Yue Yang was doing somersaults, his movements extremely agile. This greatly surprised her. This brat's body was really abnormal, he could adapt so quickly. How did he train in the past? Did he only train in combat skills? Even if he only trained in combat skills, it shouldn't be possible to adapt to this extent in such a short time, right? She had to adapt to the second floor for a whole day before she gradually got rid of that kind of influence. She didn't expect that this brat would not be affected by the ancient code seal in just a few minutes. He was really abnormal. Yes, just like this, always maintain your body's best state. When we reach the third floor, there will be even stronger ancient code seal. Moreover, as long as we leave the human's castle, there is a high possibility that we will encounter the demon abyss's ambush. At all times, we must maintain our most vigilant battle state. City Lord Fallen Flowers warned a few more times, and then teleported to the third floor of Tong Tian Tower with Yue Yang. Yue Yang discovered that this place was a castle that was even bigger than Whitestone City. The teleportation circle was set up on a small mountain top, and there were almost 100 golden armored guards guarding it vigilantly below. A little further away, there was a huge city wall that was 40 to 50 meters tall, built along the mountain. Many of the city walls were simply carved out of the mountain wall, and there were tall archery towers and guard stations on top of it. Looking down, the houses below were also the same. They were all built along the mountain walls, without any bricks or tiles. It was obvious that they were sturdy and simple. All the houses were arranged like a beehive. Although they looked messy on the surface, they were actually the most reasonable construction. It was the most economical use of materials, and also the most reasonable use of the surrounding mountain. On top of the three black stone buildings, there was a huge flag erected. Yue Yang recognized that the flag in the middle was the Da Sha Kingdom's Iron Blood Golden Dragon flag. The other flag with a silver wolf and a purple gold moon was probably the Zijin Kingdom's Howling Wolf Moon flag. The one on the right with a sky blue peony with a gold core and a jade thread should be the Tian Luo Kingdom's Fallen Beauty flag. Only in the third floor of Tong Tian Tower would the flags of the three countries that were plotting against each other be placed together, because this was not the Soaring Dragon continent. Human warriors had to unite in order to resist the demon abyss's crazy attacks. No matter if it was Da Sha, Zijin, Tian Luo or other small countries, none of them could resist the demon abyss's demon army alone. Let's go. In this Iron Fist City, as long as the demon abyss army doesn't attack, we will still be safe. City Mistress Fallen Flowers brought Yue Yang, who had quickly strengthened his body to resist the triple gravity restriction spell, down the teleportation circle on the small mountain. How often do the demon abyss army enter this place? Yue Yang saw that the city walls were filled with traces of war. There was also a faint smell of blood in the air. At least 1 month, at most 3 months, the demon abyss will definitely attack. The human warriors stationed here don't even have time to breathe. A battle would last for a few days and nights. This is very normal. However, fortunately, the three countries' elite teams are quite united. Sometimes, the small countries would also put in a lot of effort, so this place is still unable to be conquered. When City Mistress Fallen Flowers said this, Yue Yang felt that it was strange. How can these guards defend against the attack of a Demon King level powerhouse? Yue Yang was in disbelief. This place definitely could not withstand the attack of a Demon King. Silly words again. Why would a Demon King level powerhouse come to the 3rd level to attack a city? Normally, they would come to the 6th or 7th level to compete with the human super powerhouses. Moreover, even if they conquered this place, it would be useless. When the human powerhouses rush back, they can still drive them away. The demon abyss can gain the upper hand, but it doesn't mean that the demons can destroy us humans. The demons' attack is only to train the elite powerhouses among the demons. At the same time, it also consumes the strength of us humans. In short, this is a kind of competition. Otherwise, what's the point of them conquering this place? The demons use this place as a whetstone, and we do the same. This place is the Watershed that separates ordinary people from the strong. If we can walk out of here, then there will be hope. City Mistress Fallen Flowers said as she led Yue Yang across the street and towards the city gate facing the valley. City Mistress, please be careful. There might be demons lying in ambush on the road. The stationed golden armor general respectfully saluted City Mistress Fallen Flowers. You're the City Mistress here. When Yue Yang heard this, he was shocked. This girl was amazing. This City Mistress was really amazing. No, how could I make a broken city on the 3rd level? My city is on the 4th level. When City Mistress Fallen Flowers said this, Yue Yang immediately collapsed. Strong, this girl was 10 times more amazing than he imagined. Other than the gravity of the 3rd level being 3 times that of the 1st level, the area was also 100 times larger than the 1st level. Yue Yang looked at the map. On it, 60% was the territory of the Demon Abyss, and 40% was occupied by humans. Both sides were separated by a huge river, and the Iron Fist city that he teleported out was not the only one. There were 3 other similar cities, but the scale was obviously far from the Iron Fist city. They were only small cities that served as natural strongholds. On the map, there were close to 100 neutral areas that were marked with silver circles. These seemed to be the territories of Golden King beasts. Humans and Demon Abyss rankers could not easily attack them, so they were preserved. The Bloody Queen that City Mistress Fallen Flowers wanted to kill with Yue Yang was marked with such a neutral area. However, if the areas were divided according to the strength of the strength, this Bloody Queen should be considered relatively weak among the many Golden King beasts on the 3rd level. This was because, from what was shown on the map, the area that it marked out was the smallest among all the Golden King beasts. Don't be careless. The Bloody Queen originally had an even stronger Queen Mother, so her area was the largest. However, she left the 3rd level and went to the 4th level. Her daughter has leveled up to become a Bloody Queen. Because she had just evolved, she is still relatively weak. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to defeat her. The Bloody Queen's mother left, but she left behind 2 commander-level demons that are a little hard to deal with. One of them is a bronze rank level 6 ghost-clawed rainbow-winged banshee, and the other is a bronze rank level 7 blade massacring demoness. We have to get rid of them. In addition, there are also dozens of bronze rank level 2 harpies and bronze rank level 3 bayonet spider demons. They are also a bit of a headache. When City Mistress Fallen Flowers said this, Yue Yang almost fainted. So it wasn't just a Bloody Queen. This Bloody Queen had soldiers and generals under her. Her people were strong and her horses were strong. There was also a large number of them. How were they going to fight this battle? Chapter 87 Inches Come, let's discuss tactics together. City Mistress Fallen Flowers was a democratic person and didn't mind discussing with others. It was a pity that she didn't know that Yue Yang only liked to study sexual techniques and didn't know anything about tactics. Furthermore, how could she let an otaku who had never been on the battlefield or led an army come up with tactics? That was more dangerous than having no tactics at all. Actually, I've read Sun Tzu's Art of War before. The highest realm is to subdue the enemy without fighting. I don't think that's possible. Also, I've seen the guerrilla warfare of the Celestial Empire. Unfortunately, we can't use guerrilla warfare, landmine warfare, tunnel warfare here, Yue Yang was thinking. Among the 36 stratagems, which one was the most suitable here? After thinking for a long time, he couldn't think of anything like besieging Wei to save Zhao, deceiving everyone, killing with a borrowed knife, luring the tiger away from the mountain. As for the empty fort stratagem, injuring oneself to gain the confidence of others and seducing the tiger away from the mountain, none of these would work. After thinking for a long time, he felt that the last stratagem, escape as the best, was the most suitable. Yue Yang had fought against a bronze rank level 7 bone dragon before. Its bones were extremely hard, and without innate invisible sword chi, he wouldn't be able to break it. Now, there was a bronze rank level 7 blade massacring demoness, which was probably not easy to deal with. There was even a bronze rank level 6 ghost-clawed rainbow-winged banshee helping in midair. Forget about these 2 monsters, there was also a gold rank level 5 Bloody Queen. Yue Yang could imagine the concept of a gold rank beast from the Ares Temple's 3-headed chimera. Furthermore, this Bloody Queen was only a gold king beast. No matter how weak it was still a queen. City Mistress Fallen Flowers encouraged Yue Yang along the way. She advised him to think about how cool it would be to have a gold rank beast and show it off in front of others, so that he wouldn't give up so easily. The 2 of them passed through mountains and rivers, and walked for more than 2 hours before they reached the Flying Mountain where the Bloody Queen lived. Flying Mountain was the name of an island in the sky. It had never been seen in the Soaring Dragon continent, but it existed in every floor of Tong Tian Tower. Even in the first floor, there were very few places, such as the Black Stone Labyrinth in Star Domain. On the walls of the labyrinth, there were some stones that blocked the view, floating in midair. Of course, it was still a floating rock. If the Sky Island was big enough and shaped like a mountain, it would be named Flying Peak. The Flying Peak was not the largest sky island. Instead, it was a small sky island. It was said that a city or even a country could be built on a large sky island. For example, City Lord Fallen Flower's Waterfall City was built on a floating island. At the foot of the Flying Peak were 2 cliffs that connected to each other. There were also a lot of floating stones that formed a spiral staircase that snaked upward. The Bloody Queen's original mother had managed the peak of the mountain that reached the clouds for who knows how many years. Unexpectedly, there were also spatial pavilions that resembled human buildings on top of the mountain. If I can occupy this place and build a holiday villa for people to visit, I reckon that business will be booming. Yue Yang started to daydream. Avatar just needed to create a floating island, find a few actors, wear a few pieces of cloth, and shoot a movie, and it would be extremely popular. If he really built a holiday villa in the sky, even if it couldn't compare to Avatar's Holy Mountain, it definitely wouldn't be worse than Dubai's artificial coconut island, right? Your idea is not bad, but I don't think anyone would risk their life to come to the 3rd floor of Tong Tian Tower for a holiday. It's not a holiday, it's looking for death. City Lord Fallen Flowers laughed uncontrollably. The 2 of them chatted and laughed as they came out from the call. They were about to find the most hidden place to go up the mountain. Suddenly, City Lord Fallen Flowers discovered that the Flying Peak had a spatial pavilion on top of it emitting black smoke. She immediately became furious and anxiously jumped up. "Little thief, hurry up, someone has snatched it from us. I'm telling you, you can't be lenient. Kill whoever you see. As long as it's something that I like, no one can snatch it from me. What if it's not a monster from the demon abyss, but a human?" Yue Yang felt that this was still within the territory of human warriors. Maybe it was a human warrior who was snatching the monster. Nonsense, in my eyes, there is only one kind of enemy, and that is those who go against me. City Lord Fallen Flowers raised her fist and punched Yue Yang. She harumphed. "No matter who it is, as long as they don't leave, go ahead and chop them. I'll take responsibility for anything that happens." Yue Yang thought that City Lord Fallen Flowers was a very reasonable person. He didn't think that she was even more ferocious and tyrannical than a crab from the Celestial Empire. Yue Yang immediately pulled out the crescent blade on his back and ran. The Bloody Queen was a summoned beast that he had ordered long ago. Whoever dared to touch her, he would chop them. Since City Lord Fallen Flowers said that she would take responsibility, it would be a waste if he didn't chop them. On the spiraling path of floating stones, there were some places where the floating stones were shattered and cracked, creating a huge crater. Some of the floating stones were stained with blood. Bird feathers, broken limbs and broken weapons were scattered everywhere. As Yue Yang and City Lord Fallen Flowers went further up, they discovered that the corpses of the harpies could be seen from time to time. As for the level 3 demons that were killed by the harpies' wings, they were also abandoned on the ground. A few of them were still wriggling in the pool of blood. It was obvious that they were not completely dead yet. A large group of giant spider corpses were scattered messily on the stone steps. Some of them were even on fire. The burnt smell and the smell of blood were nauseating. It was obvious that this was not an attack by human warriors, but a large-scale attack by the demon clan. On the last floating stone step of the Flying Peak, Yue Yang and City Lord Fallen Flowers also discovered the corpse of a level 4 demon giant. Its head had been chopped off by a terrifying force. The way it died was extremely bloody and terrifying. This time, there will definitely be a demon general, or even a demon commander leading the team. City Lord Fallen Flowers hinted to Yue Yang to be extra careful. When they reached the Flying Peak, they turned around the narrow mountain path and ran halfway up the mountain. They discovered that hundreds of demon abyss creatures were surrounding a small number of harpies. There were at least 3 demon generals taking turns to attack a bloodied blade giant that was fighting to the death. This blade giant looked a little like a female minotaur, but it was taller. It waved its giant blade that looked like a guillotine, charging back and forth among the demons, slaughtering at least 100 low-level demons. It was unstoppable, Other than a few demon generals' attacks that could injure it, there were no other demons that could stop this blade giant's charge. The level 3 Longhorn demon was killed by this blade giant until its corpses were everywhere. On the other side of the battlefield, there was a rainbow-winged demoness that was several times bigger than a normal person. It was entangled by countless spider webs, unable to spread its wings and fly into the sky. 2 demon generals raised their giant axes and sharp swords, fiercely slashing at it. Although they were unable to kill the rainbow-winged demoness easily, their storm-like attacks still inflicted heavy injuries on it. The rainbow-winged demoness let out a painful wail. It tried its best to break free from the spider webs, but it was completely unable to do so. It was obvious that it had been restrained by the beasts that countered it. Yue Yang reckoned that the demon generals had used the special characteristics of flying beasts that countered the rainbow-winged demoness. They had summoned tarantulas, or trawl spiders, to bind the rainbow-winged demoness that had an extremely fast flying speed and nimble movements. Then, they mercilessly killed the rainbow-winged demoness whose combat power had been greatly reduced after landing. In the eyes of City Mistress Fallen Flowers, with her experience, she could see even more. For example, that blade giant must have been affected by the weakening demon moth, bone-sucking maggot, and manic red ant. Otherwise, as a bronze rank level 7, it wouldn't have been so easily beaten black and blue by the 3 demon generals. It wouldn't have lost its rationality and attacked recklessly. Ayayayaya, an extremely sharp shriek spread out from the sky like a ripple. No matter if it was a normal demon or a demon general, after hearing this incomparably sharp and ear-piercing shriek, they all fell to the ground like harvested wheat, fainting. Some of the demons with the lowest levels even died on the spot. Their ugly heads exploded like rotten watermelons, white brain matter splattering all over the ground. Even the strong blade giant, the bronze rank level 7 blade massacring demoness, kneeled on the ground in pain, clutching its head and rolling on the ground. When Yue Yang heard this, he felt a buzzing sound in his head. There was a total of 2 to 3 seconds of blankness, as if someone had ruthlessly smashed a flying hammer on the back of his head. After this ear-piercing shriek, Yue Yang's innate chi immediately reacted and circulated throughout his entire body. In the end, it formed a cyclone that protected his head and slowly released it outwards. The dizziness in his head was immediately dispelled. There was an indescribable refreshing feeling that filled his entire head. Not only was his spirit not affected, it had instead become 100 times clearer. This natural reaction from his innate chi made Yue Yang's heart overjoyed. Could it be that this was the second level of innate invisible sword chi's 5 senses returned to 1? He had already trained in the second level for a long time, but there were still many mysterious mental cultivation methods. Yue Yang had always been in a state where he didn't fully understand, understood. Under the 10,000 years ancient oak tree, Yue Yang had comprehended the nature's heart and raised his spirit level by a huge step. At the same time, he had also determined the direction to advance to the 3rd level. Now, after being attacked by the terrifying shriek, and because of the reaction from his innate chi protecting his body, he had suddenly comprehended the 5 senses returned to 1, of his eyes, ears, mouth, nose and tongue, greatly increasing the sensitivity of his 5 senses. In comparison, City Mistress Fallen Flowers didn't get rid of the effects so quickly. She clutched her forehead and painfully groaned. This is the Bloody Queen's Banshee's scream. Looks like she has met a strong enemy. I need a minute to store up my energy before I can completely recover to my peak condition. If you can move, then quickly kill the demon general while the dizziness from the Banshee's scream is still not gone. Wait, don't go out, there's someone in the sky. Be careful, this guy is called Ma Liang, he's one of the 3 big shots among the demon commanders. He's a flying dragon demon rider, and his strength isn't any weaker than mine. This battle might be extremely difficult. You must remember what I said before, no matter what happens, save your life first. In the sky, a black figure landed on the ground with a loud bang. He landed heavily on the ground, stirring up a cloud of mud and gravel. Yue Yang focused his attention and saw that it was a man in magic armor riding on the back of a black flying dragon. He fell heavily on the ground along with his mount. The black flying dragon's eyes immediately turned white as it fainted. Black blood flowed out from its mouth, eyes and ears. As for the man in magic armor on its back, he held his head in pain and howled towards the sky. It was as if his forehead had been pierced by a metal nail. He was in so much pain that he wanted to die. With regards to this result, Yue Yang didn't find it strange at all. Even at such a far distance, when he, who had reached the innate realm, heard that mournful scream, he felt as if the back of his head was hit by a hammer. This guy was directly hit by the scream at such a close distance. It was already amazing that his head didn't explode into a pile of mush. Looks like this guy is that Ma Liang. He's one of the 3 big shots among the demon commanders. 3 big shots. That sounds pretty amazing. In the sky, another girl with golden wings fell down diagonally. She was mostly naked, only her snow-white breasts and private parts of her lower body were covered by a small amount of demon armor. In her chest, where her heart was, there was an oddly shaped dagger that was deeply pierced. Fresh blood flowed out, dyeing half of her body red. She spun around in the sky with difficulty, flying in a crooked manner, as if she wanted to escape from the battlefield. However, in the end, she didn't have the strength to flap her wings. In the end, she flew lower and lower until she fell heavily in front of Yue Yang. She struggled to get up a few times, but just as she straightened her body, she spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted in pain. Both sides suffered. This bloody queen and demon commander fought until both sides suffered. Yue Yang's heart was beating extremely fast. This was obviously a gift from the heavens to him for free. If he didn't accept it, he would probably suffer the wrath of the heavens. You guys fight slowly, I'll pick her up in the middle. He immediately flew in front of the fainted bloody queen, preparing to use phantom shadow to take over her body. Suddenly, a light breeze blew past. It was unknown when a shadow had appeared behind him. In the hands of this shadow, there was a strangely shaped demon blade that was flickering with golden light, and it slashed down towards the back of Yue Yang's head. Chapter 88. The shadow used his magic blade to cut Yue Yang in half, and sneered at the same time, "Idiot." But he was immediately startled. Because Yue Yang's body had mysteriously disappeared. What was hit was not his body, but an afterimage. Where did the real Yue Yang go? I agree that you are an idiot. A crescent-shaped blade aura with raging flames and black smoke sliced through the air and landed on the back of the sword-wielding shadow. At the same time as it cut the magic armor, a big foot stretched out and wretchedly kicked the shadow's buttocks. The shadow's body involuntarily flew forward, like an arrow streaking across the ground, knocking away countless evil spirits that had fallen on the mountain path. It heavily smashed into a mountain wall, making a loud rumbling sound. The mountain wall shook, smoke and dust flew everywhere. On the ground, a long straight line was left. Yue Yang, who had successfully ambushed Ma Liang, felt that it was a pity. If he had the giant shadow, which could increase his strength by 100 times, then this arrogant Ma Liang would not be able to walk away unscathed. Right now, his strength was not enough to kill him. The mountain wall exploded with a bang, and a black shadow wielding a magic blade came out. It was the man who rode on the black flying dragon just now. One of the 3 great demon commanders, Ma Liang. Although he was successfully ambushed by Yue Yang, his face was still full of arrogance. He casually shook off the stone fragments on his shoulder and looked at Yue Yang in disdain. "Little worm, your speed is quite fast, but your strength is really too weak. What's your name?" "Don't talk to him, he has a strange beast called Howling Flying Dragon. It's an invisible flying dragon spirit. As long as you talk to him, you will be silenced for at least 5 minutes. He wants to stop you from summoning your grimoire. Hurry up and kill the demon general, this fellow is mine." As soon as City Lord Fallen Flowers finished speaking, Yue Yang could see with his all-seeing eye that a ball of black gas emerged from Ma Liang's demonic armor and transformed into a flying dragon that pounced towards City Lord Fallen Flowers. On the other hand, City Mistress Fallen Flowers was already prepared. She stretched out her hand and summoned her gold grimoire. A bright golden barrier rose up, blocking the black gas in the shape of a flying dragon. "City Lord Fallen Flowers, long time no see. Fighting with you is meaningless. We have fought no less than 10 times, and there has never been a clear winner. I believe this time will be no exception. However, I really doubt if this subordinate of yours would be able to last more than a minute under the combined attacks of my 5 demon generals." Ma Liang also summoned a gold grimoire. As he spoke, the 5 demon generals clutched their heads, their expressions abnormally pained. One by one, they stood up. After suffering the bloody queen's banshee's scream, no matter how strong they were, they wouldn't be able to endure it. City Lord Fallen Flowers took a look at Yue Yang. Seeing that this brat wasn't affected at all, her heart immediately calmed down. She didn't know why, but even though she had only met this brat a few times, with her woman's intuition, she felt that he was very trustworthy. She always had an indescribable confidence in him. If it was someone else, she wouldn't have brought a little thief who was training on the first floor to the third floor, not to mention bringing him here to kill the bloody queen. However, she didn't know why, but when she saw him, she had this kind of confidence in him. It was as if he was the best choice to cooperate with her. Kill him for me. Ma Liang had been paying attention to City Lord Fallen Flowers' expression. Seeing that she didn't have any trace of panic, he immediately felt unhappy. Could it be that she really had that much confidence in that quick-legged thief? 5 demon generals that he had specially chosen as his trusted aides, and almost 100 elite soldiers that he had personally trained. Could that quick-legged thief really be able to support the battle? Or was City Lord Fallen Flowers pretending to be full of confidence? With her craftiness and calmness, even if she was at a disadvantage, she definitely wouldn't be moved. This was most likely just a bluff. Yes, the 5 demon generals loudly replied. The 5 demon generals didn't move together. Moreover, they also didn't feel that a human thief was worthy of being surrounded and killed by 5 demon generals. If it wasn't for Ma Liang's order, they would at most send a few long-horned evil demons to use their sharp claws to tear this brat to pieces. A demon general stepped out from the crowd, preparing to attack. Another one guarded him, guarding against a sneak attack from City Lord Fallen Flowers. The other 3 continued to observe the battlefield, ready to attack the blade massacring demoness at any time. The ghost-clawed rainbow-winged demoness had unknowingly broken free from the spider web. It didn't continue to participate in the battle, but instead soared into the sky in fear. Perhaps it was because the bloody queen was heavily injured and on the verge of death, and the battle situation was extremely unfavorable. The ghost-clawed rainbow-winged demoness actually abandoned the bloody queen and the home it was guarding, fleeing in panic. The other one, the blade massacring demoness, that ugly female ox-head giant, fought to the death without retreating. Under the bites and attacks of the evil demon army, it retaliated angrily, refusing to leave the battlefield no matter what. There were a few times when it wanted to charge forward and save the heavily injured bloody queen, but because its intelligence was too low, and it was affected by the manic scarlet ant's poison, it was easily lured away by the demon generals. It was so enraged that it forgot to save the bloody queen. It only cared about chasing after the demon generals, or slashing the evil demons beside it in a frenzy. Ma Liang realized that the evil demon army really couldn't deal much damage to the bronze rank level 7 blade massacring demoness. They suffered heavy casualties, so he summoned a silver-spotted flying dragon and led it join the battle. It attacked from the sky, focusing on restraining the blade massacring demoness. However, Ma Liang's attention was mainly on City Lord Fallen Flowers. He, who had fought with City Lord Fallen Flowers more than 10 times, knew that this human female's beast's killing power was extremely terrifying. It could easily kill its opponent in an instant. If it wasn't for the fact that she took a long time to accumulate her spiritual qi, then other than himself, no other living creature would be able to survive this battle. Corrosive Flying Dragon. Ma Liang summoned another flying dragon. Yue Yang realized that this guy was simply a flying dragon maniac who specialized in contracting flying dragons. He rode on a black flying dragon, hid to ambush others with a howling flying dragon, attacked female ox-headed monsters with a silver-spotted flying dragon that could discharge electricity, and then summoned a corrosive flying dragon to attack City Lord Fallen Flowers. How many flying dragons did this guy actually contract? Yue Yang was speechless. Flying dragons were definitely not bad beasts, but he couldn't just contract flying dragons all the time, right? City Lord Fallen Flowers left the 3-tailed snow fox under her feet inside the protective shield. This corrosive flying dragon was Ma Liang's beast to counter the 3-tailed snow fox's transformation into a 6-tailed fox spirit. 6-tailed fox spirit was very clean, and was afraid of being polluted. Once its spiritual qi was polluted, its battle power would be greatly reduced. She snorted coldly and summoned a light spirit. It flew around her body, quickly absorbing and accumulating light energy. Be careful. If it's really dangerous, just summon your grimoire and hide inside the protective shield. City Lord Fallen Flowers warned Yue Yang. She closed her eyes and meditated, preparing to use her fastest speed to accumulate aurora light and kill the demon army and the few demon generals. Kill. Ma Liang obviously knew the terrifying power of her aurora light. He stretched out his hand and made a killing gesture towards Yue Yang. Damn, do you think I'm a national football team that can slaughter whenever you want? Yue Yang was very dissatisfied. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to use his shadow to take over the Bloody Queen's body, he would have used his Wei Jin magic blade to kill these demon generals long ago. How would they have the chance to show off their strength? However, the Bloody Queen's willpower was extremely firm. Yue Yang secretly used Phantom Shadow to take over her body, but she seemed to know that she would become a puppet after taking over her body. She refused to obey no matter what. Although she was already on the verge of death, she was still a gold-ranked level 5 king. Yue Yang tried again and again, but he still couldn't succeed. Seeing that the Bloody Queen's willpower was too firm and would rather die than obey, Yue Yang couldn't do anything about it. He could only give up on the idea of taking over her body. He prepared to keep his shadow and kill the demon general who was swinging his sword at him first. It was a pity that the Bloody Queen died. However, since he couldn't take over her body, Yue Yang couldn't force her. There was a chance of success in taking over a body. Furthermore, the opponent was a gold-ranked level 5 king, not a bronze-ranked level 5 barbarian bull. It was normal for Phantom Shadow to not succeed. Yue Yang had just turned around and waved his crescent blade to block the demon general's heavy sword that was the fastest to attack him. He then used his Wei Jin magic blade to slash upwards. Suddenly, a golden light flashed brilliantly behind him, causing everyone to be extremely shocked as they all turned their attention towards him. What made Yue Yang ecstatic and extremely speechless was that the moment he gave up on using Phantom Shadow to take over the Bloody Queen's body, the Bloody Queen immediately took the initiative to fuse with Phantom Shadow, completing the contract in an instant. It seemed that she was also afraid of death. However, her dignity as a king made her rather die than turn her corpse into a puppet. Hence, she resisted taking over Yue Yang's body even when she was on the verge of death. When Yue Yang gave up on taking over Yue Yang's body and prepared to keep his Phantom Shadow, she immediately hugged the Phantom Shadow into her embrace. Her entire body fused with the Phantom Shadow, borrowing the opportunity to complete the contract with Yue Yang in an instant. The Phantom Shadow was originally Yue Yang's guardian beast. She could actually complete the contract again after fusing with it. This made Yue Yang puzzled. Right now, was she his guardian beast, or a normal beast? What made Yue Yang feel the strangest was that although he could control the Bloody Queen's body and clearly sense how weak her body was, he couldn't sense her thoughts at all. This was another accident that he couldn't understand. Kill her, quickly, Ma Liang shouted sternly. If the Bloody Queen didn't die, she would definitely be the most difficult opponent to deal with after her injuries recovered. If he hadn't launched a sneak attack and stabbed a gold-ranked dragon-slaying dagger into her heart, the current battle situation would be completely different. When the 5 demon generals' expressions changed drastically and rushed over, Yue Yang stretched out his hand and quickly pulled out the dragon-slaying dagger that was still stuck in the Bloody Queen's heart. At the same time, he crushed a healing stone to heal her injuries. Actually, even without the healing stone, the gold-ranked level 5 Bloody Queen wouldn't die so easily. The real fatal injury was the dragon-slaying dagger that even giant dragons didn't dare to face. Now that the dragon-slaying dagger was pulled out, the Bloody Queen's wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye under the healing stone's white light. Although her body was still very weak, her life was no longer in danger. Furthermore, Yue Yang reckoned that she could still be considered as his guardian beast. It was possible that from now on, she would never truly die. Again, as the 5 demon generals attacked together, Yue Yang realized that he still had a large amount of spiritual energy in his body that he could summon. He immediately summoned his bronze grimoire and the barbarian cow shadow. Could it be that after the nature's heart and the 5 senses returned to one, his summoning abilities had also changed? Once the barbarian cow shadow appeared, her luck improved greatly. She spat out a ball of flame from her mouth and nose, her eyes flashing with a red light. One of the demon generals who was stared at by her let out a blood-curdling scream as he fell heavily from the sky, paralyzed on the ground. His legs twitched like a cockroach that had been trampled flat. Although he didn't die immediately, this fellow was definitely beyond saving. Killing a demon general in an instant. Ma Liang was dumbstruck. How was this possible? The other 4 demon generals' weapons slashed onto the bronze grimoire's protective shield and were all pushed back a few meters. They watched in horror as their companions' souls were destroyed and their bodies twitched. They were all so scared that their courage was almost shattered. It wasn't scary if the enemy was strong. At most, they would just fight with their lives on the line. However, meeting an enemy that could kill them in an instant, how could they fight? Chapter 89. The barbarian cow shadow rushed towards the 4 demon generals. She did not have any emotions like fear, and was not affected by any external factors. Yue Yang stayed in the protective shield and calmly communicated with her using his mind. This was the first time he tried to use combat skills on the barbarian cow shadow. Of course he would not use innate combat skills. Furthermore, Yue Yang would not use innate combat skills in front of Ma Liang if he did not have the confidence to kill him. One must know that Ma Liang had a gold grimoire and summoned countless wyverns. Even if all the wyverns died, he could use a teleportation scroll to escape. To kill a demon commander who had a summoning grimoire, unless it was in the battlefield of death, was impossible. To kill Ma Liang, one must wait for an opportunity, wait for him to leave the protective shield, forget about innate combat skills. With Yue Yang's current control of the barbarian cow shadow, he could not even use the Yu clan's spear technique. Barely, Yue Yang could control the barbarian cow shadow to use the crushing rock hammer technique, which was as lousy as the world's worst steel chopping blade technique. Compared to the barbarian cow shadow's previous attacks, this was already a huge improvement. At least, the current her would not be as clumsy as before, waving her arms to smash her opponent. Now, under Yue Yang's control, she had a clear front and back. Her footwork allowed her to advance and retreat freely. Her arms were swung in different directions, just right. Although her fists were using the crushing rock hammer technique, the power it displayed was 100 times stronger than other people's. Facing the barbarian cow shadow who did not fear death and attacked with every move was fine, but this strange beast that could not be killed could also use combat skills. The 4 demon generals were very depressed as they fought. Carelessly, another demon general was hit and fell to the ground. A tall and skinny demon general was the fastest. He pierced through the barbarian cow shadow's heart with his sword. In his mind, the barbarian cow shadow was a humanoid beast that could be killed by stabbing its vital points. However, he did not expect that she was actually a phantom. She only became like this after taking over another's body. Her body was still half living, and did not have the weaknesses of normal beasts. Furthermore, the barbarian cow shadow was still a guardian beast. Even if her body was destroyed, she would still be fine. Even if her energy was depleted, she would only return to her bronze grimoire to rest. Unless Yue Yang died, she would never truly die. After the sword hit its target, the tall and skinny demon general fiercely twirled his sword, intending to forcefully crush the barbaric cow shadow's heart. A cruel smile appeared on his face. However, just as his smile appeared, it froze. This was because he saw the barbaric cow shadow, who had been stabbed in the heart, stretch out a big hand and grab his arm like an iron pincer. Another heavy punch ruthlessly struck the gaunt demon general's elbow joint. The demon general, who originally wanted to struggle with all his might, let out a blood-curdling scream as his entire arm was immediately crippled. The barbaric cow shadow remained unmoved under the ferocious attacks of the other 3 demon generals. She ignored the lacerating wounds on her body and tightly grabbed onto the tall and thin demon general. She bent her head down and gave a headbutt, smashing it onto his forehead. Amidst the shocking sounds of collision, the 3 demon generals all heard the sound of their companion's skull shattering. In the crushing stone hammer technique, which cost 10 copper coins each, there was no such thing as a headbutt. Yue Yang modified it a little, using the cow's head as a hammer. In the end, its power in actual combat was not bad. Although the crushing stone hammer technique didn't have a headbutt, it had a kind of ferocious smashing force. The original technique was to swing the hammer backwards, and use the huge inertia of the smashing force to hit the opponent's head. Yue Yang modified it a little again. He let the barbaric cow shadow swing the tall and thin demon general's body up, and threw it backwards like a hammer. Then, he reversed the force and smashed it downwards heavily. What happened next was simple. Yue Yang let go of the control of his mind and let the barbaric cow shadow use her instincts directly. The barbaric cow shadow rushed towards the demon general whose head had been smashed open, and jumped up high. Her huge cow's hooves stomped on the demon general like a boulder smashing a crab. This time, let alone Yue Yang, even the 3 companions of the demon general didn't think that this fellow would still be alive. After the barbaric cow shadow gained some intelligence, she seemed to know how to use weapons. However, she didn't know how to differentiate between weapons. She casually grabbed the tall and thin demon general's corpse and smashed it towards the other 3 demon generals who were pale with fright. When the 3 demon generals retreated in fear, the tall and thin demon general was smashed until only half of his badly mutilated corpse was left. The three demon generals realized that they were completely in a tragic situation. The beasts that they had summoned were completely useless against this barbaric cow shadow. Whether it was the weakened demon moth, bone-sucking maggot, or manic red ant, they were all useless against the barbaric cow shadow. The troll spider and tarantula spat out their silk webs, thinking that they would be able to trap the barbaric cow shadow. Who knew that she would spit out a ball of flame from her nose and mouth, burning all the spider webs? The larger and slower tarantula couldn't escape in time. With a miserable cry, it was instantly killed by Doom's eyes. Today, Yue Yang's luck wasn't bad. The barbaric cow shadow had used Doom's eyes twice in one battle. His mood was exceptionally good. However, this was the start of the three demon generals' nightmare. Although they knew that this kind of skill that could instantly kill beasts had a chance, and the chance was extremely small, who would dare to say that the next unlucky person wouldn't be them? On the other side, City Mistress Fallen Flowers, who had been charging for a long time, shot her aurora light towards the demon army. A blazing white light flashed, instantly killing more than 10 long-horned demons. Even the blade massacring demoness and the silver-spotted flying dragon that couldn't escape in time were mostly destroyed by the aurora light. They fell to the ground, wailing incessantly. Ma Liang was seething with anger at the passive situation. However, he had to face City Mistress Fallen Flowers, this strong enemy, and couldn't get away. He summoned a round-horned flying dragon that was several times bigger than a normal flying dragon and was about to swallow the barbaric cow shadow. Seeing that City Mistress Fallen Flowers was charging her spiritual energy again, he hurriedly sent it and the corrosive flying dragon to surround and attack City Mistress Fallen Flowers, not letting her have the chance to display the power of the six-tailed fox spirit. He knew that as long as this six-tailed fox spirit transformed, City Mistress Fallen Flowers' battle power would increase by several times under the six-tailed fox spirit's buff. If he allowed her to charge another aurora light, even if his shield could withstand it, his flying dragons would all die. You guys kill him immediately, don't bother about that barbarian cow girl. This kind of beast that isn't afraid of death definitely has a time limit, and it consumes a lot of spiritual energy. You guys break his shield and cause his spirit to be shaken, then the barbarian cow girl will naturally disappear. Without the barbarian cow girl, he's not even worth mentioning. Ma Liang roared. Yes, quickly come and kill me, I can't wait any longer. Yue Yang invited sincerely. The barbaric cow shadow indeed had a time limit. Her time of existence was slightly shorter than the previous 10 days, but it wouldn't be a problem for her to be summoned for 5 to 6 days. If Ma Liang knew about this abnormal time limit, he would probably vomit blood and die from anger. Ma Liang really wanted to control the round-horned flying dragon to go over and swallow the barbarian cow girl, ending the battle on Yue Yang's side. However, he was worried that City Mistress Fallen Flowers would take the opportunity to release an aurora light and kill his strongest flying dragon, the round-horned flying dragon. In his eyes, Yue Yang was just a little thief with a bronze grimoire. Even if there were 10 of him, he wouldn't be able to defeat City Mistress Fallen Flowers with just one hand. Hence, it was enough to let the three demon generals grind this little thief to death. The main point of the battle was still how to take down City Mistress Fallen Flowers. As for the heavily injured Bloody Queen, even if she didn't die, she probably wouldn't be able to recover her battle power in a short period of time. Although he hated the incompetence of his three subordinates, Ma Liang still needed to make use of them. Furthermore, he was very clear that it wasn't that his subordinates were incompetent, but that they had just experienced a huge battle. If his subordinates' beasts hadn't died in the battle against the bronze-ranked level 7 blade massacring demoness, then their battle power wouldn't be this weak. You guys slowly chop, I'll take a nap first. Wake me up when you've broken the shield. Yue Yang ignored the three demon generals' actions of chopping the halo shield. Forget about understanding the nature's heart, even if it was in the past, with his innate ranker's willpower, he would definitely not be affected by such a small tremor. This move might be effective against normal warriors, but it was useless against Yue Yang. He moved a rock and laid down, comfortably using it as a pillow. He placed both of his hands behind his head, crossed his legs, and even rocked back and forth. Of course, this was only on the surface. This was mainly to confuse the enemy and attract their attention. Yue Yang's real intention was to control the barbaric cow shadow to rush towards the blade massacring demoness that was heavily injured by the aurora. Yue Yang didn't know if this fellow's magic crystal would be useful to the barbaric cow shadow. If it was really useful, then the barbaric cow shadow might be able to level up. Furthermore, there was still the reconstruct skill that he hadn't tried yet. This blade massacring demoness also had the appearance of a minotaur, so it might also belong to the cow category. At the very least, it was much more powerful than snails and longhorn beetles. At least it still had the appearance of a female bull demon king. City Mistress Fallen Flowers used a ball of light that was similar to the aurora, directly blasting the corrosive flying dragon into a roasted flying dragon. Once its nemesis fell, the three-tailed snow fox immediately transformed. Its body expanded more than 10 times. With a shake of its 6 tails, a strange fragrance assailed the nostrils. It spat a mouthful of light-colored white mist towards the roundhorn flying dragon. The roundhorn flying dragon's huge body crashed onto the ground. It actually had no strength to fly up, and could only fight with the 6-tailed fox spirit on the ground. Although the 6-tailed fox spirit's body was huge, it was extremely fast. Its 6 tails were like giant whips, causing the roundhorn flying dragon to howl in pain. Ma Liang's expression changed. He couldn't care less about Yue Yang anymore. He summoned a small flying dragon with a pair of flaming wings and commanded it to attack. Ma Liang and City Mistress Fallen Flowers were fighting fiercely, but Yue Yang was very relaxed. He controlled the barbaric cow shadow to stomp the silver-spotted flying dragon to death, then dragged the blade massacring demoness, whose upper body had been destroyed, back. The 3 demon generals didn't understand what Yue Yang meant by doing this, and quickly retreated in fear, towards the struggling blade massacring demoness. Yue Yang, who had jumped up, didn't have much pity for it. Little Wen Li released her binding inherent skill, binding the blade massacring demoness. She then pierced the blade massacring demoness between its eyebrows. The gold-ranked dragon-slaying dagger pierced through the blade massacring demoness' brain. Even the strong bronze-ranked level 7 blade massacring demoness fell to the ground. What the hell are you guys doing? Ma Liang took some time to look in the middle of the fierce battle. He saw that his 3 subordinates were just foolishly looking at the thief. They didn't even make a move. He was immediately seething with anger. If that brat was hiding inside the barrier, then it would be fine. But now that he had walked more than 10 meters away from the barrier, why wasn't he making a move? He didn't have the time to notice that even if Yue Yang had walked out of the barrier would still be there. Similarly, City Mistress Fallen Flowers also didn't have the time to pay attention to Yue Yang's battle situation. She closed her eyes and meditated, preparing to overdraft her spiritual energy and accumulate the 3rd Aurora Ball. She could hear Yue Yang's voice, so she knew that he was fine. She had always thought that he was hiding inside the barrier and laughing at the enemy, but she didn't know that he had already won. When the 3 demon generals heard Ma Liang's anger, they trembled in fear and rushed forward. Their target wasn't the barbaric cow shadow, but Yue Yang. As long as they killed this strange little thief in an instant, the battle would be over. Just as they were fantasizing in their hearts, a ray of golden light suddenly shot out from the protective barrier. It was the heavily injured and unconscious Bloody Queen. She opened her light blue eyes with a tinge of purple, and let out a mournful shriek. Immediately, no matter if it was City Mistress Fallen Flowers, Ma Liang, or even the 6-tailed fox spirit and the roundhorn flying dragon, all of them fainted and fell to the ground as if they had been struck by lightning. The 3 demon generals who were the closest to her screams started bleeding from their orifices, and fell to the ground one after another. Yue Yang was shocked. He also heard the screams, but he realized that he didn't need to use his innate energy to protect his ears, so he wasn't affected by the screams at all. When he raised his head again, he suddenly realized that Ma Liang's barrier had already disappeared. He didn't even care about killing the 3 demon generals who had fallen to the ground in front of him, and flew towards the dazed Ma Liang like lightning. The Wei Jin magic blade in his hands, leaving behind a long flame tail and faint smoke, fiercely pierced towards Ma Liang's heart. 3 great leaders. Demon commanders, as long as you don't have the protection of a barrier, then you're just trash. Chapter 90. The Wei Jin magic blade was even faster than lightning, fiercely stabbing into Ma Liang's heart. The molten flame core and the demonized dragon crystal simultaneously trembled as if they were alive, crazily absorbing the energy from Ma Liang's demon heart. Yue Yang thought that Ma Liang was definitely going to die, who knew that an unexpected turn of events would stun him. Ma Liang, who had been stabbed in the demon heart, did not fall to the ground like a normal demon general. Instead, he immediately woke up from his dizziness and howled in pain. Ma Liang pushed Yue Yang back with extreme speed. He pulled out the Wei Jin magic blade that was stuck in his heart and retreated with the speed of a trapped beast. He purposely twisted his body and fell on the ground. Before Yue Yang could react, he rolled on the ground, battered and exhausted. Yue Yang's reaction was also extremely fast, but he was still a step too slow. The Wei Jin magic blade's second attack was about to reach his body when a black pillar of teleportation appeared on Ma Liang's body. The Wei Jin magic blade almost cut Ma Liang's chest in half, but it was still unable to kill this demon commander in the end. Ma Liang was heavily injured, almost instantly killed by Yue Yang. At the last moment, the teleportation pillar rose up, allowing him to escape the fatal attack. During the roll just now, he had crushed the unique teleportation ball of the demon abyss while desperately escaping. If he was a human warrior, he would definitely be dead. Yue Yang would definitely not let him have the chance to use the teleportation scroll, but the efficiency of the demon abyss teleportation ball was simply too high. Most importantly, Ma Liang's escaping speed and the unique structure of his body had caught Yue Yang off guard, causing him to be unable to kill Ma Liang in one hit. As for how Ma Liang could still move despite his demon heart being heavily injured, Yue Yang was also very surprised. During the second attack, when he used the Wei Jin magic blade to cut open Ma Liang's chest, he discovered from the bloody wound that there were actually 2 demon hearts in this fellow's chest. If only one demon heart was pierced, Ma Liang would only be severely injured, but it would not be able to make him, one of the 3 great demon commanders, fall to the ground. If he had known that Ma Liang had 2 demon hearts, then Yue Yang would definitely not have let this demon commander escape alive. Experience, this was the regret of not having enough experience. The dying Ma Liang's teleportation disappeared, and his gold grimoire also disappeared at the same time. It seemed that the summoning grimoire would not be far away from its owner, but the wyvern that he had summoned had met with a calamity. The enraged Yue Yang threw out his crescent blade. First, he used the gigantic crescent blade to kill the unconscious black wyvern. Then, he used his Wei Jin magic blade to stab the blazing wyvern's heart. The biggest round-horned wyvern was instantly killed by Yue Yang, who was flying down from the sky with his innate sword chi. Yue Yang would never allow these wyverns to wake up and leave alive. Regardless of whether Ma Liang had a way to recall the wyverns, he would kill them all to prevent future troubles. On the other side, the barbaric cow shadow had also flattened the heads of the 3 fainted demon generals. City Mistress Fallen Flowers was still unconscious, and the 6-tailed fox spirit was also closing its eyes, letting out soft moans. It was obvious that the banshee's scream had made it very uncomfortable. City Mistress Fallen Flowers' protective shield had disappeared, but there was a sapphire ring on her slender finger. After she had fainted, it emitted a faint blue light, and a few small water ball-like spirits flew around her body, as if they were protecting her. Could it be that this ring is the legendary treasure with spirituality? Spirit equipment. Yue Yang had never seen a treasure with a protective consciousness before, but in the Pitiful Guy's diary, he had seen the Pitiful Guy mention spirit equipment among the treasures. For example, the sword that the Pitiful Guy's father, Yu Chu, was holding was a spirit equipment. Yue Yang did not know much about spirit equipment. According to the Pitiful Guy's memory, after a summoned beast died in battle, its soul could not bear to leave its master, so it fused into a treasure and formed a spirit body to continue to accompany its master and fight alongside its master. Spirit equipment could be said to be a kind of summoned beast that could not be summoned to fight. However, because it had lost its body, its abilities would be greatly reduced, so it could only assist its master a little. City Mistress Fallen Flowers had fainted. It seemed that the spirit body of her ring was eager to protect its master, and had automatically come out to protect her. Although this kind of protection was not very strong, it was still a kind intention that was hard to come by. Then, does my Wei Jin magic blade count as a spirit equipment? Yue Yang had a slight headache. The Wei Jin magic blade was not the spirit body of his beloved beast, but the Flame Lord and Bone Dragon. If they still had their own consciousness, they would probably hate Yue Yang to the core. They would definitely not protect Yue Yang when he was unconscious. He could not think clearly about the Wei Jin magic blade. When Yue Yang saw the Bloody Queen again, what was up with her? Was she his own illusion? Or was she a normal beast? The only thing that Yue Yang could clearly feel was that this Bloody Queen was completely different from the barbarian cow shadow. She had her own thoughts and could move freely. For example, flying out of the protective shield just now was completely her own idea. Yue Yang did not order her to do that at all. The difference between her and little Wen Li was that little Wen Li was not controlled by Yue Yang at all. The little Lamia Loli could come out as she pleased, and float onto Yue Yang's body to rest as she pleased. If Yue Yang wanted her to join the battle, he would have to call her from the bottom of his heart. He could not control her. This bloody queen, Yue Yang could forcefully control her body. This was a little similar to the barbarian cow Shadow. Although her body was still very weak, the bloody queen stood up and straightened her body. She opened her beautiful blue eyes that had a hint of purple in them and looked at Yue Yang. It was only now that Yue Yang could clearly see what the bloody queen looked like. She had a head full of fiery red hair that draped over her shoulders and back. The ends of her hair were curled like fire, and from time to time, streaks of golden light could be seen. This was also the halo of a gold-ranked beast. She had a pair of angel-like wings on her back, but the color of the feathers was a brilliant gold. At the joints of the wings, there were barbs like the wings of a demon, giving off a strange feeling of holy and evil coexisting at the same time. Most of the skin on her chest was bare, but there were a few golden armbands on her arms. Her chest was covered with a kind of scarlet scale armor, with a purplish-black chain on it, connecting the two breasts together. This scarlet scale armor was obviously a special kind of clothing. It only covered the top part of her breasts, giving off a kind of enchanting sexiness. More than that, it felt like a fatal temptation. Her lower abdomen was smooth and flat, and her navel was round and deep. Her body had an unparalleled golden ratio, making her fiery body even more perfect in contrast. Her lower body was also covered with scales, so small that it could only cover the most mysterious little garden. This was simply a different world's version of bikini, sexy and fatal. When Yue Yang saw the bloody queen's exquisite and flawless body, he couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. It seemed like it would be better to find a beautiful beast to contract with. Let's not talk about battle power, at least it would be pleasing to the eyes. If he contracted a tiger or lion and had to feed them meat every day, he would become a beast tamer from another world. At this moment, Yue Yang had a great dream. That was, other than training, he must contract with the most beautiful beasts in this world. For example, Wei Tai Lang, he could only let it stay at one side. There was a limit to the number of people he could contract with, so he should leave all of them to beautiful beasts. Caress Wei Tai Lang when he had nothing to do. That was too disgusting. He should just caress this beautiful beast when he had nothing to do. The bloody queen probably didn't know how perverted her master was. She spoke a long string of demon abyss language, but Yue Yang couldn't understand a single word. Because of the language barrier, no matter what the bloody queen said, Yue Yang couldn't understand a single word. He waved his hands, telling the bloody queen to save her saliva. Before he found a qualified translator, everything she said was nonsense. When the bloody queen saw that Yue Yang ignored her and only cared about digging the blade massacring demoness, magic crystal, and then looked at the surrounding battlefield and burning homes, she suddenly covered her face and cried loudly. Ah, you can still cry. Yue Yang didn't expect the bloody queen to have such rich emotions. Previously, he had thought that she was like a female robot, a perfect doll. Woo woo woo. When the bloody queen heard this, she cried even more uncontrollably. Actually, I understand very well. Turning from a high and mighty queen to a slave that I can do whatever I want, the feeling is indeed not very pleasant. However, you contracted with me, on your own accord, so you can't blame me. Furthermore, if you didn't contract with me just now, your little life would be over. Strictly speaking, your little life was saved by me. Yue Yang originally wanted to comfort the bloody queen and say, don't cry, I'll let you have a blissful sexual life. However, he thought that if he said that, she would cry even louder, so he didn't say that. Towards the bloody queen's bitter crying, Yue Yang didn't try to persuade her. This was because the more he tried to persuade her, the more heartbroken she became, her tears falling like rain. Yue Yang dug out all of the wyvern and blade massacring demoness, magic crystals and gave them to the barbarian cow Shadow. In the end, she only took the blade massacring demoness, magic crystal. After swallowing it, her body emitted a golden light, leveling up together with Yue Yang's bronze grimoire. The bronze grimoire's history had finally come to an end. After this leveling up, it became a beginner level silver. After the summoning grimoire leveled up, the ancient code bestowed a third ability to Phantom Shadow, Shadow Evasion. The storage space that Yue Yang had been looking forward to for a long time still did not appear. Shadow Escape. The phantom can freely blend into the darkness, making it impossible for the naked eye to see its existence. In a very special environment, the phantom can be supplied with a large amount of spiritual energy by the host to create a dark fog, forcefully blending into the darkness. This skill cannot be used in front of enemies that are stronger than the host. Is it the phantom shadow, or the barbarian cow shadow and the bloody queen? Yue Yang looked at the bright sun in the sky. Otherwise, he would have tried the shadow evasion. Yue Yang didn't have the time to examine the summoning grimoire that had leveled up to a silver grimoire. Right now, he hurriedly ran to the barbarian cow shadow's side and helped her reconstruct her body after leveling up. At first, Yue Yang thought that this reconstruction was done by him, and was fantasizing about turning the barbarian cow shadow into a Draenei warrior. Who would have known that this reconstruction was done instinctively by the barbarian cow shadow? The barbaric cow shadow crazily absorbed the energy supplied by Yue Yang's palm, and her entire body slowly changed shape. The reconstruction process was actually very fast. In less than a minute, it had already stopped. Yue Yang was completely exhausted, but in the end, he discovered that the barbaric cow shadow did not turn into the boobs and horned goat beauty that he had imagined, but was still an ox-head girl. However, upon closer inspection, the barbaric cow shadow's body was much better than before. Her entire body was more delicate than before. Although she was still very strong and muscular, her face was closer to a human's, and even had the potential to become a beauty. Her contours were 10 times better than before. Of course, strictly speaking, she was still an ox-head girl. If she wanted to completely transform into a cow beauty, she would probably have to go through at least 8 to 10 times of reconstructing. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to completely transform into a boobs and horned cow beauty. Let's level up slowly, this can't be rushed. The most important thing now is to think of a way to level up. Yue Yang discovered that after the barbaric cow shadow had swallowed the bronze rank level 7 blade massacring demoness's magic crystal, she had actually leveled up to bronze rank level 5. He thought that he had to think of a way for her to level up to silver ranked. Otherwise, once she leveled up to bronze rank level 6, she wouldn't have much of a future. According to Fallen Flowers Cheng's idea, the best way for a bronze rank level 5 to level up to silver rank was to swallow a gold rank level 6 barbaric cow's magic crystal. This was easy to say, but where would Yue Yang find a gold rank level 6 barbaric cow's magic crystal? Forget about gold rank level 6, even a silver rank level 6 barbaric cow would be hard to find. Yue Yang originally wanted to give up on this idea, but suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. Sigh, that place might have it. Chapter 91. Yue Yang turned his head and looked at City Mistress Fallen Flowers, who was still lying on the ground. This girl had been lying there for a long time. Should he take the opportunity to tease her? No. Should he give her CPR and heart massage? He walked over and was about to extend his wolfish claws when the six-tailed fox spirit suddenly woke up and jumped back to City Mistress Fallen Flowers' side. It wasn't hostile towards Yue Yang, but it looked at him with its big black eyes. Those eyes were like a human's eyes, filled with intelligence. Yue Yang suspected that it had the ability to communicate with City Mistress Fallen Flowers' mind. If he extended his wolfish claws, it might record it down and report it to its master. At that time, his image would definitely be ruined. On the other side, the bloody queen who had just finished crying was also secretly watching Yue Yang's actions, as if she was observing her future master's performance. He could forget about the six-tailed fox spirit since it couldn't speak. However, the bloody queen would definitely speak. If she was unhappy one day and revealed a secret to City Mistress Fallen Flowers, his true nature as a pervert would be completely exposed. Yue Yang rolled his eyes and came up with a plan. He pretended to be very calm and stretched out his hand to feel the pulse of City Mistress Fallen Flowers' wrist. He shook his head like an old Chinese doctor and almost said, "The pulse is smooth like pearls on a plate, it's the pulse of pregnancy." As expected, when he stretched out his hand to feel the pulse, the six-tailed fox spirit immediately laid down and wagged its tail, as if it was very confident in Yue Yang. There wasn't a trace of vigilance in its eyes anymore. On the other side, when the bloody queen saw that Yue Yang didn't take the opportunity to molest City Mistress Fallen Flowers, her expression also seemed to change slightly. It was unknown whether she was surprised or happy. The silver grimoire suddenly emitted a golden light. A golden shadow flashed and disappeared. His counterfeit inherent skill, which had never leveled up before, had magically leveled up. This made Yue Yang puzzled. He didn't even disguise himself. How did his counterfeit inherent skill level up? Could it be that lying could level up? If it was, how many times did he have to lie to people to level up? What kind of people were they deceiving? Beast, or a martial artist? Yue Yang couldn't understand the usage of the counterfeit inherent skill at all. In fact, he also didn't know what other uses this counterfeit inherent skill had other than hiding the beast patterns in the summoning grimoire. If he had that divine vision, he would be able to see things more directly. He could use it to look at anything directly. Who knows if this disguise thing would work? No one had told him whether it was effective or not. As for fourth mother, Yu Bing and the little girl, they were his relatives. They would not suspect him at all. After pretending to be a good person, when Yue Yang retracted his hand, he quietly touched Luo Hua city mistress's small hand. He felt that it was as smooth as a beautiful jade, and it felt extremely good. If he could touch more places, he believed that his whole heart and liver would melt from that wonderful feeling. The bloody queen cried out in fear. Half of the building that was on fire had been burnt down. Yue Yang suddenly remembered that the city mistress of Fallen Flowers' goal was the demonic fragrant flower. He must not return empty-handed, otherwise a woman's resentment would be very scary. Demonic fragrant flower, I want the demonic fragrant flower, understand? Yue Yang saw that the burning building was about to fall on top of him. Without thinking too much, he bent down and carried city mistress of Fallen Flowers on his back, enjoying the wonderful feeling of her soft and fragrant body. At the same time, he shouted at the bloody queen. The bloody queen spoke a long string of demon abyss language. Yue Yang couldn't understand a single word. Sweating profusely, he grabbed a handful of grass from the mountain wall and said, I want flowers and grass, understand? The most precious demonic fragrant flower, go and bring it down. Rumble, in the sky, the burning building slowly collapsed, and countless pieces of rubble began to fall. Yue Yang didn't care about flowers and grass anymore. His life was more important. He carried city mistress of Fallen Flowers and ran away. The six-tailed fox spirit followed closely behind. No, it had already shrunk back to a three-tailed snow fox. The barbarian cow shadow held the blade massacring demoness, giant blade in one hand and Yue Yang's crescent blade in the other. She didn't even know how to carry three weapons. Yue Yang was sweating profusely. Fortunately, the bloody queen knew that the gold-ranked dragon-slaying dagger and Wei Jin magic blade were treasures. She flew over and helped Yue Yang pick them up. She didn't immediately fly back to Yue Yang's side. Instead, she spread her wings and flew towards the burning building. Yue Yang wasn't worried that she would run away, because firstly, she was his guardian beast. Secondly, she was an orphan without a home to return to. He wasn't afraid that she would run away. Although there were broken stones and burning wood falling from the sky, Yue Yang really enjoyed this moment of danger. The soft feeling on his back was indescribably beautiful. Yue Yang decided to avoid the broken stones as much as possible and take a long detour to enjoy it. At this time, his wolf claws were secretly stroking city mistress of Fallen Flowers' round and fragrant buttocks. No one noticed it at all. The feeling was really great. If city mistress of Fallen Flowers hadn't woken up, he would be willing to carry her on his back and escape for 100 kilometers. If there was a break in between, he wouldn't object to it at all. It was a pity that city mistress of Fallen Flowers suddenly groaned, as if she had woken up. Yue Yang was still stroking her buttocks a second ago, but in the next second, he immediately turned into a hero saving a damsel in distress. At the same time, he pretended that he didn't know that city mistress of Fallen Flowers had woken up. He ran downwards with all his might, not taking the long detour. What's going on? City mistress of Fallen Flowers was shocked at first. Why was there someone carrying her on his back? She was shocked by the masculine aura on Yue Yang's body. She immediately realized that it was this mysterious little thief. Her heart immediately calmed down. Luckily, it was him. She turned her head and saw that the pavilion in the sky had collapsed. She thought that Ma Liang was chasing after them and that this brat was carrying her on his back. She couldn't help but feel touched. The pavilion in the sky was burning. I had no choice but to carry you on my back and run. I didn't get the beautiful demonic flower. Yue Yang knew that he should put city mistress of Fallen Flowers down. At this time, but he couldn't bear to leave the soft and fragrant body on his back. He pretended to forget and didn't put her down. Forget it, I've told you before, putting your life first. You did the right thing. City mistress of Fallen Flowers felt warmth in her heart when she saw that this brat was still thinking about her even though he was running for his life. When she reached the foot of the mountain, she struggled to get down. When she looked back at the flying peak, she felt a little strange. Why weren't Ma Liang and the demon generals chasing after them? Could it be that they had snatched the treasure and left before the pavilion in the sky collapsed? How would she know that all the demon generals and wyverns had been killed by Yue Yang? Originally, she was still a little suspicious of Yue Yang's strength. However, when she saw the barbarian cow shadow following behind him, a bronze rank level 5 guardian beast, her suspicions disappeared. With this barbarian cow shadow and his combat skills, killing 5 demon generals was still possible. He wouldn't tell her the specific secrets. According to a warrior's habits, he should respect other people's privacy. Forget it. In the sky, a golden light flashed. The Bloody Queen retracted her wings and landed lightly in front of Yue Yang. She didn't have any beautiful demonic flower in her hands, but she was carrying a small silk pouch. City Mistress of Fallen Flowers saw that there was a contract imprint between the Bloody Queen's brows. Furthermore, the radiance of her aura was faintly connected to Yue Yang's. Immediately, her small mouth opened cutely, unable to close for a long time. Little thief, did you really contract the Bloody Queen? It can't be. When Yue Yang contracted the Bloody Queen, City Mistress of Fallen Flowers was meditating quietly, accumulating her spiritual energy. She didn't notice that the golden light was the glow of the contract between the Bloody Queen and Yue Yang's phantom shadow. Previously, she was only joking with Yue Yang. She never thought that he could contract a gold king beast. After all, the chances of that happening were too low. She didn't think that this lucky brat would really contract the Bloody Queen. She contracted me on her own accord. At that time, she was dying. If she didn't contract, she would have died. Yue Yang explained in a small voice. From the sound of it, it seems to make sense. Congratulations, little thief. With this, you have completely gotten rid of the title of useless man. Bringing a gold king beast back home, your elder Yu, who loves his face so much, would definitely be so happy that he would faint. Luo Hua City's mistress seemed to be quite familiar with the Yu clan's matters. Of course, this wasn't strange. Other than the guy from another world, who wouldn't understand the Yu clan, one of the 4 great clans. Let alone a clan master like the Yu clan's elder. When City Mistress of Fallen Flowers snatched the silk pouch and opened it, she immediately screamed in joy. Ah! Yue Yang couldn't react in time to the scream that was comparable to a banshee's scream. Suddenly, City Mistress of Fallen Flowers hugged his arm and stopped him excitedly. She kissed him on the cheek and cried out, "It's the beautiful demonic flower seeds. There are so many of them. My room, my window, no, my garden, they can all be planted with beautiful demonic flowers. Little thief, you are really a lucky star." Towards City Mistress of Fallen Flowers' reaction, Yue Yang was speechless. Wasn't it just some seeds of flowers and plants? Was there a need to be so happy? Of course, it was a good thing that she was happy. She even forgot everything and kissed him just now. He reckoned that she would definitely not do something like that when she was sane. Since she loved flowers so much, he would get her some more precious flowers and plants next time. Maybe when she was happy, she would even push him down. Yue Yang started to daydream in his heart. A certain part of him had shamefully hardened again. City Mistress of Fallen Flowers was still jumping and cheering like a little girl. On the other hand, the Bloody Queen silently hung the dragon-slaying dagger on the silk pouch on her waist. She also didn't hand over the Wei Jin magic blade in her hands like the barbarian cow shadow. Yue Yang saw that this bad habit couldn't be allowed to continue, so he immediately ordered her to hand it over. Treasures first belong to the master. Only after it was bestowed to the female slave would it belong to the female slave. The Bloody Queen hesitated for a while and returned the Wei Jin magic blade to Yue Yang. However, she refused to hand over the gold-ranked dragon-slaying dagger no matter what. Her mouth mumbled something, but she still refused to hand over the dragon-slaying dagger. You can even speak. That's a beast with high intelligence. Not bad. City Mistress of Fallen Flowers also knew a little demon abyss language. However, after conversing with the Bloody Queen for a while, she said to Yue Yang with a headache, "Let's find a translator. The demon abyss is too big. It's more than 10 times bigger than our soaring dragon continent. I can only understand a few words in this language, and that's just guessing. Where can we find a translator who is proficient in the demon abyss language?" "Yeah, I know. There's a person who is a qualified translator. It's just that his appearance is a little annoying." Who? Yue Yang didn't believe that there would be someone who was more annoying than Fatty Hai in this world. It's that Shanhe who you beat up on the first floor of the Warrior Guild's honorary third floor. That guy used to be a wandering poet. He had traveled the whole Soaring Dragon continent and is proficient in all kinds of languages. He is even proficient in more than 100 Demon Abyss languages. If he can't translate, you don't need to find someone else to translate. City Mistress of Fallen Flowers chuckled, that guy is very stubborn. If you beat him up, he would definitely hold a grudge against you. I'm afraid it would be a little difficult for you to find him to translate this. We have to think of a good way. Don't worry, I have a way to deal with stubborn people. Yue Yang felt that he was the best at dealing with stubborn donkey-type people. Wasn't he just asking for a beating? Since that's the case, what are we waiting for? Let's go and ask this bloody queen what she wants to say. It might be very important. City Mistress of Fallen Flowers saw that Yue Yang was still a little reluctant to leave the collapsed pavilion in the sky. She comforted him, don't worry, the Iron Fist City will send people to clean up the mess. Anything useful will be left for us. This is our honor, they wouldn't dare to be greedy. At most, they would ask for a little reward. Say, what does the bloody queen want to say to you? The little gossip in City Mistress of Fallen Flowers' heart exploded. She signaled Yue Yang to immediately use a teleportation scroll to return to the third floor, and then teleport back to the first floor to look for that white-robed brother. Yue Yang was also a little curious. What secret did the bloody queen have? Chapter 92. After returning to Iron Fist City, City Mistress Fallen Flowers gave out an honorary quest with a reward of 20 gold in the Warriors Guild. In the end, it was accepted by two strong mercenary groups. The quest of transporting the corpses and clearing the battlefield was not difficult, but they did not know if Demon Abyss soldiers would appear or if accidents would happen on the way. Hence, the reward had to be more than 10 times higher than the first floor. If the battlefield remains are cleaned up well, I will add 1% of the total reward. Yue Yang felt that even if the castle in the sky was destroyed by the fire, the things left behind would still be worth some money. Giving out a reward could also increase the enthusiasm and efficiency of these people. Yes, we will definitely execute City Mistress, orders faithfully. When the two mercenary group leaders saw that Yue Yang had a gold-ranked bloody queen beside him, they immediately felt deep veneration for him. Everyone on the third floor knew about the newly promoted bloody queen, but no one dared to have any ideas on her. She was a golden king beast. Even though she had just been promoted and was only level 5, killing normal mercenaries in an instant was a piece of cake for her. Furthermore, she had 2 bronze-ranked level 6 and 7 commander-ranked subordinates protecting her. For normal mercenaries, forget about climbing up to the pavilion to challenge the bloody queen. Even if they just reached the foot of the mountain, they would probably be surrounded and beaten to death by the hundreds of bronze-ranked level 3 harpies. What was inconceivable was that this bloody queen had already been subdued and successfully signed a contract. In this world, how many people could sign a contract with a golden king beast? Wouldn't a rancor like this need to be served with the most respectful attitude? The mercenaries did not know Yue Yang, nor did they know who this mysterious thief was. However, they all knew City Mistress Fallen Flowers. City Mistress Fallen Flowers was the city mistress of the 4th floor of Tong Tian Tower. Of course, she was also a rancor that they could not look up to. Hence, when they heard that Yue Yang was giving out an extra reward, they all thanked him profusely. Actually, City Mistress Fallen Flowers was not worried that these people would have any evil intentions, or that they would not be proactive in their work. When doing missions outside of Soaring Dragon Continent, they could be greedy, but in Tong Tian Tower, this was not allowed. Once these people accepted the mission, even if they intentionally swindled or embezzled a copper coin, their honor would become negative. Those whose honor became negative, whether they were deserters or swindlers, would not be able to use the teleportation formation to leave. Moreover, in the Warriors Guild or the Mercenaries Guild, there would be a mission completion assessment. If they came to submit a mission and the blood-red words, corruption and deceit, appeared on the assessment, they would immediately be arrested by the guards and thrown into prison. When City Mistress Fallen Flowers discovered that Yue Yang was wearing a sexy, enchanting, and fatally seductive bloody queen, there was a slight sensation. She hurriedly went to a military council office to find a new set of clean silver armor for the bloody queen to wear. The bloody queen didn't like wearing the silver armor at first, but when Yue Yang saw it, he immediately wanted to forcefully keep her. In the end, the bloody queen spoke a lot of Demon Abyss language and finally put it on, feeling a little wronged. Yue Yang guessed that she was protesting against him bullying her, a little slave, but he pretended not to hear it. After putting on the silver armor, the Bloody Queen gave off a completely different feeling. She gave off a holy and enchanting feeling, making people want to conquer her even more than her original sexy appearance. However, at least she was no longer a naked demoness, so the visual impact wasn't as strong. City Mistress. Fallen Flowers didn't have any better ideas at the moment, so she could only give up. In any case, no one would dare to have any crooked ideas about a golden king beast. If others saw it, they would drool like a waterfall. This kind of thing couldn't be completely forbidden. Returning to the first floor, they went up to the Warriors Guild's Hall of Honor. The white-robed brother named xianxia had just returned from the infirmary. Before he could even sit down and rest, he suddenly saw Yue Yang fiercely rushing towards him. Without any explanation, he violently beat him up. What's the reason this time? The white-robed brother felt that he was a little wronged. His teeth were already loosened by the other party's beating, but he still didn't know the reason. Do you know what kind of people I hate the most? What I hate the most in my life is people who can speak multiple languages. When I heard that you can speak more than 100 languages, I couldn't suppress the anger in my heart. Why is it that such a handsome and intelligent person like me can't even speak the soaring dragon continent's common language properly, while you, who are so repulsive and stupid, can speak more than 100 languages? Tell me, if I don't beat you up, who else should I beat up? Yue Yang unreasonably kicked the white-robed brother's butt. Only now did the white-robed brother realize that it was his talent in languages that brought him disaster. However, this fight had given him a sense of pride. Aren't you arrogant? Aren't you able to kill 6 demon generals? Aren't you so awesome that even beauties would scream for you? But you're an idiot, you can't even speak the continent's common language properly. But I'm different. I can't kill 6 demon generals, but I can speak more than 100 languages. No, I can speak more than 100 languages in the Demon Abyss language alone. If it wasn't for Yue Yang kicking his butt, the white-robed brother would have stood up, waved his fan, and confidently strode forward, reciting the most obscure and difficult to understand Demon Abyss Blood Prison era's 10,000 years of history. At this time, City Mistress Fallen Flowers came in. She pulled Yue Yang's hand and advised, "Don't be angry, it's just a language test. You just have to revise a little and you'll be fine." When Yue Yang heard this, he became even angrier. He pulled out his crescent blade with a clang. "I'll first chop this hateful fellow to death, then chop that damn teacher into 18 pieces and feed them to the dogs. I'll see who dares to mention language tests in front of me in the future." Yue Yang acted as if he was going to chop the white-robed brother. He was so scared that he almost peed in his pants. He had nowhere to hide, nowhere to hide. If he took a few slashes from this brat and had to stay in the infirmary for half a month, he would really be unlucky. "Let's talk this through. Actually, I feel that you have a talent for languages. You just lack a good teacher to guide you." City Mistress Fallen Flowers hurriedly pulled Yue Yang's hand. I can teach this young master the language for free. If he can't pass the test, I'm willing to suffer the pain of being bitten by thousands of ants. You guys don't know, there was a mute girl in the past who was also taught to speak by me. Think about it, I can even teach a mute girl to speak, so how could this young master not pass the language test? It's too easy." The white-robed brother hurriedly crawled up and put on his most knowledgeable and capable appearance. He tried his best to open his swollen eyes that had been beaten by Yue Yang and looked straight into Yue Yang's eyes. "This young master, actually I understand your troubles, but, please believe me. Language is definitely not a difficult thing. I guarantee that you'll be able to learn it once you learn it. Scram, who needs you to teach me?" Yue Yang gave a flying kick, almost kicking the white-robed brother out of the window of the 3rd floor of the honorary hall. "Don't be angry, we don't want to learn this troublesome thing. How about this?" City Mistress Fallen Flowers' kind words pulled the raging Yue Yang down. After a while, she came up again and gave the white-robed brother 10 gold as medical fees. "Xianxia, you're called Xianxia, right? I remember you. I'm sorry about what happened just now. That fellow's temper isn't very good. Furthermore, he's been troubled by the language test recently. He originally wanted to hire someone to cheat at a high price, but who knew that he would still fail in the end." The white-robed brother thanked her and cried. "If he hired someone to cheat, why didn't he hire me? No, I mean, I understand the young master's misfortune very well. With regards to language, I'm quite confident. If City Mistress Fallen Flowers trusts me, then please hand the young master over to me." Don't mention one language, teaching him 10 languages would be a piece of cake. However, can you tell him that violence won't solve the problem? We can actually sit down and talk about it. As long as the young master doesn't hit him, then everything will be fine. City Mistress Fallen Flowers gave the white-robed brother another 10 gold, which could be considered as the salary of a language teacher. I'll try my best to persuade him. Don't worry, under normal circumstances, he's a very obedient child. For example, when he was a baby, he was very quiet. The white-robed brother almost cried. Who would hit someone when they were a baby? Which baby didn't sleep quietly? Could it be that this fellow started to hit people after he passed his infancy stage? A natural-born tyrant, he didn't know that this was a two-man show between Yue Yang and City Mistress Fallen Flowers. If he brought the Bloody Queen to look for the white-robed brother respectfully and asked him to translate the Bloody Queen's secret, it would be strange if his nose didn't grow to the top of his head. Hence, Yue Yang used a method. This method was also used by the Empress of Wuxia, Wu Zetian, when she tamed horses, and the results were very good. Now that he used it, City Mistress Fallen Flowers realized that although it was a little bad, at least the white-robed brother was obedient. City Mistress Fallen Flowers talked with the white-robed brother for a while, imitating the Bloody Queen's words and testing the white-robed brother's reaction. The white-robed brother's reaction was very positive. The content of Young Master's test is a story about the Demon Abyss's treasure. I guess it is like this, but there are only one-sided words, so I can't be 100% sure. In this Demon Abyss language, there are words related to treasure, such as Dragon's Nest, God's Stone, Barrier, Dragon-Slaying Dagger and Teleportation Gate. I am 90% sure that this is a story about treasure hunting in the Demon Abyss. The content of the Academy's test is also monotonous. If it's not treasure hunting, it's training, or a love story between a princess and a prince. If you give me time, I am confident that I can teach Young Master this language in a month. No, I can teach him the 3 common languages of the Demon Abyss. After changing it, this Demon Abyss language will definitely not be difficult to understand compared to the 3 common languages. The white-robed brother didn't have any suspicions, but City Mistress Fallen Flowers' heart jumped. Dragon's Nest, God's Stone, Barrier, Dragon-Slaying Dagger and Teleportation Gate, she could guess most of it even without translating. The Bloody Queen held a big secret. Maybe she wanted to use this secret to make an exchange with the little thief. Previously, City Mistress Fallen Flowers couldn't understand how the Bloody Queen's Mother Empress could evolve so well that it actually surpassed all the Gold King beasts. It could even leave the 3rd floor and ascend to the 4th floor. It seemed like it was because the Mother Empress held this secret treasure and obtained great benefits. That was why she improved so quickly. Now that the Bloody Queen had become a contracted beast, she had to leave the castle in the sky. She couldn't be a queen anymore. Hence, she was prepared to tell this secret to her master and make an exchange with him. At the same time, she could increase his strength in her own level. At the same time, she could also gain more dignity from her master. City Mistress Fallen Flowers left the Warriors Guild and went to the Warriors Dojo to see Yue Yang. She told him about this matter and said worriedly, if it's really a treasure guarded by a dragon, then it's definitely not simple. Furthermore, I feel that this matter can't be rushed. It's best not to let Xianxia know everything. You also know that he's the kind of person who can't keep any secrets. It's definitely not a good thing to let him know the whole truth. Why don't you learn the Demon Abyss language from him, then slowly communicate with the Bloody Queen? As for the treasure, if you want to adventure with me, then the flowers, spirit herbs and seeds must be given to me first. At the very least, I want the right to distribute them. As for things like magic crystals and money, I'm not too interested. You're a guy, so you should say something and make the final decision. Alright, let's do it this way. Yue Yang nodded in agreement when he heard that it was reasonable. Then let's part ways for now. I'll go back and plant my flowers. You should raise the Bloody Queen's strength first. I saw that she had dropped a level after contracting, and is only gold rank level 3 now. You should raise her to gold rank level 4 or even level 5, then we can go treasure hunting together. As for the mercenary missions, I'll ask them to transport them to the 1st floor and you can handle them. If there's anything, you can leave me a message at the Warriors Guild. If your handwriting isn't as ugly as a dog's crawl, you can also write me a letter. Why don't we set a deadline of 3 months? With the beautiful demonic flower, my beast should be able to level up again. At that time, We can go treasure hunting again and have more confidence. Little thief, finally, thank you for saving me. You're really an unfathomable little fellow, work hard. You're a man, you can't be like me, planting flowers and grasses every day. You should aim to travel far and wide, to conquer the demon abyss, to conquer the heaven realm. City Mistress Fallen Flowers used her jade-like fingers to lift Yue Yang's chin. Her eyes met with Yue Yang's, and her little face was very close to his. Her breath smelled like orchids. Just when Yue Yang thought that she was about to kiss him, she suddenly let go of his hand and laughed loudly. She laughed so hard that her body trembled. In the end, she laughed until she walked out of the door. With a burst of fragrant wind, she waved her hand and left elegantly amidst her unique and forthright laughter. Yue Yang was a little confused about City Mistress Fallen Flowers. Was this girl interested in him? Or was she just teasing him a little? After thinking about it again, he decided to forget it. If he could really push her down in the future, she would sooner or later pant and moan under his body. He wasn't in a hurry now. It would be good to flirt with her. First, when Yue Yang thought about the wonderful feeling he had when he carried her on his back to escape on the mountain road, a certain place shamefully hardened again. City Mistress Fallen Flowers, this girl, could not be seen on the surface. He estimated that her breasts were 34C, still a distance away from 36D. However, after getting to know her, he realized that she was very voluptuous under her brocade clothes. With her slender figure, she was simply perfect. Yue Yang would not waste time to ask the white-robed brother to learn the demon abyss language. He could just send Yi Kong and the others to learn it. People like He Ziyun and Qin Yang relied on their mouths to make a living, so they could learn it quickly. After they had learned it and completely squeezed out all the knowledge from the white-robed brother, it would not be too late to slowly teach it to him. Right now, what he needed to do was to help Yu Bing and complete the Oak Tree's Heart quest, then bring Yu Bing home. The new year was coming soon. When Fourth Mother returned to the Yu clan castle, he would properly trample on the people from the first and second branch to help her vent her anger. He would definitely make everyone in the Yu clan castle beg Fourth Mother, who had been chased out by them, to return. Furthermore, he would make everyone in the Yu clan feel ashamed, regretful, and ashamed of their actions of chasing Fourth Mother and her family out of the Yu clan castle. He wondered how Inan would react when she saw the sexy and enchanting Bloody Queen. Jealous, or would she pretend to be indifferent? Yue Yang was really looking forward to Inan's expression. He believed that it would be very interesting. Chapter 93. When Yue Yang rushed to the 10,000-year oak tree's heart, Inan and Yu Bing were chattering and laughing. He didn't know what they were talking about, but their laughter sounded like bells. Wei Tai Lang's reaction was the fastest. When it saw Yue Yang appear, it immediately displayed the appearance of a loyal and devoted watchdog. It dashed forward to welcome him, wagging its tail and circling around Yue Yang's legs with all its might. When Yue Yang gave it a kick, Wei Tai Lang felt extremely satisfied. It revealed an expression of enjoyment and satisfaction. Maybe its body was feeling a little uncomfortable because of the demon chi, but Yue Yang's kick was just in time. It was too comfortable. When Inan and Yu Bing saw that Yue Yang had returned, they were extremely surprised. Yu Bing dashed forward excitedly, as if she wanted to throw herself into Yue Yang's embrace. However, she realized that it wasn't a good idea, so she stopped in her tracks. When Yue Yang reached out his hand and caressed her head, then gave her the brocade box that contained the Tree of Life's lustrous branch, Yu Bing couldn't bear it anymore. She threw herself into her brother's embrace and hugged him tightly. Her tears flowed down like pearls from a broken necklace. Her heart yearned for a strong brother who could protect that warm little family, but this wish couldn't be realized. When she saw her brother again in Tong Tian Tower, she realized that he had unknowingly become the pillar of support for the family. The feeling of having a brother to look after her was so good. Inan also went forward to comfort her. Yu Bing had a strong personality. She wiped away her tears and smiled at Yue Yang, as if the sky had cleared after the rain. The current her, in front of Yue Yang, no longer pulled on the black veil. She already understood in her heart that her brother would never despise her. Even if her fate was not good, even if she was a widow, she was still his little sister that he loved dearly. Compared to Yu Bing, Inan paid more attention to the silver-armored Bloody Queen who was following behind Yue Yang. At first, she felt a little uncomfortable and didn't even want to come up and greet him. Although it clearly had nothing to do with him, there was still a trace of unspeakable jealousy in her heart. If it weren't for Yu Bing being here, she would have thrown a tantrum at him, left in a huff, and found a place with no one around to cry her heart out. She was waiting for him here. How could he bring a woman back? But when she looked carefully, she realized that something was wrong. She walked closer and comforted Yue Bing while looking at the bloody queen from head to toe. Only then did she realize that there was a special beast contract rune on her forehead. You, hey, are you a humanoid beast? It wasn't that Inen had never seen a humanoid beast before, but she had never seen one as sexy and enchanting as the bloody queen. Gold-ranked humanoid beast. Yue Bing also felt like fainting when she saw it. Where did she come from? Inen knew that there definitely wouldn't be any gold-ranked beasts in the first floor for people to contract. Where did this sexy and enchanting gold-ranked humanoid beast come from? Actually, it's like this. Today, City Mistress Fallen Flowers needed a thief to scout the area. She met me halfway and hired me to go to the 3rd floor, because she wanted to find the beautiful demonic flower in the Sky Pavilion. Unfortunately, I met a demon commander called Ma Liang who was leading a few demon generals to surround and kill the bloody queen. At that time, the bloody queen was on the verge of death. When she saw me approaching, she took the initiative to contract with me. Then, I came back. Yue Yang played down the whole process. Bloody queen. Yue Bing was so excited that she almost jumped up. Did this mean that it wasn't just a gold-ranked beast, it was a golden king beast? 3rd floor. How many demon generals did a demon commander bring? Inen was dumbfounded as she listened. There seemed to be more than 100 demons, but they were all instantly killed by City Mistress Fallen Flowers. Yue Yang tried his best to push the credit to City Mistress Fallen Flowers. Where's City Mistress Fallen Flowers? Inen couldn't help but ask. She got the beautiful demonic flower seed and went back to plant it. Yue Yang hinted that he and City Mistress Fallen Flowers were just strangers who met by chance, and weren't very familiar with each other. What about that demon commander Ma something? Inen was curious again. How could he come back unscathed after meeting a demon commander and a demon general? Ma Liang was seriously injured. He ran away the moment he saw us. Yue Yang didn't say that Ma Liang's injuries were caused by his Wei Jin magic blade, leaving out the most important part. These words gave the two girls the misconception that Ma Liang and the bloody queen had fought to the point where they were both injured. When he saw City Mistress Fallen Flowers, he was so scared that he ran away. They didn't fight at all. Luckily, otherwise it would have been dangerous. However, you were really lucky. A dying gold king beast actually took the initiative to contract with you. Inen felt that this brat was really the luckiest star in the world. If there was a bronze-ranked level 5 Wei Tai Lang who insisted on following him even if it didn't contract with him, it would already make people jealous. Now, there was a humanoid gold king beast that took the initiative to contract with him. This was too lucky, wasn't it? How could people live like this? Inen could imagine Ma Liang's gloomy mood. He had painstakingly injured the bloody queen, but not only did he not get any benefits, he even let this brat contract with the bloody queen. When he returned, he would probably vomit blood for 3 days and 3 nights. Otherwise, he would die from depression. Yue Bing was so happy that she almost fainted. Her brother was already very impressive with a bronze-ranked level 5 Wei Tai Lang. Everyone in the family would probably be extremely jealous if they saw it. If he brought another gold king beast back now, they would definitely all faint. Furthermore, this bloody queen was a humanoid gold king beast with intelligence. Who knows, it might even undergo a mutation and become a platinum-ranked or even diamond-ranked. It was really unimaginable. When the golden king beast bloody queen appeared in front of the family, how interesting would their expressions be? Awoo. Wei Tai Lang didn't really care about the bloody queen, because it wasn't its rival. It wasn't a rival that it could compete with either. Furthermore, it wasn't like it had never seen strong humanoid beasts before. For example, the Lamia Loli was even a diamond-ranked one. There was nothing strange about a gold king beast. Wei Tai Lang wagged its tail, mainly to please its master, Yue Yang. Yue Bing and Inen both cheered for this lucky contract, unable to contain their joy. Not to mention Yue Bing, even Inen couldn't help but secretly wipe the corners of her eyes. Having a bronze-ranked beast was already enough to make a name for oneself. If one had a gold king beast as a beast, then it would be difficult for one's future achievements to be low. Not to mention normal warriors, even princes and kings of small countries, how many of them would have a gold king beast? Furthermore, it was a humanoid gold king beast. As a gold king beast, the bloody queen was humanoid, intelligent, and a gold king beast. It should at least be rated as a 7-star beast, right? Maybe it could even be rated as an 8-star beast. From the looks of it, this Yu clan's third young master who everyone said was trash, his future, even if he wanted to be trash, it would be difficult. Seventh sister, summon your treant warrior first. The wisdom fruit is gone, but the lustrous branch should be able to help it level up. Actually, Yue Yang's purpose of using the lustrous branch to level up the treant warrior was not to use it. He was preparing to use his divine vision to see through the treant warrior's hidden characteristics and guide Yu Bing properly, helping her increase her battle power. This time's trial was successful. My treant warrior has also leveled up. It's now bronze rank level 4. However, compared to brother, I'm still lacking a lot. Yu Bing's words carried a little bit of pride. After all, the matter of the treant warrior leveling up was proof of her hard work. Reporting good results to her brother was definitely something to be proud of. Not bad, seventh sister's trial this time was very successful. Yue Yang's praise made Yu Bing's little face blossom with happiness. He also praised Inan, this little girl, saying that her training of the little silver Pegasus was very successful and that she had improved a lot. Yu Bing was also very happy when she heard this. The only thing that made Inan a little angry was that she called Yu Yang, brother Inan. This made her very dissatisfied. She thought to herself, what kind of eyes does this idiot have? When Yu Yang saw the expression on her face, he secretly laughed and pretended not to see it. He circulated his innate chi and concentrated his divine vision, preparing to see through the treant warrior that Yu Bing had summoned. At the same time, he held the lustrous branch in one hand and transferred a small amount of innate chi into the treant warrior's body with the other hand to detect its energy reaction. When Yu Yang passed the lustrous branch that was shining with colorful lights to the treant warrior could not wait any longer and immediately ate it. Yu Yang took the opportunity to use his innate chi to sense it and see through it with his divine vision. When the treant warrior ate the lustrous branch, the ancient oak tree's energy suddenly condensed and a light green rain of light fell, bathing Yu Yang, Inan and Yu Bing in it. Among them, the treant warrior absorbed the most. After swallowing the lustrous branch, the treant warrior's limbs and head had countless green leaves and branches growing out. Tender sprouts quickly sprouted and grew at a speed that could be seen by the naked eye. In the end, it turned into lush branches and leaves. A burst of green light shone brilliantly. The treant warrior first curled its body into a ball, its branches and leaves intertwined with each other as it quickly grew and changed its shape in the green light. When it stood up with a bang and broke out from the green leaves, it had already evolved from a 3-meter-tall treant warrior into a 5-meter-tall 100-years-old treant defender. Its level had risen from bronze rank level 4 to bronze rank level 5. Right now, its entire body was black, and its body was made of wood like iron. Its waist, shoulders and head were covered with green leaves. Its entire torso and head had become more humanoid, although it was still quite a distance away from becoming a humanoid beast. However, it already had this kind of growth direction. The 100-years-old treant defender's future growth direction was to become a 1,000-years-old treant general. It could even become the legendary 10,000-years-old treant king, bronze rank level 5. Brother, my treant warrior has leveled up to bronze rank level 5. Yu Bing felt that all the happiness in her life had happened today. Furthermore, it's even a 100-years-old treant defender. If it had more lustrous branch and wisdom fruits, it would definitely be able to level up to a silver rank 1,000-years-old treant general, or even a gold rank 10,000-years-old treant king. Inan was also happy for Yu Bing. This little girl's future was limitless. The most important thing was that she had a brother who cared for her so much. He had sacrificed so much for her in exchange for this lustrous branch. With a brother like this, why would she worry that her beast wouldn't level up? Inan also felt a sense of envy in her heart. Actually, she couldn't compare to Yu Bing. Yu Bing had a brother who loved her so much, but she didn't. If she also had a brother who cared for her as she grew up, how good would that be? She looked at Yu Bing, and her eyes couldn't help but reveal an envious expression. When she looked at Yu Yang again, there was a special kind of warmth in her eyes compared to the first time they met. Although this brat's eyes were terrible, he was still very attentive and protective towards his sister and family. At the very least, he was a good brother. Seventh sister, do you still remember that I have a hidden inherent skill? Yu Yang decided to tell Yu Bing about the knowledge he had gained after seeing through the 100-years-old treant defender with his divine vision. Yu Yang wouldn't tell Yu Bing about the method of using living people to nurture his thorny flower. However, he would definitely spare no effort to nurture Yue Bing's guardian beast. He hoped that this little sister of his would improve even more. Yue Bing was a real genius. It was just that she lacked the proper attention and guidance from a teacher. If he could point out the path for her and lend her a helping hand, he believed that her future would be limitless, and her growth would be immeasurable. Brother, what kind of hidden ability did you see on the 100-years-old tree ant defender? Yue Bing was so happy that she wanted to sing. Today was really a super lucky day, with happy events happening one after another. Although Inen had heard Yue Bing mention a few things about Yue Yang, she couldn't help but be curious. How could this trash third young master have such an ability? Chapter 94 inches. There are many tree ants' abilities. Other than rooting, branching, tree heart, and seed, there are also tree thorns and brambles, entangling roots, and ancient tree ironwood. There might be more, but my hiding inherent skill is only level 2, so I can't explore all of them. When Yue Yang said this, Yue Bing's mouth opened wide cutely. She had studied in the academy for 4 years, but she only knew rooting and branching. She had also heard of entangling roots, but it was said that it was a very high-level tree ant's battle skill. Even the teachers in the academy could not grasp it well. The teachers would not teach it either. Whoever wanted to learn it had to pay 100 gold to learn it. Previously, her mother had saved up 1,000 gold to buy a spirit beast awakening knowledge pill for her brother to increase his chances of contracting a grimoire. How could she have 100 gold to learn a skill? As for her family's financial support, she had already given it to her father to buy the spirit beast awakening knowledge pill. Luckily her brother had finally grown up. Not only did he successfully contract a grimoire, he had also become the family's pillar of support. Now that her brother was teaching her, it was even better. Yue Bing was filled with joy. She was like an obedient student, quietly listening to her brother's teachings. You used rooting very well, but in terms of branching, other than using the tree's arms to attack the enemy, you can also pull out new branches from the tree ant's body to attack the enemy. Most importantly, branching can regenerate tree arms. For example, if the tree ant's arm is broken by the enemy, it can regrow its arm through branching. This is the real branching. When Yue Yang said this, even the knowledgeable Inen was shocked. Inen couldn't help but exclaim, if that's the case, then not only are plant-type beasts not weak, they're actually very strong. If a beast-type or bird-type beast has a crippled limb, it would definitely not be able to regenerate on the battlefield. Some would even be destroyed forever. If a plant-type beast's limbs could be continuously regenerated, wouldn't it be impossible to kill it? Plant-type beasts are already very strong. Yue Yang smiled slightly, being weak is just people's misunderstanding of them. Even if others don't know how to use them, it doesn't mean that they are not strong. Brother, tell me more about the tree core and the seed. Yue Bing couldn't wait to hear more. Seed and tree insight are of a higher level. When the tree ant warrior evolves into a 1,000-year tree ant general, it will possess a tree heart. As long as the tree heart is not destroyed, the tree ant will not die. At the 10,000-year ancient tree king, there would be seeds. As long as the seeds were planted in suitable places, they would be able to summon tree ants. I'll teach you these in the future. Yue Yang caressed Yue Bing's soft hair and smiled. The ability, Ancient Tree Ironwood, is an innate ability of the 100-year-old tree ant defender. It can greatly increase the tree ant's defense. I don't need to explain it in detail. I will focus on teaching you tree thorns and brambles, and fibrous root entanglement. As long as you learn these 2 moves, I can guarantee that the enemies you fight in the future will be depressed to death. It's true. Yue Bing jumped up in excitement. Inen realized that Yue Yang was really good at coaxing little girls. This brother of his, Tisk, he was really not bad. Tree thorns and brambles are the tree ants, long-range and close-range attacks. You can use the tree thorns to get close, and use the brambles to attack from afar. Once you use the tree thorns to stab your enemy, you can use your intense poison, inherent skill to make your enemy suffer the consequences. As for the brambles, other than binding your enemy tightly, when the tree ant level up into a 1,000-year-old tree ant general, it can also suck blood. You can control the tree ant to release poison and suck blood using the brambles. Then, you can cover its front and back with tree thorns. No matter how strong the enemy's beasts are, they won't be able to withstand this kind of attack. When Yue Yang said this, Yue Bing nodded her head repeatedly. The most pitiful thing about the tree ant was its slow speed. It was impossible for it to catch up to its enemies. Now, if they had the tree thorns and brambles, they would be able to attack from both long and short distances. Without its biggest weakness, it would be strange if the enemy's beasts didn't die from depression. Inen frowned slightly. Beast-type and bird-type beasts are indeed afraid of poison, but the demon-type, nether-type and ghost-type beasts are not afraid of poison-type beasts. Especially the ghost-type. Those disgusting beasts are basically dead corpses and rotten meat. Yue Yang waved his hands, indicating that there was no need to be anxious. From what I know, the plant-type beasts are the nemesis of creatures from the demon abyss. Although it's not all, the demon-type, nether-type and ghost-type beasts would be a bit of a tragedy if they met the plant-type beasts. This is because the plant-type beasts are the most prone to releasing their chi. Releasing their chi has no effect on the beast-type and bird-type beasts. Some of them might even receive the opposite effect of healing. However, the demon-type and ghost-type beasts are in trouble. Their demonic chi would be purified. For example, a demon general's weakness is its heart. As long as you use the tree thorns to pierce into the demon general's heart and continuously release your chi, purifying and shattering the demon general's heart, then the demon general would definitely die. But the demon general's speed is too fast. How can we hit it? Yu Bing raised a question. Use fibrous root entanglement. Yue Yang smiled slightly. Fibrous root entanglement is the most depressing attack method for the enemy. As long as the fibrous root entanglement is successful, unless the tree ant dies, it would be extremely difficult to escape. Don't use it normally, just leave it for a sneak attack. Wait until the enemy gets close to attack, or if the thorns entanglement is successful, then immediately send the tree ant to attack. First, take root in front of the enemy, then use the fibrous root entanglement, then continuously attack. If the enemy is a ghost-type beast, directly release your chi and purify the enemy. It's the same no matter what kind of enemy it is. Even if it's a flying dragon, if it gets entangled by the fibrous root entanglement, then it would also be a tragedy. Yue Yang imparted all the plant-type tree ants' abilities to Yue Bing. If it was said that Yue Yang still had some reservations towards her when he had just transmigrated a few days ago, then now, he was moved by Fourth Mother's family and was determined to integrate into this warm family. Naturally, he wouldn't hide anything from his sister anymore. Of course, he only told her about the tree ant's instincts. He wouldn't tell her about the sensational secret method of using a living person to nurture a thorny flower. The secret method of nurturing a golden crown thorny flower queen, Yue Yang would never tell anyone else. He would only treat it as one of his secret weapons. When Yue Bing and Inen heard this, they were stunned for a long time before they muttered at the same time, so plant-type beasts are actually this strong. Yue Yang smiled. Actually, plant-type beasts still have their weaknesses. Take the tree ant for example. Its weakness isn't its slow speed, but in group battles. In a one-on-one battle, the tree ant is extremely advantageous. Its fibrous root entanglement is always successful. However, in a group battle, it must reach the target and take root. Furthermore, it can only entangle a single target. This process of fibrous root entanglement is very difficult, and its effect in a group battle is also not obvious. The tree ant's biggest weakness is its small number. Seventh sister, you can only summon 2 tree ants at most right now. Hence, in a one-on-one battle, you would be at a disadvantage in a group battle. What Yue Yang didn't say was that the tree ant's weakness didn't exist on the thorny flower. This was because when the thorny flower reached a higher level, it would be able to multiply. Other than the main body, it would also have secondary stems and clusters. When a thorny flower demoness leveled up, it would have multiple secondary stems and dozens of young clusters. If it became a golden crown thorny flower queen, it would be even more terrifying. Under the queen's throne, there would be countless thorny flowers that could form a sea of flowers. Hence, 3,000 years ago, the thorny flower fairy had easily drowned the entire demon legion with a sea of flowers. Even if it was an army, it would still be a tragedy if they were to fight against a sea of thorny flowers. The tree ant also had a fatal weakness. It wasn't afraid of fire or ice, but it was afraid of lightning. After being struck by lightning, the tree ant would definitely die. Of course, this weakness didn't exist on Yue Bing. This was because her 100-years-old tree ant defender was a guardian beast and would never truly die. Regarding this, Yue Yang also reminded Yue Bing a little. If she met a thunder-type beast, she must first kill it, otherwise the tree ant would be easily injured. Inen also hoped that Yue Yang would give her some pointers, but she was too embarrassed to ask. On the other hand, Yue Bing was attentive. Seeing that her expression was a little strange, she quickly helped her to ask. Yue Yang was much more conservative towards Yi Nan than Yu Bing. This girl wasn't his woman yet, so he hadn't pushed her down yet. He didn't know what she was thinking, so of course he wouldn't tell her everything. Yue Yang only told her about one or two of the little silver Pegasus's special abilities. He also told her about its weaknesses and told her to pay attention to how to nurture it. Then, he used the excuse that her hiding inherent skill was too low and she couldn't find out too much, so he kept most of the secrets. Even so, Inen was still very happy. She nodded her head excitedly. She trusted Yue Yang the most now. The two girls were in high spirits as they summoned all kinds of beasts to practice. Especially Yu Bing, after receiving her brother's pointers, her skills in controlling the 100-years-old tree ant defender had improved by leaps and bounds. She believed that in the future, she would definitely become a ranker that would give her enemies headaches. At least, if demon abyss beasts like demon abyss beasts met her, they would be very depressed. The curtain of night gradually descended. Yue Yang brought Yu Bing and Inen under the 10,000-year-old oak tree, spending a peaceful and happy time with the three of them. The jokes of the guy from another world made the two girls laugh uncontrollably. Although they felt that Yue Yang was just trying to make them happy, they also enjoyed it in their hearts. Laughter that sounded like silver bells rang out from time to time, echoing under the 10,000-year-old oak tree. When the night passed and the sun rose from the east, Yue Yang saw that the exhausted Yi Kong, Fatty Hai and the Li brothers had finally arrived. At first, Fatty Hai was half dead. Yi Kong had to kick him from time to time before he could move a little. However, when he saw the Bloody Queen, he immediately transformed. With a speed that was impossible for a human, he flew in front of the Bloody Queen. In the middle, he even took out a comb and combed his messy hair neatly. He first tidied up the messy clothes on his body and quickly restored them to their original state. Then, he pretended to be a gentleman and courteously bowed to the Bloody Queen. He then revealed a smile that he thought was the most sincere and friendly. "Beauty, is there anything I can do for you? For a beauty like you, even if you ask me to climb a mountain of swords and go through fire and water, I will not even frown." The Bloody Queen looked at Yue Yang, as if she couldn't understand why he had such an idiotic friend. "I am Hai Da Fu, everyone calls me Master Hai, 22 years old, unmarried, looking for a girlfriend for 10,000 years, no, a beauty, I have been waiting for you for 10,000 years. The moment I saw you, I fell in love with you. Maybe you will value my appearance, but let me tell you, other than looking majestic, I also have the heart of a ranker." "What, are you suspecting that I am not a ranker?" "No, you are wrong. A low-key person like me is often misunderstood by others, but I have never said anything. Could it be that I would tell others that I am a summoning grimoire contractor and that I have a bronze rank level 2 iron rhinoceros? No, I am not that kind of person." Before Fatty Hai could finish speaking, the Bloody Queen had already sent him flying with a kick. His body formed a high parabola as he flew more than 10 meters away. "Master Hai, you idiot, can't you even differentiate between a beast and a person?" Inen secretly laughed. She had almost seen wrongly at that time. Luckily she wasn't jealous at that time, otherwise it would be too awkward. He would definitely think that she was a jealous person. Forget it, he still thought that she was Inen's brother. This blind person, she really couldn't stand him. When Inen looked at Yue Yang, she gave him a reproachful look. Yue Yang definitely saw it, but he pretended that he didn't see it. When Yu Bing saw it, she covered her mouth and snickered. Looks like this stupid brother, unless Sister Inen confessed to him like how Fatty Hai confessed to the Bloody Queen, he wouldn't be able to tell. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to tell that his brother Inen was a girl. Yi Kong and the Li brothers dropped their weapons on the ground. Their mouths were so wide open that a mammoth could be stuffed inside. Gold-ranked humanoid beast. Chapter 95. Ever since he found out that the Bloody Queen was a gold-ranked humanoid beast, Fatty Hai cried non-stop. According to him, this was the first time in his life that he had confessed his love to a girl. He didn't think that his heart would be so hurt. Yue Yang comforted him. "Master Hai, you have so many school beauties who are infatuated with you. Each and every one of them would die for you. You should worry about how to deal with them. Don't think about what's in the pot when you eat what's in the bowl. Don't be too greedy." When Yue Yang said this, Fatty Hai cried even harder. Actually, everyone knew that nobody liked this Fatty Hai at all. Saying that the school belle loved him to death was just Fatty Hai's own fantasy. After crying for a while, Fatty Hai suddenly said that he wanted to defend his first love. He clenched his fists and vowed that race was not a problem. Even if there were differences between humans and beasts, pure love could not be obstructed. In the end, he was dragged behind the 10,000-year ancient oak tree and beaten up by Yi Kong and the others. The reason was that Yi Kong and the others felt that the existence of a pig head like Fatty Hai was a disgrace to humanity. Fatty Hai's love between humans and beasts was destined to be an ill-fated relationship. Let alone now, even if he was 100 or 1,000 times stronger, the Bloody Queen would probably not like him. Very quickly, Fatty Hai, who was beaten up, did not mention his first love anymore. I've decided, as your boss, I want to set an example. In the future, if I contract beasts, I will contract strong beauties. I don't even want bronze-ranked or silver-ranked beasts. I want at least gold-ranked beasts. Monkey Yi Kong, you guys have to look up to me, your boss. Fatty Hai's words caused everyone to roll their eyes. Yi Kong and the Li brothers even gave him a middle finger. This vulgar and arrogant action was something they learned from Yue Yang. They felt that once they gave this middle finger, no one would be able to compete with it. It was better than thousands of words in the world. It was a wonderful concept of silence winning over words. Fatty Hai was thick-skinned. The middle finger had no effect on him. He didn't dare to provoke the Bloody Queen anymore, because she could send his huge body flying more than 10 meters away with a single kick. However, towards the luckiest person in the world, Yue Yang, Fatty Hai still wanted to bribe him. Boss has been protecting you guys for a few days now, but he hasn't treated you guys to a meal yet. Today, I'll treat you guys to a meal. I don't want the best, I want the most expensive. We definitely won't go to the Warriors Pub, that kind of place that only lousy mercenaries go to. We'll go to the delicacy restaurant. After we eat and drink our fill, we'll go out and go to the beast shop. Help me pick a gold-ranked beast egg. Take note, it must be a beautiful beast. Tell me, how can I, the boss, not have a beautiful beast to bring along? Is this what you do as a boss? Inan was speechless. Dream on. Yu Bing couldn't take it anymore. If the beast store had gold-ranked beast eggs for sale, would there still be weaklings in this world? Not to mention a beautiful beast. If Fatty Hai wanted to contract a beast according to this wish, he would probably only have a bronze-ranked level 2 iron rhinoceros for the rest of his life. Yue Yang was easier to talk to. He didn't attack Fatty Hai's fantasies, instead, he comforted him. Your bronze-ranked level 2 iron rhinoceros is also a female. Maybe after some training, it can also become a gold-ranked rhinoceros beauty. However, this will require your hard work. You're the boss, I'll definitely support you. Don't worry, I'll support you with all my heart. When he said this, Inan and Yu Bing both covered their small mouths and laughed. Not to mention how difficult it was for a bronze-ranked level 2 iron rhinoceros to become a gold-ranked beast. Just look at the iron rhinoceros figure. Could it become a beautiful beast? This difficulty was probably even more difficult than a normal house mouse leveling up to become a destructive mythical beast. Yi Kong really wanted to tell Fatty Hai that if he could successfully evolve a bronze-ranked level 2 iron rhinoceros into a gold-ranked beautiful beast, he would run around the soaring dragon continent naked. Sigh, why didn't I think of that? Fatty Hai revealed an expression of sudden realization as he tightly held onto Yue Yang's hand. When my rhinoceros beauty comes out, then his two brothers will become the beautiful beast killer duo. This name, Yue Yang was almost shocked to death by Fatty Hai's words. What's wrong? Fatty Hai looked at Yue Yang's weird expression and asked, a little confused. It's really awesome. It's decided then. Work hard to train up the rhinoceros beauty. I'm really looking forward to the birth of the beautiful beast killer duo. Yue Yang's serious look made Inan and Yu Bing laugh so hard that tears came out of their eyes. Yi Kong and the Li brothers rolled their eyes. They all felt that rather than training the iron rhinoceros into a rhinoceros beauty, it would be better to train Fatty Hai into a male rhinoceros. They believed that the difficulty would be much easier this way. When Fatty Hai, Yi Kong and the others also finished the oak tree's heart quest, another day had passed. At this time, Yu Bing had already learnt tree thorns and entanglement of fibrous roots. It was just that her casting speed was slightly slower. If it was a sneak attack, beast-type beasts that couldn't fly would probably die miserably. After Yi Kong and the Li brothers' beasts finished the oak tree's heart quest, they all leveled up. Only Fatty Hai's iron rhinoceros was still bronze ranked level 2. However, the green light from the oak tree's heart was still useful. The iron rhinoceros, body size had become bigger, and its horns seemed to have grown a little. Everyone felt that although there was no hope for it to become a beautiful beast, there was no problem for it to become a rampaging war machine on the battlefield. If it rose to bronze rank level 5 and above, its body size would probably not be too different from a battle kodo beast. Yue Yang also felt that Fatty High's white rhinoceros still had some potential, because it was a guardian beast. In the words of a peak ranker, there is no trash talent in this world, nor trash beasts, there are only trash people. On this point, Yue Yang completely agreed. The thorny flower was a trash beast in other people's hands, but he could turn it into a golden crown thorny flower queen that could destroy the entire demon legion. The battle tree ant was trash in other people's hands, but in Yu Bing's hands, it could also make her enemies depressed to death. If Fatty High's white rhinoceros was used well, it could also turn the tables. The reason why Fatty High did not use it well was mainly because it was a mount. He had also neglected the fact that this iron rhinoceros was a water attribute beast. If Fatty High could grasp the iron rhinoceros's characteristics and develop it, his strength would at least increase by 2 times. After returning to the Warriors Guild, the 2 mercenary leaders had already transported the blade massacring demoness, wyvern and demon general's corpses to the warehouse designated by City Mistress Fallen Flowers. They had been waiting for Yue Yang to return and hand in their mission. City Mistress Fallen Flowers has already paid us our salaries. The flower branches and medicinal herbs that we obtained from clearing the battlefield have already been taken away by City Mistress. Now, we are only left with 600 gold and some demon general's weapons and armors. Please have a look. If you don't mind, we would like to give up our reward money and exchange it for the corpses of the demons and harpies. Some of our brothers really need contribution points. The 2 mercenary leaders knew that their request was very excessive, because the value of the corpses of the demons and harpies was definitely 100 times more than the reward money that Yue Yang had promised to pay. These corpses were very useful to them, but they were useless to a ranker. Hence, they braced themselves and asked Yue Yang, hoping that this young ranker would be a little more generous and give their brothers who had been painstakingly moving the corpses back to the warehouse a pleasant surprise. You have completed your mission well, I agree to your request. Yue Yang nodded and gave a few gold to the Warriors Guild's notary as a reward. We are very grateful for your generosity. The 2 mercenary leaders were so moved that they were tongue-tied. As for the mercenaries who were waiting for the good news from afar, they immediately cheered when they saw their leader waving his fist and making the gesture that they had agreed on earlier. They moved the corpses of the demons and harpies to the Warriors Guild to exchange for contribution points. The 2 mercenary leaders even dug out the small magic cores from the demon giants' hearts, washed them clean, packed them up and sent them back to Yue Yang. They did not dare to be greedy for the private belongings of a ranker, even if these corpses had already been personally promised by Yue Yang to them. The notary was also beaming with joy. He had never seen such a generous ranker before. Being a notary was his job, and he did not need any extra remuneration. Moreover, serving a ranker was the honor of the Warriors Guild. After he happily accepted Yue Yang's reward, he respectfully bowed and said, "If you allow me, I can immediately find the best leather master and the best auctioneer for you. The wyvern's skin can be used to make the wyvern's leather armor that even the kings of the world love. As for the meat and bones, they can be made into delicacies. The teeth and eyes can be auctioned off. As for the demon generals, I will handle the demon generals myself." Yue Yang smiled slightly. "I can leave the wyverns to you for the next few days. If you do an outstanding job, I will give you another 10 gold as a reward. I don't dare to be greedy for the reward. It is my honor to serve a ranker." The notary was extremely excited. He respectfully bowed and flew off to look for the person. Looking at the frozen corpses of the blade massacring demoness, 5 wyverns and 5 demon generals, Yi Kong and the others were dumbfounded. They did not know how to react for a long time. Only after a long time did they come back to their senses. Everyone looked at Yue Yang with incomparable shock. These were all killed by you. Seeing that everyone was almost scared out of their wits, Yue Yang hurriedly waved his hands and said, "No, they were killed by City Mistress Fallen Flowers. But she doesn't like corpses and only likes to plant flowers, so she gave them to me." The most important thing was that these demon generals and the blade massacring demoness both suffered heavy injuries. When the Bloody Queen screamed at that time, they all collapsed. Fatty High did not really believe it. He felt that the Bloody Queen's seduction would be very useful, but was her voice really that powerful? Regarding this, Inan nodded her head without a doubt. "Fatty, Did you go to school for nothing? The Bloody Queen is a banshee. Her screams are already very powerful. Moreover, the more heavily injured she is, the more mournful and powerful her screams are. She herself is a gold king beast. When she screams in a dying state, her screams are probably 10 times more powerful than usual. These demon generals were already seriously injured, so it's normal for them to die from her screams. Yu Bing and Yi Kong also nodded their heads in agreement. However, Yu Bing and the others had forgotten one point. When the banshee's screams erupted, even the demon generals died. How could Yu Yang be fine? This was because everyone had never doubted Yu Yang. In the end, they had forgotten this detail. I'm preparing to deal with Fei Long. Yi Kong, I'll leave the blade massacring demoness corpse to you guys. Although beasts mainly rely on eating magic crystals to level up, the blade massacring demoness is a bronze rank level 7 strong beast. Its corpse is also somewhat useful. You guys can use it to feed your beasts. As for the demon general's demonic armors, if you can use them, just take them. Everyone's battle power is the most important, no need to be polite. However, I have some use for the demon general's corpses. When Yu Yang said this, Yi Kong and the others thought that Yu Yang wanted to use the demon general's corpses to go to the warriors guild to exchange for merit points. They never thought that Yu Yang wanted to use them to nurture his thorny flower. Yu Yang also gave a few demon giants' demon cores to Yi Kong, letting him freely use them. As for Yu Bing and Inan brothers, they were each given a wyvern's magic crystal. Yu Bing didn't think too much about it. She happily received it and thanked her brother profusely. Inan received it, her face a little red. It's too valuable, how can I accept it? Her small fists, however, held onto the lightning-type wyvern's magic crystal tightly. This magic crystal would be a great help to her little silver Pegasus in leveling up. Furthermore, how could she not accept something that Yu Yang had given her? After a while, the notary brought a few people and ran over. The two old men threw themselves onto the wyvern, ignoring everyone else. Even when the notary asked them to greet Yu Yang first, they replied unhappily, "We are not here to greet you. Right now, the wyvern's skin is still fresh. If we delay the best tanning time, it will cause the quality to drop. Don't bother us anymore." The notary almost fainted, but he also knew that these two old men had weird tempers. He could only turn around and introduce a few other merchants and auction managers to Yu Yang who were buying wyvern's meat and bones. After everything was settled, he took out a letter with delicate handwriting from his bosom and respectfully handed it over. "This is a letter from your family. It was sent here yesterday, but I didn't know your and Miss Yu Bing's names before this, so I couldn't send it to you in time. Please forgive me." A letter from my mother. Yu Bing could tell that it was from her mother just by looking at the handwriting. Could it be that something happened at home? Yu Yang was startled at first. He hurriedly took the letter and opened it. When he unfolded the letter, he realized that the beautiful woman was missing her son and daughter. She asked about their situation and asked if Yu Yang had found his sister. If he had found her, then he should return home as soon as possible so that she wouldn't miss him. Although the beautiful woman's writing was simple and her tone was flat, Yu Yang could still feel the warmth in his heart from this ordinary letter. He could feel Fourth Mother's longing for her children. A letter from home was worth 10,000 gold. Maybe the poet Saint Dufu's feelings in the past were as touched and happy as when he received Fourth Mother's letter. There was someone in a faraway home who cared about him, worried about him, missed him, and wished him well. This feeling was really good. After Yu Bing finished reading the letter, her eyes turned red. She nodded stubbornly, but she didn't cry. She only said to Yu Yang softly, "Brother, let's go home. The new year is coming. We need to go home and give mother a surprise." Go home. The current him finally had a warm home. In that warm little home, there was the gentle Fourth Mother and the greedy little girl, waiting for him to return. What else was more important than going home and reuniting with his family? Furthermore, the new year was approaching. The beautiful woman would definitely return to the Yu clan castle to pay respects to the elders. Without him and Yu Bing by her side, she would definitely be bullied. He had to go back and support her. He had to help her vent her anger. He could come to Tong Tian Tower to train at any time. After the new year, he would trample on all the geniuses in the Yu clan and help Fourth Mother regain her pride. He would also help Fourth Mother's wife, who was chased out of the Yu clan because she wanted to protect the pitiful guy. He would also help Fourth Mother investigate the truth behind the cancellation of the engagement between the pitiful guy and the pitiful guy. When Yue Yang thought about how the beautiful woman had pawned all her belongings, even her jewelry, to buy the spirit beast awakening knowledge pill for the pitiful guy, and how the hairpin on her head was made from wood, he couldn't help but feel touched for this mother, fourth mother. How could there be another fourth mother in this world? Chapter 96. Although he had received the beautiful woman's letter, Yue Yang did not immediately bring Yu Bing back. He decided to prepare well and give her a big surprise. At the same time, he wanted to teach those snobs in the Yu clan castle a big lesson. Inan pulled Yu Bing along to go shopping. They did not think that Yue Yang would know how to buy a suitable gift for fourth mother. Moreover, there were some things that were more suitable for girls, such as hairpins, accessories, rouge and foundation. It would be strange if a man knew how to buy them. They even prepared to buy some good clothes for fourth mother and the little girl to make a few sets of new clothes for the new year. Yue Yang also knew that fourth mother's family had been frugal for a long time in order to buy the spirit beast awakening knowledge pill for the pitiful guy. Although he was not the pitiful guy, he had enjoyed all of his family's affection. Naturally, he had to show filial respect to fourth mother. Yue Yang gave Yu Bing 50 gold and let her use it freely. It was obvious that Yu Bing had never received so much pocket money before, so she rejected it. In the end, under Yi Nan's persuasion, she happily accepted it. Yi Kong and the Li clan brothers were prepared to bring Wen Yu Mo, He Ziyun and Qin Yang over. Although they were not battle type, if they were to learn the Demon Abyss language, no one would be more suitable than the three of them. Perhaps he had decided that he would follow Yue Yang, the Yu clan's third young master with a bright future, so Yi Kong did not reject the money that Yue Yang gave him. He nodded and left with the Li brothers. On the other hand, Fatty Hai was drooling. He was not short of money, but seeing that everyone was receiving money, he could not help but feel envious. Unfortunately, his identity was everyone's, boss's. No matter how much he wanted it, he could not ask Yue Yang for it. I want to buy something, but I don't know where. Yue Yang was secretly amused and prepared to send this fatty away. What? As a boss, I can responsibly tell you that in the first floor of Skysplit Tower, there is no one that I, young Master Hai, do not know, and there is no place that I, young Master Hai, do not know. Tell me, what do you want to buy? When Fatty Hai heard that the items that Yue Yang was talking about were all simple daily necessities, he immediately patted his plump chest with force, causing his fat to tremble. He said boldly, "Don't mention these, even if it's a mountain, I can buy it for you and carry it in front of you. We are all brothers. How can I use your money to buy some small things? I originally wanted to give it to you, but you just had to stuff money into my palm. You're not treating me as the boss at all. Alright, although I'm the boss, I still respect your opinion." Fatty Hai took the 10 gold that Yue Yang had given him and left in high spirits. Money was not a problem. The most important thing was that Yue Yang had given him money and even asked him to do something for him. This way, he, the boss, could raise his head in front of Yue Yang. The main reason why Yue Yang sent Fatty Hai away with 10 gold was because with Fatty Hai by his side, he couldn't summon the thorny flower to devour the demon generals. Thus, in order to keep this a secret, Yue Yang would rather give him 10 gold and send him shopping. The warehouse was completely empty, leaving only Yue Yang. The gold-ranked thorny flower had been summoned. He estimated that it would take at most one more day for the thorny flower to evolve into a thorny flower demoness. The demon king Ha Shin's arm had not been digested yet, but the 4 demon generals that it had devoured before were almost completely digested. Right now, the thorny flower was 6 meters tall. Its main stem was as thick as a water bucket and its huge flower was even bigger than a round table. At the side, there were already 2 secondary stems that were as thick as a bowl. There were also a few clumps that were as thick as a child's arms. They were connected to the thorny flower, continuously absorbing the energy from the thorny flower. After Yue Yang let the thorny flower swallow the 5 demon generals, the thorny flower that was about to become a thorny flower demoness suddenly shrunk. The originally inconspicuous thin leaves quickly became bigger. Finally, the thorny flower that had shrunk into a ball was tightly wrapped together, like a cabbage wrapped in layers. Yue Yang was confused. This didn't look like a thorny flower demoness. Could it be that there was another breakthrough? Not only the main stem, even the 2 secondary stems curled up, forming a flower with 1 big and 2 small curled leaves. This was definitely a mutation, but it was beyond Yue Yang's expectations and knowledge. After the thorny flower curled up, it flashed with a golden light and automatically returned to the silver grimoire. Yue Yang opened the summoning grimoire and saw that it was mutating. However, Yue Yang couldn't predict what it would mutate into. This kind of mutation with curled leaves could only happen to the golden crown thorny flower queen. It was still too early. With its current level and advancement, it couldn't possibly mutate into the golden crown thorny flower queen. Right now, it wasn't even a thorny flower demoness. Could it be that before the thorny flower mutates into a thorny flower demoness, it could still make another breakthrough? Yue Yang felt that it might be related to the thorny flower queen swallowing too many demon generals. The thorny flower queen's nutrients were too abundant, so it had a special mutation that he didn't even know about. Right now, there was one big and two small curled leaves. Didn't this mean that 3 thorny flower demonesses would be born in the future? What was going on? With regards to the thorny flower's special mutation, Yue Yang had completely lost his ability to predict it. He couldn't even see through it with his divine vision. The only thing he could feel was that this was a good thing that he couldn't wish for, and not a bad thing. Cultivating a golden crown thorny flower queen was a long road, so Yue Yang wasn't anxious. Right now, he already had a lot of strong beasts, so he didn't need the thorny flower to participate in battles. Not to mention little Wen Li and the golden beast, not to mention the bloody queen who was a humanoid golden king beast, even the barbarian cow Shadow and Wei Tai Lang, the 2 strong bronze rank level 5 beasts, would be able to make others suffer the consequences. When he returned to the clan this time, Yue Yang was really looking forward to fighting against Yu Tian, Yue Yang and the others in the youth tournament. Then, he would trample on them in front of the entire clan, making Fourth Mother feel proud of him, making Yu Bing and the others feel elated in the clan, and making those fellows who looked down on the 4th branch stare in awe. At that time, he would let them see the power of the Soaring Dragon Continent's #1 trash. The main reason why Yue Yang wasn't in a hurry to return home was because he was preparing to go to the summoning temple to buy a summoning grimoire for Yu Shuang. Back in Whitestone City, before he had set off to look for Yu Bing, he had already planned to do so. Coming to Tong Tian Tower this time, he had decided to bring back a grimoire for the little girl. Maybe Yu Shuang could also contract a grimoire. It was just that Fourth Mother didn't have the money to buy it for her, so she hadn't tested it yet. The summoning temple was a building that looked like a lone tower. Although it was located in a human settlement, other than grimoire contractors, other warriors were not allowed to enter. The people from the 4 great clans or the 3 great royal families would send blood samples or fetal hair to the summoning temple as a record of the grimoire contractor. Because of their outstanding bloodline, the 4 great clans had never found a descendant who couldn't contract a grimoire in the past 1,000 years. There were a few people in the 3 great royal families who couldn't contract a grimoire, but these people wouldn't be recognized by the royal families. They couldn't even grow up. They would think that they were bastards, not of the royal family's bloodline, but fake princes and princesses. Once they confirmed that they couldn't contract a grimoire, the royal family would secretly dispose of the baby and the mother, and then announce to the public that it was a difficult birth and the mother and child couldn't be saved. As for the various clans in the world, they would also take blood samples to record. The only difference was that most of their descendants couldn't contract a grimoire. The outstanding bloodline of the 4 great clans made the world jealous. The only thing that made the world feel better was that the 4 great clans didn't have a lot of people, and their descendants were much less than normal clans. For example, the Yu clan had 9 descendants in this generation, which was already a blessing that couldn't be seen in 100 years. Normal clans would easily give birth to more than 10 descendants, winning with numbers. Although the success rate of contracting a grimoire was not high, with the help of elixirs, they could ensure that 1 or 2 descendants would successfully contract a grimoire every generation. When the summoning temple's guard saw Yue Yang coming over, he nodded slightly. "Young man, please show me your grimoire, otherwise you won't be able to enter." When Yue Yang summoned his silver grimoire, the middle-aged man was slightly moved. It wasn't that he hadn't seen a silver grimoire before, but it was rare to see someone as young as Yue Yang who had a silver grimoire. Most importantly, he realized that he didn't know Yue Yang. How could he not know a genius youth who had a silver grimoire? When Yue Yang entered the door, he asked again, "Are you looking for information on the history of the summoning era, or are you looking for information on guardian beasts and inherent skills?" "No, I'm here to buy a grimoire." Yue Yang knew that looking for guardian beasts and inherent skills required a letter of introduction. Moreover, he had to share his own information with others to be able to look for other people's inherent skills and guardian beasts. He wouldn't do that. He handed 100 gold to the guard and a small silk bag. Inside is the hair of the Yu Shuang, the buyer of the grimoire. She is a descendant of the Yu clan, one of the 4 great clans. Please verify it. The middle-aged man approached the gold and silk bag, went to the upper floor, and verified it with another elder. After a while, he came out holding the bronze grimoire. But he didn't immediately hand it over to Yue Yang. Instead, in front of Yue Yang, the elder handed over a magic crystal cube. Yue Yang knew that this was a necessary verification procedure. Even the emperor couldn't avoid it, so he took out his crystal card and placed it on the cube. A golden light flashed, and a line of golden words appeared on the magic crystal cube. Grimoire Introducer, Tai Tan. Seeing that Yue Yang had a crystal card, the middle-aged man and the elder looked at each other in surprise. If a silver grimoire could be obtained through hard work, then a crystal card could not be obtained through hard work. Only the most outstanding descendant could have it. According to the rules, we will ask you a question, and you must answer truthfully. Young man, may I ask about your relationship with Yu Shuang? The middle-aged man gestured for Yue Yang to place his hand on the magic crystal cube, and then asked. Yue Yang was shocked. Could this thing be a lie detector? If he answered incorrectly, what would the consequences be? He was actually a guy from another world, and had no blood relation with Yu Shuang. If he answered incorrectly, he wouldn't be able to buy a grimoire, and might even attract trouble. Should he answer truthfully or lie? This time it was really difficult. It was impossible to answer truthfully, because he definitely couldn't say that he had no relationship with Yu Shuang. Otherwise, if the Yu clan investigated, everything would be leaked. He also couldn't lie, because this test did not allow him to lie. If he lied this time, he would reveal a flaw. I am her brother, she calls me brother Shao San. When Yue Yang said these words, he tried his best to maintain a calm tone. His expression was unquestionable, and his heartbeat and pulse calmed down with his innate qi. After saying this, Yue Yang was even more nervous than when he took the high school entrance exam. His back was covered in cold sweat. Of course, his face did not change at all, as if this was a natural and unchangeable fact, a solid brother-sister relationship. After Yue Yang answered, a brilliant golden light flashed from the magic crystal. The middle-aged man and the elder immediately nodded. The ancient code recognizes you as Yu Shuang's grimoire introducer. The final confirmation is successful. Young man, in order to ensure that every grimoire contractor's grimoire will not be moved by others, we must carry out the final confirmation. Even if the emperor personally comes to be his son's introducer, he must also be recognized by the ancient code. I need to remind you that if Yu Shuang's grimoire is lost or stolen before the contract is signed, you must bring a letter from the Yu clan's clan master. Furthermore, you must wait at least a year before we can give you another grimoire. Understood. After hearing this, Yue Yang secretly exclaimed in his heart that it was a close shave. He was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. However, the ancient code recognized him as Yu Shuang's brother. This might be related to him telling the truth. He did not say that he was the pitiful guy, did not say that they were related by blood, he only said that he was Yu Shuang's brother. Luckily he reacted quickly and found a small loophole. While telling the truth and passing the confirmation, he also hid his true identity. When Yue Yang went out, the middle-aged man shouted at the elder, could this brat be the Yu clan's third young master that the world calls trash? Oh my god, didn't they say that he was unable to contract a grimoire? He already has a silver grimoire now, but the world still thinks that he is trash. He is really a little fox that hides his abilities. Look at his beast, a bronze rank level 5 two-headed demon wolf. He doesn't even want to contract it. I dare say that this is definitely an act to deceive people, to make people think that he is trash. This brat is even more abnormal than his father, and he is especially cunning. He is completely different from his honest and upright father. The person who introduced him to the crystal card should be that person. In these few years, she was the only one who got a crystal card, the others only got a gold card. When the 3 great killing stars entered Tong Tian Tower, you also know that their introducers all gave them gold cards. I have never seen anyone who could get a crystal card. The elder suddenly shivered. I have already said it, how could you choose Sun be trash? It seems that only she can see his true strength. That's right. When the middle-aged man heard this, he suddenly realized, I was also wondering why this brat had a crystal card. So it was her introducer. Although this brat has the nickname of trash, she would definitely not misjudge him. Compared to her, we are all blind. The elder seemed to be very respectful towards the big-breasted big sister who introduced Yue Yang to Tong Tian Tower. He didn't even dare to say her name. Elder Ma, we have all been deceived by the rumors. If that kid is a good-for-nothing, then my son is the scum of the dregs that are worse than good-for-nothing. To think that brat dared to call himself a genius. That idiot, he doesn't even know what a genius is. A real genius should be like him just now, standing proudly at the top of his generation. The middle-aged man laughed and shook his head, as if he was ashamed of his son. That old fellow Yu Hai is really lucky. Why don't I have such a grandson? The elder sighed regretfully. Yu Yang didn't know that there were people talking about him behind his back. He brought Wei Tai Lang back to the warrior's dojo. After a while, Yi Kong and the others who had used their teleportation scrolls rushed back. Wen Yu Mo, He Ziyun and Qin Yang were very excited when they saw Yu Yang. This was because Yu Yang's appearance had changed Yi Kong and everyone's fate. However, they were all men after all. They didn't thank Yu Yang with words. They only nodded their heads and engraved it in their hearts. Fatty Hai proudly called out to the mercenaries, bringing in all the things that Yu Yang wanted to buy. In front of Yi Kong and the others, Fatty Hai was too embarrassed to return the money to Yu Yang. Instead, he asked Yu Yang if it was enough for his travel expenses. He said that he, as the boss, could sponsor Yu Yang with gold. Hearing this, Yi Kong rolled his eyes. Who was the one who didn't blink when he saw 600 gold before? Now, he even pretended to ask others if they needed his travel expenses. He was really shameless. Inan and Yu Bing also came back. They had prepared even more things. The new year is coming. Everyone should go home. Next year, we will train together again. You guys haven't been home for a long time. You should go back and have a reunion with your families. Yu Yang distributed the things that Fatty Hai had bought. Everyone had a share. It was a gift for Yi Kong and the others to bring back to their parents. Sister Inan, brother Inan, why don't you stay at our house for a few days? When the new year comes, you can go back to your aunt's place. Yu Bing invited her with all her might. No, I still have something to do. Inan hurriedly shook her head and waved her hands to reject. Suddenly, she bit her lips and blushed. She lowered her head and said to Yu Yang shyly, "You, come out for a while. I have something to say to you." Chapter 97 Inches Brother Inan, is there anything you can't say inside? Following Inan out of the door, Yu Yang asked curiously. Hearing that it was Inan's brother, Inan felt dizzy. Sometimes, she really wanted to punch him, kick him, or even bite him if that didn't work. She had seen idiots before, but she had never seen such an idiot before. Yi Nan was very angry in her heart, but her face revealed a warm smile. Actually, I wanted to ask you, about the matter of you breaking off the engagement with Miss Shui, what exactly happened? Yu Yang was confused about this matter. How could he have an answer? He was not the pitiful guy. God knows how that guy did it, breaking off the engagement and then committing suicide. Now, people outside still thought that he was the one who broke off the engagement. Yu Yang, who had read the pitiful guy's diary, knew one thing. It was definitely not the pitiful guy who broke off the engagement. He did not write any divorce papers either. Fourth mother and her family were all kept in the dark, thinking that it was Miss Shui who broke off the engagement. As for the pitiful guy jumping into the river, was he trying to commit suicide, or was he beaten into the river? Yu Yang was still investigating, so he remained vigilant. If it was really an enemy who sent an assassin to assassinate the pitiful guy, and then caused him to jump into the river, then he should get rid of the enemy as soon as possible. Otherwise, his identity as the pitiful guy might arouse suspicion. Of course, Yu Yang, who now had great strength, was not afraid of other people's tricks. He would deal with them as they came. The only thing he was afraid of was that the beautiful woman, Yu Bing and the others would be sad if they knew. Yu Yang would investigate this matter secretly. Sooner or later, he would get to the bottom of it. Looking at all the signs, Yu Yang guessed that the pitiful guy jumped into the river on his own. If there was really an assassin who wanted to assassinate him, why didn't he see any movement from the enemy after replacing him for so long? Yu Yang was determined to get to the bottom of this mess. This was not only about Miss Shui's engagement, but also about his own identity. Of course, Yu Yang didn't answer Inan's question directly. He stretched out his hand and hugged Inan's fragrant shoulder, affectionately hugging her. "You little brat, you made me worry for half a day. I thought you were going to make a move on my sister, but it turns out you weren't. Brother Inan, my sister is still young, and her fate is not very good. I forbid you from having any ideas about her. Actually, there are a lot of beauties in this world. As long as we move our fingers, they will strip naked and line up for us. Don't worry, after the new year, I'll bring you to pick up girls. You can pick whichever one has the biggest breasts. We'll break that part of yours together, and then we'll slowly study bedroom techniques. When our combat experience reaches the master level, we'll write a book on picking up girls. Being hugged by the shameless Yue Yang, Inan's whole body stiffened. Although she knew that this brat didn't treat her as a girl, and only treated her as a brother who could speak his mind, she still couldn't stand his intimacy. The masculine scent of a man made her a little flustered, and her body felt a little weak. If it wasn't for the fact that she had to suppress her racing heart and continue to pretend to be his brother, she would have run away in embarrassment. Towards Yue Yang's words, Inan was both angry and amused. This brat did a good job as a brother, but when it came to picking up girls, he would probably be ranked behind Fatty Hai in the whole Soaring Dragon continent. At the very least, Fatty Hai could tell that she was a girl, while he was a blind man. But to be honest, Inan also liked that Yue Yang couldn't recognize her silly look. This way, she could hear his most primitive thoughts, such as liking beauties with big breasts and round buttocks, liking girls in uniform, etc. If he recognized that she was a girl, would he still tell her all these? Impossible. In front of Yu Bing, this brat would definitely pretend to be a good brother. But behind Yu Bing's back, when he was alone, he would reveal his true perverted side. He even wanted to bring her to pick up girls. This fool. The only thing that made Inan a little depressed was that this brat liked hot beauties with big breasts and round buttocks. Her body was not fully developed, and her breasts were like apples. Even if she were to grow for another 2 years, her limit would probably be a big pear. She was destined to have no chance with things like papayas and coconuts. As for volleyball and football, he could stop dreaming. Furthermore, it was not good to have big breasts. If they were too big, they would be monsters. Her butt was perky and curvy, and she was very satisfied with it. It was just that it was not round enough, not plump enough. If one wanted to be very round and plump, that was something only a young married woman could have. She was a girl, and her body was not fully developed. How could she be as plump as a young married woman? With regards to Yue Yang's requirements for choosing a wife with big breasts and round buttocks, Inan was a little depressed. If he liked such big breasts, wasn't he afraid of suffocating on them? In her heart, Inan wanted to strangle this big pervert to death. At the very least, she wanted to strangle him until his eyes rolled back. But on the surface, she revealed a smile. You can slowly write your book on picking up girls. There's no need to rush. You haven't thought of finding another one. Now that you have broken off the engagement with Miss Shui and returned to your family, there would definitely be countless people looking for you to marry into the 4th branch. Who knows, the Da Sha Kingdom's royal family might even send someone to betroth some princess to you. What do you think? Nonsense. If there's a girl sending herself to my doorstep, wouldn't I be an idiot if I didn't reject her? Yue Yang patted Inan's shoulder hard, scaring her so much that she almost screamed. His wolf claws had almost touched her breasts. So dangerous, so dangerous. When Inan calmed down, she was speechless towards this brat again. Could it be that other than lust, there was nothing else in his mind? He was a normal man. It was normal for him to want women, but his mind shouldn't be filled with them. As a ranker, would he be afraid that there wouldn't be women sending themselves to his doorstep in the future? If he accepted all the women that came to his doorstep, even the imperial palace wouldn't be able to contain them all. Inan suddenly had a sour feeling in her heart. If she were, she definitely wouldn't let this kind of thing happen. Furthermore, other people who sent women to him didn't have good intentions. How could there be an idiot who would send beauties to him for free? Other people would only send beauties to him if they wanted to scheme against him, or if he accepted all of them, everything would be over. Just when Inan was thinking about how to stop this big pervert whose mind was filled with lust from accepting beauties, Yue Yang patted her back lightly. Brother Inan, are you jealous? Don't worry. What relationship do we have? We are brothers. If I accept a lot of girls, you will definitely have a share. You also know that I treat you differently from Fatty Hai and Yi Kong. If I accept a lot of girls, I can give you one. If it's them, it's impossible. You see, I treat you differently from them, right? You don't know, but I've always found you pleasing to the eye. Otherwise, why would I invite you to study bedroom techniques and write a book of picking up girls? Really? When Inan heard this, Her eyes lit up. She automatically ignored the words bedroom techniques and book of picking up girls, and only took the words, I've always found you pleasing to the eye. Immediately, she felt an uncontrollable joy in her heart. Although this brat's eyes were just ornaments, his heart was still normal. He was just a little stupid, never suspecting that she was a girl. If she returned to her original female appearance, this brat would probably drool when he saw her. Inen secretly laughed. She thought that he didn't know that there was a beauty standing in front of him, and he still wanted to bring her to pick up girls. What a silly fool. Yue Yang's wolfish hands continued to slowly slide down. He pretended to be mysterious as he moved closer to Inen's smooth jade-like ears and blew a breath of hot air. Of course, if I have a girl, you will definitely have a share. His words made Inen's ears itch. She really couldn't stand it, but he hugged her waist tightly, and she couldn't break free. Inen, whose heart was beating faster, was a little flustered. She used her elbow to lightly nudge Yue Yang, as if she was resisting. But why did she feel like she was acting like a spoiled child to him? Who cares about your girl? You can keep her for yourself. Inen realized that this fellow's big hands were burning hot, so she hurriedly pushed him away. She jumped up like a startled deer, retreating 2 steps away. Then, she gathered her courage and said what she had buried in her heart for a long time. Actually, I actually have a sister. Of course, now that you have become stronger, maybe you don't care about ordinary girls like us. I mean, if you want to find a decent girl who doesn't scheme against you, I can bring you to see my sister next time. It doesn't matter if you don't like her. Anyway, she is far from those big breasts and round buttocks that you like. Just tell me, are you willing to go and see her? I'm so touched, brother Inen. Yue Yang pretended to be extremely touched and hugged Inen tightly in his arms. Actually, I'm about the same as Fatty Hai. I don't have a girl who likes me. My days without a girl to like me are so miserable. Inen felt like she was suffocating. This fellow's hug was really too strong. Furthermore, she even felt a little dizzy. Could this be the legendary dizziness of happiness? Yue Yang hugged her for a while and felt that it was enough. He must not let the cat out of the bag and let this girl know that he was taking advantage of her. He hurriedly let go and held Inen's small hands tightly. I didn't expect you to be Zhu Yingtai. I'm really too happy. Inen struggled for a while, but was unable to break free from Yue Yang's big hands. She could only pretend that she didn't care and asked as naturally as possible, what Zhu Yingtai? Yue Yang's reaction was definitely one of shock. He patted Inen's shoulders and hugged her soft shoulders, laughing loudly. I can tell that you are a bookworm who only knows how to study. You went to school for nothing. Haven't you heard the story of Liang Shanbo and Zhu Yingtai? I really suspect that you flirted with girls all day in school. Haven't you read such a beautiful love story, the love story of Liang Shanbo and Zhu Yingtai? Inen recalled for a long time, but she really didn't know which book had these 2 protagonists. Wrong, it's the love story of Liang Shanbo and Zhu Yingtai's little sister. Yue Yang vividly explained, in the academy, there was an outstanding student called Liang Shanbo. He had a good brother called Zhu Yingtai. The 2 of them hit it off the first time they met, and decided to become sworn brothers. It was similar to the 2 of us who studied sexual techniques together. We could be considered to have similar interests. Afterwards, after graduation, when Liang Shanbo sent Zhu Yingtai home, Zhu Yingtai generously introduced his 9th sister to Liang Shanbo, just like how you introduced your little sister to me. That's why I was so touched. What happened after that? Inen felt that the story of Liang Shanbo and Zhu Yingtai wouldn't end so quickly. The story was tragic. Afterwards, Liang Shanbo went to the Zhu family, but because he didn't have a keepsake, he couldn't meet Zhu Yingtai's 9th sister. In the end, the Zhu family married 9th sister to a guy called Ma Wenkai. Liang Shanbo's marriage was broken off, and he felt the same way I did when my marriage was broken off by Miss Shui. He committed suicide. No, he didn't jump into the river. He just fell sick and died. When Yue Yang said this, Inen was like a bolt from the blue. Then what about Zhu Yingtai? Inen tightly held onto Yue Yang's big hands and asked. I heard that Zhu Yingtai knew about this and was extremely regretful. He cried his heart out. In the end, on the day of 9th sister's marriage, he cried in front of Liang Shanbo's grave. He cried so much that even the gods were moved. The grave split open, and Zhu Yingtai jumped into the grave, dying together with Liang Shanbo. In the end, their souls and beasts fused together and became butterflies. Don't you see that butterflies come in pairs? That's Liang Shanbo and Zhu Yingtai's souls. Why are you crying? When Yue Yang saw that Inan's eyes had turned red from his lies, he couldn't bear it anymore. He stretched out his hands to wipe away the tears at the corner of her eyes with pity. It's nothing, the sand got into my eyes. Inan was afraid that Yue Yang would see that she was a girl, so she quickly blocked his big hands and wiped away her tears. In order to pick up girls, I've prepared a lot of stories. I'll tell you another one next time. Picking up girls is a profound skill. It's related to our happiness in the future. It's impossible if we don't master it well. Yue Yang lightly patted Inan's shoulders. When Inan heard this, her tears immediately turned into laughter. This fellow was really an idiot. If he knew that she was a girl, she really didn't know what kind of expression he would have. Suddenly remembering about the keepsake in the story, she hurriedly untied the jade pendant on her neck and hurriedly put it on Yue Yang's neck. This is my sister's keepsake, don't lose it. Don't be like Liang Shanbo, who retreated without a keepsake. Don't ask why first, I'll naturally explain to you when the time comes. You must keep it well, otherwise I won't forgive you. Ah, it's my sister who won't forgive you. That's just a story, do you really believe it? How could there be a guy who would throw himself into another guy's grave? Those who believe it are all idiots. Yue Yang chuckled. You're the idiot. Inan rolled her eyes at him coquettishly. If Zhu Yingtai was a guy, then she was also a guy. Inan was worried that Yue Yang would see through her identity, so she hurriedly covered her face with the black cloth. She then sneaked a peek at Yue Yang, only to find that this brat still had an idiotic look on his face. She couldn't help but feel resentful and sour. I'm leaving, aren't you going to say anything to me? That's right, when Liang Shanbo sent Zhu Yingtai off, what did he say? Yue Yang pretended to sweat profusely. He sent Zhu Yingtai off 18 times. I don't even know how many words he said. How could I possibly remember it? It's a very famous song, Send Off 18 Times. It's in the song, Butterfly Lovers. I think you only knew how to pick up girls when you were in school, so you didn't learn these songs. There are many classic songs in Butterfly Lovers, Sworn Brotherhood Play, Study Together, Send Off 18 Times, Forced Marriage Annulled, Meet Again on the Balcony, Yingtai Wailing at His Grave, Butterfly Throwing Himself at His Grave. These are all very famous. When Inan heard this, she thought that this brat seemed to know music. She was a little curious, but she decided to put aside the matter regarding music first. She made a request. Since Liang Shanbo sent Zhu Yingtai off, you should send me off too. Yue Yang immediately refused. Nonsense. Liang Shanbo sent Zhu Yingtai 18 times. In ancient times, one journey was 10 miles. Only an idiot would send you 18 times. No way, I can send you 18 meters. Inan was so angry that she almost fainted. Who asked him to send her 18 times? Sending her off was enough to let her enjoy the romantic feeling of being sent off. Who knew that he didn't even have the heart to do so? What a big idiot. Inan angrily kicked Yue Yang's feet, wanting to send him flying 100 meters away. However, Yue Yang dodged, causing her to kick empty air. She almost fell down. Immediately, Inan pounced on Yue Yang like a madman. She grabbed onto Yue Yang's arm and bit it fiercely. She then shouted at him, "You're infuriating me to death." She didn't wait for Yue Yang to react and flew away angrily. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared from Yue Yang's sight. Yi Kong and the others who were hiding behind the door to watch the show looked at each other. What was going on? They were just chatting happily just now. Why did they suddenly quarrel? Yue Yang turned around and shrugged his shoulders innocently. Inan's hometown has some problems. I sent him off out of goodwill, but who knew that Inan would pounce on me and bite me before she left? You idiot, there's a girl but you don't know how to woo her. You wasted such a good opportunity. I'd rather die, Fatty Hai cried and rolled on the ground. The sooner you die, the sooner you can reincarnate. This was Yi Kong's evaluation of Fatty Hai. After sending off Inan, Yue Yang said goodbye to Yi Kong and Fatty Hai. Yue Yang brought Yu Bing out of Tong Tian Tower and returned to the island outside of Tong Tian Tower. He then used the teleportation circle to return to Shangwu Camp and finally to Whitestone City. When he returned, before he could even react, the official guarding the teleportation circle came forward to congratulate Yu Bing. Aren't you the Yu clan's 7th miss? Previously, Old Nan asked me to find someone to inform you. I didn't expect you to already know about it. Congratulations, your Yu clan is going to hold a happy event again. The Whitestone City Master said that he would definitely come to congratulate you. Happy event? Yue Yang and Yu Bing were confused when they heard this. It was really strange. Why would they hold a happy event now? Chapter 98. Yue Yang and Yu Bing hurriedly ran home. On the way, Yue Yang suspected that the Yu clan had arranged a new marriage for him, or that someone had proposed marriage to Yu Bing. Or that little girl Yu Shuang, could it be that she had arranged a marriage for someone else? Yue Yang would never have thought that he had guessed wrongly. When he returned home and entered the hall, he saw 5 or 6 maids surrounding the beautiful woman, talking at once. A few tall and sturdy Yu clan guards, as well as a fair-skinned middle-aged man, were arrogantly drinking tea in front of the table. The old servant Uncle Nan and the others carefully served them. Yue Yang saw that the beautiful woman's eyes were slightly red. She hugged the little girl tightly and shook her head continuously, as if she was against something. However, she did not argue with the other women. The usually mischievous little girl shrank in the beautiful woman's embrace, her eyes filled with fear. Seeing Yue Yang and Yu Bing barge in, the maids all stopped talking. The beautiful woman's expression was slightly excited, but she secretly suppressed it, as if she did not want to show it on her face. Her body trembled slightly as she stood up. Her eyes revealed an indescribable joy, as if she had let go of a huge burden in her heart. Her son and daughter had returned. The two of them had finally returned safe and sound. If it was any other time, she would definitely go forward and tightly hug her son and daughter who had returned from a long journey. But now, the beautiful woman nodded and tried her best to smile, but her voice was unconsciously choked with sobs. "It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back." Seeing that Yue Yang had returned, the little girl cried out, "Aiya," and struggled out of her mother's embrace. Her little feet ran quickly across the hall, and she threw herself into Yue Yang's embrace. Her little hands hugged his neck tightly, and then she burst into tears, as if she was an orphan who had suddenly seen her loved ones. The old servant Uncle Nan and the others also welcomed them excitedly, and quickly took over the big baggage on Yue Yang's back. Only the pale-faced, beardless middle-aged man did not even stand up. He continued to sit calmly on the ground, holding the lid of the teacup in his hand, gently stirring the tea leaves. When Yue Yang walked over with the little girl in his arms, the middle-aged man glanced at him out of the corner of his eye and leisurely sipped his tea. After a long time, he proudly said, "So it turns out that third young master has returned. You came back at the right time. I am here on the orders of the old master to inform you. Third young master, within these 2 days, you must bring your entire family and return to the Yu clan castle. In addition to greeting the old master and all the elders, you also have to greet the 4th master's newly married wife. This is the 4th mistress, the daughter of the Feng family in Heyong. She is not a simple concubine, but the future 4th mistress. When you greet her in the future, you must respectfully call her 4th mother or 4th madam. My dad is getting married." Yu Bing was dumbfounded. How was that possible? Yue Yang was shocked to hear this. Vaguely, he felt that this was not an ordinary marriage, but a conspiracy. A conspiracy against the 4th mistress. Although the beautiful woman and the 4th uncle did not spend much time together, they had never quarreled with each other. Moreover, according to the pitiful guy's notes, this 4th uncle was not a playboy. On the contrary, he was a good man who was filial to his parents and loved his children dearly. He was a good husband who had never quarreled with his wife for more than 10 years. Although he was not strong and could not be compared to his 3 brothers, his character and cultivation were all modest and gentlemanly. Why would a man like him abandon his wife and find a new mistress? There was definitely something strange about this matter. The old master has already decided that the 28th is an auspicious day. It will coincide with the wedding celebration. The pale man said. Yue Yang was shocked again. The 28th was already the 26th. Whitestone City did not have a teleportation circle to the Yu clan castle. They might be able to make it in time by riding a horse, but the beautiful woman did not know how to ride a horse. She would definitely not be able to make it in time by riding a carriage or a sedan chair. It seemed that the Yu clan did not even give the beautiful woman a chance to object. If he was not in a hurry to bring Yu Bing back, the rice would have been cooked already. Why did the Yu clan want to target the 4th mistress? Was it the 1st and 2nd mistress doing, or was there some other reason? Yue Yang could not understand at the moment, but he was angry. He had originally wanted to return to the Yu clan castle to seek justice for 4th mother, to help her regain her dignity. Now that someone had come to bully them, if he did not take action, he would really be useless. My mother is the official wife of the 4th mistress. Even if she wanted to come in, she would still be a concubine. How could they let her be the wife? What would my mother be then? Yu Bing was so angry that her face turned pale. Not only did the young mistress of the He Yang Feng clan forcefully marry into the Yu clan, she even wanted to be the official wife. What kind of logic was this? If this matter was tolerated, then the fourth mistress would no longer have a place in the Yu clan. Yu Bing also decided to explode. She would definitely not tolerate other people manipulating the fourth mistress like this. Everyone knows that Mistress Xian has a virtuous temperament. It's just that the fourth master doesn't have a son, so it's hard for him to continue the family line. The old master's idea is to take advantage of the fact that the fourth master is still young and has feelings for the Feng clan's young mistress, so we should hold the wedding early, so that the fourth mistress won't be able to bear to marry the fourth master. Third young master and seventh mistress, don't be angry. You are still young and don't really understand adult matters. Originally, when the Feng clan's young mistress came in, Mistress Xian could only be a concubine. However, the Feng clan's young mistress is well-educated and well-mannered. She knew that Mistress Xian had been managing the fourth mistress' household for many years, and was virtuous and polite. She couldn't bear to let Mistress Xian become a concubine, and even more couldn't bear to let the fourth master write a divorce letter and send her home. That's why the Feng clan's young mistress said that she was willing to recognize Mistress Xian as her elder sister, and serve the same husband with Mistress Xian in the future, bringing prosperity to the fourth mistress. A middle-aged female servant who was good at talking stood out and rambled on. So we actually have to thank her for not chasing my mother out. When Yu Bing heard this, she felt that it was like a bolt from the blue. Speaking reason like this was 100 times more barbaric than a barbarian saying that he would starve to death if he didn't eat people. She glared at that woman angrily. Isn't my mother also a lady from a respectable family who married the fourth mistress? Why doesn't our fourth mistress have a descendant? Isn't my third brother one? That female servant was so frightened by Yu Bing's angry glare that she immediately shrunk back. The pale-faced middle-aged man sneered and snorted without a care in the world. Seventh mistress, who was the matchmaker for Madame Xian? Who was the witness? Who was the witness? That year, third master stood out and said that he was the matchmaker for the fourth master in order to protect his reputation. Strictly speaking, Madame Xian only came back with fourth master. She was just a nameless person. Everyone saw that she was usually well-behaved and obedient, so they let it go. But if this matter were to really spread out, I'm afraid that it would be a joke. Second butler, if the Yu clan insists on getting married and holding a grand wedding, I won't stop them. But please don't slander me. That year, it was indeed third brother and elder sister who were the matchmakers. Elder Pine Crane was the witness. 100 Flower Valley mistress gave me a rainbow flower basket and red sand green jade as a wedding gift. Our two Hua clan sisters were married to the two Yu clan brothers. Over 100 strong warriors were present to congratulate us. How can you say that I am a nameless woman? That year, everyone in the Yu clan welcomed us sisters with smiles. Old Madam even told me personally that she saw us sisters as precious treasures, as if we were her own. Who would have thought that after Old Madam, third brother and elder sister passed away one after another, you would turn against me, the Yu clan's daughter-in-law who had been for more than 10 years. When have I ever done anything to let the Yu clan down? Women's virtues, women's speech, women's appearance, and women's skills, where have I gone wrong? Ever since I married into the Yu clan, I have always been a good wife and I have never forgotten the 3 obediences and 4 virtues. Other than not having a legitimate son, what have I done wrong to the Yu clan? My elder sister entrusted San to me and I have always treated him as my own. Everyone in the Yu clan has also agreed that San will inherit the 3rd and 4th houses. How can you all go back on your words now? Previously, you said that my son is not ambitious. Now that he has successfully contracted a grimoire, his future is limitless. How can you all look down on my San? For the sake of her reputation, the beautiful woman started to explain herself agitatedly. In the end, she became more and more agitated as she spoke. She couldn't help but blurt out all the grievances in her heart. Madame Xian, it's not that I look down on third young master, but this is the elder's order. I am only following orders. If Madame Xian wants to argue, please go and talk to the elder. Why are you throwing a tantrum at us lowly servants? The fair-skinned man sneered disdainfully. Things are more or less clear now. Yue Yang had been suppressing his anger the whole time. He wanted to listen to the reason first. Now he finally understood a little. Wasn't it obvious that they wanted to bully the fourth branch? Did they really think that he was the pitiful guy who could be easily bullied? Yue Yang passed the little girl to Yu Bing, who was so angry that she couldn't speak, and strode forward. That fair-skinned middle-aged man didn't even look at Yue Yang from the corner of his eyes. He only cared about drinking his tea. His arrogant look made it seem that Yue Yang didn't dare to hit him. The few tall Yu clan guards around them stood up and stood behind the middle-aged man. They had an arrogant look on their faces, as if they were bullying their master. Isn't it just a butler? What are you so arrogant about? Yue Yang slapped the middle-aged man's face, sending him flying into the air. Fresh blood and broken teeth splattered all over the ground. The middle-aged man fell on the table with a bang, smashing the whole table. He howled in pain, but before he could even struggle, Yue Yang picked up a chair and smashed it on his body. The few Yu clan guards wanted to make a move, but Yue Yang's movements were 1,000 times faster than them. With a swing of his hands, it was as if he had grown more than 10 arms, hitting them in all directions like raindrops. Every guard's face was punched at least 100 times by Yue Yang. When they fell to the ground, there wouldn't be a single intact tooth left. The two guard captains with the best skills, who had already summoned strengthening-type beasts and were secretly on guard, pounced on Yue Yang. Yue Yang's eyes flashed with the coldness of the Grim Reaper. He caught their fists and twisted them forcefully. Immediately, a teeth-numbing sound came from his two arms. The bones, muscles and skin of his hands were twisted like rotten hemp rope. Before the two guard captains could even scream in pain, Yue Yang had already sent 2 kicks flying towards them, landing on their legs. If one's hearing was good, they would be able to hear the muffled sound of eggs cracking. The 2 guard captains didn't even have the time to scream in pain before they fainted. Their tall and sturdy bodies fell to the ground with a loud bang. Seeing that the situation was not good, the middle-aged man quickly tried to escape. However, Yu Bing, who was hugging her sister, kicked him to the ground. If it wasn't for the fact that she could tell that her brother was prepared to torture this fellow to death and purposely spared his life, she would have already summoned her 100-years-old treant defender and stomped this fellow to death. You dare to kill me? I was sent by my grandfather. Half of the middle-aged man's face had been smashed by Yue Yang. He only had a few teeth left, and he was howling in a muffled voice. Hey, isn't this our second butler? Who beat you up like this? How pitiful. Who was so daring to beat up our second butler until he looked like a bag of bones? Who was it? Who beat up our family's dog? Do you think you can beat up our Yu clan's dog so easily? Even if you can beat it up, only us, the masters, can beat it up. Yue Yang laughed coldly as he kicked the middle-aged man's head and spine. Every time he kicked, the middle-aged man would let out a sound like a pig being slaughtered. The middle-aged man was in so much pain that he wanted to die. He knew that if he continued like this, he would definitely lose his life. Seeing that the beautiful woman was right in front of him, he quickly struggled to crawl over and begged her to spare his life. Who knew that before he could even crawl in front of the beautiful woman, Yue Yang had already jumped up high and heavily stepped on his back. Yue Yang flew into a rage. What a bold dog servant. You actually dared to offend your superior and plot against your master. You actually dared to kill my fourth mother in front of everyone's eyes. You ungrateful lowly dog, how should you be punished? Men, drag him out and beat him to death. Then chop him into 18 pieces and feed him to the dogs. Uncle Nan and the other servants were all scared silly. However, when they saw how majestic their young master was, like a heavenly general, they immediately felt their blood boil and their courage increase. Once they heard Yue Yang's order, they immediately rushed out in a hubbub, dragging out the bloodied and unconscious Yu clan's guards one by one. Yue Yang picked up a table leg, and every time he dragged one of them out, he would finish it off. In the blink of an eye, the arms and legs of a few guards were all broken by him. The maids who came to persuade him were so scared that they fell to the ground. They were so scared that they wet their pants. Some of them were so scared that they fainted. Their eyes rolled back and they lost consciousness. When the beautiful woman saw that Yue Yang was carrying the bloody table leg and was about to teach the maids a lesson, she hurriedly hugged him tightly. All right, San-er, stop. These people are only evil slaves. It's useless even if you beat them to death. They were ordered to come here by someone else. Fourth mother knows that you are obedient. Help me vent my anger and teach these evil slaves a lesson. But don't overdo it, just get someone to slap them, but don't kill them. Without waiting for Yue Yang's order, the maids who were still conscious started to slap themselves one by one. What a joke. If this ruthless third young master who was known as Trash attacked them, how could they still be alive? Being hugged by the beautiful woman, Yue Yang couldn't do anything else. He could only kick the two servants closest to him. They were so scared that their souls almost flew out of their bodies. They kowtowed and begged for mercy. The beautiful woman hugged her son tightly, not letting him use the bloody table leg to teach the maids a lesson. She was a little scared, but she was also very touched that her son was standing up for her. The tears that she had been holding back previously flowed out as she sobbed. Yu Bing and the little girl rushed over. The three of them hugged each other and cried, "Don't cry, I will immediately bring you back to the Yu clan castle and ask fourth uncle what happened. Fourth mother, don't be afraid. Don't cry, with me here, no one can bully you." When Yue Yang said this, the beautiful woman was so moved that she burst into tears. In this kind of situation where she had no one to rely on, it was her son who stood up and bravely became the pillar of support for this small family. Without him, she really didn't know what to do. Chapter 99. In Whitestone City, the official in charge of the teleportation circle had just left and was about to have a drink at the tavern on the east side of the city. Suddenly, he heard rumbling sounds as a dozen men rushed over and surrounded him. "What are you guys trying to do?" "I am." Before the official could finish his sentence, the tallest man had already grabbed him and asked sternly, "Where are the people from the Yu clan's fourth branch?" "Ah, third young master and seventh young mistress just came back and picked up the fourth madam." There were also a group of servants. They teleported to Black Soil City. Before the official could finish his sentence, the leader shouted, "Oh no!" He threw the official in his hands away and led his men away. The official slowly crawled up from the ground and rubbed his chest. Third young master was right. There are really blind people looking for trouble with the Yu clan. This group of fools, could it be that they thought they could fight against the Yu clan of the four great clans with just a dozen of them? Whatever, since I have money, I will do as third young master says. He realized that he did not lose the gold coins in his bosom and his mood immediately became better. He had told a lie for the Yu clan's third young master, yet he was rewarded with gold coins. Where else could he find such a good deal? Yue Yang did not lead the beautiful woman to Black Soil City, but to Green Bamboo City. When they reached Green Bamboo City, Yue Yang left the old servant, Uncle Nan and the others with gold coins for their living expenses. He told them that they would return to the Yu clan castle after the new year and that they should find a place to rest for 2 days. Uncle Nan and the other servants also knew that they were a burden to their young master. They nodded and found a place to stay in Green Bamboo City. Yue Yang carried the little girl who had fallen asleep from crying on his back. He brought the beautiful woman and Yu Bing, hired the largest and most comfortable carriage and went straight to the Yu clan castle. If Yue Yang was alone, or if he only brought Yu Bing, Yue Yang would definitely choose to teleport to Black Soil City, which was the closest to the Yu clan castle. The reason why they chose to teleport to Green Bamboo City was firstly because Green Bamboo City was not that far away from Black Soil City, and there was a main road that led directly to the Yu clan castle. Secondly, according to normal people's thinking, they would think that Yue Yang, Yu Bing and the others who were rushing over would directly teleport to Black Soil City and ignore this slightly further away Green Bamboo City. Although he didn't know if there would be anyone intercepting him along the way, he still had to be prepared. Now that he had the beautiful woman and the little girl with him, he could not increase his speed. Apart from not making them too tired, he could not put them in danger. Hence, Yue Yang found the best four-wheeled carriage he could find, and let the beautiful woman, Yu Bing and the little girl sit inside. He sat beside the coachman, paying attention to any changes in the surroundings. If there was an ambush, he would let the Wei Tai Lang have a taste of it. Wei Tai Lang had been living like a prince recently. He ate and slept until he was full. He had not done anything for the past few days and was even showing signs of getting fat. He rewarded the coachman with a large sum of money so that he could travel through the night. After an entire night, they finally arrived at the Yu clan village, which was 10 miles away from the Yu clan castle. This was the place where the Yu clan's collateral family members, descendants who had married outside the Yu clan lived. Although it was called the Yu clan village, it was about the same size as Whitestone City. It even had the outline of the city walls, the mercenary guild and the warriors' tavern. The Yu clan village was actually the first gate to the Yu clan castle. It was located at the entrance of a mountain valley. After passing through it, the Yu clan castle was located halfway up the mountain. "Young master, there are people blocking the way in front," the coachman was trembling in fear. Of course, this was not the first time he had come to Yue Yang's castle, but he had never seen such a scene before. Close to 100 Yue clan guards stood guard in front of the Yue clan village, waiting for his arrival with a murderous aura. Normally, it was not like this. Although there were people who interrogated people in the Yue clan village, other than being a little arrogant, they would not make things difficult for the servants. They would not stop merchants or coachmen who were escorting VIPs. Now, it seemed that this young master did not look like a Yue clan disciple. Instead, he looked like he had come to seek revenge, but if he came to seek revenge, why would he bring 3 women of different sizes? What was going on? The more the coachman thought about it, the more afraid he became. He trembled and refused to urge the horse to move forward. Yue Yang looked at this fellow's useless appearance. He casually grabbed a handful of gold coins and stuffed them into his bosom. He then kicked him off the carriage and took over the carriage himself. Xiao-san, you, what do you mean by this? Could it be that you want to force your way through? Among the Yue clan guards, a dignified and solemn-looking man dressed in purple robes stood up and stood in front of the carriage. According to the report from the servants, not only did you oppose father's marriage, you also ignored the decision of the clan master and the clan elders. You even beat up the second butler and the others who were sent by the clan master to persuade you until they were crippled. Now, the elders are furious and ask the Shan clan master to give the order to punish you severely. You can go up the mountain, but you must get off the carriage and beg for forgiveness. You must walk up the mountain step by step. 8th Aunt's husband, how can you accuse us without distinguishing between right and wrong? Yu Bing lifted the curtain and shouted angrily, it was obviously your first branch's dogs who bullied us and showed off their strength in my house. My brother taught the evil slaves a lesson, what's wrong with that? We will definitely not beg for forgiveness. If you have the guts, come and arrest us. As a junior, you have no respect for your elders. Is this how Lady Xian raises her children? Another tall and skinny man stepped out from the crowd. Xian doesn't know how to take care of her husband and teach her children. It's a good opportunity to meet the clan master and beg for forgiveness. The beautiful woman had been instructed by Yue Yang before, so she only replied with one sentence and did not say anything else. She handed everything over to Yue Yang. The beautiful woman felt that her son had already grown up. He was no longer the little boy who held her hand timidly and did not dare to let go. He was the family's pillar of support. If he said 1, it was 1. If he said 2, it was 2. She was just a woman and could not make the decision. She could only listen to him. I have no respect for my elders. I'm afraid that some people don't respect their elders. If some things were to be said out loud, it would only make the world laugh at them and the juniors feel ashamed. Yu Bing had never contradicted her elders before. She was still a little timid at first. But when she saw her brother beside her nodding and encouraging her, she immediately felt emboldened. She looked at the 2 elders in front of her without a care in the world and refused to show weakness. The little girl thought to herself, she did not do anything wrong. Her brother did not do anything wrong either. It was just that they had gone too far. Could it be that only the first and second branch were allowed to bully others and she was not allowed to resist? Whether it is right or wrong, the Shan clan master and the elders will decide. We will not interfere. Now, if you want to go up the mountain, then follow the clan master's orders. Get off the carriage and go up the mountain. Beg for forgiveness from the elders. The purple-clothed man snorted heavily. I wonder, how are we to be punished? Are we going to be beheaded? Yue Yang revealed a smile. Since they were going to play, they might as well play it big. The Shan clan master has ordered that Lady Xian did not teach her children well. The punishment court will punish her with 10 strokes of the rod. Considering that she has been virtuous and filial for many years and has not caused any trouble, and has a good reputation, her children are allowed to take half of the punishment. Bing offended the elders and assisted her brother in committing the crime. Considering that she is young and ignorant, she will be punished with 15 strokes of the rod. Shuang is young and ignorant, so she will be exempted from punishment. As for you, Xiao-san, you are the main culprit. You injured people and maimed them. Your actions are vicious, affecting the unity of the clan and ruining the clan's reputation. Most seriously, you have no respect for your elders and disregarded the clan master's orders. If you are not punished severely, it will be hard to convince the masses. So, in addition to 100 strokes of the rod, you will also be grounded for a year to reflect. The 4th branch, in addition to paying for the medicinal soup and the compensation, will also have to pay an additional 100 gold to compensate the injured second housekeeper and the guards. When the tall and skinny man read these words, his lips curved into a smile. He felt that Yue Yang would definitely not accept these punishments. If this good-for-nothing third young master was impulsive and refused to accept, or tried to force his way through, then he might injure even more people. At that time, his punishment would be even more severe. At that time, no matter how reasonable he was before, it would become a huge mistake. When Yu Bing heard this, her little face became deathly pale. This was simply forcing her to resist. Not to mention her and her brother, even her mother was to be beaten. This was really too much. With regards to what he saw and heard, Yue Yang felt that it was very normal. This was simply a big trap. They wanted him to jump into it. Otherwise, they could have sent someone else to report the news. Even if it was just a letter, why did they have to send an arrogant second housekeeper? It seemed like the other party had already calculated everything. No matter whether the fourth branch made a move or not, they would not be able to escape from their calculations. Another example would be the two people in front of him. If they really wanted to calm the situation down, why didn't they send two kind and amiable elders to mediate? Such an unyielding attitude, such overbearing, the reason was very simple. They wanted to force him to make a move. Once this plan succeeded, Fourth Mother would no longer have a foothold in the Yu clan. She, Yue Yang, Yue Bing and Yu Shuang would probably be expelled from the Yu clan. As for Miss Feng, she would smoothly marry into the Yu clan and become Fourth Uncle's official wife. However, no matter how much they planned, they could not compare to God's plan. He was not the pitiful guy at all. He was not the weak and powerless San from before. Instead, he was an extremely daring guy from another world. He had the innate invisible sword Qi and the Lamia lowly little Wen Li, the golden beast and the golden king beast bloody queen, the barbarian cow shadow and Wei Tai Lang, the future golden crown thorny flower queen and two summoning grimoires. With all these, why would he be afraid of them? Forget about that so-called first uncle of Yu Shan, forget about the fact that he was only a temporary clan master. Even if the real clan master, Da Sha Empire's martial elder Yu Hai, wanted to give the order to beat Fourth Mother, Yue Yang would also fight back. As long as he was her son, no one should even think of touching a single hair on Fourth Mother. The soaring dragon continent was the world of the strong. Whoever's fist was bigger, whoever's strength was stronger, whoever's words were the law. Yue Yang wanted to use his fists to tell the Yu clan's people that it was his turn to speak. If they were not satisfied, then come up and ask my fists. In the carriage, the beautiful woman who was hugging Yu Shuang trembled a little. She had always been resigned to adversity, but she was not a stupid woman. She knew clearly what the first and second branch had done, but she had always endured it, hoping that her children would be safe and grow up quickly. She never thought that no matter how much she tolerated and endured, there would come a day when she could no longer endure it. San Bing why don't we go back to Whitestone City? We won't care about the Yu clan's matters anymore, we can't care about it anymore. The beautiful woman would rather suffer all sorts of grievances than see her children take risks for her. Although her children were not bad, they were still too young. Don't be afraid, Fourth Mother. With your son here, you can go anywhere in the world. Unless I die, no one can touch a single hair on you or my two sisters. Yue Yang snorted resolutely and arrogantly. Then, he stood up in front of the carriage and roared, Wei Tai Lang, you lowly dog, what are you waiting for? Go forward, whoever dares to block the way, kill without mercy. I am the Yu clan's third young master, returning to the Yu clan castle is a matter of course. Whoever dares to stop me, give me your life. This is my last warning, all of you get out of my way, or else I will kill without mercy. Wei Tai Lang had always been hiding behind the carriage. This was because whenever it appeared, the two horses would tremble in fear, unable to walk steadily. Just now, it had been hiding behind the carriage with its eyes closed. When it heard Yue Yang's thunderous roar, it immediately shot out like an arrow, pouncing in front of the carriage and howling towards the sky. It then roared angrily towards the Yu clan's guards opposite. Both of its heads spouted out black smoke, and its body ignited with flames, scaring the low-level beasts of the Yu clan's guards to the point of wetting their pants in terror. The weakest beasts even fainted on the spot. Not to mention the low-level beasts, even the purple-clothed man's and the tall skinny man's beasts were trembling in fear. They lowered their heads and pressed their ears against each other, not daring to look at the majestic Wei Tai Lang. You dare to disobey the Shan clan master's orders? The tall skinny man had originally hoped that Yue Yang would act recklessly, and hoped that Yue Yang would resist violently. He should have been happy, but when he saw that Yue Yang had summoned a two-headed demon wolf that was bronze rank level 5, his heart was also frightened. He immediately regretted it, and his whole body was so nervous that he kept swallowing his saliva. Add the crime of slaughtering our clansmen to my name. Yue Yang shouted loudly, Wei Tai Lang, kill all these trash that are blocking the front of the carriage for me. Chapter 100. Under Yue Yang's command, Wei Tai Lang immediately shot out like an arrow, pouncing towards the purple-robed man who was closest to him. The purple-robed man originally still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. He thought that the useless Yu clan's third young master was only shouting fiercely, but a brat like him did not have the guts to fight against the whole clan. He did not expect that Yue Yang would not even say much, and would immediately start with a massacre. The purple-robed man's heart turned cold. He leapt into the air, narrowly avoiding Wei Tai Lang's attack. The beast he left behind, the normal level 4 fanged wild boar, was in big trouble. The normal level 4 fanged wild boar did not have the guts to fight against the bronze-ranked level 5 Wei Tai Lang, but under its master's command, it reluctantly charged towards Wei Tai Lang. Wei Tai Lang did not bother with this fanged wild boar for too long, and decided to end the battle quickly. It leapt up agilely, and with a swipe of its claws in midair, a few wounds appeared on the fanged wild boar's head. Its small eyeball was also swept out by its claws. The fanged wild boar had thick skin and flesh, but its eyes were its weakness. Without waiting for the fanged wild boar to cry out in pain, Wei Tai Lang quickly waved its claws again, destroying its other eye. Ah, no, the purple-robed man was grieving over his beast's heavy injuries. Suddenly, a black shadow flashed, and in the sky, a fist fiercely punched his face. Eighth Ant's husband, right, at your age, you should be enjoying your retirement at home, slowly waiting for death. Why did you jump a plane? At the same time that Yue Yang's fist landed, he spun in midair and kicked the purple-robed man's lower abdomen. As the purple-robed man was kicked into the air, Yue Yang raised both of his hands high, forming a fist shape that resembled a treasure bottle, and fiercely attacked the purple-robed man's back. The purple-robed man suffered a heavy blow from Yue Yang, and was smashed to the ground like a meteor. Below, Wei Tai Lang and Yue Yang cooperated well. When the purple-robed man was about to fall to the ground, it rushed over with a rumble, and used its body that was even sturdier than a wild bull to slam into the purple-robed man's side. The purple-robed man was sent flying in a spiral, flying straight towards the carriage. Yue Yang flew back and was already ready. He held a long stick in his hand and hit the purple-clothed man like he was hitting a home run. How dare you go against your superiors and assault and murder your elders? The tall, thin man was scared out of his wits. He didn't expect that the Eighth Ant's husband, who was a level 3 hero, wouldn't even be able to react before he was instantly killed by this good-for-nothing third young master. In front of Wei Tai Lang, the battle wolf under his feet had long since defected in fear. He hurriedly summoned a level 3 armored puppet to protect himself. Eighth Ant's husband didn't care about the brotherhood between brothers of the same clan, and attempted to murder my fourth mother and my 2 younger sisters in front of everyone's eyes. He had committed an evil deed that made people's hair stand on end, and angered even the gods. As a junior, I couldn't stand it, and had no choice but to clean up the family. Since you spoke up for him, you must be his accomplice. Wei Tai Lang, what are you waiting for? Kill him for me. Yue Yang's unyielding attitude made the tall, thin man bitterly disappointed. He didn't dare to face Yue Yang anymore, and immediately turned around and rushed into the crowd, intending to borrow the protection of the Yu clan's guards to escape the battlefield. Wei Tai Lang didn't fight against the foolish armored puppet, but instead chased after the tall, thin man, refusing to give up. It chased into the panicking crowd, like a tiger in a flock of sheep. Its 2 heads bit randomly, and its sharp claws danced. It was invincible, and blood splattered everywhere in the crowd. All the Yu clan's guards who couldn't escape in time fell down like wheat being cut down. Those low-leveled beasts were so scared that they scattered. Some were even desperate enough to jump over the wall and bite the people who blocked their way, trying to bite their masters. Wei Tai Lang discovered that the humans in front of him couldn't even withstand a single blow. They were much weaker than the sheep-head monsters from the Ares temple. He was even more pleased with himself. He used all his skills and swept his claws wildly, sweeping away the people and beasts who couldn't escape in time like swatting flies. However, his target was still the tall, thin man. The Yu clan's guards all ran for their lives in panic, scattering in all directions. They wished they could grow 2 more legs. Even so, there were still many unlucky people who were swept away by Wei Tai Lang like swatting flies. They flew to the side, their tendons and bones broken. Blood flowed everywhere, and they were on the verge of death. Although they usually acted as accomplices to a villain, now that they met Yue Yang, this pervert who didn't care about the consequences, their good days had come to an end. The tall, thin man rolled and crawled, but how could he escape from Wei Tai Lang's pursuit? When he turned around in despair, he suddenly realized that Wei Tai Lang had already caught up to him. He cried out in fear. Wei Tai Lang wouldn't be courteous to him. With a wave of his claws, his clothes and flesh flew into the air. The tall, thin man screamed in pain and immediately turned into a rolling gourd. Fresh blood dyed the ground red. Before he could even beg for mercy, Wei Tai Lang had already chopped down with both of its heads. Kacha, kacha, sounds could be heard as it crippled the man's legs. The tall, thin man's screams resounded throughout the entire Yu clan village, causing people to tremble. If Wei Tai Lang wanted to kill the tall, thin man, it only needed to open its mouth. However, it was obedient and knew how to please its master. It didn't directly devour him, but forcefully dragged the tall, thin man back to Yue Yang. Then, it wagged its tail and pretended to be a qualified thug. "Spare me, third young master, spare me." The tall, thin man was so scared that he cried. "Cry louder, I can't hear you." Yue Yang's heart was definitely made of stone. In his eyes, other than Fourth Mother's family, the rest of the Yu clan were all living NPCs. If he was in a good mood, he could chat with them. But if they provoked him, there was no point in talking to them. He would just kill them directly. At the Yu clan village, the people who were originally hiding in the dark to watch the show couldn't sit still anymore. One by one, they flew out. The leader was a bald old man who was riding a tiger puppet beast. When Yue Yang saw them appear, he sneered in his heart. As expected, this was a trap. They had long been waiting for him to fight against the clan. Maybe they didn't think that it would be him, the useless third young master, who would make a move. They had miscalculated. Those low-leveled and agile beasts were originally meant to deal with Yu Bing's tree ant warrior. They didn't think that his own Wei Tai Lang would be the nemesis of agile beasts. With regards to the appearance of this bald old man, Yue Yang wasn't surprised at all. It could be said that he had been waiting for a long time. Since they were going to fall out, then he would play bigger. He would kill his way to the Yu clan castle and use his fists to tell the people in the Yu clan castle that right now, his fists were the biggest and the strongest. If they wanted to bully others, then come and try. Let's see who would be the bully. The bald old man's face darkened. He waved his hand and ordered the elite guards behind him to summon their puppet beasts. Normal beasts were useless against Wei Tai Lang. The difference in levels was too big. Any living beasts would immediately defect when they saw the bronze rank level 5 Wei Tai Lang. Unless it was a lifeless puppet beast that didn't know fear, then it would be of some use. "Xiao San, how dare you? You actually dared to massacre the Yu clan village. I order you to release Lin Yao immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for punishing you severely." The bald old man seemed to be a big shot. His mount was a bronze rank level 4 tiger puppet. The 2 red-clothed guards behind him also had 2 bronze rank level 3 iron-toothed battle tigers. Although the puppet beasts summoned by the elite guards were not bronze ranked, most of them were level 3 and level 4 battle wolf and battle leopard puppets. Wei Tai Lang was the highest leveled beast in the entire battlefield. However, its pressure was useless against puppet beasts that didn't have any life or intelligence. The bald old man was very confident. He felt that he could control the whole situation. Although he felt that the situation had changed a little, and this useless third young master somehow had a bronze rank level 5 two-headed demon wolf, it would be a joke if he wanted to fight against the Yu clan. One of the 4 great clans, with just a 2-headed demon wolf. The bald old man also didn't think that Yue Yang would dare to offend him, who had an extremely high position in the clan. This useless trash would tremble the moment he saw him. He couldn't even speak properly. How could a brat like him fight against him? "Old man, what did you say? Speak louder, I can't hear you." Yue Yang pretended that his ears weren't working well. He used the wooden rod to ruthlessly beat the tall and skinny man, breaking his bones one by one. He used just the right amount of strength. He didn't kill him with one strike, nor did he knock him unconscious. Instead, he made the tall and skinny man suffer this agony that made him wish he was dead but couldn't die. Xiao San, you actually don't even listen to my words. Ah Xian, if you don't stop Xiao San immediately, I'll arrest him according to the clan's rules. Seeing that Yue Yang didn't care about him, the bald old man angrily shouted at the beautiful woman who was in the carriage at this time. Xian is a Taoist woman. She strictly abides by the 3 obediences and 4 virtues. She follows her father, her husband and her son in everything. Now that her father and husband are not here, Xian naturally listens to her son. My son's intentions are Xian's intentions. My son is the dignified Yu clan's 3rd young master. It's natural for him to return to the Yu clan castle. An evil slave is blocking his way and not allowing him to return home. What kind of logic is this? My son has already grown up and is a man of indomitable spirit. He has his own thoughts. Xian will not interfere. If you want to talk about punishment, why don't you wait for my son to return to the Yu clan castle and discuss it with everyone? Besieging my son like this, is this the clan's rules? The beautiful woman flatly refused the bald old man's order. Ah Xian, you actually allowed your son to commit murder. Good, good, you really have guts. The bald old man was so angry that his face turned red and green, just like a chameleon. Wei Tai Lang, kill this old bastard who tried to take liberties with my 4th mother. Yue Yang decided to first pin the crime of taking liberties with a younger generation's wife on this bald old man. As for whether this crime could be established or not, as long as his fist was big enough, it would be established. Xiao San, you're slandering me. The bald old man didn't think that Yue Yang would be so shameless. He was so angry that his lungs almost exploded as he roared angrily. Have you gone senile, or are you retarded? Is Xiao San something an idiot like you can call me? Call me 3rd young master. Old dog, don't you know how to bark when you see your owner? Call me 3rd young master. If it was the pitiful guy in the past, he might have been afraid of the bald old man. Unfortunately, Yue Yang was a guy from another world, so he didn't know who this bald old man was. Since they had already fallen out, Yue Yang didn't bother to be polite anymore. When he said these arrogant words, the bald old man was so angry that his blood vessels almost exploded. He only felt his vision go black as he fell head first onto the tiger puppet beast. 3rd brother, Yu Bing sweated profusely. It seemed like her brother had gone crazy from killing today. He even dared to call the torture chamber elder, who he was most afraid of, an old dog. Who is this idiot? Yue Yang was curious. Could it be that this fellow was someone he couldn't afford to offend? He is the torture chamber elder. Yu Bing explained while sweating profusely. She still wanted to wake Yue Yang up. This was the person he was most afraid of in the past. Who knew that when Yue Yang heard this, he immediately laughed out loud. Isn't he just the torture chamber elder? You scared me to death. He's just an elder, but he's already muddle-headed. He's so old that he's paralyzed. What are you afraid of? Don't be afraid, your brother will immediately send him a coffin. Everyone, take down this disrespectful little bastard. I want to use the clan's rules. The bald old man was saved by his subordinates, but when he heard Yue Yang's words, he spat out a mouthful of black blood. He, who had always lived like a prince, had never been ridiculed so viciously in his entire life. Under this great humiliation, he was so angry that he actually spat out blood. It seems to me that you're tired of living. An old dog like you living in this world is simply a waste of food. Elder, let this junior send you off. All of you come. Killing one is killing, killing two is also killing. I might as well kill all of you at once. Wei Tai Lang, send the elder on his way. Yue Yang laughed coldly. This old fellow was definitely part of the conspiracy against the 4th branch. He was directly related to 4th uncle marrying a wife and the pitiful guy breaking off the engagement and drowning himself. If he didn't kill him, was he really going to treat him like an elder? There was no point in torturing a dog slave. If he wanted to torment, he would start with the most arrogant elder. In Yue Yang's eyes, a devilish glint flashed. This good show had just begun. Chapter 101 Inches Battle Formation. Behind the torture chamber elder, there were 2 red-clothed guards. They were the torture chamber's enforcers, the elites of the elites. When they saw that this useless 3rd young master had completely turned against them, they immediately ordered the elite guards to form a battle formation. The opponent had a bronze-ranked level 5 two-headed demon wolf. It was extremely fast and had terrifying destructive power. Facing it alone was definitely a suicidal action. Although there were many puppet beasts, They did not have intelligence. As long as the opponent lured them, they would scatter into a ball. They could not be used as the main battle force, and could only barely restrain the enemy. The torture chamber elder was so angry that he almost fainted. He was temporarily unable to give orders. The two red-robed executioners gave the order for the elite guards to form an iron-like battle formation. They decided to take down this good-for-nothing third young master first. Of course, Wei Tai Lang would not compete with a dozen puppet beasts. Back in the Ares temple, it had already been used as bait. Now, luring these puppet beasts was like a walk in the park. Forget about the spacious and flat ground here, even in the vile terrain of the demon's blood swamp, under the circumstances of being chased by a family of 9-headed monsters, Wei Tai Lang would still be able to escape unscathed. Furthermore, it had been kicked back into the swamp by Yue Yang more than once to lure the 9-headed monsters. To it, luring enemies was even easier than an old cat catching mice. It nimbly jumped around the clumsy puppet beasts. From time to time, it would lift its leg and pee on the puppet beast's feet. If the puppet beasts were alive, they would probably have gone mad with anger. 1,000 years ago, there was a philosopher in the Soaring Dragon continent who said, "Like master, like beast." This saying was probably more appropriate than anyone else when used on Yue Yang and Wei Tai Lang. All the puppet beasts had been lured away by Wei Tai Lang. Those puppet beasts of all sizes squeezed each other and clumsily followed Wei Tai Lang into the distance. The elite guards realized that this two-headed demon wolf was more cunning than humans. They were all sweating profusely and quickly summoned strengthening type beasts to increase their combat power. They shouted loudly, like an army, hitting the ground with the end of their spears to boost their morale. They were elites who had gone through the strict training of the army's elite troops. They were very different from normal guards. Every one of them had the strength of a squad leader of an ordinary guard. In terms of battle skills, they had also learned the Yu clan's spear arts. Although they only knew 4 moves, they were still many times stronger than the normal mercenaries, iron-chopping blade arts and crushing stone hammer arts. Family rules, family rules, family rules. The elite guards shouted loudly, their voices getting louder and louder. Finally, their aura exploded, deafening. When the red-robed executioner saw that the time was right, he pointed the blood-red spear in his hand at Yue Yang and said, "Arrest them all and bring them to the torture chamber for trial." Yu Bing was worried that her brother would be outnumbered, so she came out from the carriage curtains. "Brother, let me help you." She was just about to summon her grimoire, but was stopped by Yue Yang. "Seventh sister, the best part is yet to come. You are my brother's secret weapon, you don't need to do anything now. Stay in the carriage and look after fourth mother and Shuang-er." He felt that if he revealed his strength too early, he would not be able to fight this battle. He did not summon the barbarian cow shadow, nor the golden king beast bloody queen. There was no need to use them now. He did not even use Wei Jin or crescent blade, he only took a bundle of solid wooden roots that were cut down from a tree on the road. He just wanted to use some battle skills, who didn't know how to do it. Although Yue Yang mainly trained in the innate invisible sword chi, his understanding of the Yu clan's spear arts and other simple battle skills was much better than those who had immersed themselves in the Yu clan for decades. The most important thing was that Yue Yang was very good at disguising himself. He was also a selfish person, so he was unwilling to reveal the most powerful parts of his spear techniques, which were the hardest to master. He was afraid that others would secretly learn them, so he only revealed smashing, chopping, sweeping, pointing, smashing, picking, pulling, twisting, dancing and other techniques that were similar to staff techniques. Thus, he prepared a bundle of wooden rods, one in each hand, and another bundle on his back. He could take them out at any time to beat the dogs. This way, he could abuse his opponent with peace of mind, and also not let others secretly learn his battle skills. Being loud doesn't necessarily make sense. Only having a bigger fist makes sense. Yue Yang could summon his beasts to abuse his opponent, but he didn't do so. He felt that it was more satisfying to do it himself. He had never liked to reason with others. Using violence to curb violence was something that he liked. If there was a need to reason, wouldn't it be more useful to beat the enemy to the ground, and then step on the enemy's back? Go! The 2 red-clothed executioners waved their hands, and the elite guards formed the vanguard battle formation. They brandished their long spears, forming a spear formation as they shouted and rushed towards Yue Yang. What a joke! If this move was used on the battlefield against normal soldiers, they might be able to forcefully create a gap in the enemy's formation. However, These elite guards chose to charge at Yue Yang, this shameless man with abnormal strength. Then their formation would be a big mistake. Yue Yang was the first to shout. He gathered a huge amount of strength in his arms, and threw the wooden rod in his hands out like a spear. The wooden rod whistled as it flew towards the vanguard battle formation's leader's lower abdomen. If it wasn't for the fact that this fellow had a strengthening type iron armor beast to protect his body, he would have been pierced through by this wooden rod. The iron armor exploded, and the wooden rod pierced his abdomen like a spear, almost penetrating his back. The elite leader spat out a mouthful of blood. He screamed miserably, and fell backwards. The vanguard battle formation's strongest point was broken by Yue Yang's throw. The guards on both sides couldn't even react in time, and continued to charge forward with all their might. The people in the middle were blocked by the leader, and couldn't stop their steps. They were in a mess, and if it wasn't for their training, they would have collapsed long ago. In the midst of the chaos, Yue Yang appeared like the Grim Reaper. His shadow floated high in the air, and he swung his rod towards the sky, smashing it down with the force of a thunderbolt. At least 5 or 6 elite guards were caught unprepared, and fell to the ground after being smashed by Yue Yang's rod. After successfully charging into the battle formation, Yue Yang held his rod with both hands, smashing and hitting randomly. He didn't need any tactics now, since there were people all around him. When the rod broke, he would take another one from his back. Look at my dog beating rod technique, it's specially used to beat dogs. Yue Yang felt that this was the most satisfying beating he had ever beaten in his life. These guards were all elites, and their bodies were tall and sturdy. Furthermore, they had beasts to protect their bodies, so their resistance was not bad. They weren't the kind of people who would fall in one hit, so it was very satisfying to beat them. Da 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 da. Yue Yang's brute force exploded, and in the end, all the rods were broken. He raised his fists, and gave up on using the dog-beating rod technique from before, and used the Big Dipper Godly Fist instead, hitting anyone he saw. For a moment, he was invincible. Almost every punch he threw would cause teeth to break, and blood to spurt out. The 2 red-clothed executioners at the back were dumbstruck. Only now did they realize that although this good-for-nothing third young master didn't know how to contract beasts, he was definitely abnormal when it came to training his combat skills. Heavens, this brat is the same as his father, an idiot who majored in combat skills. The 2 red-clothed executioners almost fainted. They never would have thought that this good-for-nothing that everyone could bully actually had such terrifying strength. Luckily he can't contract beasts, otherwise, what are you guys still standing there for? Take down Xian and that little girl, this brat will naturally listen to you. What's the use of brute force, are your beasts all dead? The torture chamber elder finally woke up. Seeing the mess in front of him, he was so angry that his blood-stained beard trembled. He angrily ordered his 2 subordinates to capture the beautiful woman and the little girl. But Lady Xian and Ninth Miss don't know any martial arts. What if they fail? The 2 executioners were in a difficult position. They were only collateral descendants. It was fine if they bullied the good-for-nothing third young master, since he had no future prospects. Moreover, the third young master's marriage with Miss Shui had always attracted jealousy. Many people secretly liked him for bullying him, so they wouldn't talk about it. Lady Xian was the 4th mistress. If they touched her now, even if the 4th master didn't pursue the matter, it was hard to guarantee that the 4th master wouldn't find a chance to take revenge on them in the future. The 9th miss was even more of a child. No one could predict her future. If she successfully contracted a grimoire early on and was chosen by the 4 great sects or the royal family, then they would be out of luck. In the Yu clan, touching women and children was a taboo. If they obeyed the order to capture the third young master, they would grit their teeth and do it even if it was difficult. If they were to touch women and children, with the old master's fiery temper, he would definitely kill them without hesitation. How many heads would they have to chop then? At that time, who would protect them? Seeing that his subordinates didn't listen, the torture chamber elder flew into a rage. He immediately glared at the 2 executioners. I'll take responsibility if anything happens. Execute the order immediately, otherwise I'll cripple you. The 2 executioners were so scared that they rushed towards the horse carriage. Of course, they still didn't dare to attack the beautiful woman in the horse carriage. Instead, they killed the 2 horses outside. The bald torture chamber elder was so angry that he personally summoned a strong beast, the Iron Claw Bear, to strengthen himself. Then, he rushed towards the horse carriage. He originally wanted to take down Yue Yang himself, but seeing that Yue Yang's combat skills were really terrifying and that he was extremely fast, he was afraid that if he was not careful, he would be burned by this brat. If he was hit by this brat, even if he wasn't injured, his reputation would be ruined. If he lost face in front of his subordinates, it would be hard for him to convince the others in the future. Hence, the torture chamber elder decided to take down the women and children first. As for the trash third young master, he would make him kneel in front of him and tie him up. You're courting death. Yue Yang was furious in his heart. Although this was also his plan, he was waiting for the torture chamber elder to attack the beautiful woman. Then, he would use this point to completely suppress the Yue clan's despicable people in terms of martial arts and logic. However, when he saw that the torture chamber elder really launched a sneak attack, his heart couldn't help but explode with anger. Like a bolt of lightning, he flew towards the torture chamber elder. The torture chamber elder had also been paying attention to Yue Yang's movements and was secretly on guard. When he saw that Yue Yang had abandoned his elite guards and flew towards him, he immediately laughed coldly. He threw the spear in his hand towards the horse carriage with all his might. Then, he exploded with the greatest strength of his beast and turned around to face Yue Yang. No matter if this spear was successful or not, he could just push the blame to his two subordinates. As for the trash third young master, who had watched his mother and sister being killed with his own eyes, how would he be able to endure this provocation? As long as he lost control of his mind, would he still be a match for him? With his giant bear's strength combined with his strengthened claws, how could he, a trash who didn't know how to contract beasts and couldn't even summon a guardian beast, fight against him? A cold light flashed in the bald torture chamber elder's eyes. He raised his right claw that had transformed into a giant bear high up and smashed it heavily towards Yue Yang's body that was pouncing towards him. Die together with your mother and sister. He laughed coldly in his heart. Trash doesn't have the right to live in this world. However, he didn't see that after his spear pierced an inch into the curtains, it froze into a popsicle. Half a second later, it was shaken into ice shards again. This was little Wen Li's masterpiece. Yue Yang wasn't an idiot. He wouldn't let the inexperienced Yu Bing protect the beautiful woman and the little girl who didn't know any martial arts. He had already left little Wen Li inside to guard the horse carriage. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used this as a trap to lure the torture chamber elder to attack him. With little Wen Li's ability to protect, Yue Yang was even more at ease with her than if he were to protect her himself. Although there wouldn't be any problems, the torture chamber elder's vile actions had completely enraged the guy from another world. A man would fight with his life on the line. Winning or losing depended on his own strength. He wouldn't have any regrets even if he was beaten to death. However, to make a move against two defenseless and slender women who didn't have any fighting power, and even viciously throw his spear to kill them, was he still human? Yue Yang was completely enraged. Did he want to kill the women he was protecting? That was simply courting death. Pay with your life. Forget about becoming enemies with the Yue clan. Even if he had to become enemies with the entire Soaring Dragon continent, he would still kill this guy. Because, he wasn't even fit to be a human. Chapter 102. Every beast had a weakness. The biggest difference between beasts was that warriors couldn't find a strong beast's weakness, but anyone could see a weak beast's weakness with a single glance. Strengthening type beasts didn't seem to have any weakness on the surface. They weren't like element type beasts that had a limit on the number of times they could attack, and they weren't like beasts that couldn't protect their master when they attacked. As for special type beasts, most of them were lifestyle type beasts. They were called the dregs of the dregs by the world, so they couldn't be compared. On the surface, strengthening type beasts seemed to be the most superior, because they were one with their master and could increase their master's strength. However, in the Soaring Dragon continent, everyone knew that strengthening type beasts definitely had a fatal weakness. Once this fatal weakness was hit, no matter if it was the beast or the master, both would be heavily injured. When fighting against a warrior with a strengthening type beast, there was only one thing to do, and that was to find the weakness and attack it fiercely. Even if Yue Yang was like this now. Originally, Yue Yang didn't know much about strengthening type beasts, but when he went to the Sky Pavilion, the knowledgeable city mistress Fallen Flowers had imparted some knowledge about beasts to this foolish thief who didn't even know the basics. Among them, she mentioned the iron-clawed bear's weakness. With the iron-clawed bear's support, the master's skin would be as tough as leather, his bones as hard as iron, and his fingers as sharp as claws. Not only was his body impervious to swords and spears, he also had extraordinary strength. However, it also had an obvious weakness, which was a white half-moon mark on its chest. As long as it was hit, both the master and the beast would suffer more serious injuries than usual. Boom! The torture chamber elder's bare claw missed its target. It smashed heavily onto the ground. Immediately, the stone pavement cracked into pieces. Crushed stones flew everywhere, and deep holes and spider web-like cracks appeared on the originally smooth pavement. Go to hell! The one that was hit just now was only an afterimage of Yue Yang's body. The already berserk Yue Yang's movements had already surpassed the speed that the torture chamber elder's eyes could see. His entire body spun in the air, and with the help of the spinning force, he stabbed the broken spearhead deeply into the torture chamber elder's chest. Just as the torture chamber elder's weak point was heavily injured and he was howling in pain, his fists arrived. Left hook, right hook, uppercut, straight punch, continuous violent punches, and left and right elbow sweep. In the end, Yue Yang leapt up like a cheetah and pressed his hands on the discipline hall elder's head. Then, he rammed his knee into the discipline hall elder's face, which was gradually turning into a bear, causing his teeth to shatter and fly out. Blood spurted out from the torture hall elder's 5 orifices, making him look extremely horrifying. The torture chamber elder, who was in so much pain that he wished he was dead, realized that his weak point had been exposed, and his beast was on the verge of death. He immediately panicked and turned around desperately, wanting to escape. However, the direction he was running towards was actually the carriage where the beautiful woman was. The 2 red-robed executioners were dumbfounded. They felt powerless against their superior. Death was at hand. Not only did he not beg for mercy or run away, he even wanted to kill the mother that he was trying to protect. Did he want to die with that person? No matter how crazy and hateful he was, he couldn't do this right. Doing this was simply forcing the other party to kill him. Since he couldn't win in a direct fight, he went to kidnap someone else's mother and sister. Wasn't this too much? Actually, in their eyes, if the torture chamber elder didn't force him, this trash third young master wouldn't have flipped out. Even if he flipped out, he wouldn't be this angry, and wouldn't want to kill him no matter what. The current situation was very obvious. The third young master had actually been training hard in his combat skills, but he didn't show it. He had been training secretly, and no one in the clan knew about it. After contracting a grimoire, the third young master probably wanted to go home and wash away his reputation as trash. But he just had to encounter this kind of situation, so he had no choice but to explode. This was like forcing a tiger up a mountain. Awoo! In order to survive, the torture chamber elder waved his claws and ran forward without a care for anything else. Stubborn fellow, I'm going to tear you into 1,000 pieces. Yue Yang realized that this fellow knew that he was going to die, but he still wanted to kill the Latin American woman at the same time. His anger could practically burn half the sky. He chased after the torture chamber elder like lightning, and his 5 fingers deeply pierced into the torture chamber elder's back. He wanted to dig out his heart and kill him instantly. However, the torture chamber elder desperately ran away in order to survive, so he actually managed to escape his attack. In an instant, he had rushed to the side of the carriage. Yue Yang was so angry that his face had become distorted, like a demon's. He quickly slid over and clamped his legs on the torture chamber elder's right leg. Like an inverted dragonfly, he lifted the torture chamber elder's body into the air. With a twist of his body, the torture chamber elder's body involuntarily flew out in a high parabola. Before he even landed on the ground, the infuriated Yue Yang had already pulled out the crescent blade from the carriage and pounced on him. I'll let you be vicious, I'll let you go crazy, I'll let you die together with me, I'll let you die with me. Yue Yang's crescent blade slashed down heavily, and in an instant, blood and flesh flew everywhere. As soon as the torture chamber elder landed on the ground, the furious Yue Yang chopped off his 4 limbs, and then madly slashed at the almost disappeared body of the bared transformation chamber elder over 10 times. The torture chamber elder was like a dead pig under a butcher's knife, and his body parts scattered all over the ground. When the bloodied Yue Yang raised the crescent blade high up for the last time, and was about to chop off the torture chamber elder's head, someone suddenly shouted from afar, "Stop! Stop! It's not too late to stop now." An old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion rode over on a giant deer. He hadn't arrived yet, but his voice had already reached them. When Yu Bing saw this person, her face was filled with joy, and her expression was incomparably excited. "Fifth Grandpa, you have to uphold justice for us. We didn't do anything wrong, it was them who forced Big Brother to act, it was them who bullied us. When the deer-riding old man arrived, he saw that the ground had turned into a slaughterhouse. The pungent smell of blood assailed his nostrils, and there were countless dead and injured. Wailing and wailing filled the entire field. He was immediately dumbstruck. Even though he was a person who had experienced countless storms, he couldn't help but be shocked. How did things get this bad? It seemed like the fourth branch was in big trouble this time. San no matter whether this is right or wrong, you must first put down your weapon. If you kill the torture chamber elder now, no matter how right you were before, no matter how much you were bullied before, in the end, you will still be gravely mistaken. Listen to your fifth grandpa's advice, put down your weapon, while there is still room for change. Brother Hai isn't here, the three elders are also in closed-door training, and Ah Shan is the substitute clan master now. If you go against him, using brute force won't work. Listen to your fifth grandpa, put down your weapon first, and wait here. I will go find Brother Hai. If you have a reason, you can argue with them. Fifth grandpa will always support you, but you must not kill the torture chamber elder. He might be a sacrificial pawn. You are a smart fellow, I think you should be able to understand my words. The deer-riding old man hurriedly persuaded Yue Yang. Previously, I was an orphan, and also a good-for-nothing. Everyone bullied me, and I had no one to rely on. In order to survive, I could only grit my teeth and endure. However, after fourth mother took me in, I regained my mother, and I once again had a warm little home. At that time, I made up my mind, whoever wants to destroy my home, whoever wants to harm my mother, even if he is the emperor, I will still kill him without hesitation. Yue Yang's gaze was as cold as ice, and he replied word by word, today, I, this good-for-nothing third brother, will use my blood to tell the world that if they want to bully me, they can, as long as their fists are bigger than mine, and they have more reason than mine. However, if they want to harm my family, no matter who they are, I will kill them without mercy. Yue Yang raised the blood-stained crescent blade, his gaze as firm as steel, and heavily chopped down. The torture chamber elder, who was originally on his last breath, had blood spurting out from his neck. That deformed human head rolled a few meters away. When the deer-riding old man saw this, he painfully closed his eyes, shook his head, and let out a long sigh. San I know you feel wronged in your heart, but why did you do this? With this chop, it will be hard to reverse the situation. The demon-like Yue Yang, who was bathed in blood, laughed out loud. If a man can't even protect his family, then what kind of man is he? Don't even talk about a torture chamber elder who deserved to die. Even if it was a powerful person, even if it was a strong martial artist, I will still behead him under my sword. If anyone wants to touch a hair on my family, they will have to do it over my dead body. Hearing her son say this, the beautiful woman was so moved that she immediately burst into tears. Even the usually stubborn Yu Bing covered her face and cried bitterly. Her tears were like broken pearls, dripping from the gaps of her fingers. When the deer-riding old man heard Yue Yang's words, he nodded repeatedly, and then let out a long sigh, as if his mood was very complicated. Finally, he calmed himself down and advised, San since you have decided, then fifth grandpa won't say much. I hope that you will stay here and don't leave. Wait for me to find Brother Hai, and wait for him to come back and take charge of the situation. San your temperament is very similar to your father's, but if you are too firm, you will break easily. If it wasn't for him that year, San I understand your feelings, but fifth grandpa's words are of little weight, and I can't help you much. You guys wait here first, don't pay attention to anyone's provocation, don't fall into their trap. I will immediately go and find Brother Hai. Thanks. However, what a good-for-nothing San need to do now is not to wait for death, but to use my strength to tell the clan not to treat our patience as cowardice. The fourth branch can't bear it anymore. I want to bring fourth mother, Bing and Shuang back to the Yu clan castle. Whether the Yu clan welcomes us or not, we must return and take back the dignity that belongs to us. I have already said this before, no matter who it is, if they block the way, they are enemies, they will die. Let's see who dares to stop me from bringing fourth mother home. Yue Yang roared. The Yu clan guards who were watching from afar were terrified, and ran away in all directions. How can you all go up to the Yu clan castle like this? San do you know that there are some people in the clan who want you to do this? The deer-riding old man tried to persuade him. Even if it's a mountain of knives or a sea of fire, I will still go up. My fourth mother is kind and tolerant, but as her son, I can't just watch others bully her without doing anything. Back then, there was fourth mother, there was me. Today, there is me, there will be fourth mother. Yue Yang held a blade in one hand, and pulled the reins of the dead horse with the other. He pulled the blood-stained rope over his shoulder, and pulled the horse carriage up step by step. Dignity couldn't be given by others. He must use his own hands and strength to win it back. Under the complicated gaze of the deer-riding old man and the trembling red-robed executioner, the blood-soaked Yue Yang pulled the horse carriage and walked past the Yue clan village, step by step, towards the Yue clan castle. Everywhere he passed, the Yue clan guards and clansmen all ran away in fear. Yue Yang looked up at the majestic Yue clan castle halfway up the mountain, then looked up at the sky. His heart was burning with hot blood. Pitiful guy, are you watching? I really hope that you can see that here. I will help you get back the dignity that you lost. Chapter 103. Yu Bing was very stubborn. She wiped her tears and got off the carriage to pull the carriage with Yue Yang. Yue Yang advised her to return to the carriage with the excuse of being on guard against sneak attacks. Yue Bing shook her head and went to the back of the carriage, pushing it with all her might. She firmly and silently expressed her desire to get through this difficult time with her brother and fight side by side. Yue Yang knew that she was stubborn, so he didn't try to persuade her and let her be. The beautiful woman wiped her tears and hugged the little girl tightly, sitting quietly in the carriage. She knew that she couldn't get off the carriage, otherwise she would implicate her children. Hence, no matter how panicked she was, she could only bite her lips and sit upright in the carriage, allowing her children to bring her to the Yue clan castle step by step. Although she would come back to the Yue clan castle every year, this time was the proudest and most unforgettable time in her life. With such children, she felt that she was the happiest mother in the world. The happiest person was actually the little girl Yu Shuang, who was still sleeping soundly at this moment. She was still young and didn't understand much. Yue Yang was afraid that she would be too frightened after seeing blood, so he used the sleeping fragrant flower that he bought in Green Bamboo City to make her sleep. This method was thanks to city mistress Fallen Flowers. She knew everything about flowers and plants. The sleeping fragrant flower was something that she had casually mentioned to Yue Yang on the way to the castle in the sky. Along the way, there were people secretly peeping at them from time to time. There were even people following them from afar. Yue Yang was indifferent towards these people's appearance. On the other hand, Wei Tai Lang often bared his teeth and let out a low growl, as if warning the other party not to come close, or else he would kill them. The winding mountain road was 10 miles long. Although the road was relatively flat and there were places to rest at intervals, it was still difficult for a normal warrior to pull a four-wheeled carriage up the mountain. Yue Bing was so tired that she was panting and sweating profusely. She rarely trained in combat skills, plus she didn't have a contract with strengthening type beasts. Her physique was not much better than a normal warrior's, but she had a strong will. Even if she was exhausted, she still persisted in pushing the carriage. Even if it was just a little, she still hoped to be able to help her brother. Yue Yang did not feel too tired pulling the carriage. After several months of hard training, in addition to the improvement of his physique after practicing the innate invisible sword chi, he almost had the terrifying strength of the barbaric cow shadow. Yue Yang used his super strong senses and divine vision to search for information on the enemies around him. The elites of the same generation, the eldest son Yu Tian and the fourth son Yu Yan, might have already appeared. Yue Yang didn't recognize it. However, he felt that the person who had been spying on them from afar should be one of them. That figure was riding on a flaming lion. He seemed to be imitating Yan Po Jun. However, whether it was his aura or demeanor, he was slightly inferior. Yue Yang guessed that that fellow might be Yu Yan. It was just that he had heard from Yue Bing that Yu Tian also had a flaming lion beast, so he wasn't too sure. That year, the Yue clan had bought 2 flaming lion beast eggs with a large sum of money. The pitiful guy had also tried to contract with them, but he didn't succeed. Instead, it was Yu Yan who was a few days younger than him who succeeded. Thus, the pitiful guy's tragic life began on that day. The other figures who were even stronger were probably some elders in the clan. Their strength was not inferior to the torture chamber elders. In fact, if Yue Yang had not grasped the torture chamber elder's fatal weakness and attacked him heavily, without using his innate invisible sword chi and beasts, it would have been very difficult for him to defeat the torture chamber elders so quickly. Yue Yang didn't care about anyone spying. Step by step, he pulled the four-wheeled carriage from the foot of the mountain, around the wide mountain path, all the way to the entrance of the Yu clan's castle. The Yu clan castle was huge and majestic. It was even more majestic and towering than the Iron Fist City in the third floor of Tong Tian Tower that was built as a human stronghold to defend against the Demon Abyss army. On top of the 30-meter-tall mountain wall, there was a 15-meter-tall black stone wall. On top of the wall, there were arrow towers, watchtowers, guard stations, patrol passageways and fixed sentry posts. It was a military stronghold that was easy to defend and hard to attack. If a war really broke out and the two armies confronted each other, even if Yue Yang didn't lead the army to fight, it would still be impossible to destroy this Yu clan castle that was armed to the teeth without 100,000 men. In front of the Yu clan castle, there were almost 10 black figures quietly waiting for Yue Yang's arrival. The drawbridge that was pulled up high and the tightly shut city gate silently reflected their intentions. It seemed that they would definitely not let Yue Yang bring the beautiful woman into the Yu clan castle. With regards to this, Yue Yang had already guessed it long ago. He even felt that a huge battle was unavoidable. The enemies had already set up a trap and were waiting for him to act rashly. Now that they had already gotten what they wanted, there was no reason for them to let him go so easily. This was also good, he could take advantage of this opportunity to explode. San the Shan clan master said that he can't control you, but he can't bear to enforce the clan's rules on you, lest the third and fourth branches lose their bloodlines. He is personally going to invite your grandfather back and let him uphold justice. You just wait here, when the time comes, you can show your reason. A white-haired old man holding a green cane walked out from the crowd. His voice was as calm as water, and he looked like he wanted to keep the peace. But no one knew what his real intentions were. Is that so? Then with all the elders here, are you going to clap your hands and welcome this good-for-nothing little third brother home? Yue Yang laughed out loud when he heard this. We can temporarily not pursue the death of the torture chamber elder, but we will not allow little third brother to hurt others. Another black-clothed man who was more than 50 years old stepped out with big steps and warned Yue Yang sternly. His attitude was like the good guy in the bad guy. Don't be angry, we are all one family, we are all brothers. Maybe there really is a misunderstanding, wait for the clan master to come back and make a decision. The green-robed man who stood out this time had a red face. Since no one is going to clap their hands and welcome this good-for-nothing little third brother home, then I can only find my own way home. Yue Yang raised the crescent blade in his hand, bent his finger and flicked the blade. A surge of innate chi burst out of his body, shaking the crescent blade so much that it immediately gave rise to a strange fluctuation. The vibrating crescent blade let out a sweet-sounding and murderous hum, just like a monster that had drunk fresh blood and was excitedly howling. Yue Yang's attitude indicated that he wanted to barge into the Yu clan castle and fight to the end. Everyone was secretly on guard, afraid that they would become the second torture chamber elder. Everyone naturally knew what kind of strength the torture chamber elder had. This good-for-nothing third young master was able to kill him on the spot, so of course he was no longer the cowardly good-for-nothing of the past. Everyone was very suspicious. Could it be that Yu Chu had secretly passed down his best battle skills to his son before he died in battle? Now, this good-for-nothing third young master should have achieved great mastery in his battle skills under his secret training, so he decided to return home to seek justice and wash away his reputation of being a good-for-nothing. Especially when they saw that Yue Yang was holding a crescent blade instead of a spear, they were even more convinced. This was because Yu Chu, the only one in the clan who had reached level 7 overlord, was famous for his extremely fierce and domineering sword skills, and not the traditional Yu clan's spear skills. Today, although Yue Yang had broken the battle formation with his rod skills, he did not use a spear at all to kill the torture chamber elder. Instead, he used a crescent blade. This proved that he had cultivated the heaven-destroying sword slash that Yu Chu had comprehended by himself. Little San, how dare you disobey your superiors in front of the 4 clan elders and so many other elders? The black-robed man roared furiously. I recognize all of you as my elders, but I don't recognize the crescent blade in my hand. I'll say it again, I want to return home, those who block my way shall die. Yue Yang coldly gave his answer. Since he was going to fight, then he should make it more exciting. The enemy was indeed very cunning and sinister, but this was nothing. In the face of absolute power, all schemes and tricks were rubbish. He could not be led by the nose by them. Now, they could fight even if they didn't want to. He had already killed 1 torture chamber elder, so killing 2 more would still be the same. He had come back to find trouble, why should he be polite to them? Yue Yang slowly raised the crescent blade in his hand. In an instant, his whole body sank into the abyss, his breath faintly discernible. The people on the other side couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts when they saw this. This move was the starting move of Yu Chu's heaven-destroying sword slash, earth-splitting slash. On top of the city wall, two silhouettes appeared at the corner of the city wall, quietly observing the whole battle situation. There's no point in talking so much. If you want to show off your might as an elder to me, you'll have to ask the crescent blade in my hand first. Yue Yang's body was like a swallow soaring through the sky. He leapt high into the air, his arms stretched out naturally as he gracefully glided through the space of more than 10 meters. The crescent blade in his hand turned into a stream of light. Like practice, like intelligence. It flashed in front of the black-clothed man at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, the cold light of death had already invaded the black-clothed man's eyebrows. He was so scared that his hair stood on end, as if his whole body had sunk into an ice cave. This was the first time in his life that he felt so close to death. Just as the black-clothed man was about to lose his life on the spot, a golden light flashed. An orange barrier expanded from the black-clothed man's back, narrowly blocking the crescent blade. It was the old man with the cane. He had summoned his silver grimoire and raised his barrier, saving the black-clothed man's life in time. Although everyone knew that this good-for-nothing third young master would suddenly attack, no one would have thought that his speed would be so fast. Missing his attack, Yue Yang lightly stepped on the ground. His agility was comparable to a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. He bounced off the orange barrier and with an even faster speed, he turned around and leapt towards the green-clothed man on the other side. This slash was 10 times more powerful than the previous one. Compared to the previous attack could only be considered a bait. This slash was the real fatal blow. Its first slash, earth-splitting slash, dodged quickly. The old man with the cane couldn't save him in time and hurriedly shouted towards the green-clothed man. The green-clothed man was already scared to the point that his soul almost left his body. He ordered his beast, the armored giant lizard, to jump up and use its body to block Yue Yang's slash, while he himself flew backwards at top speed. The two elders raised their barriers at the same time, intending to block Yue Yang's fatal blow for the green-clothed man. They hoped to use their barriers to block the crescent blade that would split the heaven and earth. The crescent blade flashed and disappeared. The ground was unharmed, and the beast was unharmed. Only the green-clothed man who was escaping behind the two barriers had a face full of terror. Seeing that he was unharmed, everyone secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily they managed to make it in time, otherwise this slash would have definitely taken his life. Suddenly, under everyone's gaze, the armored giant lizard with the blue tongue's tongue, which had been ordered to jump up by its master, fell to the ground with a thud. Its body, which had scales as hard as steel, was sliced into two, dying miserably on the spot. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. It was indeed Yu Chu's heaven-destroying sword slash. This slash had killed a level 3 armored giant lizard. Looking at the green-clothed man again, everyone felt lucky for him. Luckily he managed to escape, otherwise he would have been killed on the spot like the armored giant lizard. Suddenly, his eyes were filled with fear. Both of his hands were twitching, as if he wanted to cover his throat. Everyone was frightened to find that there was a red line on the green-clothed man's neck that was rapidly expanding. The green-clothed man covered his throat with all his might, as if he wanted to forcefully stop the blood from flowing out. The old man with the cane staff had already taken out the best medical stone, however, he was unable to save him in time. The green-clothed man's chest and abdomen exploded with a loud bang. His internal organs could be seen, and blood splattered everywhere. Just like the beast, the green-clothed man was sliced into two by the crescent blade, his chest and abdomen split open. Instant kill. Everyone thought that the green-clothed man had escaped, but he was also instantly killed by Yue Yang's slash. The old man with the cane staff and the others looked at Yue Yang with fear in their eyes. They were wondering how many of his father's techniques this brat had mastered, to have such terrifying power. Suddenly, they saw Yue Yang meditating with his eyes closed. His body's aura was rising, and his face was faintly glowing, as if he was comprehending and breaking through to a new realm. Immediately, everyone's hearts were in turmoil. Could it be that this brat, after that slash just now, had comprehended something new? Could it be that this brat had directly comprehended and broken through during the battle? Heavens, if he broke through another level, wouldn't he become the second Yu Chu of the Yu clan? Everyone, attack together. The old man with the cane staff could no longer care about his identity. He was the first to charge forward as fast as lightning, waving his cane fiercely towards the top of Yue Yang's head. None of the people who surrounded him could understand the mocking smile on Yue Yang's lips. Yue Yang was currently smiling. That smile was like a hunter who had seen his prey fall into his trap. Not good, quickly kill him. The black-clothed man also waved his long spear, making the long spear that looked like a poisonous dragon pierce straight towards Yue Yang's heart. Just as they were about to kill Yue Yang, one of the two figures on the city tower seemed to want to fly down to save Yue Yang. However, he was stopped by the towering black figure with a wave of his hand. No one knew what he said, but the figure who wanted to save Yue Yang stopped and nodded silently. On the city tower, the two people continued to watch quietly. At this moment, on Yue Yang's body, there was a dazzling light that was as bright as the Milky Way, shining brilliantly. It was extremely mysterious. It was shaped like a whirlpool, and looked like the Milky Way stretching out its arm. Yue Yang was originally holding the cane staff as if it was a spear, but the moment the cane staff reached his body, he suddenly glared at it. His eyes were like a demon's, blood red. The aura on his body was like a mountain torrent, exploding in all directions. Together with that thunderous roar, the heavens and the earth shook. The aura of the explosion directly sent the two weakest people in the encirclement flying. Yue Yang's blood-red eyes glared angrily. His entire person was like a demon god, standing proudly and looking down on the world. He coldly faced the joint attack of his enemies. In his hands, he held the crescent blade in his left hand and Wei Jin in his right. The light from the two blades shone extremely quickly, exploding like a blazing sun. This was the true destructive first slash, earth-splitting slash. Chapter 104. When Yue Yang brandished the twin blades in his hands that were like blazing suns, the four elders with the strongest strength immediately scattered in all directions. They were all old foxes, they would always leave some leeway. Although the two people who were sent flying by Yue Yang's imposing aura became gourds rolling on the ground, their lives were not in danger. The only unlucky one was the black-clothed man. He was still foolishly rushing forward, preparing to assassinate Yue Yang. He did not know that the four elders had already escaped. He tried his best to brandish his spear towards Yue Yang, but when he saw the blazing light in front of him, he was almost blinded by it. It was impossible for him to dodge. The steel spear in his hand, upon coming into contact with the blazing light, silently shattered into iron slag. When the first sun exploded on his body, the black-clothed man already felt his body melting under the high temperature of the sun. When the second sun, which was slightly smaller but 10 times more powerful, exploded, he felt that in an instant, he had been annihilated into nothingness. The two shadows on the city tower looked at Yue Yang's twin blade slash, and their expressions changed. One of the shadows shook his head, and an old and deep voice sounded, "This is not the first slash, earth-splitting slash. It is only the blade intent, it is most likely a battle skill that he comprehended himself." "You mean, he is the same as his father, a genius who can comprehend battle skills by himself?" The other shadow asked. There could also be someone teaching him behind the scenes. The old voice said suspiciously. The situation below the stage changed again. The black-clothed man's body did not have a trace of injury, and his clothes were not messed up, but his pupils were dilated. On the surface, there were no injuries, but he had already been killed in one hit. The four elders were in a slightly sorry state, and each of them had more or less wounds on their bodies. Although they were cunning enough to avoid fighting, they were still disgraced by Yue Yang's fierce blade intent, and their faces were covered in dirt. The tightly shut city gate slowly opened, and the drawbridge was lowered with a creaking sound. A scholarly man in a snow-white robe strode out from inside, and walked straight to the front of Yue Yang, who had put away his blade and was meditating. His extremely mature and well-maintained face, which appeared especially gentle and refined, revealed a spring breeze-like smile. He politely nodded. "San it really is you." When I heard the servant's report, I couldn't believe my ears. While I was pleasantly surprised, I immediately went to inform my father, hoping that he would receive the news as soon as possible. It's been a long time since he had such a pleasant surprise. Great, third brother finally has a successor. When Yue Yang heard this, his heart couldn't help but shiver. This guy seemed to be the Yue clan's current substitute clan master, Yue Shan. Looking at his innocent face, he would probably push all the blame away. If she hadn't known that he was a vicious dog who ate people without spitting out the bones, if she hadn't known that he was a smiling tiger, she would have thought that he was a good person who cared about his nephew. Looking at the sincere smile on his face, even an Academy Award winner wouldn't be worthy of carrying his shoes for him. As expected of a capable minister of the country. Even when he was bad, he was different from ordinary bad guys. His politics, intelligence, and emotional quotient were all extremely high. With just one look, Yue Yang knew that this Yushan was not easy to deal with. Not only was this guy's strength extraordinary, he was also extremely patient. On the surface, he always pretended to be a modest and courteous gentleman. This was simply a different world's version of Yu Bukchun. To deal with this kind of person, if one wanted to use intelligence or tricks, it would simply be going against his strong suit. He would probably be so happy that he wouldn't be able to eat. The best way to deal with this kind of person was to use force, the most barbaric, overbearing, and direct force to beat him down, then step on his head and mercilessly laugh at him. That was the best way to deal with him. Yue Yang really wanted to slash that smiling face with his crescent blade, but he didn't do so. This was because Yushan was not only a smiling tiger, he was also a level 6 elder. A level 6 elder was the strongest human opponent that Yue Yang had met so far. San we are all a family. If the family is harmonious, everything will be prosperous. Quickly put down your weapons. If there is any misunderstanding, just explain it clearly. We are all reasonable people, there is no reason for us to not listen to your explanation. Ah Xian, don't be afraid. As long as Big Uncle is here, I can guarantee the safety of your fourth branch. Other than persuading Yue Yang, Yushan also courteously bowed towards the beautiful woman in the horse carriage. Who would have thought that everything that had happened before was actually instigated by him? If his intelligence was a little lower, he would probably be sold by this guy and count the money for him. Yue Yang felt that if he were to open his mouth and say anything to this big evil dog Yushan, he would definitely be suppressed by his status as the substitute clan master. As a junior, he would definitely be at a disadvantage. The only way was to go all out and use brute force to break through. Weren't you pretending to care about your nephew? I will fulfill your wish. To deal with an idiot, one must use a smart person's method. On the contrary, to deal with a smart person, sometimes using a stupid method would have a miraculous effect. Yue Yang raised his heroic eyebrows arrogantly, a sneer appearing on his lips. However, he pretended to speak in an extremely sincere tone. Recently, my training has not been smooth. It is difficult for me to improve my combat skills. I wonder if I could ask Big Uncle for some pointers. He was not just saying it, but immediately accumulated his innate chi on the crescent blade. There was no need for Yushan to reply. As long as the opportunity presented itself, the crescent blade would immediately slash towards Yushan's neck, trying to play tricks. Who's afraid of who? Yue Yang sneered in his heart. He could play tricks with this guy, and at the same time use barbaric violence. He would say one thing and do another. Let's see how long he could maintain that smiling face of his. The 4 elders and the 2 uncles who were sent flying were all dumbstruck when they heard this. They could not believe their own ears. They looked at each other, wondering if Yue Yang had gone crazy. In the Yu clan, other than the clan master, Elder Yu Hai, who was a level 6 advanced elder, the strongest were the 3 great elders and the eldest son Yushan. The 3 great elders were old and had never cared about the clan's affairs. They only focused on researching the clan's lost secret books, so they could not be counted. Hence, in the entire Yu clan, the second strongest was actually the eldest son Yushan, who was a level 6 intermediate elder. If not for his valiant strength, how could he subdue the entire clan and become the substitute clan master? Now, a strange thing had happened. A super trash who could not even contract the worst beast actually dared to challenge the substitute clan master of the Yu clan, Yushan. Could it be that he thought that the title of level 6 elder was just a bluff? Or perhaps, he thought that he would be able to fly just by learning a few of his father's inherited skills. Not to mention a junior like him, even Yu Chu back then would not dare to say that he could easily defeat Yushan, his big brother who had the highest innate talent in beasts. After a warrior reached level 6, no matter what kind of beast they contracted, their strength would be at least 10 times stronger than a level 5 Grandmaster. Only those who had truly surpassed a level 6 Elder would have the qualifications to become a peak level warrior in the future. Only then would they be officially recognized as strong warriors by the country. In the eyes of a peak level warrior, anyone below level 6 was just an ant. Right now, the trash third young master was just an ant. Not only did he attack a level 5 elder, he even dared to challenge the level 6 Yushan. It's all because I'm useless. I'm always busy with the country's affairs and rarely ask my nephew. San if there's anything you don't understand, you can tell me. Although Yushan's face was full of smiles, Yue Yang could see a flash of killing intent in the depths of Yushan's eyes. Yushan did not hide it, because he knew that Yue Yang was also a smart person. Smart people did not need to hide too much between each other. The conversation between the two of them was only for others to hear. Right now, the two of them could not wait to kill each other. However, on the surface, one of them looked like a humble nephew, while the other looked like a generous and benevolent elder. When Yue Yang was accumulating innate chi on the crescent blade, Yushan smiled and quickly summoned a gold grimoire. He also summoned a silver-ranked beast and merged it into his body. Finally, he slowly untied the long sword at his waist and said in an unusually gentle tone, San you must be careful. Swords have no eyes, you must not overexert yourself and hurt yourself. I also advise uncle, don't be muddle-headed. You must also be careful. Yue Yang waved the crescent blade and heavily slashed forward. This kind of slash that could tear the heavens and split the earth had instantly killed the level 4 middle-ranked man in black. However, Yushan only stretched out a hand. He smoothly received the attack. Yue Yang's eyebrows twitched again. He realized that Yushan's beast was very strange. It was not a normal strengthening type beast, but a special type octopus beast. Yushan's arm turned into an octopus arm, extremely soft to withstand the heavy attack. Countless suction cups grew out of his arm and absorbed all the chi from the crescent blade. On the other side, the long sword turned into thousands of sharp arrows. Streaks of sharp black shadows flew towards Yue Yang's body. Yue Yang's level 2 divine vision could see that Yushan's octopus beast could not only transform his arm into an octopus, it could also smear poison on the blade. These sword chi were extremely long. He definitely could not dodge them, because if he dodged, Fourth Mother and the little girl behind him would be stabbed to death. As expected of a cunning dog, his attacks were vicious. Second slash. Heaven and earth collapse. Actually, Yue Yang did not know Yu Chu's sword techniques. However, in order to hide the fact that he had the innate invisible sword chi, he led the enemy's suspicions to Yu Chu's sword techniques. Of course, when he attacked, he also tried his best to imitate Yu Chu's sword techniques. Yushan's eyes flashed viciously. Not bad, but it's still a little too inexperienced. He seemed to have a way to break Yue Yang's second slash, heaven and earth collapse. The octopus arm quickly changed shape, emitting a black light, as if it was going to attack Yue Yang secretly. Suddenly, his whole body straightened up. In less than half a second, he returned to his original courteous and modest appearance. He did not make a move again, allowing Yue Yang to slash his head with his Wei Jin magic blade. A tall figure suddenly appeared, standing between Yushan and Yue Yang. Yue Yang did not care who it was. He pretended to be unable to stop his attack and slashed fiercely. That figure did not dodge. He used his body to resist Yue Yang's Wei Jin heavy slash. When his body collided with the magic blade, a deafening rumble was heard. The result of this slash caused Yue Yang to be indescribably shocked. In the end, it was actually his own ashes that were violently bounced off, while that tall and big shadow was like a bronze cast iron King Kong. It did not move an inch, and the part of its body that was struck by the blade was also completely unharmed. Your strength is not bad. I'm feeling a little pain now. That tall figure brushed his broken breastplate with his hand without a care. Ah, Yue Yang exclaimed in his heart that it was really abnormal. This kind of defense was too abnormal. When he looked carefully, he realized that the person who came was old. His hair was white, and his body was missing an arm and a leg. However, his aura was as fierce as a lion. He was tall and towering like a mountain. Just by standing in front of him, he gave off a domineering aura that even an army of thousands would not be able to pass through. Yue Yang had never seen him before, but he could tell that this person was the Yu clan's current clan master. Of course, he was also the Dasha Empire's old marshal who had just retired to recuperate. He was the pitiful guy's grandfather, Yu Hai. This kind of terrifying aura was definitely formed from killing intent accumulated over a long period of time on the battlefield. No one could replicate it. With his level 2 divine vision, Yue Yang could not see through this elder Yu Hai compared to his son Yushan. However, just the strength that he could see through with his divine vision was enough to make Yue Yang shiver in fear. This pitiful guy's grandfather, Elder Yu Hai, had an extremely strong gold-ranked beast. It was like a strengthening-type guardian beast. It fused with Elder Yu Hai's body and coexisted with its master. Yue Yang was absolutely sure that it was not a guardian beast. This was because guardian beasts would not die. Even if they were injured, they would recover quickly. On the other hand, the extremely strong gold-ranked beast on Elder Yu Hai's body was crippled. Just like its master, it had lost an arm and a leg. As for its type, Yue Yang could not see it at the moment. However, he suspected that it was the legendary Earth Bear. This Elder Yu Hai was a level 6 advanced senior elder. He had been on the battlefield for a long time. His killing intent was as sharp as a blade. He was really strong. Although Yu Shan was also a level 6 ranker, compared to Elder Yu Hai, he was like a young man compared to a strong man. The difference was not just a little, it was huge. When Yue Yang looked at Elder Yu Hai, in his heart, he faintly had the same feeling as when he met the three-headed chimera in the Ares temple. His blood was boiling, and he was itching to fight with this super strong ranker. However, he couldn't reveal his full strength, and he didn't have absolute confidence in his heart. If he did not use his innate invisible sword Qi, Little Wen Li and the Golden Beast, he would definitely not be able to defeat this Elder Yu Hai with just Wei Tai Lang and Barbarian Cao Shadow. Even if he added the Bloody Queen, it would still be difficult. After all, Elder Yu Hai was a strong ranker who had trained for almost 100 years. His skills were really too profound. Yue Yang sighed in his heart. Although he had surpassed this Elder Yu Hai in terms of realm and had entered the innate realm earlier, the time he had spent on training was really too short. It had not even been half a year since he had crossed over to this world. If he could train for a few more months, of course, even if they really fought, Yue Yang did not think that he would be beaten up by Elder Yu Hai. This was because Elder Yu Hai only had a profound skill. In terms of movement skills and techniques, the innate invisible sword Qi was 100 times better than the Yu clan's spear technique. This is all nonsense. A family fighting in front of their house. What a scandal. Elder Yu Hai's voice was like that of a powerful army. He looked down at everyone with his tall body and berated without any trace of politeness, "I don't know what is going on. Before I get to the bottom of this, no one is allowed to speak. I don't have the time to listen right now. You are all Yu clan's descendants. I have always believed that Yu clan's descendants can reason with each other. Even if you don't want to reason with each other, you can still use your fists. No matter if you want to reason with each other or use your fists, you can discuss it clearly during the clan's New Year tournament. Now, go back to your rooms immediately. Don't embarrass yourself here and let others laugh at you." Yue Yang sweated profusely when he heard this. If you want to be reasonable, you can talk reason. If you don't want to talk reason, you can use your fists. Damn, what kind of bandit theory is this? Is this the Yu clan's castle, one of the 4 great clans, or is it a bandit's lair? Why is one more barbaric than the other? Yue Yang originally thought that he was already very unreasonable. He did not expect that this Elder Yu Hai was even more unreasonable than him by 100 times. Was this old fellow really a country's grand marshal? That clan's New Year tournament where they could use their fists was really something worth looking forward to. Yue Yang smiled when he thought of this. Wasn't talking about fists what he was best at. Chapter 105. Yu Shan and the others were like obedient little sheep in front of Elder Yu Hai. Nuo nodded and went back. The 5th elder who was riding on a deer finally arrived. He smiled at Yue Yang as if he had some deep meaning, but he didn't say anything. When the beautiful woman heard that Elder Yu Hai had arrived, she quickly carried the little girl who was still sleeping sweetly down the carriage. She kowtowed to Elder Yu Hai. This sinful daughter-in-law greets father-in-law. San Bing come and kowtow. Yu Bing looked at Yue Yang and knelt down as well. Only Yue Yang stood there calmly, his expression unchanging. He had no intention of kneeling down and kowtowing. San what's wrong? You don't even want to acknowledge me as your grandfather. Elder Yu Hai's voice was like the roar of a powerful army, it had a unique magnetism. I didn't do anything wrong, I don't need to apologize. Yue Yang wasn't the pitiful guy, and he wasn't used to kowtowing to someone easily. Of course, he could respect his elders. In Yue Yang's opinion, respect from the bottom of his heart was much better than kowtowing to him. He didn't know Elder Yu Hai before, so he didn't respect him at all. He definitely wouldn't kneel to him just because of his status. Of course, this fake Yue Yang couldn't act like he was the world's #1 idiot in front of Elder Yu Hai. Instead, he tried his best to calm down his voice, pretending to be an angry junior who was bullied by others. A man can die standing, but I can't live kneeling. I didn't do anything wrong, I won't admit my guilt, and I won't beg for forgiveness. A man can die standing, but not kneel to live. Well said. Elder Yu Hai seemed a little surprised. San I didn't think that you would say something like this. Looks like I really misjudged you in the past. Yu Yang was speechless. If he hadn't transmigrated and replaced the pitiful guy, he wouldn't have dared to say something like this. Ah Xian, get up first. No matter what this matter is related to you, I will give you an explanation. In our Yu clan, it doesn't matter how the men fight to the death. However, it is normal for us to use our fists and kicks to determine who is stronger and who is stronger. However, anyone who dares to touch a woman or a child is trash. If I find out, I won't leave a single one alive. I'll behead them all in public. Ah Xian, you can bring your children to live in peace. I'm not dead, and no one dares to make a move in front of me. Lao Wu, bring Ah Xian's family into the castle. If anyone dares to harm Ah Xian and her daughter, you can kill them first and then report to me. After Elder Yu Hai finished speaking, he turned around and strode away. His body was like a moving mountain. His feet, which were equipped with metal legs, caused the ground to rumble. Begin. Yu Yang had thought that Elder Yu Hai would also fight with him and scold him. He didn't expect that this old man would actually comfort Fourth Mother. This was really out of his expectations. However, this was also good. Fourth Mother and the little girl's lives were not in danger, and he could use this opportunity to show off his skills in the clan's New Year's tournament and help Fourth Mother regain her dignity. He would definitely trample all of the elite geniuses that the clan had been crazily supporting under his feet. At that time, the expressions on their faces would definitely be very interesting. A battle between the clans. Yu Yang had long wanted to find a chance to act out in the open, forget about himself. Even Yu Bing wanted to shock the whole clan. After entering the castle, Yu Yang didn't see any fourth uncle. That fifth elder arranged for the beautiful woman to stay, then sighed slightly. Actually, this matter is quite complicated. It's not that fourth brother doesn't want to see you, but he's not here now. 3 months ago, after he bought the Spirit Beast Awakening knowledge pill, he was ambushed and killed by many masked assassins. His injuries weren't too serious, but he was poisoned quite deeply. He was afraid that you would be worried, so he asked us to hide it. When the beautiful woman heard this, she felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Assassination, poisoned. The more Yu Yang listened, the more he felt that it was a conspiracy. Wasn't this too coincidental? He met with assassins right after buying the Spirit Beast Awakening knowledge pill. We don't specialize in detoxification. Fourth brother was poisoned by a nameless, slow-acting poison that we couldn't cure. However, it was soon time for little Zhu to successfully contract a grimoire. The He Yang Feng family also came to congratulate him. They were experts in poison, but they couldn't do anything about fourth brother's poison. In the end, they invited Miss Feng, who had the detoxification inherent skill. The detoxification process required both of them to hug each other naked. Then, Miss Feng's guardian beast would slowly detoxify the poison. Miss Feng was a lady from a noble family. If she didn't have a status, how could she give up her innocence to save fourth brother? Fourth brother refused no matter what. He would rather die than accept this kind of treatment. However, the poison had worsened 2 months ago, and he had been unconscious all day. We old fellows discussed it over and over again. In the end, we couldn't bear to see the white-haired man die before the black-haired man, so we sent him to Miss Feng's side. When the deer riding elder said this, Yu Yang felt as if he was listening to a heavenly book. This was too miraculous, wasn't it? An incurable poison, yet Miss Feng was able to cure it. Furthermore, they had to hug each other naked. How was this saving someone? This was basically pushing him down in broad daylight. Yu Yang really wanted to ask himself if he had such a chance to cure the poison. He should also find a beautiful woman to push him down. He didn't even need to use his brain to think. Even if he used his toes to think, he would still know that this was a trap. At the moment, he didn't know whether Miss Feng was an accomplice, but the beautiful woman's husband, Yu Ling, was definitely schemed against by someone and became a chess piece manipulated by someone else. Maybe this fourth uncle had also realized that something was wrong, so he refused to let Miss Feng treat him no matter what. In addition to the deep love between husband and wife, he knew that if he let Miss Feng push him down, the family would be in chaos. That was why before he fainted, he had always resisted this kind of fate, and would rather die than submit. "How is my husband's condition now?" the beautiful woman asked with tears streaming down her face. "It is said that his condition has improved greatly, but he is still very weak. The time he is awake every day is very short." Miss Feng said that there would be no problem in curing him, but he might need another 3 to 4 months to recuperate. The deer riding fifth elder comforted him. "I have also gone to see fourth brother. His condition has indeed improved by more than half. Since he still needs another 3 to 4 months to fully recover, why are you in such a hurry to get married?" Yue Yang didn't understand. Cough cough, this, because Miss Feng is already pregnant. "If we don't get married soon, we might become the laughing stock of the world. That's why we have to choose a good day to get married. Fourth brother can't come back, and Miss Feng can't come back either. We will let the virgin boys and girls carry the rooster and hen to perform the ceremony. Right now, the most important thing is to give Miss Feng a proper status. Otherwise, the child in the womb won't wait for anyone. Once it's born, it would be hard to explain it to the world." When the deer riding fifth elder said this, Yue Yang became a little angry again. Fourth uncle was unconscious every day, it was hard to say whose child it was. How could they be so sure that it was fourth uncle's? Could it be that because he hugged naked every day, he had to take the blame? Yue Yang felt that it would be best if there was a DNA test here that could prove that it was fourth uncle's flesh and blood. It wouldn't be too late to get married then. Otherwise, even if he married his wife, it would be a buy one get one free wife. Who knows, he might even be cuckolded. The deer riding fifth elder glanced at Yue Yang. Perhaps he could tell that he didn't believe him, but it wasn't convenient for him to speak in front of the beautiful woman. He waved his hands slightly, indicating that he wouldn't talk about it first. After the beautiful woman settled down, he and Yue Yang went outside to have a chat. "San, you are a smart child, but don't meddle in your fourth uncle's matters. Now that the rice has been cooked, helping Xian is filial, but if you oppose your fourth uncle's marriage, you are just making trouble. Fourth brother's poison is the queen bee's poison. It needs to be vented crazily, but once it is vented, it can't be stopped anymore. In the end, he will definitely die from excessive ejaculation. Fortunately, Miss Feng was willing to sacrifice herself to save him. Otherwise, your fourth uncle would have died long ago." Yue Yang sweated profusely when he heard this. There was actually such a sinister poison in this world. However, it was still a little strange. Miss Feng wasn't a Lei Feng. How could she be so noble as to sacrifice herself to save fourth uncle? The deer riding fifth elder seemed to have seen through Yue Yang's confusion. He coughed lightly. "I heard that your fourth uncle had saved Miss Feng in the academy. Although your fourth uncle graduated early and got married and had children, Miss Feng still couldn't forget him. She was still unwilling to get married even at the age of 30. Perhaps she was waiting for your fourth uncle. Otherwise, how could there be a lady from a noble family who would sacrifice herself to save your fourth uncle? All right, I don't care about these muddled matters." Yue Yang felt a headache coming on. It turned out that this fourth uncle also had a lot of romantic debts. "You are just a child, why do you care about the adults' marriage? Just stay here for these 2 days. When the new year comes, if you are willing, you can reunite with everyone for a meal. If not, you can hide in your room and eat by yourself. I reckon that you don't see eye to eye with the first and second branches. San, actually, the more I look at you, the more you look like your father. Sigh, you should rest well." The deer riding old man suddenly shook his head and sighed. Yue Yang was still full of doubts. For example, who forged the pitiful guy's divorce papers? Who poisoned his fourth uncle? How did the pitiful guy's father, Yu Chu, die? Was he still alive? Who was the pitiful guy's mother? From what everyone had vaguely shown, the pitiful guy's mother was an extremely powerful woman. She might not be any weaker than Yu Chu. But the strange thing was, why didn't anyone mention her before? It was impossible for Yue Yang to go and participate in the farce of holding 2 chickens. It was even more impossible for him to go and eat with the big evil dog Yu Shan and the others. If he had the time to do that, he might as well count how many strands of leg hair he had. On the other hand, the beautiful woman would bring the little girl to pay respects to the elders every day. She would also personally cook for the elders. Other than cooking for the elders, she would also bring back some delicious food for Yue Yang and Yu Bing. Yu Bing would meditate in her room every day, preparing to participate in the New Year's tournament in her best condition. She wanted to defeat Yu Tian and Yu Yan. As for Yue Yang, other than racking his brains to sneak into the Yu clan's most secret puppet palace. Every day, he would either eat or sleep. If not, he would accompany the little girl to the corner of the wall to count the ants and play with the sand. There had never been a single Yu clan member who had seen him train. No one could understand where this brat's combat skills had come from. Of course, they would never have thought that Yue Yang didn't need to practice his skills like a normal person, sweating profusely and wielding his sword. He could train in the space where the heavenly sword goddess was. Furthermore, training in that space was much more effective than training in the real world. Because of the stimulation from Elder Yu Hai's valiant strength, Yue Yang had also trained very seriously in his dreams. In addition to that, when he fought with the four great elders, he had faintly comprehended the slaughtering heart. Hence, he was about to break through the second level of the innate invisible sword qi and advance to the third level. His breakthrough was right in front of him, but he needed an opportunity. Yue Yang had been distressed for a whole day. What kind of opportunity did he need? Molesting an innocent woman, peeping at a girl bathing, stealing the Yu clan's puppet palace's treasures, or watching that hypocrite Yu Shan's bedroom in the middle of the night. At night, Yue Yang felt that he couldn't take it anymore. If he still couldn't break through tomorrow, he would go to the Yu clan's room and put an aphrodisiac in his teacup. Then, he would bring an old sow in and wait in the tent. Then, he would set a fire outside and let thousands of guards and servants extinguish the fire. At the same time, he would watch Yu Shan, who was enjoying himself inhumanely. With such fantasies in his mind, Yue Yang's mood became better and he unknowingly fell asleep. In his dreams, the heavenly sword goddess, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, suddenly appeared. This moved Yue Yang so much that he burst into tears. In the end, he had already decided that she would be his first wife. She always appeared when he needed her the most. Then, what kind of opportunity would the heavenly sword goddess give him to break through? Chapter 106. According to Yue Yang's imagination, the best chance to break through would naturally be for the heavenly sword goddess to push him down. Of course, the possibility of him being pushed down was not high. Yue Yang's idea was that rather than waiting for her to push him down, he might as well take the initiative and push her down forcefully. As for the difficulty of pushing her down, it wasn't that high. It was probably only a little lower than Yue Yang killing the demon king Ha Xin in an instant. How much was a little? It wasn't a lot. Yue Yang's little was 99,999 times, it wasn't even 100,000 times. The heavenly sword goddess had a personality. Although Yue Yang really wanted to rush over and hug her thighs, taking advantage of her and shouting, "Wifey, here I come," at the same time. She didn't give him the chance. With a point of her jade-like finger, thousands of colorful lights instantly condensed into a person. A man. If the man that the heavenly sword goddess condensed was any other man in the world, Yue Yang would also go crazy with jealousy. However, it was this man that made him lose his temper, because the man that she condensed was himself. The heavenly sword goddess disappeared, and the Yue Yang, condensed from energy, flew over at an extremely fast speed. The first move he made was an innate invisible sword qi. I hate myself the most. Yue Yang was having a terrible headache right now. He was going crazy. This was because the energy clone that the heavenly sword goddess created had the same strength as him. He also knew the innate invisible sword qi, the mysterious three styles, the nature's heart and the massacring heart. In short, whatever Yue Yang knew, he knew it too. The only difference was that this clone didn't have any thoughts. It only had the instinct to completely defeat Yue Yang. Now, Yue Yang understood why the heavenly sword goddess trained him. She hoped that he could break through the third level of the innate invisible sword qi. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to defeat the clone that had the same strength as him. "Wifey, I know you are doing this for my own good, but please give me a heads up next time. This way, my little heart won't explode from fright." Yue Yang dodged in a sorry state. Under the attack of the energy doppelganger, it was almost impossible for him to counterattack. Yue Yang quickly discovered that the clone's usage of the innate invisible sword qi and the three mysterious styles were superior to his own. Only now did Yue Yang realize how strong he really was. Only when he was attacked by an energy clone of the same strength as him did Yue Yang realize that his own ability was really too abnormal. A battle between two spiritual entities was meaningless. It was completely meaningless. Whether Yue Yang injured the doppelganger or the doppelganger hit Yue Yang, both bodies would suffer the same damage. The doppelganger's energy was connected to Yue Yang's energy. If he used up his energy, Yue Yang would also feel tired. if he beat up the doppelganger, Yue Yang would also feel a great loss of energy. In this space of consciousness, there was no real body. A battle between two spiritual entities that were connected to each other's energy was completely meaningless. The heavenly sword goddess didn't want to create a doppelganger to beat up Yue Yang, but to force him to break through. Yue Yang could break through, but the doppelganger was only a temporary condensation of energy. It didn't have any thoughts, so it would never break through. As long as Yue Yang broke through to the third level, he would be able to easily defeat the doppelganger. Oh my god, I can't live like this anymore. Yue Yang's heart was filled with hatred. When he became stronger in the future, he would catch the heavenly sword goddess and fiercely spank her little butt. This training plan of hers was too vicious. If the heavenly sword goddess could condense a beauty that looked exactly like her, then Yue Yang's mood would be much better. Just as he was fantasizing in his heart, he was careless and was caught by the doppelganger that was always focused on attacking. He pounced over, punching, kicking, kneeing and headbutting. Although Yue Yang was only a spiritual entity in his dream and wouldn't be injured like in reality, he couldn't help but cry out when he saw the doppelganger's head flying towards him. That handsome face was only 2 centimeters away from him, because he had never seen his own face at such a distance before. San-er, what's wrong? Hearing the beautiful woman's gentle voice, Yue Yang immediately withdrew from his dream. When he opened his eyes, he discovered that the beautiful woman was sitting on the side of the bed, looking at him. The beautiful woman asked with concern, San-er, what's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? Yue Yang hurriedly shook his head. Could it be that he had to tell the beautiful woman that he had been scared awake by himself? Ah, that's not right, he had been awoken by his handsomeness. The little girl mischievously stretched out her small white hands, wanting to pinch Yue Yang's nose. The beautiful woman hurriedly pulled her hands away, but she climbed up and squeezed herself into Yue Yang's blanket, wrapping herself around him like an octopus. She said innocently, San-ge, I also had a dream just now. There was a big sour plum tree, and it was full of delicious sour plums. Jay, help me pluck the sour plums from the tree, leave the sour plums in your dream. Let them ripen a little before plucking them. Remember to water them more. Yue Yang's coaxing made the beautiful woman laugh. However, with the little girl's antics, Yue Yang thought of a way to deal with the doppelganger. It was just a dream anyway, and he wouldn't really die. What was there to be afraid of? He might as well ignore the doppelganger. When Yue Yang, who had made up his mind, went back to sleep and entered his dream again, he realized that the doppelganger that was condensed from energy had disappeared. He laughed happily. So the doppelganger could disappear. Then he would wait for the heavenly sword goddess to duplicate another doppelganger, and he would leave the dream. As long as he didn't hit her, she wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Ha ha ha, shameless people are undefeatable. Yue Yang laughed happily. However, 3 seconds later, his complacent laughter turned into a gulping sound. This was because from the void, a flawless white jade arm stretched out. With a point, thousands of rainbow-colored lights instantly condensed and formed a person. This time, it wasn't Yue Yang's doppelganger, but a big lowly beauty that looked 60 to 70% similar to the heavenly sword goddess. She was wearing a skin-tight warrior's attire, and her chest was bulging. A young girl's childishness and purity made Yue Yang's wolfish heart arouse as he fiercely swallowed his saliva. Looking at her petite and exquisite figure, she was pink and cute, especially her slender waist and slender legs. It made one's imagination run wild. Little girl, Uncle Guai Shu is here. Yue Yang pounced forward, shamelessly using Wei Xiaobao's ultimate skill, grasping Wave Dragon Claw. Boom! The cute big loli sent him flying with a kick. It turned out that she was the same as the previous doppelganger of Yue Yang. She had the same strength as Yue Yang, but the heavenly sword goddess had changed her appearance. From Yue Yang's wolfish appearance, she had changed into a big loli that looked similar to her. Yue Yang didn't want to fight at first, but with such a cute big loli in front of him, how could he face himself if he didn't tease her? As for the thought of leaving the dream, he had long thrown it out of his mind. In front of a loli, everything else in the world was just fleeting clouds. Pain and happiness, this is life. Yue Yang was almost knocked down by the big loli, but he still succeeded in attacking her breasts. He was so moved by the wonderful feeling of touching her breasts that tears streamed down his face. If the heavenly sword goddess was secretly watching, she would probably be speechless at Yue Yang's performance. 3 days later, Yue Yang, who had been beaten up miserably by the big loli, finally broke through the third layer of his innate invisible sword chi. However, he still couldn't take revenge, he couldn't push down the big loli. Because the big loli leveled up at the same time as him, her strength was still exactly the same. She beat up Yue Yang, who only cared about touching her breasts and buttocks, to the point that he couldn't even find his bearings, after being beaten up by the big loli many times, other than breaking through to the next realm. Yue Yang also learned how to use her innate sword chi in the mysterious 3 styles. The big loli's technique of using the innate invisible sword chi was extremely precise. Some of the angles and control techniques made Yue Yang blush with shame. From the big loli, Yue Yang learned a lot, and also comprehended many mysteries of mental cultivation that he had never thought of before. Because of his rapid improvement, Yue Yang could only release 3 innate sword chi with all his might. However, after training in the dream, he could now release 6 innate sword chi. Yue Yang reckoned that the first level would increase by 1 innate sword chi, the second level would increase by 2 innate sword chi, and the third level would increase by 3 innate sword chi. Of course, this was all his blind guess. Yue Yang still couldn't figure out what was really going on. Although he could only release 6 innate sword chi, Yue Yang was still quite satisfied. Breaking through to the next realm, increasing his innate sword chi, and having a cute big loli to train with him every day. If he still felt that this kind of beautiful life wasn't enough, he would probably be cursed by the heavens. "Brother, you seem to be in a good mood." When Yu Bing saw that Yue Yang always had a wolfish smile on his face, she thought that he was thinking about torturing his opponents in the New Year's tournament. Who would have thought that his mind was actually immersed in the strange game he was playing with the big loli in his dream? He was having so much fun that he forgot about his duties. Of course, we must work hard and defeat all of our enemies. We must take back the dignity of the 4th branch, and take back our happiness. Yue Yang waved his hands like the war maniac Hitler, encouraging Yue Bing, raising the little girl's morale and fighting spirit to the skies. Yue Bing looked at her brother in admiration, and nodded her head resolutely. "Yes, I definitely won't let brother down." Towards the studious Yue Bing, if Yue Yang had any new understandings on his summoned beasts, or if City Mistress Fallen Flowers had told him about the beasts' strengths and weaknesses, battle strategies and training techniques, he would try his best to pass them on to Yue Bing according to her receptivity and needs. Yue Bing was also very hardworking, improving abnormally fast. She was becoming more and more proficient in controlling the 100-year-old tree ant defender, almost to the point where she could do it as she pleased. If it was said that Shen Tu Hao, who had many powerful beasts, was weaker than Yue Bing in terms of battle strength, then right now, Yue Bing had already far surpassed him. Yue Yang reckoned that among the younger generation that he knew, other than Yan Po Jun, Feng Qi Sha, Shui Tan Lang, the 3 great killing stars and that abnormal royal swordswoman, it would probably be Yue Bing's turn to catch up. Yue Yang hadn't seen Yu Tian and Yu Yan yet, so he couldn't estimate their strength. However, he felt that even if they were to fight against the current Yue Bing, they wouldn't be able to win. Bronze rank level 500-year-old tree ant defender, he believed that the entire Yu clan's eyes would pop out. Yue Yang didn't participate in the New Year's reunion dinner. The substitute clan master, Yu Shan, pretended to send someone to inquire, but Yue Yang rejected with the reason that he wasn't feeling well. When the servant saw that this brat was so strong that he could even kill a few tigers, yet he came up with such an excuse that even an idiot wouldn't believe, he couldn't help but blush on his behalf. He thought to himself that if he didn't know how to lie, he shouldn't have said it. This kind of excuse was really too lousy. However, Yu Shan seemed to have taken it seriously. He even sent someone to bring medicine to nourish his body, acting like a generous elder who cared about his nephew. The Yu clan's New Year's tournament would be held on the 2nd day of the Lunar New Year. Yue Yang couldn't wait any longer. He rubbed his palms together, preparing to bring Yue Bing out to fight and beat people up on stage. However, when the deer-riding 5th elder came over and said something, Yue Yang started sweating profusely again. It turned out that this New Year's tournament wasn't just a simple fight between the clans. The other 3 clans of the 4 great clans would also send their representatives to watch the battle. They might not necessarily go up on stage, but they would definitely come to scout for information. Because the other 3 clans didn't have many people, this clan tournament couldn't be held even if they wanted to. However, those people all wanted to watch the Yu clan's fun. If it was only the 4 great clans that sent their representatives, then it wouldn't be a big deal. However, the Da Sha Empire's royal family didn't want to be left behind. They would also send their princes and princesses to watch the battle. This year, it was said that the Da Xia Empire's emperor, Zheng Wuyu, was so bored that his balls hurt, that he was also preparing to join in the fun. This news made Yue Yang a little vigilant. Could it be that Zheng Wuyu, that old fellow, had discovered him? Did he suspect that he was the newly promoted innate ranker? If it wasn't for the fact that Zheng Wuyu would come to the Yu clan every 3 to 4 years to join in on the fun, Yue Yang would have thought of boycotting the tournament. San, I hope that you can work hard and help the 3rd and 4th branch regain their dignity. However, you brat, don't go crazy. You can beat people up, but you can't kill people recklessly. Don't cause any funerals during the new year, otherwise, I won't say any more. You're a smart child, you know what to do. 5th elder won't say any more. Go prepare yourself and come to the plaza later. If there's anything you need, you can ask the servants to do it. I'll bring Xian and little Shuang out first. Little baby, let your 5th elder hug you. Don't pull my beard. If you pull my beard again, it'll be gone. The deer-riding 5th elder seemed to dote on this child. Even when the naughty little girl pulled his beard, he was still smiling. Prepare. Yue Yang actually wanted to prepare a few bottles of aphrodisiac and pour some into Yu Tian and Yue Yang's mouths when he beat them up. Then, he would watch them inhumanely. Brother, I'm a little nervous. Yu Bing was a little nervous. She kept wringing her hands. In the end, she couldn't help but throw herself into Yue Yang's embrace, hoping to seek her brother's comfort. It's okay, don't be nervous. I'm not afraid of anything. I'm not a weird uncle. No, I'm saying that they're not afraid of anything. When Yu Bing, the big loli, threw herself into his embrace, Yue Yang immediately raised his hands up high. He comforted her a little carelessly as he muttered to himself, I'm not a sis-con, I'm not a sis-con, I'm not a sis-con. The more he muttered, the more flustered he became. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Thank you, brother. I feel much better now. Brother, why are you sweating? Yu Bing had a pure heart. She never thought that her hug would have such a powerful effect. The weather is too hot. When Yue Yang secretly wiped his sweat, the north wind was blowing outside the window. The ground was covered with white snow. Chapter 107. In the Yu clan castle, the clan's New Year's tournament had officially begun. When it was Yue Yang's turn to appear, the Yu clan had already prepared a grand opening ceremony. The Emperor Zheng Wuyu and the clan master elder Yu Hai also gave a short speech. The representatives of the various clans also symbolically congratulated him. For a brute like Yue Yang, not to mention outsiders, even the 5th elder and the beautiful woman were afraid that he would cause trouble during the opening ceremony. Hence, they specially left him and Yu Bing to wait in the lounge. Yue Yang slept out of boredom and teased the big loli in his dreams. When Yue Yang woke up, the first round of the preliminary round had already been fought. Yu Bing also appeared, but she didn't summon her 100-year-old treant defender. Instead, she used the shameless tactic that Yue Yang had taught her before. She rushed over when her opponent was summoning his beast and kicked him in the face. This ambush tactic, other than interrupting the summoning, would also cause the opponent's spirit to suffer from the beast's attack. Warriors with weaker abilities would immediately faint. This tactic was useless against experts with extremely fast summoning speed. Greedy ambushes were actually very dangerous. However, against newbies, this tactic was definitely effective. Hence, Yu Bing won easily. The crowd didn't scold her, but instead scolded Yue Yang for being a shameless fellow. This was because Yu Bing had never used this kind of ambush tactic in the past few years. The reason why she used it this year was definitely because her brother, who was known as the abnormal trash, had taught her. Yue Yang, whose new nickname was the abnormal trash, had caused the outsider who drew lots to fight him to forfeit because of his crazy actions a few days ago. Who would want to fight against a demon-like abnormal person? That wasn't sparring, it was courting death. The 5th elder heard from the servants that Yue Yang was still heartlessly sleeping, so he didn't send anyone to wake him up. Yu Shan and the others also agreed to let Yue Yang advance to the secondary battle. As for the secondary duel, this time's lot drawing was somewhat coincidental. The 5th grandpa, who drew lots on behalf of Xiao Chen, immediately drew little 9, Yu Feng. What would be the outcome of the battle between the super genius and the abnormal loser? Everyone was looking forward to it. Although little 9th Yu Feng was only 7 years old after the new year, his success rate in contracting beasts was astonishing. In less than half a year, it was said that he had contracted 8 strong beasts. Right now, He was one of the 4 great sects, the Southern Mountains Floating Mist sect, who was focusing on nurturing him. Yu Feng was definitely a true young Master Tian, while Yue Yang, or more accurately, the pitiful guy that Yue Yang replaced before he transmigrated, was a true trash. If it wasn't for Yue Yang crossing over and replacing the pitiful guy wouldn't be able to defeat Yu Feng even if he trained for another 10 years. When Yue Yang walked out, he discovered that the Yu clan castle's public square was extremely big. It was probably even bigger than a football field. It was densely packed with the Yu clan's clansmen. On the east side, there were some people dressed differently from the Yu clan's clansmen. They seemed to be the Feng clan, Shui clan and Yan clan's clansmen. On the highest seat in the north, other than Elder Yu Hai, Yu Shan, Yu Ling and other rankers, the most eye-catching person was a middle-aged man with delicate features, clear eyes and an elegant demeanor, as if he was a weak scholar. This person was wearing a snow-white warrior's attire and a beautiful jade headband. Although he had a smile on his face, every movement he made had a faint imposing manner. Yue Yang guessed that this person was the Da Xia Empire's emperor, Zheng Wuyu. On the surface, he looked like a 40-years-old noble swordsman. In reality, Zheng Wuyu was already 180 years old this year. He was a famous ranker in the Da Xia Empire, a level 7 intermediate, overlord. Sitting on his right was Elder Yu Hai. Elder Yu Hai was only a few years older than Zheng Wuyu. However, he had been fighting for many years and his body was overused. He was now extremely old, his hair had turned white, and he looked old. Standing behind Zheng Wuyu was a giant general whose entire body, including his face, was covered in golden armor. His body was like an ox, and his aura was like a tiger. This person was the commander of the royal army, Feng Kuang, who had the title of 10,000 Withered Bones. Sitting on Zheng Wuyu's left were the representatives of the Feng and Shui clan. Both of them were about the same age as Yu Shan. They were probably the Feng and Shui clan's clan masters. Yue Yang was a guy from another world, so he didn't know who they were. Sitting on the other side were Yu Shan and a fierce-looking man dressed in red. This fierce-looking man looked similar to Yan Po Jun, but he was more mature and more powerful. Yue Yang guessed that this guy was Yan Po Jun's father. A few rows in front were the direct descendants of the 3 clans. Yue Yang realized that the ice cube guy, Shui Tan Lang, had also come, and was staring at him coldly. Yan Po Jun and Feng Qi Sha did not come. What made Yue Yang feel relieved was that the royal swordswoman did not come. Currently, Yue Yang's biggest headache was the royal swordswoman. Luckily, his counterfeit inherent skill had leveled up. He didn't know if his leveled counterfeit inherent skill would be able to hide from the royal swordswoman. Yue Yang couldn't be sure either. He hoped that he could hide it from her. If he could hide it from her, then he would be able to tease her and make her go crazy. Good, good, Xiao Ju is the best. The moment Yu Feng appeared in the arena, he, who looked like a little Shota, immediately caused a stir in the audience. Especially the women who were overflowing with motherly love, almost everyone cheered for him. He politely bowed towards Yue Yang who was slowly walking up the arena. However, although his words were respectful, he couldn't help but be a little arrogant. Brother Xiao San, please give me some pointers. Master and father asked Xiao Ju to thank Brother Xiao San for giving me the spirit pill. Although he didn't say that he ate the spirit beast awakening knowledge pill better, you are publicly recognized as trash. No matter how much you eat, it would still be a waste. Yu Feng stretched out his hand and summoned his grimoire. The audience cheered. His grimoire was actually silver ranked. This really made Yue Yang a little stunned. However, he immediately smiled. No matter how much of a genius Yu Feng was, it was impossible for him to raise his bronze grimoire to a silver grimoire with his own strength. Yu Bing, who had been in the academy for 4 years, only had a high-level bronze grimoire. On the other hand, he had just contracted a silver grimoire not long ago. How was this possible? The only reasonable explanation was that the Southern Mountains Floating Mist sect had found people to challenge Yu Feng every day, and then let Yu Feng use his summoned beasts to defeat them, thus increasing his battle points. This kind of short-sighted method did not have any effect on cultivation. However, the Southern Mountains Floating Mist sect and the second branch were anxious to promote Yu Feng, this genius child, to the world. In order to let Yu Feng shine in the clan's New Year's tournament, they sent people to help Yu Feng earn battle points and increase his grimoire's level and level. This kind of thing was unavoidable. Every big clan did this kind of thing a lot. In the beginning, the big clans would look for warriors who were willing to fail, and help their juniors gain battle points. When they had a certain level of strength, they would then let them come out to train. Having a silver grimoire from the beginning would give them a huge advantage in the beginning. The only downside was that the battle points gained were not real. When the grimoire leveled up, the ancient code's reward would usually be weaker, or even nothing at all. Of course, Yue Yang was the only one in the world who would receive 100% ancient code's reward when his grimoire leveled up. All the grimoire contractors might not get anything when they leveled up their grimoire. Most of them would get a blank page, or a beast that was almost useless. The god's blessing that people desired the most was to level up their beasts. As for the reward that the contractors desired the most, it was to level up their beasts. For example, leveling up from a normal rank to a bronze rank beast. For Yue Yang, the ancient code's guardian beast would be bestowed a skill when he leveled up. If other people got it, they would probably be so happy that they would cry for 3 days and 3 nights without being able to hold back their tears. Wow, look, 9th young master's grimoire is already a silver grimoire. Genius, he really is a genius that only appears once in 100 years. 9th young master, you can do it. The spectators in the arena applauded loudly. Other than cheering for Yu Feng, they were also cursing at him. They often said things like, "Kill that trash, if that trash doesn't die, I won't be able to vent my anger," and so on. A few days ago, Yue Yang had killed many Yu clan's guards and collateral disciples. The people who were cursing at him were probably the family members or friends of those people. When Yue Yang went up to the arena, he couldn't even bring Wei Tailang along. The reason was that uncontracted beasts couldn't be brought to the arena. Fortunately, this rule had been in place for hundreds of years, otherwise Yu Bing would have gone crazy again. The Yu clan's ancestors were afraid that uncontracted beasts would go out of control easily. When brothers fought, they might accidentally kill their relatives, so they forbade it. Towards this point, Yue Yang only smiled, feeling that it didn't matter. Since he wanted to oppress others, he would do it himself. Why would he need Wei Tailang? Yue Yang kicked Wei Tailang, who wanted to follow him into the arena, off the arena. He then took out his crescent blade and yawned at Yu Feng, who was full of confidence. "Xiao Ju, you also know that brother Xiao-san is trash. I hope that you will be lenient. It's fine if you bully me, but at least give me a way out, right?" Countless people glared at him with hatred, wishing that they could shoot out rays of light from their eyes like the evil eye and instantly kill this shameless fellow. On the surface, Yu Feng said that he didn't dare, but he was very calm in his heart. Because of his protective shield, he wasn't afraid of the crescent blade in Yue Yang's hand at all. He pressed his small hand on the silver grimoire and concentrated on summoning for a long time. He summoned a bronze rank level 3 golden striped war tiger puppet beast. Although he was a genius child, his training time was still too short. To Yu Feng, summoning a bronze ranked level 3 golden striped war tiger was already the limit of his limits. Yu Feng's entire body seemed to have been sucked dry. His whole body was drenched in sweat as he held onto the floating silver grimoire. And gasped for breath. The excessive summoning had made him exhausted. Below the arena, thunderous applause resounded. Being able to summon a bronze rank level 3 golden striped war tiger puppet beast at the age of 7 was really an amazing feat. Not to mention the ordinary people, even Zheng Wuyu and the representatives of the various clans were clapping their hands in admiration. Yu Feng's father, the second branch's Yu Ling, had a face full of pride. He was just short of pasting a note on his forehead that said, "I am the father of a super genius." The surrounding people also stood up one after another to congratulate him, flattering him endlessly. As for the 3 representatives of the Southern Mountains floating mist sect, other than the level 6 elder in the middle who was resting with his eyes closed, maintaining a calm and unperturbed appearance, the other 2 level 5 grandmaster, middle-aged men were all smiles as they cupped their hands towards the surrounding people. Towards the praises from the few people who congratulated them, the 2 of them pretended to be modest and said, "Xiaoju is indeed very hard-working, but his training time is still too short, so he can only contract bronze rank beasts for now. He still needs to work hard in the future. Our plan is to contract silver ranked beasts next year. After another 5 years, he will contract gold ranked beasts. Our Southern Mountains floating mist sect will definitely spare no effort in nurturing Xiaoju. Listen, there are even silver ranked and gold ranked beasts waiting for 9th young master to contract." As expected of the floating mist sect, one of the 4 great sects. Beat Beat that trash to death. Battle Tiger, go, bite that trash to death. Without that two-headed demon wolf, I think that trash is dead for sure. Bite him, bite his intestines out. Hearing this, Yu Bing's mood became extremely gloomy and her anger flared up. She felt that the clan was really too biased. Giving her brother 5 level 1 puppet mice, and giving Xiaoju a bronze rank level 3 golden striped battle tiger, this was really too much. She definitely did not believe that this was because her father had drawn a bad beast. It was definitely because of the first and second branch. Actually, with so many puppet beasts in the clan, it wouldn't be so infuriating if they randomly gave a level 2 iron bull puppet. However, they actually gave her brother level 1 puppet mice, and 5 of them at once. She had seen bullies before, but she had never seen bullies like this. If it wasn't for her brother, this group of despicable people would definitely still be laughing in their hearts. Towards the bronze rank level 3 golden striped battle tiger that pounced towards him, Yue Yang's face pretended to be extremely afraid. He raised his crescent blade high up. As fast as lightning, a ray of light streaked across the sky. While the afterimage of the light was still lingering in people's eyes, the bronze rank level 3 golden striped battle tiger was suddenly slashed 10 meters away by Yue Yang. It fell heavily on the stage, sparks flying out from its mouth and crackling electricity. At first, it could still struggle to get up, but it walked unsteadily like a drunkard. Bronze rank level 3 golden striped battle beast, so powerful, it scared me to death. Yue Yang shouted exaggeratedly, kicking the swaying battle tiger puppet to the ground. The golden striped battle tiger's huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang. It fell head first onto the ground, and a muffled explosion sound came from its head. The red light in the crystal's eyes gradually weakened, and finally, it was completely extinguished. Everyone was dumbfounded, completely unable to believe it. A bronze rank level 3 golden striped battle beast was finished just like that. Yue Yang held his crescent blade and walked towards Yu Feng step by step. He came in front of Yu Feng, whose face was full of fear after losing his protective shield, and revealed a harmless smile. Xiaoju, for trash like brother Xiao San, it's fine if you bully me casually, but if you bully me too much, I'll cry. When he said this, Yu Feng immediately pouted and tears rolled down his face. Everyone stared angrily at Yue Yang, wishing that they could immediately jump onto the stage and kill this abominable trash. Yu Feng's father, Yu Ling, clenched his fists tightly. The anger in his eyes was practically burning Yue Yang, who was on the stage, into ashes. Yu Bing, on the other hand, was extremely excited as she watched. She would never forget that at this time last year, the disciples of the first and second branch had teamed up to bully her brother. Those incidents were still vivid in her mind. Didn't Yu Feng also throw firecrackers at her brother? If she didn't teach him a lesson, he wouldn't know his place and wouldn't know how to respect others. So what if he found someone to grind for a silver grimoire? True strength could never rely on external forces. Only by training hard, that was the true way to climb to the peak of the rankers. Woo, this is impossible. My beast is a bronze rank level 3 golden striped war tiger. How could you defeat it without using your beast? Combat skills are all rubbish. It's impossible for combat skills to defeat my golden striped war tiger. Yu Feng was like a spoiled child who had been wronged as he cried and questioned Yue Yang. It's a bit like earth-splitting slash, but it's not, it's just sword intent. Brother Hai, your Xiao San's combat skills are really not bad, he has some of his father's charm. Zheng Wuyu beamed with joy as he watched. He, the emperor of the Da Sha kingdom, was the only emperor in the world who revered combat techniques. In the entire Soaring Dragon continent, many people scolded him as an idiot emperor. If he wasn't a level 7 overlord with terrifying strength, the various city lords would have long rebelled. This brat has been enduring patiently for so many years, I've also misjudged him. Elder Yu Hai nodded silently. The experts from the 4 great clans looked at Yue Yang's combat skills with a serious expression on their faces. They definitely didn't wish for a second Yu Chu to appear. The most useless Yu clan third young master in the entire Soaring Dragon continent had turned things around today. It seemed that he had been training his father Yu Chu's combat skills all along, and he was quite proficient in it. Shui Tan Lang frowned as he watched. He wasn't surprised at all that Yue Yang had such strength. This was because during the counterattack against the demon abyss, after this trash third young master fought against the demon general, he was still able to bring his group of trash companions back safe and sound. However, he felt that Yue Yang was definitely not as simple as just possessing a combat skill. It would be very difficult for a ranker who only possessed a combat skill to kill a demon general. There were many demon generals that could only be killed by beasts. For example, the Death Cloud Beast demon generals didn't even have a physical body. No matter how good their combat skills were, it was useless. This useless third young master definitely had a beast, he just didn't show it. Shui Tan Lang was very excited as he watched. He was also looking forward to it. This guy, how much strength did he actually have hidden? He had to see it clearly before he could fight with him. Yue Yang didn't care what others thought of him. He came up to the stage to bully people, to help the pitiful guy and the beautiful woman regain their dignity. He was the bad guy, so he didn't stand on ceremony with Yu Feng anymore. He smiled and said, "Xiaoju, your mother is asking you to go home for dinner." With one kick, he sent Yu Feng, the genius in everyone's eyes, flying away. Yue Yang's arrogant actions completely angered the two beast instructors from the Floating Mist sect. They flew out, one catching Yu Feng who was sent flying in the air, while the other fiercely pounced onto the stage, angrily scolding Yue Yang, "Useless third young master, how dare you? Yu Feng is our Southern Mountain Floating Mist sect's main target of nurturing, how dare you attack him so viciously?" This master didn't say anything and immediately summoned his beast in the air. The beast merged with his body and turned into a werewolf with sharp claws. The claws tore the heavens and split the earth, covering the entire sky. In the end, like a heavenly wolf descending to earth, it directly pounced on Yue Yang's head. Second slash, heaven and earth collapse. Yue Yang first threw his crescent blade towards his opponent in a spiral. When the werewolf grandmaster slapped the crescent blade away, Yue Yang took out the Wei Jin magic blade from his waist. Condensing his innate chi at an extremely fast speed, a dark golden sun appeared in his hand and exploded it on the werewolf grandmaster's chest. The werewolf grandmaster's sharp claws were dangerously close to touching Yue Yang's head, however, he would never have the chance to advance even an inch further. He let out an earth-shattering howl of pain. Blood spurted out from his mouth as he was thrown backwards. After all, he was a level 5 grandmaster ranker. The moment the werewolf grandmaster fell to the ground, he immediately jumped up, preparing to temporarily avoid Yue Yang's attack and wait for his companions' support. However, he was too naive. In the sky, a foot stomped heavily on his spine, forcing his entire body back onto the stone surface of the arena. Yue Yang arrogantly stepped on the werewolf grandmaster's head and looked down. His gaze was like that of a death god, Southern Mountain's Floating Mist sect. "You scared me to death. You clearly know that I'm trash and I'm especially timid. If you scare me like this, won't I be scared to death by you? Yu Bing, look, a level 5 grandmaster, oh my god, a level 5 grandmaster, a level 5 grandmaster, you actually dared to ambush me, a trash, in front of everyone's eyes. Do you want to kill me?" Chapter 108 Inches San don't kill him. Fifth Elder hurriedly shouted when he saw Yue Yang raise his Wei Jin magic blade high up. "I'm sorry, Fifth Elder. I was slapped by second uncle when I was young. Ever since then, my ears have not been working well. I can't hear what you're saying." Yue Yang used his feet to step on the werewolf grandmaster's head, inch by inch, until his entire head was pressed against the stone floor of the arena. The other grandmaster saw this and shivered in fear. He hurriedly carried Yu Feng and left, in case he was also unlucky. Although that old man with the strength of a level 6 elder was the one who was authorized to teach Yu Feng in the Floating Mist sect, his actions were out of Yue Yang's expectations when he saw his disciple getting beaten up. His expression didn't change at all as he sat still, maintaining a calm and unperturbed appearance. As for the humiliation of the werewolf grandmaster being stepped on by Yue Yang, he turned a blind eye to it. Yu Ling hurriedly stood up with a nervous expression on his face. However, seeing that his son Yu Feng had only fainted and was not in any life-threatening danger, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at his father, then looked at the Da Sha Emperor, Zheng Wuyu. Seeing that they had no intention of stopping Yue Yang, he hurriedly sat down and did not help the werewolf grandmaster. The werewolf grandmaster was out of luck, isolated and helpless. Both of his claws sunk deeply into the stone floor. He wanted to borrow the momentum to erupt with strength and use his strength to shake off Yue Yang's heavy foot that was above his head. Right now, he no longer hoped to defeat this abnormal trash. He only wished to get rid of this humiliation. Under the watchful eyes of Zheng Wuyu and the representatives of the 4 great clans, as the great instructor of one of the 4 great sects, his head had been stepped on by a junior, and he was unable to move. This was the greatest humiliation of his life. If it was possible, he wanted to kill this brat immediately. However, he could not even struggle free now. With his head being stepped on, the werewolf grandmaster's claws dug deeply into the stone floor. He angrily supported his body, his spine strong and his bones cracking. However, he could not struggle free at all. Yue Yang's leg was as heavy as a mountain pressing down on him. When the ordinary warriors saw this, they could not help but be overwhelmed with shock. They thought that this trash was really abnormal. No wonder he could kill his way up to the Yue clan castle while holding a blade. As for the stronger rankers, they were thinking about Yue Yang's second slash, heaven and earth collapse. Although it wasn't like Yu Chu's sword and blade battle technique, it was filled with blade intent. Could it be that this brat had improved his father's battle technique? Or was it because he hadn't learned his father's level of attainment, so his moves were a little different? No one could understand what was going on, and they all hoped to have a chance to see it clearly. Therefore, no one stepped forward to stop Yue Yang's arrogant provocation. Seeing the werewolf grandmaster struggling with all his might, Yue Yang let out a cold laugh and relaxed his foot. The werewolf grandmaster was delighted after feeling the weight on his head lighten. Could it be that this brat was tired? It was time for him to strike back. The werewolf grandmaster had just raised his head a little when he felt another huge force coming at him. With a bang, his head was once again trampled back down by Yue Yang. Only now did the werewolf grandmaster understand that this brat was purposely teasing him in front of everyone, making him suffer even more humiliation. He was a dignified level 5 grandmaster. Could it be that he had to beg for mercy in front of everyone? Thinking of this, the werewolf grandmaster's eyes were filled with tears of humiliation. He couldn't. He was the Floating Mist Sect's grandmaster instructor. He could lose face, but he couldn't lose the face of the Floating Mist Sect, one of the 4 great sects. Would he really be killed by this brat like this? No, he still had a beast. Why not risk it? The werewolf grandmaster was unwilling to give up. He was about to summon another beast to salvage the situation when he suddenly heard Yu Shan's loud and clear voice. San nephew, you must not be rude to the Floating Mist Sect's esteemed guest. The Floating Mist Sect is one of the 4 great sects. They have countless seniors and experts. They are worthy of our respect. Furthermore, Xiaoju is a disciple of the Floating Mist Sect. If you hurt his grandmaster instructor, I'm afraid that it would affect Xiaoju's future. San nephew, listen to your uncle's advice, quickly release the grandmaster. The werewolf grandmaster cursed in his heart. You clearly know that he has a huge grudge against Yu Feng for being treated unfairly, yet you still say this. Aren't you reminding him to kill me? Since uncle has given the order to kill this swindler who hindered Xiaoju's future, your nephew will accept the order. Yue Yang slashed his demon blade on the werewolf grandmaster's back, causing blood to splatter. The werewolf grandmaster was initially scared out of his wits, but after a moment of pain, he realized that although his external injuries were serious, they were not life-threatening. He immediately understood that this brat was not easy to deal with. He didn't have the intention to kill him. It seemed like he wanted to use him to take revenge on his uncle Yu Shan. No, San misunderstood. What I meant was for you to release the grandmaster as soon as possible. Yu Shan persuaded Yue Yang with incomparable sincerity. Yes, uncle, please be at ease. Your nephew will definitely act according to your orders and humiliate this swindler who has no strength and is only pretending to be strong. Since uncle wants me to seek justice for Xiaoju, your nephew will naturally obey your orders. Yue Yang raised his demon blade and slashed wildly. He slashed until blood splattered everywhere. However, none of the slashes were fatal. Everyone was sweating profusely when they saw this. It seemed that this little lunatic had decided to go against his uncle Yu Shan. It seemed that this lunatic was prepared to wash away his name of trash in front of the entire Yu clan and take back everything that he had lost. With regards to Yue Yang's actions, many people from other clans were secretly happy. There were too many geniuses in the Yu clan and they were flourishing. If they did not kill each other and fight amongst themselves, it would not be impossible for them to become the number 1 of the 4 great clans. Now that the Yu clan's 3rd young master and the Yu clan were fighting fiercely, it would be the best news for the other clans. If this Yu clan's 3rd young master was like his father Yu Chu, dying early in battle or being eliminated in the Yu clan's internal strife, that would be the best outcome. San it seems like you have misunderstood my intentions. Yu Shan pretended to be incomparably pained. With that kind of acting, an Oscar-winning actor would not even have the qualifications to carry his shoes for him. Don't speak anymore. The more you plead for me, the more miserable I will be slashed by him. The werewolf Grand Master was extremely angry. The werewolf Grand Master had a stomach full of anger but could not say anything. He thought to himself, if you really wanted to save me, why didn't you go up to the stage and punch this brat away? Of course, before the Da Sha Emperor Jun Wuyu and Elder Yu Hai said anything, he did not dare to speak ill of Yu Shan or the Yu clan. No matter what, he was the one who violated the rules of the battle by going up to the stage to protect his own. That was why he was beaten up by this abnormal trash. Forget about Jun Wuyu and Elder Yu Hai, even a normal warrior would feel that this werewolf Grand Master was asking for a beating. It's not that you can't protect your own, but you should also consider your own strength, right? Xiaoju's master and father did not even make a move. Why did you, a beast Grand Master, rush up to the stage? It was fine if you rushed up to stop the fight, but you even dared to launch a sneak attack in front of countless rankers. This little lunatic had just killed his way up to the Yu clan castle a few days ago, and no one could stop him. If it wasn't for Elder Yu Hai, the clan master, personally intervening and temporarily suppressing the situation, blood would have flowed like a river by now. For a little lunatic like him to beat up an opponent who broke the rules because he was protecting his own, would he even discuss it with everyone? In other words, he was courting his own death. Quickly stop, San listen to everyone's advice. In the arena, you can only stop when you're done, you can't accidentally kill someone. You have already won, you should quickly come down and let Yu Bing go up to fight. The fifth elder knew that Yu Yang was provoking Yu Shan and Yu Ling, but they were all foxes. They would definitely not be fooled. If they continued to cause trouble, there would be no way to clean up the mess. That's right, nephew, don't be rude in front of the emperor and the clan master. Yu Feng's father, Yu Ling, also stood up, acting as the good guy. I can't hear anything, what are you guys talking about? Yu Yang used his feet to step on the werewolf grandmaster's back fiercely, as if he was stepping on a toad with a bulging belly. Ah Xian, he still listens to you. Help me persuade him, no matter what, quickly make him come down. The fifth elder turned around and begged the beautiful woman. San come down. Originally, the beautiful woman wouldn't care about Yu Yang's matters, but she couldn't reject the elder's request. Yes, my fourth mother's voice is still louder. I can hear everything clearly when she says it. Yu Yang released the foot that was stepping on the werewolf grandmaster's head and pulled him up. He used his hands to tidy up the werewolf grandmaster's tattered clothes and said seriously, Grandmaster, please spare the life of a trash like me. You are a level 5 ranker in the Floating Mist Sect's Grandmaster, while I am just a trash that can be bullied by anyone. Other than my fourth mother who loves me, no one else loves me. Please be merciful and spare my life. For example, I would never dare to ask for medical fees from you for injuring me, cutting my back with a knife, or stepping on my head with your feet. Who asked me to be a trash? Look at me now covered in blood and my clothes are in tatters. How pitiful. Can you spare my life and let me go down the stage to reunite with my family? The werewolf grandmaster didn't cry, but he knew that the expression on his face would definitely be uglier than crying. If he could, he would rather bang his head against the wall and die. However, his little life was still in the hands of this lunatic. He couldn't do anything about it. Even if he wanted to commit suicide, he would have to wait for Yu Yang to finish speaking. The werewolf grandmaster only wished that he could faint, but he just couldn't. Yu Yang let go of the werewolf grandmaster's collar and cupped his hands. Thank you Grandmaster for sparing the life of a trash like me. I just knew that a bloody Grandmaster like you, oh no, a majestic Grandmaster like you, would definitely not bother with a weakling like me. Thank you Grandmaster, this junior will respectfully send Grandmaster off the stage. He kicked the werewolf Grandmaster and sent him flying more than 10 meters away. He hummed the song, sending you off, 1,000 miles away, and ran in front of the beautiful woman like a wisp of smoke. He pretended to be an obedient child and bowed respectfully. Fourth mother, I have returned. Fortunately, everyone pleaded for me and the Grandmaster was merciful and spared my life. That was why I was able to return. I was wrong, I won't dare to not listen to you in the future. You silly child. The beautiful woman obviously understood that Yu Yang said this to elevate himself in front of everyone. She was instantly moved to tears. Everyone looked at this brat's strange behavior and didn't know what to say. If one said that he was crazy to provoke others in public, he was incomparably rational. No matter if it was his scheming or his words, He didn't show any signs of killing. If one said that he was rational, he overestimated himself and made everyone his enemy. He even dared to provoke one of the 4 great sects, the Floating Mist sect. If one said that he betrayed the whole family and challenged the elders, he was incomparably filial to Fourth Mother. Furthermore, everything he had done was to raise his Fourth Mother's status. This little lunatic was full of contradictions. Insanity and rationality coexisted, disobedience and filial piety coexisted. This kind of brat was really a strange person. Brother Hai, your family's 3rd son is not bad. He's interesting, much more interesting than his stubborn father. If I could have such a filial son, that would be great. Jung Wuyu laughed out loud and patted Elder Yu Hai's shoulder. Isn't Princess Sissy very filial? Elder Yu Hai smiled faintly. He looked at Yu Yang with a strange gaze. Maybe he thought of his son Yu Chu, who he was most proud of. His expression became a little gloomy. Jung Wuyu's expression suddenly changed. It was as gloomy as Elder Yu Hai's. It's a pity that that girl is not a man. What a pity. Yeah, what a pity. The pity that Elder Yu Hai said was not known if he was referring to Princess Sissy or his son Yu Chu, who had already died in battle. Yu Tian, Yu Yan and the others stared at Yu Yang from afar. Although Yu Yang's combat skills were eye-catching, they were still confident that they could defeat Yu Yang. Some beasts that specialized in combat skills would cause people who only specialized in combat skills to die miserably. Both of them had this type of beast. Furthermore, they were not like Yu Feng, who could only summon one beast. They had trained for many years. Other than the 3 great killing stars, Yu Tian and Yu Yan did not think that anyone else could be their opponent. Trash little San, even if he had a whole body of combat skills, wouldn't he be tired? Just based on his summoning grimoire that had not even been contracted for half a year and did not even have a beast, how could he be their opponent? As early as 3 days ago, after obtaining those items, this good-for-nothing mistress was destined to fail. They had allowed him to be arrogant just now so that they could defeat him later on to gain more glory. The higher they beat him up now, the harder he would fall down later on. Towards Yu Tian and Yu Yan's hatred, Yu Yang smiled very brightly. He believed that since these two were so confident and fearless, they definitely had a way to counter his combat skills. However, it was a pity that they did not know that his combat skills were innate skills, so they could not use any beasts. Forget about innate skills. Yu Yang was also looking forward to the moment he released the barbarian cow shadow during the battle. He wanted to see what kind of expressions they would have when he summoned the Bloody Queen and killed all of their strong beasts. He wanted to see what kind of expressions they would have when they returned to their original state. The main reason why Yu Yang did not fight to the death with Yu Shan in front of the Yu clan castle was because he was afraid of scaring Yu Tian and Yu Yan away. They had been arrogant for too long. Yu Yang had decided to remove them from the list of the younger generation's top rankers, leaving them with nothing. That was why he had endured until the clan's New Year's tournament. In the tournament, he had bullied them in broad daylight, leaving everyone speechless. They could only watch helplessly as they returned to their mediocrity, wanting to cry but having no tears. Brother, it's my turn now. I will definitely use what you have taught me and ruthlessly defeat them. Yu Bing clenched her fists. Helping her brother make a name for himself in the clan was her biggest wish. No matter who her opponent was, she would not be courteous. She wanted to give the most satisfying victory to her brother, as a New Year's gift to him. I know that my sister is the best. Even if there are people who look down on you, they can't change this fact. You will go and show them what a true genius is. Go, Bing make your enemies tremble in front of you. With Yu Yang's encouragement, Yu Bing's eyes immediately shot out a blazing light, her fighting spirit burning like the sun. Yes, brother, I will not let you down. Yu Bing clenched her fists and shouted. Her delicate voice soared into the sky, resounding through the clouds. Chapter 109. Yu Bing went up the stage. Since all the collateral disciples had forfeited, her opponent now was the 6th son of the first house, Yu Bao. Yu Bao was Yu Shan's 3rd son, ranked behind Yu Tian and Yu Ting. However, he wasn't as famous as his big brother Yu Tian, nor did he enter the palace early like Yu Ting, becoming the princess's personal guard captain. Yu Bao had always stayed in the clan, and was the one who bullied the pitiful guy the most. Yu Bao wasn't like Yu Tian and Yu Yan, who schemed in secret or ridiculed others. He was usually the idiot who was in charge of fighting. Of course, Yu Bao wasn't stupid. On the contrary, he was very cunning, but he was always fearless. He didn't think that the pitiful guy would make a comeback one day. If he had to fight against the current Yue Yang, Yu Bao would definitely not dare to go up the stage. However, against Yu Bing, he was full of confidence. He was confident that he could play around with Yu Bing's tree ant warrior in the palm of his hand. Plant-type beast. That was the weakest beast, anyone could bully it. Yu Yang realized that this Yu Bao didn't really look like his father Yu Shan. Although his appearance was passable, his nose was sharp and his lips were thin, his eyes were thin and his nose was hooked. He looked a little sinister and unlikable. In reality, this brat was indeed narrow-minded, vengeful, and fickle. Among all the young masters in the Yu clan, he was the most unlikable one. Seventh sister. Sixth brother is slow-witted, unlike you who are a genius. I hope that you will show mercy and not let sixth brother lose too badly. Yu Bao pretended to be humble as he bowed. I promised third brother that no matter who it is, I will fight with all my might. I will definitely not show mercy. Yu Bing snorted coldly. She didn't fall for his hypocrisy at all, her determination unwavering. Do you really think that you can win against me? Yu Bao laughed out loud when he heard this. Suddenly, his face darkened and his smile disappeared. Don't be so shameless. Do you think that a plant-type rotten tree ant can fight against me? What a joke. Yu Bing ignored him and closed her eyes to meditate. She wanted to use her best condition to thoroughly defeat this extremely annoying brother 6. As long as he used the method that his brother had taught him, he would definitely make the entire clan's eyeballs drop to the ground. While he reported his cultivation results to his brother, he would also give his mother the biggest surprise. Among the clansmen, no one thought highly of Yu Bing. She was indeed a genius, but plant-type beasts were too weak. As long as Yu Bao summoned a steel puppet, he would be able to fight against her tree ant warrior. If she summoned another fire-type beast, then the tree ant warrior would be doomed to lose. Yu Bao's guardian beast, the fire fox, had already reached bronze rank level 3. It was the clan's most famous pyromaniac. Beasts naturally countered each other, so the chances of Yu Bing's tree ant warrior winning was extremely slim. Not to mention others, even the fifth grandpa, who was partial to the fourth branch, was not very optimistic about Yu Bing. This is what I'm returning to you on behalf of Lin Li. Seeing that Yu Bing was meditating with her eyes closed, Yu Bao quickly summoned his silver grimoire. With a point of his finger, a slender red shadow with a huge flaming tail quickly pounced towards Yu Bing, preparing to launch a surprise attack to interrupt Yu Bing's meditation and cause her to lose consciousness. Previously, in the first round of the competition, Yu Bing had used a surprise attack to knock the collateral disciple, Lin Li, unconscious with one kick. Now, Yu Bao obviously wanted to secretly learn it for his own use, so that he could take his revenge on Yu Bing. Yu Bing's eyes were still closed as she lightly pressed her jade-like hands forward. She summoned her high-ranked bronze grimoire at the right time. The shield expanded and rose, sending the red shadow flying into the air. Seeing that his surprise attack had failed, Yu Bao ordered his fire fox to flick its tail in the air and spit out a ball of flame. He understood Yu Bing's fighting style very well. In the next moment, the tree ant warrior would definitely be summoned, and this ball of flame would coincidentally burn the green leaves and branches on top of the tree ant warrior's head. What happened next was simple. He only needed to use his extremely fast fire fox to circle around the arena and wait for the tree ant warrior to be burned to death. If he felt that it wasn't burning fiercely enough, he could add more fire. Yu Bao thought for a while and a sinister smile appeared on his lips. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening sound rang out in the arena. Everyone present was shocked. What happened? A gigantic shadow was soaring into the sky. Its open arms almost covered the entire sky. The fire fox was still swinging its tail complacently, spitting out flames downwards. On top of its head, a gigantic palm slammed down. Just like a bullet, the fire fox smashed heavily onto the stone floor, sinking deep into the stone floor and making a loud rumbling sound. The gigantic green shadow descended like a mountain. Its two legs just happened to step on the head of the fire fox that was about to leap out, forcefully pushing it back into the stone floor. At this moment, everyone finally saw it. It was a gigantic tree ant that was 6 meters tall. Its arms were thick tree trunks, and its gigantic tree palms were like the canopy of a king's chariot. The body of the black tree trunk was as hard as iron. The tree tendons on it bulged and were filled with explosive power. The roots at the joints were like thorns, and the green eyes on the huge tree face were burning with a human-like anger. What is this thing? Most of the people present didn't know what kind of beast it was. It looked a little like a tree ant warrior, but wasn't it a little too huge? It's 100 years tree ant defender. Some of the warriors who knew it were even more shocked after recognizing it. Bronze rank level 5, even the real rankers present, such as Zheng Wuyu and Elder Yu Hai, couldn't help but be shocked. Yu Shan, Yu Ling and the other representatives from the 3 great clans all stood up in shock. They stared at this bronze rank level 500 years tree ant defender, their faces filled with disbelief. They all knew how difficult it was for plant-type beasts to level up. Plant-type beasts had the slowest growth rate in the world, and they were also the weakest in the early stages. Their slow growth rate had become the fatal weakness of plant-type beasts. Between the same level, there were almost no beast-type or bird-type beasts that would be at a disadvantage against plant-type beasts. Previously, Yu Bing, who had cultivated her tree ant warrior to bronze rank level 3, was already seen as a genius. It was extremely difficult for plant-type beasts to level up. Of course, after leveling up, their battle power would also far surpass beast-type and bird-type beasts of the same level. Yu Bing was already very impressive for leveling up her tree ant warrior to bronze rank level 3. Now that she had leveled it up to bronze rank level 5, it was an unimaginable improvement. Furthermore, she had even turned her tree ant warrior into 100 years tree ant defender, officially advancing towards 1,000 years tree ant general and a 10,000 years ancient tree king. Its future was limitless. This little girl, how did she do it? It's impossible, it's impossible. Her tree ant was still a bronze rank level 3 tree ant warrior a month ago. How could it have leveled up twice in a month and become 100 years tree ant defender? This is impossible. Yue Yang stood up and shouted excitedly. He couldn't believe the truth in front of his eyes at all. Yu Tian didn't say anything, but his expression was extremely ugly. Yu Bing had always been fighting alone. She didn't have the support of her family, nor did she have the help of her friends. She was even frequently framed and destroyed. It was already a miracle that her tree ant warrior could level up to bronze rank level 3. How could her tree ant warrior become a bronze rank level 500 years tree ant defender in such a short period of time? Could it be that abnormal trash had helped her? Yu Tian turned his gaze towards Yu Yang. Towards his probing gaze, Yu Yang pretended not to see it. He used his pinky to pick his ear and leisurely blew on it. He had an expression of, "Please don't be such an idiot," on his face. Yu Tian snorted angrily and retracted his gaze. He then looked towards Yu Bing's 100 years tree ant defender and quickly thought of a way to deal with Yu Bing. "Sister, you're too awesome. That's great." The little girl was a person who wasn't afraid of anything. When she saw the huge 100 years tree ant defender, she wasn't afraid at all. Instead, she clapped her hands and cheered. "This child, Bing why didn't she tell me about this?" The beautiful woman was extremely moved. Not only did her son live up to her expectations, even her daughter lived up to her expectations. The two siblings had always been looked down upon by the people in the clan. Many people had secretly killed them. Today, they could finally hold their heads up high in front of the entire clan. They lived up to their expectations. Her own child didn't have good conditions, but the two of them were sensible since they were young. Furthermore, they were so motivated. That was why they could reach where they were today. Seeing that the two siblings had improved so much, even if she died, she would be able to rest in peace. Unknowingly, the beautiful woman's face was already covered in tears. However, it was definitely not because she was crying, but because she couldn't suppress her laughter. She was crying tears of joy. This is nothing. No matter how tall the tree ant is, it's still trash. Yu Bao's face was distorted in anger. He controlled the fire fox to use its ability to drill into the ground. Although it was under the stone, the fire fox was still able to escape smoothly from the tree ant's feet. It followed the ground of the stage and escaped outwards. Boom! The 100 years tree ant defender raised its huge arm and smashed its fist on the stage, causing the fire fox, who was under the stone slabs of the stage, to become dizzy and disoriented. A tree thorn protruded from the ground and broke through the stone slabs. It pierced the fire fox's body high up, causing it to hang in the air. If the fire fox wasn't Yu Bao's guardian beast, it would definitely be dead. Yu Bing controlled the 100 years tree ant defender with her mind. The 100 years tree ant defender used its huge arm to grab the fire fox's long tail and lifted it up high. It ruthlessly smashed the stone slabs of the stage. The fire fox didn't even have the time to scream before it turned into a ray of golden light and returned to the grimoire. "Don't think that you can defeat me with just this." Dream on. Yu Bao had already summoned a mammoth war elephant that was 4 meters tall. It was extremely heavy. Although it wasn't a bronze-ranked beast, it was still a level 5 beast. He was prepared to use this huge meat shield to fight against the 100 Years Treant defender. Then, he would use his secret weapon, the saw-toothed wheel puppet that was specially used against treants. It was the nemesis of all treants. No matter how strong a treant was, it would collapse under its spinning saw wheel. When Yu Bing saw the mammoth war elephant and the saw-toothed wheel puppet rushing towards her, she snorted coldly, "This move is useless against me." She stretched her hand forward, and a bunch of thorns appeared on the ground. The thorns were still unable to bind the mammoth war elephant's huge body, but they had successfully bound one of its legs. The charging mammoth war elephant's body staggered. Although the thorns had broken, its body had also lost its balance and fell to the ground. The ground was already covered with thorns of different sizes that were around a meter long. When the mammoth war elephant fell, the thorns had pierced into its body. The mammoth war elephant howled in pain and struggled to get up. Its body was covered with broken thorns. Seeing that it was heavily injured, Yu Bao hurriedly tried to recall it back. He didn't expect the mammoth war elephant to cry out in pain and fall to the ground. "This is impossible. It can't possibly die like this. My mammoth war elephant is a beast with the most tenacious vitality. How could it just fall and die? This is impossible." Yu Bao was about to go crazy. The fire fox was a guardian beast, so it wouldn't really die. However, the mammoth war elephant would. Now that the recall had failed, it meant that the mammoth war elephant had completely died. It wouldn't even have the possibility of being revived in the beast hospital. "It's poison." Yu Tian took a deep breath when he saw it. "You're saying that Yu Bing could use her intense poison inherent skill on those thorns?" Yue Yang clenched his fists tightly, trying his best to suppress the fear in his heart. "It's not like that. It's the thorns." When the thorns wrapped around it, the poison had already entered the mammoth war elephant's body. Otherwise, the mammoth war elephant's skin wouldn't have been pierced by the thorns so easily, and it wouldn't have died completely. Yu Ling patted his son Yu Yan's shoulder and warned him softly, "Yan if you fight against Yu Bing, you must keep your distance from her treant. Long-range fireball attacks, that's the best choice. High-temperature flame spray." Yu Bao was using this method now. The saw-toothed wheel puppet shot out a fire dragon as its other arm started to spin at high speed. The saw wheel on its arm had turned into a terrifyingly powerful sawing gear. As long as the treant was set on fire, it would panic and Yu Bing would lose control of it. Then, the next attack would be the spinning gear, the most direct way of sawing the treant in half. Among all the puppet beasts, the saw-toothed wheel puppet was the treant's nemesis. It was almost invincible. Its only weakness was that it needed to replenish its fuel and change its saw-toothed wheel every time it was used. However, Yu Bao couldn't care less about this right now. He wanted to take revenge. He wanted to use the saw-toothed wheel puppet to kill this treant, and then kill Yu Bing. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to appease the hatred in his heart. Yu Yang, who was below the stage, made a gesture to end the battle. When Yu Bing saw this, she understood what he meant and nodded her head. She controlled the 100-year-old treant defender and leapt high into the air. With a rumbling sound, the treant defender stomped on the saw-toothed wheel puppet's body, shattering it into pieces. Countless roots extended out from the 100-year-old treant defender's body, tightly wrapping around the saw-toothed wheel puppet's body. The saw-toothed wheel puppet couldn't move at all. The machine inside it made a caw-caw-caw sound. The 100-year-old treant defender stretched out its gigantic hands and grabbed the saw-toothed wheel puppet's gigantic metal head. It twisted it fiercely, twisting its entire head off. In an instant, sparks flew out from the saw-toothed wheel puppet's neck, and crackled with electricity. Bang! The 100-year-old treant smashed the metal head onto the ground, then raised its tree leg and gave it another heavy kick. The saw-toothed wheel puppet was immediately destroyed. It was completely finished. Yu Bao's beasts had all died, and his protective shield had disappeared. He looked at the 100-year-old treant defender in front of him with extreme fear. Seeing it raise its tree arm high up in the air, Yu Bao screamed in fright. His pants were drenched in sweat, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted from fright. Yu Bing didn't control the 100-year-old treant defender to instantly kill the fainted Yu Bao. Instead, she made it stretch out its arm that was thicker than a stick, and with a flicked Yu Bao away like a fly. "Brother Hai, this little girl from your family is not bad. She's proficient in thorns, tree thorns, poison and entanglement. Whoever fights against her in the future would probably die of depression. Haha, I like this little girl. Why don't I recognize her as my daughter? No, we can't mix up our seniority, I'll recognize her as my granddaughter. The Da Sha Emperor Zheng Wuyu laughed loudly at Elder Yu Hai. Everyone said that he was the emperor who didn't look like an emperor the most, but Zheng Wuyu's position was unshakable. He had sat on the throne for more than 100 years, and currently, no one could shake his position. Bing Er's fate isn't good. She's at a disadvantage. Elder Yu Hai was also very surprised. He didn't think that other than Yu Yang, Yu Bing could also give him such a big surprise. Elder Hai, your family's geniuses are everywhere, each stronger than the other. Our three families can't even compare to them. I'm really envious. The representatives of the three families congratulated Elder Yu Hai. It's my son's bad luck. Sigh, they were such a good couple. Feng Xiaoyun, the substitute clan master of the Feng family, looked at Yu Bing and thought of his son who was instantly killed by a golden king beast. He couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Feng Qisha wasn't the only one who had hope for the Feng clan, there was also his own son. But who would have thought that his son would meet with such a calamity? Maybe there's something wrong with Pai Li's fate. Why don't we ask the state preceptor to calculate Yu Bing's fate again? Some families were moved. Where else could they find such a good wife like Yu Bing? If there was really a mistake when they arranged Yu Bing's fate, then if they were to marry into the Yu clan and let this little girl Yu Bing become their daughter-in-law, it would be a huge boost to their entire family. In an instant, the eyes of countless families' representatives flashed with a blazing greed. Elder Yu Hai saw this and remained silent. Yu Bing won. She didn't immediately enter the arena, but instead turned to challenge Yu Yan, seventh sister's next opponent as fourth brother. While I still have some strength left, I'm willing to fight with fourth brother now. If big brother agrees, I'm willing to be in the same group as third brother. We, the fourth branch, will challenge your first branch and second branch. Big brother, fourth brother and fifth brother, please enter the arena together. No, we are ignorant juniors. We still need to seek guidance from our elders. Big uncle and second uncle, please enter the arena together. When Yu Yang said this, everyone thought that he had gone crazy. Challenging Yu Tian, Yu Yan and Yu Ting, three people of the same generation as him was fine, but he actually overestimated himself and challenged big uncle and second uncle. One must know that big uncle Yu Shan and second uncle Yu Ling were already famous rankers in the world. Yu Shan was a level 6 intermediate elder, while Yu Ling was a level 6 beginner, junior elder. This brat wanted to fight against the two of them alone. Could it be that he already had the strength of a level 7 overlord? How could he win against two elder level rankers with just combat skills? This was simply wishful thinking. The spectators felt that if this brat wasn't crazy, then they were the ones who had gone crazy. When Shui Tanlang heard this, his eyes widened. He could guess that Yu Yang would challenge Yu Tian and Yu Yan, but he never thought that Yu Yang would be so daring as to challenge big uncle Yu Shan and second uncle Yu Ling. Could it be that this brat's guts were made of iron? He had seen crazy fellows before, but he had never seen someone as crazy as Yu Yang. Shui Tanlang suddenly had an urge to rush forward and fight with Yu Yang. He wanted to see whether this lunatic's combat skills were stronger, or if his elemental beasts were stronger. Zheng Wuyu and Elder Yu Hai were stunned. After a long while, they looked at each other and smiled at the same time. Alike, this brat was really too similar to his father, Yu Chu. Yu Chu's temper was also the same. He was fearless, but Yu Chu was not as cunning and talkative as this brat. Like father, like son, when Chu saw his son turn from trash into a proud and arrogant ranker in heaven, he would probably smile happily, right? When Elder Yu Hai thought about it, his indifferent eyes, which had seen 100,000 people die in front of him, became a little wet. When he looked at Yu Yang, there was a hint of warmth in his eyes. Right now, everyone's gaze was on Yu Shan and Yu Ling. Facing their nephew's crazy challenge, as his uncles, how would they react? Should they reject him, or should they agree? Everyone was waiting for the answer from the two of them. Chapter 110. First uncle Yu Shan still had the appearance of a modest gentleman and kind elder. With a smile on his face, he first courteously bowed to Zheng Wuyu and his father, then cupped his hands in greeting to the representatives of the three great clans. Finally, he nodded to Yu Yang. San I know you are eager to learn, but haste makes waste. You must guard against arrogance and rashness in your cultivation. You must not be too hasty. You should use cultivation as your foundation and understanding as your foundation. This is the right way to become a strong warrior. Seeing your heroic spirit, I am very happy in my heart. It is as if I can see third brother reappearing in front of me. Your second uncle and I will do our best to support you. We will definitely help you develop third brother's combat skills, although it is not now, but in normal times, no matter when or where. If you have any questions, you can look for second uncle and me. We will teach you everything we know, and we will tell you everything we know. Clap 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 clap. When everyone heard these sincere words, they couldn't help but applaud Yu Shan for being such a good uncle who cared about his nephew. Yu Bing was speechless, other than those who were kept in the dark, who didn't know that his heart was like a poisonous snake. Such a hypocritical appearance was really disgusting. To be a hypocrite like him, he was almost at the peak of the realm. Indeed, Yu Shan really wanted to accept Yue Yang's challenge. He really wanted to kill this brat Yue Yang immediately. Yu Shan definitely didn't want a second Yu Chu to appear, especially when he found out that this brat was completely different from his father. Other than being arrogant, he was also especially scheming. Compared to the straightforward and heroic Yu Chu, he was even more of a headache. If he didn't challenge him on purpose, he would have looked for an opportunity to secretly kill him. But now it was impossible. Everyone, including the Da Sha Emperor and his father, had already noticed his words and actions. If he killed him, it would be useless no matter how he tried to hide it. They would all guess that he was the one who did it. The most important thing was that this brat improved very quickly. Once he contracted a grimoire, he improved by leaps and bounds. Compared to the cowardly appearance of a year ago, he was a completely different person. If he didn't kill him now, he was afraid that after a period of time, it wouldn't be easy to kill him again. In front of tens of thousands of people, under the watchful eyes of the public, how could he kill someone? Not to mention Zheng Wuyu, who loved talents as much as his own life. Even his father, who had always suspected that he had harmed his third brother, would never let him off. All these years, he had been investigating the evidence. If he killed this trash, the consequences would be unthinkable. It was estimated that his second brother, who had always coveted the position of substitute patriarch, would reap the rewards. Big brother is right, nephew San. We all know that you have made extraordinary progress and are eager to show it to the family, but you have only cultivated for a short period of time. If you make a mistake and make a big mistake, what should we do? My third and fourth brothers only have you as their heir. How can we attack you? On the stage, competing against each other and improving together is a rule passed down from our ancestors. It is also the foundation for our Yu clan's warriors to improve each other. If San wants to improve, why don't you let Tian Yan and Ting come down and compete with each other? Let's give everyone a wonderful New Year's competition. Second uncle Yu Ling also did not want to be outdone. He talked non-stop, expressing his love and care for Yu Yang. Clap clap clap. When everyone heard this, they felt that these two uncles were the role models of the elders. They deserved to be applauded. Both of you are right. Actually, the representatives of the three great clans also agreed. Actually, they already knew that the Yu clan's internal strife was fierce, but they pretended not to know anything. The Yu clan was not the only clan that had many conflicts. In any clan, unless there was only one direct heir, even if there were two sons, there would still be conflicts. It was just that the Yu clan was better at hiding it and never said it out loud. They were not like the Yu clan, where the younger generation would compete in the arena every year. Everyone could see the conflicts clearly. If they were to really compare, the undercurrent of internal strife between brothers in other clans would be 10 times more intense than the Yu clan. There was a philosopher who said that it was not that there were no geniuses in the Soaring Dragon continent. It was just that almost all the geniuses had died in the internal strife. Normal people might not know this, but everyone in the clan knew this. The most outstanding one was the one that attracted the jealousy of others the most. Yu Yang had already known that his first uncle Yu Shan and second uncle Yu Ling, these two old foxes, would not make a move. He had only opened his mouth to provoke them on purpose, announcing the conflict between the fourth branch and the first and second branch to the world. At the same time, he would smear their good image in the outside world. Don't think that there were many people applauding. When they returned, most of those people would think that Yu Shan and Yu Ling were hypocrites. Yu Tian and Yu Yan were hesitating. Should they accept the challenge? Just facing Yu Bing, who possessed a bronze rank level 500 years old treant defender, was already a headache. Now that they had to face a lunatic who was proficient in combat skills, Yu Tian and Yue Yang did not think that the other party would sincerely cooperate and fight against the enemy together. They felt that the other party would most likely hit them when they were down and harm them. Hence, ever since Yu Bing opened her mouth to challenge them, the two of them had remained silent. Only the tall and sturdy Yu Ting, who had thick eyebrows, big eyes and a simple and honest face, jumped onto the stage and bowed to Yu Yang and Yu Bing, third brother, seventh sister. I only have one beast, but it has 3 skills. They are Giant Bear's Palm, Rock Bear's Body and Violent Bear's Fury. They are very strong, so you must be careful. I'm afraid that I won't be able to hold back and injure you. When this simple and honest Yu Ting spoke, Yu Yang suddenly understood. He had always felt that something was wrong. Old man Yu Hai was already old, why wasn't he grooming the next clan master? Although Yu Tian and Yu Yan were talented and had a good reputation, their characters were not good. They were not the best candidates for the position of clan master. Yu Bao was not talented, the pitiful guy was trash, Yu Bing and Yu Shuang were both girls, and little Nine, Yu Feng, was still young. Could it be that the Yu clan did not have any plans to groom the next clan master? The Yu clan was not an ordinary clan. They were famous for their mechanical puppets, spear techniques, military strategies and so on. They had been famous for thousands of years. No matter how many storms they had to endure, no one could shake the Yu clan's position. Everyone thought that the Yu clan's greatest advantage was not that they had many geniuses, but that they knew how to groom the next clan master. It was said that every clan master would have a gold-rank beast, Earth Bear, to be passed down to the next clan master. This way, they could ensure the clan master's strength, stabilize the clan's development, and also intimidate everyone. That year, Yu Chu was famous, but Yu Hai did not choose him to be the clan master. Everyone felt that it was strange, even Yu Yang was puzzled. Later on, in a conversation, the beautiful woman accidentally mentioned it. The Yu clan had never needed a genius to be the clan master. What they needed was a kind-hearted, simple and unpretentious clan master who could allow his brothers and juniors to develop. In the Yu clan's clan master selection, the clan master could be strong, but he could not be alone. The clan master must be magnanimous and not kill all the brothers and sisters of the clan the moment he became the clan master, leaving only his own bloodline. The clan master of the Yu clan would have at least 12 elders supporting him. He did not need to have outstanding abilities, as long as he could lead the clan forward well, as long as he could maintain the Yu clan's honor, traditions. Yu Yang had always been thinking, who would be the next clan master of the Yu clan? When this Yu Ting went up the stage, he used his divine vision to observe him, and discovered that he was 90% sure that the next clan master that Elder Yu Hai had chosen and was grooming was this fifth brother Yu Ting. He only contracted one beast, and it was a big bear at that. This was obviously a preparation to pass down the clan master's gold-ranked Earth Bear. Furthermore, Yu Ting had been sent to the imperial palace early on to become the princess's personal guard captain. While he was cultivating, he could also build a good relationship with the imperial family. He could also stay away from the clan's struggles and grow up healthily in a safe environment. Yu Yang was enlightened, so Yu Tian and Yu Yan were chess pieces that Elder Yu Hai had purposely released to attract people's attention. This old fox, he had already chosen Yu Ting to be the next clan master. The reason why he did not manage the clan's affairs for a few months was probably because he was secretly training Yu Ting. A strengthening type, bronze rank level 5 violent bear. Yu Bing was shocked by her fifth brother Yu Ting's beast. Her 100 years old treant defender was originally only bronze rank level 3. She could only level it up to bronze rank level 4 with her own efforts, and leveled it up to bronze rank level 5 because her brother gave her the Tree of Life's lustrous branch. She never thought that this fifth brother Yu Ting could also level up his beast to bronze rank level 5. With a flash of golden light, the shadow of a blood-red giant bear was summoned by Yu Ting and entered his body. After a roar, Yu Ting's entire body gradually changed shape, becoming bigger and stronger. His muscles tore through the leather armor on his body, revealing his bulging muscles. His skin was quickly covered with bear fur. His hands became like a bear's paws, and his eyes gradually turned blood red. Yu Ting, who had almost transformed into a bear, raised his giant palms high up and let out a low, muffled roar. A golden light emitted from his body like a halo. In the end, it condensed into his 2 legs and palms. The golden bear's paws seemed to have accumulated an inexhaustible amount of strength. When Yu Ting stamped his feet, the entire arena shook. Among the spectating warriors, those who were slightly weaker felt slightly dizzy from the low, deep vibrations. They almost fainted and fell to the ground. They couldn't help but turn pale with fright. Third brother, after I transform into a bear, my skin is especially thick. I'm not afraid of being cut. Just attack with all your strength, don't worry about my body. After Yu Ting finished speaking, he raised his giant palms. Step by step, he walked towards Yue Yang, shaking the entire arena with rumbling sounds. Yu Bing was so scared that she couldn't help but look at her third brother, Yue Yang, anxiously, hoping that he would come up with an idea. Seventh sister, it's not enough for a ranker to only have strength. He must also have speed, a speed like the wind. After Yue Yang finished speaking, his figure had already turned into an afterimage and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already behind Yu Ting. His fists were like hammers, bombarding the back of Yu Ting's head. Yu Ting ignored Yu Ting's attack and reached out his hands to counterattack. However, Yue Yang cleverly landed. At the same time that he dodged Yu Ting's counterattack, he spun his legs like a windmill, kicking Yu Ting's huge body back. When Yu Ting's bare paws came down again, he suddenly floated up into the air. His legs clamped onto Yu Ting's head, and with an extremely mysterious flip, Yu Ting's entire body shot out of the arena like a cannonball, crashing into the ground with a loud bang. His huge body was almost completely submerged in the soil, looking extremely pathetic. Third brother is so powerful. This is the first time I've been beaten to the point where I can't even retaliate, however, I'm not injured. Let's go again. Under the dumbfounded gaze of the crowd, Yu Ting crawled up and with a leap, he once again jumped onto the arena. According to the rules, he had already lost. However, he seemed to be unconvinced and wanted to continue fighting with Yue Yang. Everyone was speechless. Why was it that every member of the Yu clan was more abnormal than the other? Forget about Yu Tian and Yue Yang, it was already inconceivable that Miss Yu Bing could become famous with her plant-type beast. Now, there was Yu Ting, who was not afraid of being beaten, and the most abnormal trash third young master. There weren't many normal people in this family. They were all abnormal people with terrifying strength. You're not convinced, are you? Yue Yang did not use his sword. If he were to chop this Yu Ting to death, Elder Yu Hai, who had wasted his efforts, would probably commit suicide in despair. The Yu clan would also be completely finished. Fourth mother, Yu Bing and the others would also not be able to live a good life in the future. They would probably spend their days in guilt. However, teaching this stupid bear a lesson was not a problem at all. As fast as lightning, Yue Yang punched and kicked Yu Ting until he couldn't tell which way was north. In the end, he kicked Yu Ting violently and sent him flying out of the arena. Third brother, I only feel a little pain, I am not injured yet. Let's go again. Yu Ting was probably the same type of creature as Wei Tai Lang. They were both unkillable cockroaches. Actually, his strength was extremely terrifying, but he couldn't hit Yue Yang. Otherwise, Yue Yang's small body might not be able to withstand the giant bear's paws. In terms of speed and technique, Yue Yang had completely suppressed Yu Ting, who had boundless strength. He beat his fifth brother, Fallen Flowers, to the point where he was beaten up even more vividly than the big loli in his dreams. He could hit him however he wanted. Me too. Shui Tan Lang, the cold-faced, warm-hearted, battle-thirsty fellow, was so excited that he couldn't hold it in anymore. Although I am a guest, I have to seek justice for my sister. So, third young master, take this. A tornado was summoned by him. Heaven and earth were filled with coldness, and everyone couldn't help but shiver. When they saw Shui Tan Lang concentrating on expanding the tornado by 10 times and condensing it, everyone immediately scattered in all directions. This was not a joke. If they were hit by such a terrifying tornado, they would definitely not even have a corpse left. The entire arena was bone-chillingly cold. Countless snowflakes condensed. Even the dense demonic crescent blade in Yue Yang's hand slowly froze. When Yu Tian and Yue Yang saw this, they immediately flew down and landed on the arena, summoning their grimoire. Yu Tian said hypocritically, "Brother Tan Lang, this is a battle between us brothers, a battle between clans. Why do you have to interfere?" That's right, that's right. Brother Tan Lang, please stop and return to your seats to watch the battle. Although the two of them said so, they didn't hold back at all. They each summoned a flaming lion and a golden-winged eagle, preparing to attack Yue Yang. As for killing Yue Yang, they didn't have much hope in their hearts. Furthermore, it would be hard for them to explain themselves if they did something like that in front of everyone. However, they decided to defeat the extremely arrogant Yue Yang. They wanted to let Yue Yang know that even if he managed to turn over a new leaf, he would still be far inferior to the two of them, who had been famous for a long time. With Yu Ting as their meat shield, and Shui Tan Lang as their killing star with terrifying attack power, they felt that the time to defeat Yue Yang had finally arrived. Seventh sister, what do you think of your brother who can fight against 4 people alone? Yue Yang suddenly asked. Brother is the strongest, and will always be. Of course, I will also help brother. Yu Bing clenched her fists tightly, her gaze extremely resolute. She wasn't afraid of Shui Tan Lang, one of the 3 great killing stars, joining the battle. She was also very confident in her brother. Good girl, but you only need to stand here and cheer for your brother. After I win, you can loudly tell those snobs that you have the strongest brother. With your brother here, no one can bully you. Let those who look down on your brother go to hell. Yue Yang reached out and summoned his silver grimoire, summoning the barbarian cow shadow. Then, he added a giant shadow that increased her strength by 100 times. The barbarian cow shadow roared and punched the flaming lion in front of her, sending it flying. Smoke came out of its mouth and nose, and its eyes flashed with anger. The luck that Yue Yang had accumulated for a long time exploded once again. The golden-winged condor, who was trying to escape in the sky, let out a blood-curdling screech and fell to the ground, dead. Jun Wuyu and Elder Yu Hai stood up at the same time. They never thought that Yue Yang, this little lunatic who specialized in battle skills, would actually have such a strong beast. Bronze rank level 5 guardian beast. Didn't he just contract a grimoire? How could he level up to this level? No one helped him level up, and his grimoire was already silver ranked. What did this little lunatic do? How could he level up so quickly? How many battles did he have to go through to level up to this level? In less than half a year, he had already completed a silver ranked grimoire, and at the same time leveled up his guardian beast to bronze rank level 5, this was really unbelievable. This is impossible, how could you have a bronze ranked level 5 summon beast? You just contracted a grimoire. Yu Yan, who hated the pitiful guy the most in his life, was about to go crazy from anger. I made a mistake. I'm sorry, because I just contracted a grimoire not long ago, I'm not too familiar with summoning. How could I accidentally summon the wrong beast? I obviously wanted to summon a gold-ranked bloody queen, why did I summon such a low bronze-ranked barbarian cow shadow? What a failure. Looks like I'm really a natural trash, I can't even figure out a summon beast. When Yue Yang said this, Yue Yan was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Dream on, you will never be able to summon a gold-ranked beast. Yue Yan wished that he could swallow Yue Yang whole with a mouthful of blood and flesh. You saw through me. As expected of a genius, your eyes are really sharp. I don't have a gold-ranked summon beast, but I do have a golden king beast. When Yue Yang summoned the bloody queen, everyone was petrified. At least 1/3 of the people immediately vomited blood and fainted on the ground. Yue Yan was one of them. This was not because they were scared, but because they were angry. They had never seen such an abnormal person in their lives. He had only contracted a grimoire for less than half a year, yet he already had a bronze-ranked level 5 guardian beast and a gold-ranked level 3 bloody queen. Furthermore, this bloody queen was a golden king beast. This was a summoned beast that warriors below the rank of elder could only dream of. Who would have thought that this trash would have it in less than half a year? 1/3 of the people cried. Yu Tian was one of them. This trash, how could he bully others like this? It was fine that he summoned a bronze-ranked level 5 barbarian cow shadow to kill the golden-winged eagle in an instant, but couldn't he be more low-key and hide his strength? Couldn't he let others not be so jealous? Couldn't he be merciful and let everyone feel less inferior and less hopeless? This brat was too arrogant, too much of a bully. He deserved the wrath of the heavens. He really deserved to be struck by lightning. Another 1/3 of the people couldn't believe their eyes. Yu Ting was one of them. They were all rubbing their eyes, or banging their heads on the ground. No matter what, they refused to believe that this was the truth. A small number of people like Zheng Wuyu, Elder Yu Hai, Yu Shan, Yu Ling, Feng Xiaoyun, Feng Kuang, Shui Tan Lang, Fifth Elder and the beautiful woman maintained their petrified expressions. They really didn't know what to say. The Golden King Beast Bloody Queen, a beast with intelligence, had actually contracted a grimoire for less than half a year. Would anyone believe this? Even an idiot wouldn't believe it. However, it was clearly displayed in front of their eyes. Was this really an illusion, or was it real? If it was real, where did this brat get such a strong summon beast from? Yue Yang was very calm. Wasn't it just a barbarian cow shadow in the Bloody Queen? Compared to little Wen Li, who had a diamond grimoire and the mysterious golden beast, compared to the guardian beast in his divine grimoire, this was only the tip of the iceberg of his true strength. Forget about little Wen Li, even the future Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen would be many times stronger than the current Bloody Queen. How could they be stunned just like this? How could they vomit blood and faint just like this? How could they cry bitterly just like this? Alright, let them cry, vomit blood and be jealous as much as they want. Chapter 111. When the Bloody Queen was summoned, she was probably still angry that Yue Yang had forcefully recalled her back into the silver grimoire despite her objections. She didn't show her might like the barbarian cow shadow. She even wrapped her golden wings tightly around her body, refusing to show her true appearance, as if she was competing with Yue Yang. If it wasn't for the fact that all the weak beasts were so scared that they lay down on the ground and didn't dare to move, if it wasn't for the fact that normal warriors saw the golden light rippling from her perfect wings, forming a king's halo that was unique to a golden king beast, they wouldn't know that she was a golden king beast. Of course, rankers with sharp senses didn't even need to look to know how powerful this Bloody Queen was. Gold rank level 3 might not be very high for rankers like Zheng Wuyu and Elder Yu Hai, but she was a golden king beast after all. Once she matured, her future would be limitless. Most importantly, this Bloody Queen was not only a humanoid beast, she was also a beast with intelligence. What did this mean? It meant that she still had the possibility to level up. Maybe she could level up to platinum ranked, or even the legendary diamond ranked. If the person who summoned her was a famous sect leader or overlord, Yu Shan and Yu Ling wouldn't be so jealous. However, the person who summoned her was a trash who didn't even have a grimoire half a year ago. He didn't even manage to contract a beast before. Yu Shan and Yu Ling were so jealous that they felt like they were about to vomit blood. Unfortunately, they couldn't kill him in front of Zheng Wuyu and their father. With Zheng Wuyu's love for talent, this abnormal trash must have already caught his eye. If they wanted to kill him in front of Zheng Wuyu, their good days would be over. That year, when Yu Chu died in battle, Zheng Wuyu was furious. Other than killing more than 10 generals who couldn't save him in time, Zheng Wuyu even personally led a counterattack against the demon abyss, killing hundreds of demon generals to accompany Yu Chu in death. If it wasn't for the fact that Yu Chu's corpse was not found, the whole thing became a mystery and gave Zheng Wuyu a glimmer of hope. He would probably have killed even more people. Although Zheng Wuyu was usually generous and kind to his subjects, and was known as the Smiling Monarch, it did not mean that he would not kill. In reality, Yu Shan and Yu Ling both knew that Zheng Wuyu was the emperor of the three great kingdoms, or rather, the emperor and king of the entire soaring dragon continent, who had killed the most people. Don't be angry, show me the demeanor of a queen and beat them up for me. When you're done, I'll take you out to buy candied haws. Yue Yang kept the silver grimoire in his hands and waited for the shield to disappear. He then walked to the Bloody Queen's side and caressed her wings, coaxing the little girl at the same time. Everyone was sweating profusely. It would be a miracle if this female fishy queen liked candied haws. The bloody woman stretched out a jade-like hand from under her wings and spoke in the demon abyss language that no one could understand. She seemed to be demanding something from Yue Yang. Ah, she can talk. I'm gonna faint. What did it mean that beasts could speak? Even a fool would know that this meant that the beast already had high intelligence. There were gold-ranked beasts in this world, but there were only a few gold-ranked beasts that had high intelligence and could speak. Yu Shan and Yu Ling had the urge to commit suicide. They didn't want to live anymore. They didn't want to live anymore. This was too unbearable. Why did all the luck gather on this trash? The heavens were really blind. There were so many geniuses in this world, but they were not as lucky as him even if they were added together. Now that all the luck had gathered on this trash, what was the point of turning a trash into an abnormal person? Wouldn't it be better to turn a genius into an even more outstanding genius? Not fair, not fair, the heavens were too kind to this trash. You want Wei Jin? Nonsense, this is my weapon. Didn't you take my dragon-slaying dagger? It's the same if you use it to fight. Forget it, I'll lend you my crescent blade. Remember, I'm just lending it to you. Yue Yang stuffed the crescent blade into the Bloody Queen's hand. He thought that it was settled, but unexpectedly, the Bloody Queen's other jade-like hand stretched out again. She spoke very quickly again. No one understood what she meant. You still want a reward to fight? Hey, don't you have any awareness as a beast? Look at Wei Tai Lang, he has never mentioned a reward to me. Yue Yang warned the Bloody Queen not to be spoiled and pampered. She should learn from Wei Tai Lang, who was doing hard labor. Woof woof woof. Wei Tai Lang was very pleased when he heard this and wagged his tail. However, the Bloody Queen stubbornly stretched out her hand and refused to take it back. Yue Yang didn't have a choice. He could only painfully stuff a wyvern magic crystal into her palm. He thought to himself, this girl is taking advantage of me in front of everyone, I can't lose out no matter what. This girl doesn't have money, but her body is not bad. If it really doesn't work, I'll make her pay with her body, but she's a beast. Wouldn't it be a little too evil if she was a human and a beast? I'm a very pure and good child. Although Yue Yang felt that he was a good child, a certain place down there was still shamefully hard. Ayayaya, when the wyvern magic crystal was in her hand, the Bloody Queen suddenly spread her wings excitedly. With a flap of her wings, she flew up into the sky and let out an excited scream. Although this wasn't a banshee's scream, the scream of a golden king beast still scared the weak beasts to the point that they pissed their pants. In the arena, the beasts that Yu Tian and Yue Yang had summoned again, other than the puppet beasts, were all trembling, as if they wanted to escape. If it wasn't for Yu Tian and Yue Yang controlling them with their minds, those beasts would have already escaped from the arena. This was not surprising. Bronze-ranked beasts were much stronger than normal beasts. However, in front of a golden king beast, they were just trash. The Bloody Queen didn't care about other people's reactions. She was beaming with joy as she circled around in the sky, excitedly flying here and there. Her mouth let out waves of happy screams, as if obtaining the crescent blade and wyvern magic crystal from Yue Yang was a great success. I'm going to faint. So this girl is a miser. Yue Yang felt that if this girl needed a wyvern magic crystal every time she fought, it would be the end. Looks like this style couldn't be allowed to continue. He had to go back and teach her properly. She should obediently become a female slave who would say, I want it every time I open my mouth. You pervert, your beasts are also perverted. Shui Tan Lang was completely speechless. Indeed, birds of a feather flocked together. Boom! When everyone was completely focused on the Bloody Queen, they suddenly heard a deafening sound. They were all shocked as they looked over, only to see that the barbarian cow shadow had raised an incomparably large demon blade and forcefully cut the head of the Kodo beast puppet that Yu Tian had summoned into two. On the other side, Yue Yang's nine-headed puppet was rushing over to support, but the barbarian cow shadow stretched out her huge arms and grabbed one of the heads that was constantly expanding and contracting. Sparks flew and lightning crackled. Under everyone's dumbstruck gazes, the barbarian cow shadow brutally tore off the nine-headed puppet's metal head from its slender neck. Ignoring the attacks from the other 8 heads of the nine-headed puppet, she followed the hole that was torn open and used her arms to slowly squeeze in. Then, she slowly tore the nine-headed puppet's metal body into 2 halves. Finally, she used her hands to take out the huge magic crystal that was embedded in the middle of the intricate chess piece. Yue Yang was about to cry to death. This was the nine-headed monster's magic crystal, his most precious magic crystal. He had spent a lot of effort to obtain it. He didn't think that his secret weapon, the nine-headed puppet, would be snatched away by the opponent before he could even use it. Wei Tai Lang's speed was extremely fast. As fast as lightning, with a leap, it had already snatched away the nine-headed monster's magic crystal. However, no matter how fast it was, it couldn't be faster than Yue Yang. Yue Yang sent it flying with a kick and kept the nine-headed monster's magic crystal into his bosom. On the other side, the Bloody Queen had already arrived at an unknown time. She was currently holding the magic crystal that she had dug out from the Kodo-like puppet's brain and admiring it excitedly. Her little butt had also been kicked by Yue Yang, and she was sent flying. Who dares to snatch it from me? Yue Yang was going crazy. If he, the owner, did not say that he would give it to the monster, anyone could take the initiative to take it. Everyone was sweating profusely. If other people had a bronze-ranked beast, they would treat it as a precious treasure and protect it with all their might. They wouldn't even bear to hit or scold it. This brat, on the other hand, even used his big feet to kick the Golden King beast. What made people laugh the most was Wei Tai Lang's praise. It crawled up from the ground, but it didn't betray Yue Yang like what people had imagined. Instead, it eagerly ran to Yue Yang's feet, wagging its tail and pretending to be obedient. Yue Yang sent it flying off the stage with a kick. Don't give me that. I haven't even seen this 9-headed monster's magic crystal before. There's no share for you. The Bloody Queen was kicked by Yue Yang. She was very angry, but she didn't dare to vent her anger on Yue Yang. She could only scream crazily. Her voice shook the whole arena. Everyone felt as if their heads had been hit by a hammer. Low-leveled beasts immediately fainted. Normal warriors' eyes darkened as they saw stars. They almost fell to the ground. Yu Tian and Yue Yang secretly cursed. They wanted to leave, but it was already too late. The Bloody Queen waved her crescent blade and fiercely pounced on them. The two of them were preparing to summon their courage and order their beasts to face the enemy. They didn't expect the Bloody Queen to scream again. The two of them were shaken and their minds went blank. If it wasn't for the protection of their shields, their brains would have been blown apart by the sound waves of the terrifying scream. They had the protection of their shields, so they weren't affected too much. However, their beasts, such as the Flame Lion, Thunder Leopard and Flame Guard, were in a miserable state. The three beasts that were usually swaggering around were all twitching in pain. Their ears were bleeding, and they wailed in pain. Their limbs were swaying, and their battle power was greatly reduced. The Bloody Queen was like a tiger that had entered a flock of sheep. She swung the crescent blade in her hands and slashed at the nearest Thunder Leopard. Blood splattered everywhere. In less than half a minute, the three bronze-ranked beasts had been slaughtered by her in an incomparably bloody manner. There were no complete corpses of the beasts. The Flame Lion, Thunder Leopard and Flame Guard were all decapitated and dismembered. Because they had forcefully dug out the magic crystal in their skulls, blood and brain matter had splattered all over the ground. Everyone's teeth were trembling as they looked at the Bloody Queen, whose hands, upper body and face were covered in blood and brain matter. When everyone saw the Bloody Queen holding the three magic crystals that were still stained with blood, and the satisfied smile on her blood-stained face, they couldn't help but shiver, as expected of the legendary Bloody Queen. This kind of killing method was really bloody. It was too terrifying. It's over. Yu Tian realized that his strongest beasts had all been killed. Even their magic crystals had been dug out by the Bloody Queen. The despair of being reduced from a rancor to nothing made his eyes roll back and he fainted. How could it be like this? No, no, Yue Yang knelt on the ground powerlessly, painfully looking at the remains of his beloved Flame Lion. "Aw man, send big brother and fourth brother off the arena." Yue Yang waved his hand, and the barbarian cow shadow fiercely pounced towards the unconscious Yu Tian and the crying Yue Yang. Now that they didn't have their shields, if he didn't beat them up now, when would he?